Welcome to the wasteland game world, where 10 billion human survivors of Blue Star reside. This is a realm teeming with strange beings and fraught with peril. It is equally a world brimming with opportunities. In this place, anything is possible, yet surviving remains your foremost priority. The next 3 days will serve as your novice period. Make sure to utilize it wisely. Wishing you all the best of luck. Wasteland World, Survival, Awakening in a Daze. Yun Xian found himself lying naked in a desolate wooden cabin, completely devoid of any possessions. Initially, he suspected a prank, but as an overwhelming influx of information regarding the wasteland world flooded his mind, and he beheld the sleek, technological bracelet on his wrist projecting a virtual screen, the truth dawned upon him that he was indeed in a different realm. However, it appeared to be a transmigration of the soul, as he noticed that his body felt distinctly different, as if he had assumed a new form. His physique was evidently larger, sturdier, and more resilient. In this bewildering situation, a hint of trepidation and confusion gripped Yun Xian's heart. He exhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. With all of humanity having traversed dimensions, what was there to fear for a solitary wanderer like him? The small wooden cabin was utterly bare, save for the half-meter-sized blue virtual screen emanating from the device on his wrist, capturing his attention. The holographic interface provided by the Dimensional Survival Bracelet was designed to assist survivors in adapting and thriving in the wasteland. Yun Xian meticulously examined the functions of this device. The initial screen displayed various common functions. First, at the top of the screen, environmental information was presented. Time 6:04, wind speed 3, temperature 18°C, humidity 21, etc. Second, the central area showcased a three-dimensional image of the wooden cabin, allowing for split-screen management of the shelter and its permissions. Yun Xian glanced at the essential details of the cabin. The shelter was classified as a survival level, with a survival value of 100, an area of 10 square meters, and an additional territory of 90 square meters, currently in a deep green, undamaged state. The shelter levels range from lowest to highest: survival, bronze, black iron, silver, mithril, gold, black gold, epic, legendary. Survival value is one of the metrics, reflecting survival capability in the wasteland. The higher the survival value of items, the greater their impact on the survivor's ability to thrive. The degree of damage to the shelter is indicated by a color scale from light to dark: 0-20 deep green, 20-40 light green, 40-60 yellow, 60-80 light red, 80,100 deep red. Third, in the upper left corner, a three-dimensional avatar of Yun Xian appeared, which could be clicked to view his personal attributes and ID information. Binder: Yun Xian ID 905259860, survival level LV001000, physique 10. Affects body strength, stamina recovery, and endurance strength 10. Affects body hardness and physical attack power. Agility 10. Affects body response and speed. Hunger 180,200, affects stamina recovery, strength, agility, etc. Thirst 180,200, affects stamina recovery, strength, agility, etc. Click to view equipment. None. Fourth, in the lower left corner, the dimensional bracelet provided a personal dimensional space for storing items, akin to a personal backpack, 320. Clicking this interface revealed the supplies he possessed. Currently, only 3 items of white quality: a stone pickaxe, survivor's shirt, and survivor's pants. The quality of items in the wasteland is ranked from lowest to highest: white ordinary, green superior, blue excellent, purple perfect, gold legendary. Seeing the clothing, Yun Xian felt a wave of relief and quickly donned the 2 garments. Ordinary survivor's shirt, survival value 10, physique 1, durability 20, description: a basic shirt made primarily of cotton, providing minimal protection and warmth. Ordinary survivor's pants, survival value 10, physique 1, durability 20, description: basic pants made primarily of cotton, offering minimal protection and warmth. These novice garments enhanced his physique by 2 points, sparking his anticipation for further equipment. Fifth, in the upper right corner was a circular mini-map, which could be clicked to view map-related information. However, at this moment, the entire map interface was shrouded in Darkness, save for the wooden cabin and its permitted area, the rest of the map awaited exploration, marking, and editing by the survivor. Sixth, in the lower right corner was a trading interface, facilitating transactions between survivors. Yun Xian opened the trading interface, reminiscent of past experiences with digital platforms, revealing his own trading account. Seventh, at the bottom lay the chat channels, currently featuring World 10 billion 10 billion, Regional 1 billion 1 billion, and Scene 10 00010 The chat channels were divided into instant messaging and foreign discussions. Yun Xian glanced over and noted that aside from the Scene channel, which allowed for 10 free messages daily, the other channels required crystal cores for communication. Eighth, the dimensional bracelet also included a simple crafting interface, permitting the creation of items provided that one possessed the necessary recipes at this moment. The crafting interface displayed only a few unlocked ordinary recipes. Wooden spear, stone pickaxe, simple wooden bow, wooden arrows, wooden storage box, and bandages. After swiftly browsing through the interface, Yun Xian felt a clearer understanding of the bracelet's functionalities. He then shifted his attention to the chat channels, hoping to discover survival tips and advice. At that moment, the Scene chat channel was abuzz with activity. My basic attributes are all at 10 points. Are yours the same? Yes, I am 2. The clothing added an additional 2 points to my physique. And we should all be alike. The information from the system indicates that among the 10 billion people, the closest distance between any two individuals seems to exceed 30 kilometers. How is that even possible? With everyone having traversed dimensions, does that even matter? You all are so idle, aren't you, wasting the free chat opportunities in the Scene? Ha, mind your own business. I enjoy it. Ah, my vision and hearing have returned. Really, I had a disability, but now it's completely gone. It feels as though I've been reborn, haha. Indeed, I share the same experience. It feels like a new lease on life. I just got hit by a truck. I've been granted a second chance at life. If I die again, I won't regret it. It's all about survival. Let's go, cheers. Brothers, I tried changing my ID. It can't be altered, but the name can be modified once, up to 20 characters. I suggest changing it to your hometown name for easier contact with loved ones. Yun Xian gazed at this comment with a tinge of melancholy as a lone star in the sky. He felt no strong desire to change his name. This way is simpler understanding reigns supreme. I've noticed that various official forums have emerged, gradually restoring organization. Everyone should remain optimistic and keep an eye on the survival strategies compiled by official personnel. Be cautious and don't get deceived. I reckon ITLL takes some time to restore official communication, so refrain from contacting strangers. Indeed, the internet was once a lawless realm, but here it has become a true wilderness. Be careful not to trust others too readily. It's for your own good and theirs. Survival is paramount. Ensure you gather ample food and water for emergencies. I'm heading out to explore. May safety be with us all. Yun Xian perused various forums, where numerous individuals claiming to represent certain official entities were endeavoring to soothe the public, though the authenticity of their claims remained uncertain. The previously established order had abruptly collapsed, giving rise to a plethora of both ancient and nascent organizations seizing the opportunity to emerge. Chaos had undeniably become the most accurate depiction of the current chat channels. Yun Xian observed calmly, a flicker of turmoil crossing his mind in this paradoxical and enigmatic wasteland. Everyone ought to possess the awareness that they must first take responsibility for themselves. Chapter 2: A small cabin at home. The sky at this moment is remarkably clear, and Yun Xian's modest cabin stands solitary amidst the vast, desolate wilderness. With a creak, the wooden door of the cabin swings open, its sound stirring a fleeting tremor across the barren landscape, and Yun Xian's tall and slender figure emerges. Observing the occasional gusts of wind stirring up the yellow sand, a chill runs through Yun Xian's heart. This arid environment, evidently lacking in water, truly tests one's endurance. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that everyone likely faces similar challenges, and he quickly adjusts his mindset, brimming with renewed vigor. According to the information imparted by the Heavenly Path system, the first 3 days are designated as the novice period, during which each upgrade of the shelter yields corresponding treasure chests based on the shelter's level. As for the contents of these chests, Yun Xian dares not entertain extravagant hopes at this moment. Given his current circumstances, he can only dream of upgrading the shelter once. To ascend to the next level, the bronze-level shelter, the required materials are 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of metal scraps, 100 units of fiber, 100 units of plastic, and 100 units of glass. He speculates that wood and stone will surely be gathered from the wilderness, while the remaining 4 materials are likely to be found in the remnants of a long-lost civilization, prevalent only in modern society. However, he knows that one cannot rush to achieve great things. Thus, he steadies himself to observe the situation before proceeding. Yun Xian first approaches a cluster of unidentified yellow-leaved shrubs located about 20 meters from the cabin. The shrub, roughly a cubic meter in size with a trunk the thickness of a fist, boasts numerous scattered branches adorned with a plethora of yellowing leaves, from which dangle 5 thumb-sized, translucent red spherical fruits. Wild fruits. As Yun Xian draws near, a virtual holographic message materializes within his field of vision. Wild fruit, survival value. 1 description, a small, edible wild fruit of ordinary quality. Consuming it can slightly alleviate hunger and thirst. Edible? Then I shall pluck some. With delight, Yun Xian eagerly gathers the fruits. Wild fruit 1, survival experience 1. Wild fruit 1, survival experience 1. As Yun Xian continues to gather, a stream of holographic notifications appears incessantly. Within 5 seconds, he harvests all 5 wild fruits, simultaneously earning himself 5 points of survival experience. The speed of fruit gathering seems unaffected, entirely dependent on his dexterity, which comes as a pleasant surprise. This implies that by collecting 1,000 wild fruits, he could elevate his survival level. Elevating one's survival level enhances personal strength, which is undeniably crucial in this apocalyptic wasteland. Determined to level up as soon as possible, Yun Xian feels invigorated by this newfound objective. In a buoyant mood, he pops one of the wild fruits into his mouth to sample its flavor. Slightly sour, with an average texture. Nonetheless, both his hunger and thirst levels have incrementally improved. At last, he has found sustenance to survive. He consumes the remaining 4 fruits to further satisfy his hunger and thirst before retrieving his pickaxe and axe from his backpack. Reference image, ordinary, stone pickaxe and axe, survival value, 5 durability, 1,000 description, a rudimentary gathering tool made from ordinary stone, commonly used for collecting wood and stone, and can also serve as a weapon when necessary. The shrub also serves as a source of wood. Yun Xian is curious about how many units of wood he can extract from this shrub, which stands about waist-high with a trunk the size of an adult and Appos, as fist. Crack, whack, crack, whack, crack. After 10 strikes, the entire shrub is reduced to nothing but a pile of broken branches and leaves, leaving Yun Xian with 1 unit of wood in his backpack. This endeavor consumes nearly half a minute, costing him 1 point of hunger and thirst, while the durability of his pickaxe and axe diminishes by 10 points. This outcome aligns with Yun Xian's expectations, as he distinctly senses the mechanical nature of chopping wood, akin to a programmed action. Clearly, this process differs significantly from the simple task of gathering wild fruits. Yun Xian harbors no objections. He accepts this seemingly logical gameplay mechanic. Wood 1, survival experience 5. Listening to the system and Appos, S notification. Yun Xian glances at the wood's description. Ordinary, wood survival value, 1 description, a fundamental resource with extensive uses in this wasteland. Upon a brief calculation, Yun Xian realizes that the speed of wood gathering is somewhat less favorable than he initially imagined. It appears that upgrading the shelter within 3 days may prove to be quite challenging, without exerting himself to the utmost. It seems unlikely that he can gather the necessary resources. Fortunately, time is on his side, and wild fruits can replenish his hunger and thirst, alleviating the burden of wood collection. At least for now, he need not worry about searching for water and food. He can simply roll up his sleeves and focus on gathering wood. Although the density of the shrubs is low, there are still a considerable number within 100 meters of the cabin. Yun Xian's figure flits between the various clusters of shrubs, stopping intermittently to harvest, leaving behind a carpet of crushed leaves that reveals the yellowing ground beneath. Wild fruit 1, survival experience 1. Wood 1, survival experience 5. Hemp fiber 1, survival experience 10. In addition to collecting wild fruits and chopping shrubs, Yun Xian discovers hemp plants. Gathering 1 unit of hemp fiber requires 10 seconds. Ordinary, hemp fiber, survival value, 3 description, the fiber from common hemp plants, which has widespread utility in the wasteland. Hemp fiber, as a newly discovered material, can currently be used to craft basic items such as a simple wooden bow and bandages. Simple wooden bow, 1 unit of fiber, 2 units of wood. Crafting time, 10 minutes. Bandage, 1 unit of fiber each. Crafting time, 1 minute. The utility of hemp fiber is significant. Not only can it be fashioned into bandages for staunching wounds, but it can also be used to create rudimentary wooden bows, prompting Yun Xian to place greater importance on gathering hemp fiber. However, within 100 meters of his cabin, there is a scarcity of hemp plants. He only manages to find 8 stalks of hemp, yielding a total of 8 units of hemp fiber. After over an hour of gathering, Yun Xian has nearly stripped the resources within 100 meters of the cabin, aside from the useless weeds. During this time, as the durability of his pickaxe and axe approached depletion, he hastily gathered 1 unit of stone to craft a new pickaxe. Stone 1. Survival experience 10. Ordinary. Stone. Survival value. 2. Description. A commonly found and versatile resource in the wasteland. Stone pickaxe. 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood. Crafting time, 1 minute. Upon collecting this unit of stone, Yun Xian is struck by a painful realization. Gathering 1 unit of stone requires nearly 20 strikes, almost double the effort needed to collect 1 unit of wood. However, he is pleasantly surprised to find that stones no larger than 3 units can be directly picked up and stored in his backpack. A 1-unit stone is roughly the size of a basketball. Yun Xian also experiments and discovers that small stones weighing less than 1 unit can likewise be collected into his backpack. Yet, he realizes that stones of significantly varied sizes occupy individual inventory slots, leading to considerable space wastage. This revelation swiftly diminishes his interest in collecting stones smaller than 1 unit. Thus, picking up stones that are too small becomes impractical due to space constraints, while those too large cannot be accommodated, especially since suitable stones that can fit into his backpack are already scarce across the wilderness. Yun Xian subsequently examined the changes brought about by the survival level breakthrough to level 2. Each of the 3 dimensions had its attributes increased by 1 point. The limits for hunger and thirst had risen by 20, and the backpack capacity had expanded by 1 slot. Meanwhile, the requirement for the next survival level remained at 1,000 survival experience points. Chapter 3. The effortful liver. At this moment, after deducting the expenses of crafting other items, Yun Xian and Appo's backpack still contained a considerable amount of resources, 58 units of timber and 520 wild fruits, occupying 7 slots in his inventory. 100 units per stack, occupying 1 space slot. The bountiful harvest of collected resources filled nearly half of his backpack, evoking a sense of satisfaction from his achievements. Within the backpack lay several survival items he had partially crafted: a stone pickaxe and axe, a rudimentary wooden bow, 20 wooden arrows, a wooden spear, and 4 wooden storage boxes. Wooden arrows, 1 unit of timber for 5 arrows. Crafting time, 1 minute. Wooden spear, 2 units of timber per spear. Crafting time, 2 minutes. Wooden storage box, 10 units per box. Crafting time, 5 minutes. With his backpack nearly full, Yun Xian contemplated returning to his small wooden cabin to organize his resources. Each crafted wooden storage box could provide an additional 10 slots, which would suffice for his upcoming needs. As he approached his cabin, a surge of curiosity compelled Yun Xian to extract the crafted wooden bow and casually pluck the bowstring a few times. The tension of the string was satisfying, indicating that it could shoot far. Common simple wooden bow, survival value, 5. Description: an exceedingly inexpensive bow made from readily available materials. Renowned in the wasteland world to the extent that everyone knows how to craft it. Though not an expert on bows, he understood the basics of archery. Most importantly, with the holographic assistance from his wristband, he could instantly calculate the predicted landing point displayed on the holographic interface based on real-time conditions. Even an ordinary person could significantly enhance their aim and control with such foolproof assistance. With a swift release, a wooden arrow flew from Yun Xian's bowstring, soaring towards a small wooden cabin situated 30 to 40 meters away. The arrow struck the wooden wall at a slight angle. Yun Xian approached to retrieve the arrow, discovering it had embedded itself nearly 2 centimeters deep into the dry wood, the tip clearly damaged. This sight confirmed the bow's power to him. After a brief test of the bow and Appo's strength, he returned it to his backpack and took out the spear, with a survival value of 20, to practice his skills. He wielded the long, sturdy spear with a semblance of expertise, thrusting it playfully through the air. Such a solid object was immensely appealing to a young man like Yun Xian. He played with it for a while like a child, but stopped when fatigue began to set in, realizing he needed to restore his stamina. He quickly retreated into the cabin. Upon entering, Yuan Xian arranged the 4 1-cubic-foot wooden storage boxes against the innermost wall, trying to conserve space. After placing them, he tested their sturdiness and found them quite robust. Even sitting on one posed no issue. He then emptied his backpack of the 400 wild fruits and all the timber. Yuan Xian intended to consume 120 wild fruits to replenish his hunger and thirst levels, as higher values in these categories naturally resulted in quicker stamina recovery. One by one, he popped the sour fruits into his mouth, only to be overtaken by a pang of regret for consuming too many. While recovering his stamina in the cabin, Yuan Xian opened the chat channel to alleviate his boredom. Brothers, does anyone have food and water? I seem to be in a desert area, surrounded by cacti. There are also many snakes. It's terrifying. Wow, brother, your desert area is truly a treasure. I adore spicy snacks. If you catch a few snakes, I'll trade you some fruits. Brother, I'm in a desert too, with scorpions. Want to trade? I can offer steamed or barbecued dishes, probably quite fragrant. Just say the word, and I'll catch some for you. I think I'm in a prairie. The environment is lovely, and I really enjoy it. There is plenty of hemp and lots of field mice. Aside from a slight shortage of water, everything else is fine. Is that for real? Don't lie to me. Aren't we all in the same scene channel? Can 10,000 people occupy so much terrain? There's plenty of land and few people where I am. I'm in a hilly area. Guess what good things I've found? I can't stand two things in life. One is when a conversation is interrupted. I intended to connect with you as an ordinary person, but all I received was distance. I'll be straightforward. There is a river here, and I could drink from it for a lifetime. Anyone else? Don't listen to his nonsense. Drinking too much from my river gives me diarrhea. I'm also in distress. I'm guarding a vast fruit orchard, and I can't eat it all by myself. Don't spread rumors. Wisdom stops them. Just keep fooling around. You just finished chopping wood, didn't you? Hurry up and get back to work. Online chatting carries risks. Beware of scams. I remind everyone to maintain a healthy skepticism towards others. Don't be too trusting. Ensure your own survival first. Yuan Xian, observing the conversation, was at a loss for words. Even in a survival game, one could not escape the age-old art of deception. He sensed that some survivors were likely being misled. Feeling that his stamina was nearly restored, Yuan Xian retrieved his pickaxe and axe, ready to resume his work. Compared to other survivors, the resources in his area were relatively decent, not particularly excellent, but not too shabby either. Regardless of others, he resolved to exert himself in gathering as many resources as possible. Stepping out of the cabin, Yuan Xian chose a random direction and began to forage for materials across the desolate wilderness. Time flowed like water, and a figure gradually emerged from behind, leaving a trail of earthy yellow along the wilderness. As he collected fruits from shrubs, he also felled some bushes. He made sure to gather the sparse hemp, as its scarcity made it valuable, and it didn't consume much stamina while providing substantial survival experience. Gathering timber and stone was arduous work, demanding time and effort, while requiring him to remain vigilant of his surroundings. This led Yuan Xian to wonder whether those who never engaged in such labor would ever lower themselves to do such menial tasks. After all, prolonged labor could indeed be exhausting, but the body recovered swiftly. Yuan Xian glanced at the trading channel, noticing a lack of low-priced timber and stone exchanges. He speculated that perhaps due to upgrading shelters, timber and stone had become the most circulated commodities in current trades, effectively turning into a form of currency. Overall, the value of timber and stone remained relatively stable and robust, as most survivors expended their hunger and thirst in the labor of gathering these resources. If someone wanted to trade food and water for timber and stone, it would seem unfair to those who had toiled tirelessly for their goods. Chapter 4. The wild mouse is a good mouse from time to time. Yuan Xian would casually pop a wild fruit into his mouth to replenish his energy, striving to maintain a heightened level of hunger and thirst. In such a state, consuming wild fruits always bestowed upon him the delightful illusion of exquisite taste. Survival level 1. The efforts invested in life often yield rewards in the most unexpected moments. Yuan Xian gazed with satisfaction at his survival level, now at level 3. And promptly returned to gathering resources. Time flowed on, unchanging, like water. Squeak, squeak, squeak while digging for stones to craft a few more stone pickaxes and axes. Yuan Xian suddenly heard a familiar sound, and his heart leaped with joy. Finally, a local specialty. The vast wilderness was expansive, and though diligent searching would surely yield results, He primarily sought plant resources, adhering to a principle of not forcing encounters with specialties. A smile spread across Yun Xian's face as he followed the sound, quickly noticing a basketball-sized hole beneath a large rock, obscured by withering grass. His keen eyes discerned two mouse heads, each several times larger than a duck's, locked in a fierce struggle at the entrance of the hole. Their bodies, larger than that of an adult tabby cat, disrupted the nearby underbrush, toppling a patch of grass. What a fierce little skirmish they have. No wonder the noise was so loud. Well, I've discovered their lair. Yun Xian chuckled inwardly. At the same time, he felt a pang of desire for the two plump figures. Such substantial bodies could surely yield a considerable amount of resources. After all, capturing these creatures did not seem an easy task. Yun Xian quietly readied his wooden bow, crouching low as he carefully nocked an arrow, aimed, and shot. The holographic interface on his dimensional wristband simulated a parabolic trajectory and reticle akin to a gaming interface. With the wristband's assistance, Yun Xian's confidence surged. Seizing the moment, he released the arrow. Whoosh! The wooden arrow sped toward the two robust figures at the hole's entrance. Thud! The sound of the arrow striking flesh echoed, followed by a cacophony of frantic squeaks. Direct hit. Yun Xian swiftly switched to his spear and lunged toward the wounded wild mouse. The other mouse, upon witnessing this, promptly retreated into the hole, and as expected, the spear pierced through the injured creature that writhed on the ground. It's doomed now. To prevent the wild mouse from escaping, Yun Xian exerted force to drag it into the nearby underbrush, delivering several additional thrusts. Soon enough, the creature's frantic squeaks diminished, its blood staining the surrounding grass. The wristband provided information about the creature. Wild mouse, severely wounded, bleeding, survival level, 1 constitution, 2, strength, 3, agility, 7. Weight, 12. For kilograms. Description: a field mouse of the wilderness, adept at constructing burrows and storing resources. Often referred to as the land beaver and the wild mouse landlord, it is one of the favorite creatures of wilderness survivalists. Goodness, over 20 pounds. Yun Xian's face lit up with joy. This creature is certainly not like those pitiful shellfish with scant meat. This one is substantially meaty. Selling such a large specimen to other survivors could yield a wealth of resources. What a fortune! If he found the manual labor cumbersome, he could utilize the dimensional wristband to directly harvest and decompose the meat and fur, preserving nearly half the weight. No more worries about food for the next few days. With a thrust, Yun Xian dispatched the severely wounded wild mouse, stowing it in his backpack, occupying 1 slot of space. He then turned his attention to the wild mouse still inside the burrow. Attempting to probe the hole with a spear, he discovered that the wild mouse had already escaped through an internal passage. Yun Xian sighed inwardly at the loss. However, he understood that capturing a wild mouse directly from its burrow was no trivial task. The thought of the potential food resources within the mouse's den stirred excitement in him. Even if he was and oppos, inclined to eat it himself, he could trade it with other survivors. After all, there were few things that survivors would refuse to consume. Glancing at the wild mouse's den, Yun Xian resolved to clear away the large rock, nearly a meter tall and 3 or 4 meters wide. Time to gather some stones. Consulting the dimensional wristband, he discovered this large rock could yield over 200 units of stone. This implied that, given his current stone tool's efficiency, Yun Xian would need to labor for over 4 hours, almost half a day, to extract it all. Let's get to work. Yun Xian switched to his stone pickaxe and began chipping away at the rock. Clang, clang, clang. Stone 1, survival experience 10. Stone 1, survival experience 10. Survival level 1. Throughout the rhythmic sounds of his labor, Yun Xian's survival level rose once more, reaching level 4. Predictably, upon completing the extraction of the stone, his survival level should ascend to 5. The increase in personal survival level translated into enhanced capability, significantly boosting Yun Xian's efficiency in gathering resources. The speed at which he depleted the stone pickaxe also increased. Recognizing the change in efficiency, Yun Xian realized that his initial estimate for upgrading his small wooden house was likely inaccurate, as he had not considered the enhanced gathering efficiency from his increased strength. Alas, if only I had better equipment and tools. Yun Xian longed for superior gear and tools to augment his skills, but unfortunately, it seemed that no relevant trades were currently available in the entire trading channel. The system mentioned resource boxes and treasure chests, yet no one had voluntarily disclosed any information about their discoveries. As his mind wandered, The repetitive toil soon washed away any surplus thoughts. Survival Level 1A prompt, like a gentle spring breeze, stirred Yun Xian from his momentary stupor. He had finally reached Survival Level 5, with little stone remaining. Victory was within reach. Stone 1. Survival Experience 10. Accompanied by a notification, the stone atop the wild mouse's den had completely vanished. The unfortunate wild mouse's lair was now fully revealed to Yun Xian's gaze. Breathing heavily, Yun Xian sat on the ground, one hand instinctively stuffing wild fruit into his mouth, unable to suppress the smile on his face. This is a tremendous gain. This round of stone extraction required nearly 5 stone pickaxes, yielding 220 units of stone, a decent haul. Yet, the greatest reward lay in the now exposed wild mouse den, which indeed contained treasures. At this moment, the entire structure of the wild mouse's den held no secrets from Yun Xian. With just a bit of clearing, he had completely laid bare the wild mouse and Appo's home. Chapter 5. One cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. The entire structure of the wild rat's nest consists of a central room measuring 1 square meter, flanked by 4 independent storage chambers and 2 passageways at the front and back. The nest averages a depth of about half a meter, its interior generously strewn with an abundance of dry grass. Among the storage rooms, 2 are filled with fluffy dry grass mixed with a variety of wild fruits familiar to Yun Xian. The remaining 2 chambers are stuffed with a considerable quantity of a brown dried fruit known as the nuo fruit. Nuo fruit, common. Nuo fruit, survival value. 2 description, consuming it replenishes a small amount of hunger, while excessive consumption reduces thirst. Haha, I've struck it rich. Yun Xian cheerfully selected a clean-looking nuo fruit to taste, discovering a hint of fragrance that increased his hunger by 3 points. As a level 5 survivor, his hunger and thirst limits had risen to 300, implying that consuming just 100 nuo fruits would satiate his hunger completely. Concurrently, his personal backpack capacity expanded to 25 slots. His detection range reached 15 meters, and, in the absence of equipment, all his 3-dimensional base attributes soared to level 15. It was time to reap the rewards. This was the lifelong savings of a wild rat. After scanning with the dimensional ring, he discovered that the rat had amassed a staggering 437 wild fruits and 658 nuo fruits. Upon seeing these figures, Yun Xian felt as if he were seeing stars, his smile unwavering. This was undoubtedly a fortune. The wild rat truly deserved the title of landlord. What a splendid rat! After his initial excitement, Yun Xian swiftly prepared to transport the bounty back to his wooden cabin. Simultaneously, he set up a trade to list 1,000 wild fruits across his 10 asynchronous trading slots. Each trading slot, akin to a backpack compartment, could hold 100 units. Since this trading slot did not occupy additional space in the dimensional ring's personal backpack, it functioned as an extra 10 slots. For face-to-face synchronous trading, the capacity depended solely on the space each party possessed, as Yun Xian needed to acquire some timber and stones to upgrade his wooden cabin. He naturally listed the wild fruits at the standard market price, 10 wild fruits for 1 unit of timber. To free up space, he discarded his nearly depleted stone axe, pickaxe, bow, arrows, and wooden spear onto the ground. At this point, his backpack had only 17 slots remaining. 150 timber occupied 2 slots, 220 stones took up 3 slots. Over 50 wild fruits occupied 1 slot, and 20 hemp fibers filled 1 slot, leaving 1 slot for the wild rat. Filling the 17 slots with wild fruits, he picked up his wooden spear for self-defense and hastily made his way towards his small wooden cabin. "Woohoo, I'm off," he shouted, unable to contain his excitement. The sheer joy of sudden wealth was exhilarating. The small wooden cabin was approximately 500 to 600 meters away, a clearly marked dirt road leading straight to it. With the map he had explored and edited, Yun Xian had no fear of losing his way on the return journey. Ding! Your trade has been completed. Ding! Your trade has been completed. Halfway through his journey, Yun Xian received a series of notifications confirming the completion of his trades. Upon returning to the cabin, he found that all 1,000 wild fruits had been successfully traded for 100 units of timber, claiming his reward. Yun Xian stored the timber and other resources into the wooden storage box. He then immediately returned to the site, eager to prevent the living wild rat from stealing his possessions. Indeed, those items now rightfully belonged to him. After a few minutes of running, Yun Xian arrived back at the beloved wild rat's residence. This time, for convenience, he planned to divide the spoils right there, trading all his gains. Thus, he proceeded to list another 1,000 wild fruits at the standard market price. Ding. Trade completed. Sure enough, soon after, he began receiving numerous notifications of completed trades. In just about a minute, he successfully traded another 100 units of timber. What a bonanza! Yun Xian exclaimed joyfully, grateful to his dear wild rat companion. He continued to claim the timber, placing it in his backpack, and proceeded to list another 1,000 wild fruits. Ding. Trade completed. Ding. Trade completed. Within just a few minutes, Yun Xian traded 10,000 wild fruits for 1,000 units of timber. He then decided to pause the wild fruit exchange for timber, opting to hold on to the remaining 717 wild fruits for the time being. Next, he planned to switch to trading new fruits for stones, as upgrading the wooden cabin required 1,000 stones. In a marketplace bustling with a population of billions, there was little concern about selling goods. There were no middlemen profiting from the transactions. Yun Xian merely needed to list his items at standard market prices. Timber and stones remained the primary commodities in the trading market, even in the coming days. New fruits could also be found in the market, currently priced at 14 new fruits for 1 unit of stone. Observing the staggering trading volume of new fruits in the market, Yun Xian felt overwhelmed. Realizing he was merely a small fish in a vast ocean, unable to create any significant waves, unless something extraordinary happened. The trading prices would remain high due to this immense volume, and any individual attempt to alter that would be futile. Quickly regaining his composure, Yun Xian began listing new fruits at the normal exchange rate of 14, 1 for stones. However, he found it troublesome that each listing was for 1,000 units, resulting in excess every time he exchanged at the 14, 1 rate, necessitating continuous adjustments on his part. In no time at all, within less than 10 minutes, Yun Xian completed a trading volume of 14,000 units, successfully trading for 1,000 stones. With this, he had gathered enough timber and stones through trading to upgrade his small wooden cabin. Indeed, without effort, one cannot attain wealth. Looking at the remaining 5 slots in his backpack, Yun Xian decided to trade 3,000 wild fruits for 300 units of timber and then exchanged 400 new fruits for 100 units of stone. His backpack now brimmed with 300 units of timber and 100 units of stone. Observing the remaining 717 wild fruits and 228 new fruits, Yun Xian decided to list them for trade, not particularly concerned about the small quantities. Thus, the wild rat's accumulated resources were entirely depleted by Yun Xian. Of course, he did not forget that his dear wild rat friends still awaited his attention. This was also a considerable income. Yun Xian picked up the 19 arrows he had discarded on the ground and placed them into the last slot of his backpack. With a bow in one hand and a spear in the other, he strode back to the small wooden cabin with a sense of purpose. Great King, call me to patrol the mountains. Yun Xian's figure and the song of his escapades faded into the distance, when suddenly, a large rat head peeked stealthily from the nearby passage. Observing the empty surroundings, it's too green. Meanlike eyes expressed a shock and confusion akin to humanity. What happened to everything? Fun question. How much resource did this wild rat manage to collect while Yun Xian was away? Chapter 6. Shouldering my small backpack, what a splendid day it is. Humming a cheerful tune, Yun Xian returned to the wooden cabin, promptly transferring all the supplies from his backpack into the wooden storage chest. He swiftly took stock of his current possessions: 1,508 units of wood, 1,320 units of stone, 2,100 wild fruits, 20 fibers, and 1 wild rat. A broad grin spread across his face. Acquiring these resources would have taken him no less than 2 or 3 days of hard work. As he observed that over half of the space in his 4 storage boxes had been occupied, Yun Xian felt a surge of confidence akin to being immensely wealthy. He then prepared to list the wild rat on the trading market. At that moment, the food section of the trading hall was bustling with a plethora of offerings. Although using a dimensional wristband to decompose game meat was incredibly convenient, it resulted in nearly half of the resources being siphoned away, which was intolerable for both sellers and buyers. The former sought to sell more resources, while the latter aimed to maximize yield through manual processing, thus creating a harmonious collaboration. Consequently, a dazzling array of complete game meat appeared on the trading market, including various snakes, rodents, scorpions, centipedes, and pangolins. Witnessing the trading volume of raw game meat soaring into the millions, Yun Xian felt a renewed sense of astonishment, silently acknowledging the prowess of these formidable traders. Next, his attention turned to the pricing. The trading price of rat meat was set at 20 units of wood for every unit of rat meat. The processed rat meat appeared quite appealing, resembling duck meat in texture, igniting a strong desire to consume it among buyers. In contrast, the price for the whole rat was significantly lower, trading at only 14 units of wood per unit. Uncertain of how much a unit of rat meat entailed, Yun Xian decided to list it and observe the market dynamics. The market quickly indicated that the entire wild rat was valued at 50 units. If he were to decompose it, he could obtain approximately 25 units of processed rat meat, along with varying amounts of rat hide. Without any objections to the price of the wild rat, Yun Xian set its trading price at 700 units of wood. This straightforward pricing was evidently beyond the means of the average buyer, but Yun Xian was in no rush. He knew that this item would sell in due time. Simply a matter of how long it would take. He also made a note in the trading post. Other equivalent rare resources could be used as substitutes. And interested parties were encouraged to message him privately, requesting no disturbances otherwise. Yun Xian included this note in hopes of uncovering some valuable items. Considering the vast population of billions, there were bound to be some fortunate souls willing to make a trade. With the listing completed, his wild rat quickly ascended to the top of the trading market for rodent meat, surpassing the second-place field mouse by 20 units. A golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigner with a scruffy beard gazed at the various game meats with keen interest, occasionally offering commentary. Upon spotting Yun Xian's top-ranking rat, his eyes gleamed with envy. Though the 700-unit wood price deterred him from pursuing the purchase, Yun Xian and Appo's wild rat only caused a minor stir within the small circle of the game meat market. Many envious peers cast glances at the fortunate trader, almost tempted to ask, "Brother, where did you catch this wild rat?" After listing the wild rat, Yun Xian shifted his focus elsewhere, taking a moment to replenish his stamina. With nearly 4 hours of daylight remaining, he was determined not to waste a moment. Choosing the right direction was more crucial than mere effort, a sentiment Yun Xian deeply resonated with. He was now pondering how to acquire metal blocks and similar materials. From the literal interpretation, it seemed likely that such resources could be gathered from remnants left in the wasteland. After all, one could hardly expect to excavate metal blocks, plastic, or glass from the ground itself. Thus, he prepared to explore the wilderness, aiming to gain a general understanding of the surroundings. The terrain in the wild was predominantly open, yet areas with grass, stones, and shrubs could obscure visibility, often making it difficult to discern certain aspects unless one looked closely. For instance, the entrance to the wild rat's burrow could easily be overlooked if one did not search diligently. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yun Xian equipped himself with his original bow, arrows, and wooden spear, along with a newly crafted stone axe and additional wooden spear for backup. He also packed 3 sets of wild fruits and 5 bandages made from fibers. Pushing open the wooden door, he ventured forth into the previously explored area, a direction with which he was familiar. Perhaps he would even stumble upon the wild rat's lair, allowing him to profit further, as the wealth from such an asset could sustain him for 2 or 3 days of labor. With hope in his heart, Yun Xian quickened his pace. The sight of some yellowing grass stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. Given the conditions on Blue Star, this world should also experience 4 seasons, and this time of year corresponded to late autumn. Winter would soon follow. A cool breeze swept by, prompting Yun Xian to instinctively pull his body closer together. Time waits for no one. Setting an alarm on his wristband for 1600 hours, 2 hours later, he was determined not to miss his return time. According to the celestial system, daylight and nighttime were typically evenly divided, with morning from 6 to 1800 hours representing daylight, while the remaining hours comprised the night. Given the horrors of darkness in this wasteland, he had no desire to be among the first to encounter its dangers. Cautiousness breeds safety. As his thoughts drifted, Yun Xian found himself venturing further from his modest wooden cabin, with the surrounding environment gradually transforming. The presence of barren stones increased, while the density of wild fruit shrubs visibly diminished. Grasses and moss now dominated the area. Dried moss and lichen covered many exposed rocks, forming layers of dark green sludge in several places, waiting to nourish the next burst of life. At the same time, he discovered the habitat of the nut-bearing vines, which appeared as a new species with robust brownish vines, larger and sturdier than the previous wild fruit shrubs, clinging tightly to the uneven surfaces of nearby rocks. This infusion of life brought vibrant colors to the rocky expanse, alleviating its desolate appearance. Yun Xian marveled at the sight, his face reflecting curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. For he had never encountered such wonders before. The ability to thrive amidst the barren stones was indicative of a resilient life force. Observing the surrounding ecology, it was evident that it revolved around the nut-bearing vines. In certain areas, the vines had completely taken over, their massive, serpentine tendrils evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Chapter 7. The Crimson Resource Mine. Without much protection, Yun Xian naturally refrained from recklessly stepping on mines throughout the wilderness. He adhered to a principle of safety first, carefully selecting his path over the exposed, smooth surfaces of rock, while contemplating the potential timber he could obtain by cutting down a nearby cluster of nut vines. He redirected his attention elsewhere. He attempted to peel back a layer of lichen on a rock, revealing several peculiar creatures the size of ants. Witnessing an ecosystem reminiscent of that on Blue Star filled Yun Xian with awe. In this wasteland, the elements of reality and the game seemed to merge harmoniously, provoking him to ponder whether the celestial path system would one day eliminate the dimensional wristband, a tool essential for survival. He chuckled at himself for overthinking the matter and then resumed observing his surroundings. Aside from flora and small creatures, numerous burrows of various sizes were evident, mostly nestled among nearby rocky thickets. This observation significantly diminished Yun Xian's desire to dig, leading him to regard this area with cautious respect. After all, not every burrow is a dwelling for wasteland rats. Nevertheless, this location had already been marked on Yun Xian's map, should he find himself in dire straits. He could always borrow resources from these amiable neighbors. Without wasting too much time, Yun Xian traversed the rocky wilderness, covering approximately 4 kilometers in nearly an hour. He marveled at the absence of the dimensional wristband and Appo's guidance. Crossing this rocky expanse alone would have taken him much longer. On the wristband and Appo's map, a winding path of his footsteps was etched, while the surroundings remained shrouded in a grim haze, inscrutable to his exploration. The wristband meticulously recorded all resources within a 15-meter radius of his path, creating a 30-meter-wide avenue he could retrace upon his return. Naturally, Yun Xian took the liberty of editing the exploration map. Map name: Rocky Wilderness. Area: approximately 4 kilometers. Resources: timber, stone, nut trees, undiscovered. Distance: 1.2 kilometers to wooden shelter. Danger: undiscovered. Upon crossing the rocky terrain, Yun Xian noted a dramatic transformation in the landscape before him. It morphed into a barren, crimson expanse devoid of vegetation, with the rocks predominantly displaying a reddish-brown hue, interspersed with irregular slopes rising several human heights. This vast wasteland seemed endless, evoking an illusion of being on Mars. Glancing at his alarm clock, he realized only an hour remained. Time was of the essence. If nothing lay ahead, he would promptly return once the hour was up. The boundless surroundings exerted considerable pressure on him, causing him to question whether it was wise to spend hours mapping this area. With a deep sigh, he resigned himself to the task, encouraging himself before continuing forward. He estimated that if he could not fully explore this region, he would have to retreat to the wooden shelter. With a thud, Yun Xian and Appo's bare feet touched the crimson ground, the compact earth beneath him instilling a sense of grounded safety. With few rocks in his path, he could stride forward confidently, his gaze constantly scanning his surroundings. Unfortunately, everything appeared monotonous. The ground was so pristine it seemed as if it had been licked clean, aside from the reddish-brown. No other colors dared to appear. Yun Xian suddenly felt grateful for the relatively good living conditions near his wooden shelter. However, the peculiar nature of this place piqued his curiosity. Logically, the coloration should indicate the presence of iron ore. Intentionally, he used the dimensional wristband to examine several large boulders, confirming they contained iron ore. Gathering would likely yield iron resources. Due to time constraints, he refrained from testing the extraction probability with a pickaxe, merely noting on the map that iron ore was present in this area. With a newfound smile, Yun Xian reveled in the discovery of a new resource. Surely, there must be a significant deposit of iron ore here. He quickened his pace, thinking, "It's all mine." He jogged approximately 2 kilometers across the Crimson Plain until he reached a slope several meters high and a few miles long. Instinctively, he felt that climbing this slope would reveal the landscape he sought. Fortunately, the incline was manageable. With some effort, he ascended, and upon reaching the top, he was greeted once more by the expansive Crimson Plain. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed an anomaly in the distance. Is that a row of buildings? He murmured, spotting the faint outlines of structures a kilometer away. His heart raced with excitement as realization dawned upon him. Fortune favored the determined. He had finally located the metal scraps necessary for upgrading his wooden shelter. Upon seeing the remnants of buildings in this wasteland, Yuanxian speculated about the materials available. What a trek, he thought, marveling at the distance he had covered to arrive at this location. With the terrain flat, he had no need to worry about obstacles and could run freely. The kilometer felt like a mere sprint, and he completed it in just 2.5 minutes. A perfect score for this 1,000-meter dash. He jested with himself and promptly took out some wild fruit to replenish his energy. This pause allowed him to take in the scene. A scattering of abandoned 2-story buildings and 3 large mine entrances loomed before him. He quickly recognized that he had arrived at a massive excavation site. Centered around the mine pit were several clusters of buildings, with groups of 10 houses forming gathering points, connected by winding roads descending into the depths of the pit. Yuanxian observed that the distance between these gathering points was roughly 100 meters, neither too far nor too close. In addition to the residential areas, 3 substantial mine entrances yawned at the bottom of the pit, their depths revealing shadowy passages that seemed to beckon, akin to a monstrous beast lying in wait. After a brief glance into the dark depths of the mine, Yuanxian's instincts kicked in, and he felt an unsettling sensation as if something were watching him from within. If there were no danger lurking below, he would willingly sever his own head to use as a ball. He estimated that the entire area of buildings in the mine stretched over a kilometer, with the actual radius likely extending even further. Shortly thereafter, Yuanxian updated the map once more. Map name: Crimson Mine. Area: explored 3 kilometers, estimated total area 6 kilometers or more. Resources: iron ore, monsters, pending edit. Distance: straight line distance to wooden shelter 5. 2 kilometers, mine distance to wooden shelter 8. 2 kilometers. Danger: undiscovered. Chapter 8. The first monster of the wasteland. At this moment, Yuanxian could almost hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. He realized he had indeed discovered the resource site spoken of by the Heavenly Tao system, a place capable of producing high-quality materials. Undoubtedly, this location surpassed the meager resources near his humble wooden cabin, which were virtually non-existent. It was evident that this area was an untouched treasure trove. With sufficient strength, he could claim it as he wished. Yuanxian even fantasized about monopolizing the entire resource site, envisioning a life of untold riches. However, he quickly reminded himself to exercise caution, aware of the potential for ambush from the cunning old Six. With renewed determination, he tightened his grip on the wooden spear, ready to embark on an exploration. Time was of the essence. He would probe the area today and launch a full-scale assault tomorrow. In the world of the wasteland, resource sites were often inhabited by monsters, and without the necessary strength, one could not hope to seize them. Moreover, hoarding such resources alone was nearly impossible. The nearest cluster of buildings was not far off, just ahead of him, while another gathering point lay further down. Thus, he only needed to contend with this immediate cluster, as any monsters below would take time to ascend. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this nearby gathering point consisted of 10 small 2-story structures, clearly remnants of human habitation. As he approached, Yuanxian discerned the type of monster typically found in such resource areas, a creature resembling a zombie. With keen eyes, he stepped onto the street and immediately spotted a humanoid monster clad in gray overalls, motionless and nestled within an overturned dumpster. The creature's skin had sagged around its skeletal frame, revealing hollow eye sockets and a body covered in wrinkled, grayish skin. Its elongated gray fingers were grotesquely slender. To Yuanxian's surprise, he felt little fear from a distance of several meters. Instead, a sense of anticipation washed over him. He attributed his newfound boldness to the Heavenly Tao system, for his naturally timid disposition would hardly allow for such reckless bravery in any other circumstance. Cautiously advancing a few meters, he reduced the distance to 15 meters and activated his dimensional wristband, successfully gathering information about the creature, which materialized into a holographic interface. Monster, parasite, common, weakened state, level, for constitution, 16, strength, 12, agility, 12. Reviewing the creature and Apos' attributes bolstered Yuanxian and Apos' confidence. The disparity was negligible, and he held the advantage. Additionally, the monster was in a weakened state, further reassuring him. A swift, decisive strike was essential. Stealth was paramount for victory. Archery would not suffice. Against such a large creature, A wooden spear was more appropriate. A single thrust would create a gaping wound, delivering significant damage. Of course, he remained prepared to flee at the slightest misstep. He understood the value of his own life far exceeded that of the creature. He could not afford to be injured, for even the most bountiful resources were not worth losing his life over. He would not become a mere specter, earning wealth only to be unable to enjoy it. With both hands firmly gripping the wooden spear, he focused on the parasite ahead, channeling power through his legs and waist. He charged forward, spear poised, towards the creature leaning against the wall. 1 step, 2 steps. Damn it, Yun Xian muttered under his breath, rallying himself. With tremendous momentum, he thrust the spear through the creature's chest, initially intending to pierce its head. He reconsidered upon realizing the creature's vacant eyes and the improbability of any vital organs within its skull. Its limbs did not appear to be critical either, leading him to redirect his thrust towards its ribcage, a dense and obscure target. As he made contact, he felt a thin layer of bone resist his thrust, akin to a massive eggshell. Yet, this thin barrier did not hinder his attack. The spear, propelled by its formidable inertia, penetrated effortlessly. The parasite convulsed violently as the spear pierced its chest, a viscous, grayish liquid oozing from the wound as its limbs flailed chaotically. Clearly, the creature was in distress from the sudden and fatal assault. Without a moment to spare, Yun Xian attempted to withdraw the spear, but it was lodged too deeply, trapped by the creature's tight grip. Seizing the moment, he twisted the spear, vigorously churning the internal tissues, striving to inflict even greater harm. With a sickening crunch and a gurgling sound, copious amounts of the viscous liquid spilled forth as the wound widened. The creature's movements grew increasingly erratic before it finally succumbed, collapsing lifelessly. Having slain the level 4 parasite, a notification of 40 experience materialized in front of Yun Xian. Impressive, he thought. Feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing the creature's downfall, perhaps monsters were not as formidable as he had feared. Although he recognized that receiving a few spear thrusts would likely yield a different outcome, he nonetheless reveled in his victory. Yet, the creature bore no spoils. Due to the 3-day novice period, monsters affected by the game mechanics would drop crafted equipment upon defeat. This notion invigorated Yun Xian's eagerness to hunt. The appearance of terrifying monsters was bearable as long as they dropped valuable items. As he gazed at the pool of gray liquid surrounding the parasite, a fleeting thought crossed his mind about selling its remains for consumption, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, one must have limits. However, should someone wish to study it, he would not object to facilitating the transaction for a modest shipping fee. The idea of disassembling the creature's body flickered through his mind. Under the influence of his dimensional wristband, the parasite's corpse disintegrated into 3 components: white, growth powder 1, white, bone fragment 1, white, crystal core 1. The notifications flashed across the holographic interface, and Yun Xian's backpack now contained these 3 materials. Intrigued, he examined their details and descriptions. Growth powder, 5 survival value. Description: improves soil structure and environment, accelerates plant growth. Bone fragment, 5 survival value. Description: can be used as fertilizer to enhance plant growth, with various applications. Crystal core, 10 survival value, 100 energy value. Description: a material for energy, can be applied to plants to fulfill their energy needs. Promoting growth, highly versatile. Seeing that all 3 materials could benefit plant growth, Yun Xian felt a sense of hope and decided to keep them safe for future use. With the experience of his first monster kill behind him, he wasted no time in searching for other creatures in the streets and corners of this gathering point. Chapter 9. The Slaying of the Green-Faced Beast. A monstrous creature clad in an orange work uniform lay brazenly sprawled on the street, obstructing traffic in broad daylight. An affront to civility. How infuriating. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xian hurriedly dashed forward, adhering to the principles of swift, precise, and ruthless actions, aiming his wooden spear at the creature's chest to deliver a righteous punishment. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated deeply, dragging the creature several centimeters forward, leaving a trail of greenish viscous fluid in its wake. The sight was enough to evoke discomfort in Yun Xian. Effortlessly, he withdrew the spear from the gaping wound, gathering strength once more to aim at the creature. The monster reacted swiftly to the assault, its body convulsing, and Yun Xian, alarmed, saw it attempt to rise. He quickly targeted its chest again, thrusting the spear with renewed vigor. A fist-sized wound appeared, revealing the creature's ashen blue inner tissues. In that moment, Yun Xian truly felt the solidity of its skeletal structure, but he had no time to ponder. The creature's desire to rise and retaliate was fierce. It propped itself up with one claw while wildly flailing the other, emitting a cacophony of guttural sounds. After several exchanges, Yun Xian began to sense something amiss. This beast was proving quite the challenge to slay. Monster, green-faced beast, elite level 5 constitution, 25, strength, 16, agility, 14 curses. So it is an elite. Yun Xian cursed internally, feeling a mix of urgency and elation. The urgency stemmed from the creature's resilience, while the joy arose from the prospect of valuable loot upon its defeat. According to the principles of the celestial system, new players could receive crafted equipment within 3 days of slaying monsters. This was a boon of the gamified novice period, after which such rewards would dwindle. Suppressing his excitement, Yun Xian instinctively increased the frequency of his attacks. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he must eliminate the creature before it could retaliate. Failure would only invite ridicule. With rapid and forceful strikes, he thoroughly subdued the already weakened green-faced monster. As its capacity for effective resistance waned, Yun Xian's initial panic transformed into calm confidence. He began to experiment with thrusting the spear deeper into the creature's body. The visible convulsions of the monster confirmed that deeper, more forceful strikes were indeed necessary. Superficial jabs would yield only minor injuries. The creature's agility was inferior to his own, granting him the assurance that, even if it could not be defeated, escape remained a viable option. Moreover, he had initiated the assault, having already delivered a significant blow. Despite its superior overall attributes, the severe injuries it had sustained would inevitably take their toll. Adjusting his strategy, Yun Xian alternated his thrusts between the creature's head and chest, establishing a rhythm. The monster attempted to block his strikes, but, unable to muster sufficient force, its efforts proved ineffective. Instead, it was left to flail helplessly, its claws grasping wildly in desperation. Once more, Yun Xian withdrew the spear, drawing forth more of the creature's flesh, and seized the opportunity to strike its head. Targeting the head would induce a momentary paralysis, allowing him to maintain control over the elite beast. After several blows to the creature's head, he noticed that its face was entirely covered in a wrinkled green skin, devoid of the hollow eyes characteristic of other monsters. This was undoubtedly a critical vulnerability. Without hesitation, he aimed for its mouth, thrusting the spear with precision. The spear penetrated effortlessly, and Yun Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he twisted it, causing the creature to shudder violently. Fearing that it might clench the spear tightly, he reluctantly withdrew it. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the creature's neck, and suddenly, a realization struck him. This area was rife with vital points. Seizing the opportunity, he redirected the spear towards its neck, where a distinct cracking sound echoed as it made contact. A surge of excitement coursed through Yun Xian. It seemed effective. Observing the green-faced zombie's claws tremble in agitation, he relentlessly hammered the spear against its neck. Taking advantage of its weakened state, he aimed to extinguish its life. After numerous thrusts and strikes, the creature bore countless wounds upon its chest, from which copious amounts of greenish fluid poured forth, sapping its vitality at an alarming rate. Yet, its resilience remained unexpectedly formidable. This was his first encounter with the advantages conferred by high constitution, as the creature's severely injured tissues still exhibited a surprising degree of vitality and energy, enabling its claws to leave discernible marks upon the hardened earth. Yun Xian, acutely aware of the creature's potential for lethal strikes, understood that he, a mere mortal, could not withstand such attacks. Fortunately, victory was within reach. The creature's movements gradually slowed as its life force waned. With a decisive thrust, Yun Xian pierced the creature's neck, rendering it utterly mangled. The grievously injured head dangled precariously, painting a gruesome tableau, yet Yun Xian's face radiated joy. Victory was assured. Ultimately, the creature's limbs twitched feebly before it succumbed to death. The battle, marked by a significant disparity in strength, concluded swiftly due to the element of surprise. The blue holographic interface of the dimensional wristband displayed the results and rewards of the encounter. Ding! You have slain the level 5, Green Elite, Zombie, Green-Faced Beast. Survival Experience 200. Ding! Green Insurance Card 1. Ding! Universal Key 1. Ding! Quality, Iron Pickaxe 1. Ding! Quality Work Jacket 1. Ding! Quality Safety Helmet 1. Ding! Quality Work Boots 1. Ah, the thrill. Upon witnessing the cascade of system notifications on the holographic interface, Yun Xian was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He could hardly believe his fortune, He had struck gold. Grateful to Lady Luck, he quickly remembered that other monsters lurked nearby and stifled his exuberant shouts. Although a smile crept across his face, frantically, he donned the 3 distinctly matched pieces of orange work attire. After all, had he not traversed barefoot to this point? Naturally, he took a moment to inspect the attributes of this exceptional quality gear. Safety helmet, exceptional quality, survival value, 50 base, 25 damage reduction, protects only the head. Constitution 3 durability, 400 description. In a world as vast as this, the helmet reigns supreme. Work jacket, superior quality, survival value, 50 base, 25 damage reduction, only protects the torso. Constitution 3 durability, 400 introduction. It's time to get dressed. Work boots, superior quality, survival value, 50 base, 25 damage reduction, only protects the feet. Agility 3 durability, 400 introduction. As long as you run fast, disaster will not catch up. Although Yun Xian does not yet comprehend the significance of the attributes of these items, he acknowledges their superior quality with a sense of pride. Without hesitation, he donned the entire set of gear. In an instant, Yun Xian's attributes transformed to Constitution 22, Strength 15, Agility 18. The increase in survivability afforded by the Constitution attribute surged, greatly enhancing Yun Xian's sense of security. However, his wariness towards monsters simultaneously escalated. As a fledgling unafraid of the tiger, he had managed to ambush and defeat an elite monster, a stroke of improbable fortune. Although there was a certain exhilaration akin to striking a master with a flurry of wild punches, the inherent danger of such actions left him with lingering trepidation. Monsters, after all, do not fear death. Given equivalent attributes, how many would willingly engage in a life-or-death struggle with them? Certainly, he would not. At his age, why engage in a contest of strength with monsters? He believed in seizing the opportunity to ambush, to overpower the weak with the strong, prioritizing victory above all else. In a fleeting moment, Yun Xian recalibrated his mindset and established his first life principle for survival in the wasteland: disregard martial ethics. Chapter 10. The green insurance card within the gathering point. Several parasitic creatures stirred at the sound. Though Yun Xian felt no fear, he prudently stowed the remnants of the green-faced creature into his backpack for safety. He then swiftly executed a tactical retreat, distancing himself from the encroaching parasites. The streets here were not particularly long, and Yun Xian's swiftly moving orange figure soon exited the thoroughfare, easily creating a safe distance from the 7 or 8 gray-clad parasites pursuing him. The significant speed afforded by his agility considerably diminished the potential threat posed by these creatures. If he could not defeat them, he could certainly escape. His confidence surged. One by one, the ordinary parasites emerged along the street, shrieking hoarsely as they ran. Observing this, Yun Xian scoffed and promptly equipped a new wooden spear, charging forward to confront the zombies. With a swift thrust, he pierced the leading parasite, quickly withdrawing his spear to evade capture. He maintained a steady distance, skillfully kiting the remaining parasites. The injured parasites' speed noticeably decreased, and Yun Xian felt a wave of relief. This would make them easier to defeat. Leveraging his agility, he dispatched the 8 ordinary parasites within this gathering point without sustaining any harm over the course of 10 minutes. His personal survival level quietly rose to 6, further enhancing his sense of security. Gazing at the empty drops of the 8 ordinary parasites, Yun Xian understood the nature of their insignificance as mere common monsters. He busily proceeded to dismantle them, yielding the usual trio of ordinary items: growth powder, bone fragments, and crystal cores. The chime of time signaled that 1600 hours had arrived, urging Yun Xian to prepare for his return to the wooden shelter. Without a second thought, he promptly set a new time for 1630. Having come this far, it would be foolish to leave empty-handed. Faced with the 10 buildings before him, Yun Xian approached with a sense of urgency, eager to search for supplies inside. He held high hopes for the resources within, though he worried whether his backpack could accommodate them. Nevertheless, he had a contingency plan. He could always sell excess items at a high price in the trading market, thus freeing up space. Upon entering one of the buildings, he discovered that it had suffered varying degrees of damage. Each structure typically housed 8 rooms containing searchable supplies. This was largely due to the building's design and structure. Accessing the rooms required breaking down the dilapidated doors, which had a mere 10 durability left. While this durability offered some resistance, it was minimal. With Yun Xian's current strength, A single kick could reduce the door's durability by 2 to 3 points, meaning he could break through with just 4 or 5 kicks. More often than not, he opted for his stone pickaxe, which would chip away at the door's durability by 1 point with each strike, allowing him to break through in just 5 or 6 seconds. Most rooms contained a single unit of materials, though a fortunate few might yield two. The supplies were typically scattered in conspicuous locations, marked by the celestial system's quality glow, guiding survivors to valuable items. For Yunxian, searching for supplies felt like a windfall. After laboriously gathering resources, the simplicity of bending down to collect items brought him great joy. Furthermore, kicking down doors offered a delightful thrill. So far, he had uncovered 4 types of material blocks: metal, plastic, glass, and fiber, exactly what he needed to upgrade his wooden shelter. Internally, he reveled at the prospect of completing the upgrade tomorrow, though he knew today was too late for such an endeavor. It appeared that acquiring materials like these metal blocks was not without difficulty, as each room yielded only a meager unit. However, if he worked diligently to explore several more gathering points tomorrow, he could soon gather enough resources for the upgrade. At this moment, Yun Xian remained blissfully unaware of the unique advantages offered by this vast resource-rich area. Yet, his enthusiasm for upgrading his shelter was palpable. After all, he had fortuitously amassed sufficient wood and stone today. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the right opportunity. During the initial survival period, most organizations struggled to muster a sufficient collective force. Many were little more than hollow shells. Establishing order, too, required time. He believed he had a significant chance of being the first to upgrade to a bronze-level shelter. He understood the principle of gaining an early advantage and how it could lead to further benefits. If he could maintain his lead without being reckless, the odds were favorable that his advantage would continue to grow rapidly. You have opened a common supply box and obtained 5 units of fiber blocks and 5 units of plastic blocks. Yun Xian was pleasantly surprised to find that supply boxes also appeared within the rooms, containing more resources than those scattered on the floor. Opening a single supply box could yield rewards equivalent to searching an entire building. This made him approach each supply box with anticipation. Unfortunately, these boxes could not be placed in personal backpacks and were nearly impossible to move due to their weight. With a resounding crash, Yun Xian kicked open a dilapidated iron door and immediately spotted a gleaming green-hued supply box within, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Locked supply box. Quality, excellent. Durability, 1000. Description, generally contains better resources than ordinary supply boxes. Can be opened with a universal key or by force. What a stroke of luck. Yun Xian couldn't help but feel elated. Small joys often arrived just when they were needed most. Curious. He extracted his stone pickaxe and struck the box. After his first attack yielded no damage, he struck again, reducing its durability by just 1 point. He quickly tested his iron pickaxe, discovering that it could chip away at the box's durability by 1 point with each strike. To confirm his suspicion, he increased his attacks for comparison and concluded that the iron pickaxe was indeed twice as efficient as the stone one. With a sense of determination, Yun Xian turned his attention back to the locked supply box. How long would it take to chip away at its 1000 durability? No reasonable person would spend time hacking away at a box. He felt a surge of pride as he brandished the universal key. Universal key. Quality, excellent. Survival value, 40 durability. 10 description. Consuming 1 durability allows for the quick opening of a locked supply box or door. 10 uses should suffice for a while, Yun Xian thought, pleased with the key's durability, as it would save him considerable time. Time is indeed money. Filled with excitement, he followed the system's instructions to use the universal key. The 10-second countdown swiftly passed, culminating in a satisfying click. The supply box disintegrated into several bundles of white and green resources. Ding! You have opened the locked supply box and obtained 5 units of white plastic blocks, 5 units of white fiber blocks, and 1 green excellent radio. A green excellent item? That radio must be valuable. Though Yun Xian was uncertain of its practical use for survival, he quickly stowed all the items in his backpack, motivated by the quality of the find. Subsequently, he dared not linger any longer and hurried to the next chamber. Bang! Bang! Crash! White glass fragments 1. Ding! You have unlocked a secured supply crate and acquired 5 units of white metal fragments, 5 units of white fiber fragments, and 1 green quality regenerative capsule. Ding! You have unlocked another secured supply crate obtaining 5 units of white plastic fragments, 5 units of white glass fragments, and 1 green insurance card. Oh, yet another green insurance card? Yun Xin was immensely intrigued and took a careful glance at its function, discovering that it served as a unique universal key. Green insurance card, quality, excellent, durability. 1. Description: consuming 1 point of durability allows you to unlock a green insurance door or green safe, among other uses. However, this insurance card, while comparable in quality to a universal key, possesses only 1 point of durability, which piqued Yun Xian's curiosity regarding the insurance door and safe. Chapter 11. Yun Xian proceeded to the next room, where the gathering of resources was nearing its conclusion. Just as he anticipated the end, he forcefully kicked open a door, revealing a half-meter-tall green metal safe before him. The green safe, of exquisite quality, had a durability of 10,000. Its description stated that it could be opened with a green insurance card or through brute force. A surge of exhilaration flooded Yun Xian and Appo's mind. For the mere presence of this safe was a stroke of fortune. The theoretical value of this safe was equivalent to 10 locked resource boxes. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he eagerly took out the green insurance card and inserted it into the safe's card slot as instructed. A subtle pull emanated from within, swiftly drawing the card inside. With a beep and a flash of green light, the entire safe transformed into a heap of white mixed with a hint of green. The notification chimed. You have opened the green safe and obtained 50 units of white metal blocks, along with a recipe for an iron pickaxe and axe, exquisite quality. This is incredible, Yun Xian exclaimed in delight as he hurriedly stowed the items into his backpack, realizing that he had acquired a valuable recipe. The recipe for the iron pickaxe and axe required 1 unit of metal blocks and 1 unit of wood, taking 2 minutes to craft. After studying the recipe, which exuded an elegant translucent green hue, he marveled at its beauty. It was a blend of metal and plastic, both supple and metallic, adorned with a clear dark green imprint of the tools. How beautiful, Yun Xian exclaimed, kissing the recipe, recognizing it as a true treasure, a veritable goose that laid golden eggs. With a smile, he chose to learn the recipe. Instantly, the recipe vanished, and he was now able to craft iron pickaxes and axes. The alarm chime snapped Yun Xian back to reality. He had struck it rich and needed to be prudent. Greed could not cloud his judgment, especially in a monster-infested area. Although there was still an hour and a half until nightfall, the creatures merely entered a dormant state during the day, rather than perishing. Nonetheless, Yun Xian resolved to explore the remaining rooms before departing, but unfortunately, he found little of interest. He remained unperturbed, as his haul had already exceeded expectations. The future held great promise. Before leaving, he expertly marked this gathering point and named it Qingyan Camp. With a heart full of anticipation, Yun Xian swiftly left a long trail across the Crimson Plains, traversing the rocky terrain. As he approached a small wooden cabin, the sight grew increasingly clearer, and Yun Xian couldn't contain his excitement, shouting joyfully. Not far away, a wild rat, leisurely gnawing on a fruit, perked up at the familiar sound, startled and alert as it cast a cautious glance towards the entrance. Ah, my beloved little cabin. 4 hours apart feels like an eternity, Yun Xian exclaimed as he pushed open the wooden door, entering his cherished abode. Once inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement as he began to tally his spoils. Among the ordinary white quality items, he had acquired growth powder X9, bone fragments X9, crystal cores X9, 30 units of glass blocks, 30 units of fiber blocks, 30 units of plastic blocks, 100 units of metal blocks clearly. The latter 4 materials were versatile foundational resources, capable of substituting for other materials of the same type and quality. For instance, while creating iron tools required iron blocks, one could use metal blocks as a substitute. As for the exquisite green items, he had obtained a radio, a regenerative capsule, a green insurance card, an iron pickaxe and axe, the corpse of a green-faced monster. Upon noticing the monster's corpse in his backpack, Yun Xian recalled he had yet to decompose it. From the decomposition, he would obtain green growth powder X1, green leather X2, green bone claws X2, green crystal core X1. These 4 materials, though temporarily unnecessary and scarce, did not weigh heavily on his mind. He continued to examine the remaining exquisite items, understanding their significance was crucial for a survivor, allowing him to plan his future endeavors effectively. The radio, of exquisite quality, boasted a survival value of 40 and a power capacity of 100. It could receive broadcasts within the current area. Yun Xian felt this device would hold substantial practical value for survivors like himself. After all, information is priceless. Though he was unaware of the nature of the signals it could capture, he remained hopeful that a higher quality radio would enable communication with other regions. The regenerative capsule, also exquisite, possessed a survival value of 50. It was a miraculous medicine from the wasteland, capable of detoxifying, stopping bleeding, healing wounds, soothing pain, and accelerating tissue growth, essentially a lifesaver, colloquially known as one breath of life. Remarkable, Yun Xian marveled, recognizing the importance of such an item for his survival. He resolved to keep it on hand for emergencies. The iron pickaxe and axe, of exquisite quality, had a survival value of 30 and a durability of 1992,000. Crafted primarily from iron, they were robust and durable, suitable for both woodcutting and stone mining. Yun Xian quickly acknowledged the iron pickaxe and axe's greatest advantage, efficiency. In prior tests, 1 strike from the iron tools equated to 2 from the stone variants, effectively doubling his collection rate and showcasing a true advancement in productivity. Time equated to wealth, and efficiency reigned supreme. Compared to the stone tools, the iron variants offered twice the durability and collection efficiency. 1 iron tool was equivalent to 4 stone tools. While the advantage might not have been as pronounced for smaller timber, it was undeniably clear when it came to large-scale stone extraction. Yun Xian could only marvel at this leap in productivity, rendering the outdated stone tools obsolete. Thus, the path ahead was clear. He would craft the iron pickaxe and axe. So, a prosperous sale awaited. Chapter 12, Trading, Part 1. As Yun Xian had no intention of venturing out that evening, he promptly emptied the contents of his backpack into the wooden storage chest. It soon dawned on him that his storage space was dwindling, prompting him to hastily craft 6 wooden storage chests using 60 units of wood. He had a premonition that the space in his storage boxes might not suffice for the day's endeavors. Half an hour later, the 6 wooden chests were completed in succession, neatly arranged in a row against the wooden wall. Satisfied with his arrangement, Yun Xian clapped his hands and proceeded to initiate the crafting of iron pickaxes and axes. He began placing 100 units of metal blocks and 100 units of wood into his dimensional bracelet, producing iron pickaxes and axes in a continuous stream. At a rate of 1 every 3 minutes, he anticipated completing the entire batch in 5 hours, with the finished iron pickaxes and axes stored in his personal backpack, which currently accommodated 26 units. With the backpack still far from full, Yun Xian felt no anxiety and set a series of alarms to remind him every hour, totaling 5. Next, he checked his trading gains. Indeed, the notorious rodent that had once topped the rodent trading leaderboard had been purchased. A glance revealed the buyer, who went by the name John Deere, clearly not of Chinese descent, had made the purchase around 3 p.m. This polite survivor had even sent a private message. Dear Xian, please inform me promptly if you acquire a larger, fatter rodent king or any other substantial creatures. The courteous tone of the message left Yun Xian momentarily regretting his decision to dismantle the green-faced creature. Perhaps, had it remained intact, he could have offered it at a 10% discount. However, John Deere had successfully etched his name into Yun Xian's memory. After all, anyone willing to part with 700 units of wood likely possessed considerable resources. Meanwhile, the night descended promptly, enveloping the world in darkness so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand. Most survivors adhered to the warnings of the wasteland, retreating early to their wooden shelters to await the onset of darkness. Yet a minority, driven by various motivations, chose to remain outdoors, where they would inevitably encounter the creatures lurking in the night. The chat channels buzzed with activity, particularly the bustling forums. Although the wooden cabin was shrouded in pitch blackness, this did not hinder the survivors from engaging in conversations via their dimensional bracelets, akin to sneaking a late-night scroll through their phones under the covers. Leaning casually against the wooden wall of the shelter, Yun Xian browsed the various forums, passing the time. Seizing a moment of respite, he replenished his energy and eased his mind, for he had traversed tirelessly throughout the day and felt somewhat fatigued. Before long, he dozed off, only to be roused by the sound of his first alarm. After an hour's rest, Yun Xian's spirits were notably elevated, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. He glanced at the 20 iron pickaxes and axes in his backpack, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Now, he needed to consider the pricing strategy for selling these iron tools. Prior to this, he had checked the trading market and found no listings for iron pickaxes or axes, not even for superior items. It was possible that someone had obtained superior goods but chose not to sell them. as it was merely the first day of survival, and acclimatization to the environment was paramount. Had he not fortuitously amassed a considerable amount of resources, he might have approached the 3-day upgrade tasks outlined by the system with more caution. For instance, on the first day, he could focus on collecting 1,000 units of wood along with some stone, on the second day, gathering stone, and on the third day, seeking out the remaining 4 materials. Ultimately, he hoped to upgrade his small wooden shelter within 3 days and secure the reward chest from the system, rather than squander his time exploring uncharted territories on the very first day. Yun Xian contemplated that it would likely be on the second day of survival when some individuals would begin to venture into new areas. Even if others did explore on the first day, the numbers would be scant, if they existed at all. Exploration required significant time investment, and embarking on such endeavors on the second day would be more prudent in terms of timing, survival levels, and resource preparation. Additionally, some survivors harbored intentions of trading metal blocks for other resources, opting not to gather but rather to maximize their gains through exchanges in the market. The majority were focused on upgrading their wooden shelters within 3 days, seeking stability in their upgrades to ultimately claim the reward chest from the system. Yun Xian mused that while iron pickaxes and axes served to gather wood and stone, they could also be wielded as weapons, albeit with a shorter attack range. His first iron pickaxe had been acquired through the defeat of a green-faced creature, undeniably a weapon in its own right. He speculated that if he wielded this tool with all his might against the green-faced creature, it would likely take only a few strikes to cleave it into pieces. This realization struck Yun Xian like a bolt of lightning. He should not merely regard the iron pickaxe as a gathering tool. While it served that purpose, it was equally a weapon. He ought to price it as such, rather than market it to woodcutters and miners. The resources available to mere gatherers would likely not allow them to invest in an expensive tool. Moreover, the trading market lacked any superior level items for sale, let alone weapons or equipment. Survivors capable of purchasing iron pickaxes as weapons would not hesitate to part with additional resources for them. Reflecting on a particular adage, a smile crept across Yun Xian's face. This was indeed a seller's market. In determining the price for the iron pickaxe, he considered that it could gather 200 more wood compared to a stone pickaxe. Thus, if sold as a gathering tool, its price could not exceed 200 units of wood. Otherwise, the buyer would incur a loss. However, if marketed as a temporary weapon, a base price of around 200 wood or even higher was feasible. Having witnessed someone spend 700 units of wood on his hefty rodent earlier that afternoon, Yun Xian, now more seasoned, contemplated the daily harvest of what a person could achieve through diligent labor. After much contemplation, he resolved to set the price of the iron pickaxe at a lofty 600 units of wood, a price just under that of the rodent that had once graced the rodent king's throne. At this price, Yun Xian calculated that it equated to 300 stone. Having spent over 3 hours today gathering just over 200 stones, he couldn't help but question whether he was being slightly unscrupulous. After all, crafting an iron pickaxe took only 5 minutes and required merely 1 metal block and 1 unit of wood. The profit margin was enough to bring tears to a capitalist size. Alternatively, trading 20 units of metal blocks would allow him to produce more iron tools for sale. The rationale behind the low pricing of metal blocks was clear. After all, the iron pickaxe was merely a tool to deceive the uninformed. If someone genuinely possessed metal blocks, it meant they had likely explored resource-rich areas near the wooden shelter and, hence, were more experienced. As for the iron pickaxe, it was best not to attempt to fool those who were wiser. Therefore, while he could set higher prices for wood and stone, Yun Xian chose not to overprice the metal blocks, as the profit margin from 20 metal blocks was already substantial. Ultimately, Yun Xian listed 10 iron pickaxes and axes at a price of 300 stones and 20 metal blocks, notably annotating below, tool, incorrect weapon, correct. Without this clarification, Yun Xian feared being condemned as a heartless merchant by the uninformed. After all, selling an iron axe or pickaxe for 300 stones seemed utterly absurd. Those unaware of the crafting process for the iron tools might not realize that the stone variants required merely 1 unit of stone and 1 unit of wood. The appearance of the iron pickaxe and axe was quite similar to that of the stone versions. It was likely that the crafting process was not vastly different. Chapter 13. Trading, Part 2. The splendid evening could not be squandered. One must engage in some activity. With newfound confidence, Yun Xian directed his attention to various trading interfaces. He now had 2 objectives. The first was to acquire processed meat that he found palatable and acceptable. This would not only satisfy his hunger, but also serve to conserve storage space. Otherwise, the stones obtained from successful trades would fill all wooden storage boxes multiple times. For instance, at a unit price of 10 stones for mouse meat, purchasing 100 units of processed meat would exceed 1,000 stones, significantly alleviating storage pressure. Moreover, considering the current season in Blue Star, it was likely winter here as well. Failing to prepare food and resources for the winter would lead to dire consequences. Yun Xian had not forgotten that the food supply in his vicinity was rather meager. Judging by the information shared by others, everyone seemed to be in a similar predicament, primarily concerning the climatic conditions. No one had mentioned thriving environments. Instead, most described autumnal desolation. His second objective was to trade for valuable resources, at the very least to facilitate his explorations the following day. He left a message in his trading account, expressing interest in purchasing quality items, inviting potential sellers to reach out. However, Yun Xian held little optimism regarding this. Upon reviewing historical records in the trading market, he discovered no evidence of anyone selling items of fine quality. Given that survivors only had a scant 12 hours of daylight for exploration, time was of the essence. The dangers of monsters lurking in the night aside, the enveloping darkness itself would dissuade most from venturing out. Thus, Yun Xian remained skeptical about the availability of quality items among others. After all, he had managed to gather wood and stones ahead of schedule today, allowing him the luxury of attempting to explore the map. Had he not discovered a resource location, he would have wasted an entire afternoon. Had he not accumulated enough wood and stones today, he would likely have opted to continue gathering resources and postponed exploration until the next morning, a far more pragmatic and cautious approach. Fortunately, a stroke of serendipity had granted him this opportunity. In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the holographic screen, Yun Xian's face bore an expression of tranquility as his fingers danced swiftly across the interface. Some food items were added to his shopping cart, awaiting his command to finalize the transaction. This familiar shopping model brought a sense of comfort to Yun Xian, significantly alleviating his fears and anxieties about the night. For now, he decided to leave the iron pickaxe and axe hanging for a while. Ding. Your transaction is complete. Ding. Your transaction is complete. Without any unexpected occurrences, the first iron pickaxe and axe sold, and within minutes, the remaining 9 followed suit. Priced at 300 stones. He had procured an item comparable to the materials required for crafting a stone pickaxe. Well, one might argue the fairness of the pricing. Out of curiosity, Yun Xian glanced at the names of the buyers, only to find they were all foreign names. This realization brought a sense of peace to his conscience. The materials purchased by the buyers were solely stones. None opted for metal blocks. Observing the bustling wild game trading market on the holographic interface, which was even more vibrant than during the day, Yun Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that no one ventured out to explore the map on the first day? After all, securing food that could replenish hunger and thirst seemed rather crucial on the first day of survival. At this moment, most survivors' understanding of metal blocks remained limited to resources for upgrading shelters. During the first day, they needed to gather wood, collect stones, and procure food and water. Merely focusing on the first 2 tasks would consume 2 days' worth of time. Fortunately, these physical activities would also enhance their survival levels, providing some solace to the beleaguered survivors. Exploration required adequate preparation. How much wood was available? Had they accumulated enough stones? Did they have sufficient food to sustain a journey? What was their survival level? Should they return empty-handed, they would have squandered the precious time of the first day. After receiving 3,000 units of stones, Yun Xian placed them into his storage box. Alas, this consumed 3 wooden storage boxes. Yun Xian felt a deep sense of helplessness, troubled by the situation. After selling these 2 batches, he needed to swiftly exchange the stones for food resources. Yes, let us complete this batch first. While contemplating, his hands moved at a brisk pace. Another 10 iron pickaxes and axes were listed, still at a price of 300 stones or 20 metal blocks each. Ding. Ding. As soon as he listed them, they were gradually sold out within a minute. What a curious experience it was for Yun Xian, witnessing his goods sell so swiftly. However, it was unfortunate that no one opted to purchase with metal blocks. In a moment of experimentation, he listed the iron pickaxe he had reserved for himself at a price of 20 metal blocks, but regrettably, there was no response. Many viewers were intrigued by the price of 20 metal blocks for the iron pickaxe, pondering whether it was truly worth that much. From his exploration results earlier that afternoon, Yun Xian found that acquiring metal blocks at resource locations was not overly difficult, though they were scarce. He dismissed the idea that resource locations would invariably feature elite monsters. It seemed quite normal for resource locations to harbor elite creatures, did it not? Additionally, he suspected that the locations of these resources might be difficult to pinpoint, feeling that his current position was too far from the wooden cabin. Taking into account the hints provided by the system, he surmised that others' resource locations were likely not nearby either. A touch of luck was required. Otherwise, straying in the wrong direction would result in wasted time. In summary, finding resource locations seemed quite challenging. Seeing that his backpack had accumulated 5 more pickaxes, Yun Xian paused his listing efforts. He decided to exchange the stones for resources first. At this moment, he also noticed a significant increase in friend requests and followers on his trading account, which had swelled to tens of thousands. The trading account served as a personal storefront for each survivor, akin to a personal shop. When items were listed in a followed store, notifications would be dispatched. Akin to, new goods have been listed in a trading account you follow. Go take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. 20 multiplied by 300 equals 6,000. After reviewing Yun Xian's trading history, many were left astonished, calculating the total resources he had sold, while others had toiled tirelessly throughout the day, amassing around 600 stones in total value after deducting costs like labor and food consumed from physical exertion. Yun Xian's 2 transactions surpassed their combined efforts for 10 days. It seemed he had discovered a lucrative formula. Many began to realize that he must have found a resource location to explore. How audacious! Most were fascinated by Yun Xian's willingness to venture out on the first day, while everyone else was busy gathering wood and stones, both to collect resources for upgrades and to enhance their survival levels. Who would squander time and risk venturing into the unknown? Yet, the substantial profits he had garnered sparked envy among many. They felt that had they dared to explore, they too would be reaping rewards. The matter of Yun Xian selling iron pickaxes and axes has gradually gained traction. Initially, only a handful of individuals took notice of this event, as they were interested in making a purchase. Eventually, it is unclear who disseminated the information, but various eye-catching headlines began to appear across major chat channels and forums. A shocking revelation. Why are there numerous exquisite items in the trading market? The world's first, suspected first survivor with a recipe. The first night in the wasteland was long and desolate, with the thick darkness pressing down upon people, making it difficult to breathe. Even the boldest survivors hesitated to leave their wooden shelters to assess the situation. They huddled, filled with fear and solitude, within their small cabins. Any morsel of conversation in the chat channels drew the attention of the idly curious, seemingly providing a temporary respite from their dread. And indeed, it did serve as a distraction. Yun Xian, taking advantage of the downtime while crafting the iron pickaxes and axes, busied himself with purchasing various food items. Perusing the forums of several ostensibly official organizations, he prioritized ready-to-eat meats, which came in an assortment that challenged one's palate. Ultimately, he settled on snake meat and fish, both of which he recognized. The former appeared succulent, while the latter was delectable. Both were priced similarly to rat meat, at a rate of 10 units of stone for 1 unit of meat. In fact, fish meat had even faced disdain from some survivors on the forums for not appearing fatty enough. As for rat meat, those who had tasted it raved about its flavor, likening it to delicious duck meat in their enthusiastic forum posts. This left Yun Xian curious about how others managed to cook their meals. Surely, they weren't truly using primitive methods like friction fire. If they could hear his musings, they would surely respond, why bother cooking? Just eat it raw. After all, the characters and items were gamified. Consuming food raw posed little threat beyond its unpleasant taste. Otherwise, humanity's fragile form would not have survived in such a hostile environment. Yun Xian seized the opportunity to trade the 6,000 units of stone acquired for the iron pickaxes and axes, exchanging it entirely for snake and fish meat. With both types represented equally, he stored a total of 600 units of meat in his storage box. Thankfully, he had no worries about spoilage, as items placed within the storage space enjoyed preservation capabilities that were virtually foolproof. It was unlikely he would witness any deterioration during his lifetime. As the night draped itself like a shroud, Yun Xian found himself lacking appetite for the raw meat. The oppressive darkness made even his teeth invisible, so he settled for a few wild berries to satisfy his hunger. In the profound stillness of the night, the wait for the crafting process to conclude felt interminably slow. compelling him to cultivate patience. In a private chat channel, the conversation turned urgent. Let us keep it brief. Time is of the essence, and our tasks are pressing. The first day of survival is behind us. What should our organization prioritize moving forward? One individual proposed. We must allocate significant personnel to establish contact with infants and toddlers under 12. They are the true vulnerable demographic here. Another concurred. Indeed, their cognitive development is limited. Even with game information provided by the system, they can only instinctively navigate basic survival and communication. We must connect with them and, if necessary, assist these young survivors. Other matters can wait a few days without issue, but the situation regarding infants demands immediate attention. The 3-day beginner phase presents us with a vital opportunity that we cannot squander. I will express my thoughts directly. In our region, infants aged 12 and under comprise about 1/5 of the population, nearly 400 million, while our organizational personnel number only 120 million, and we have only just begun to establish connections. The pressure of this task is immense and urgent. First, considering the circumstances, I suggest that each organizational member maintain at least 5 friendships with infants. Our approach should center on guidance, supplemented by resource support. Let us educate the infants about the game. They must learn to gather wood and stone and trade resources for food. They share our attributes. And our responsibility lies primarily within the 3-day beginner phase to help them acclimate. Once they are familiarized, the burden will be lifted from us. Each infant should aim to establish friendships with multiple organizational members to ensure accountability and foster oversight. Furthermore, this outreach to infants requires considerable effort from our personnel. So it is imperative to garner widespread community support to reach as many infants as possible. Second, as a precaution, all organizational members must change their names to reflect their identities to prevent impersonation. All transactions should occur through official accounts to maintain a record and deter any potential misconduct. Third, organizational members are strictly prohibited from soliciting any material from the community under any pretext. Those found in violation will face severe penalties, and their ID numbers will be publicly disclosed on the official forum. Fourth, we will establish a section on the official forum dedicated to updating survival information, guiding more individuals in their quest for survival. Let us assign tasks. The gravity of this situation is evident. I implore each of you to remain vigilant tonight and commit fully to our cause. Consider this a battle for survival. Understood, understood. Chapter 14. The Resale of Scalpers. Meanwhile, Yun Xian disregarded the numerous friend requests and private messages that flooded in. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Even if there were sincere offers within, he could not discern them. Initially, this situation caused him considerable distress, prompting him to resort to a rather crude method of clearing them. However, he soon realized that the messages were relentless, with new requests arriving every moment. Eventually, feeling utterly helpless, he decided to establish his own advertising forum, where he succinctly stated, "If you wish to trade, please leave a comment. Those without genuine intent, kindly refrain." He needed to redirect their attention to this forum, ensuring they understood that sending him private messages or friend requests would yield no results. Unfortunately, the forum's visibility was minimal, and no one seemed to notice it. Yun Xian was well aware of the intricacies involved. Those monitoring his trading account could not access the forum's information. What he needed to do next was straightforward: to attract traffic. He promptly updated the notes in his personal trading account, reiterating, "If you wish to trade, please visit my personal forum account. Non-serious inquiries, please refrain." He emphasized non-serious inquiries thrice, signaling to others that time was precious and they should not disturb him without worthwhile offers. Once this was arranged, Yun Xian felt considerably relieved. He could now ignore private messages as if they were non-existent. He did not expect to secure any valuable trades that evening, so he opted to rest his eyes for a while. The anticipated alarm rang, and Yun Xian immediately resumed listing his iron pickaxes. Within moments, familiar system notifications flooded in. This group of relentless individuals was at it again. Yun Xian chuckled, for he had been vigilant, and years of honing his speed had not been in vain. He eagerly anticipated discovering who among them possessed such swift fingers, cursing their speed in jest. The sudden release of iron pickaxes sent a wave of excitement among those who had been waiting. By the time others realized what was happening, the items had already been snatched up. Many began to discern Yun Xian's pattern of releasing goods and set alarms accordingly. Those who missed out lamented the meager supply available. Initially, they had envied Yun Xian's substantial profits. Now they wished for him to release more to benefit from his success. while Yun Xian rested. Several iron pickaxes were swiftly sold for 400 units of stone, inciting curses from those who had been unable to secure a purchase. Concurrently, many began to contemplate the prices reflected in the transaction records, idly observing who among them was the quickest. The alarm rang again, and Yun Xian adeptly resumed his listings. He felt a growing sense of competition. The speed of buyers seemed to have increased. As he kept the trading interface open, he noticed several iron pickaxes flashing by at astonishing prices of 600 stones, 700 stones, and so forth. Good heavens, what talent! Yun Xian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. It was evident he had encountered scalpers. These individuals were indeed formidable. While he could understand the rationale behind the 600 and 700 stone prices, after all, they were merely capitalizing on their speed. The prices starting with a 1 were pushing him to his limits. Upon checking the market rate, he discovered it was a staggering 1,000 stones. This was downright exploitative. As expected, word of this incident spread rapidly. Yun Xian noted the surge of attention from those engaged in trading, who became animated at the prospect of such an opportunity so late at night. The buyer involved frantically accused, "Tian Wenjing, you little level 7." The seller retaliated with equal vigor, "I have plenty of goods. What is it to you?" A crowd of bored onlookers reveled in the chaos, fanning the flames of discord. "Oh, come now. It's just 1,000 stones." Ultimately, after a fruitless exchange of insults, the spectators, hungry for entertainment, took to the forum to voice their opinions. This uproar inadvertently boosted Yun Xian's notoriety. "Look at this big shot, always selling at a fair price." Unlike those who profit from ridiculous markups, a chorus of support for Yun Xian emerged, praising him as a conscientious seller who remembered his original pricing and was beneficent to the community. Yun Xian chuckled upon reading these accolades. Amused at the prospect of being labeled a benevolent seller, he recognized that, compared to others, he was indeed more considerate. However, he was also aware that the detractors likely regarded him as a merchant of dubious ethics, albeit one who appeared more favorable compared to the more unscrupulous scalpers. Indeed, maintaining a semblance of integrity allowed for greater profits, while lack of conscience often led to greater gains for others. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, understanding that the adage about the nail that sticks out getting hammered down held true. He preferred to quietly amass wealth while allowing others to bear the brunt of criticism. He attempted to purchase iron blocks or metal scraps at high prices, but alas, his inquiries vanished without a trace. The iron pickaxes he had reserved remained unsold at the price of 20 metal blocks, perhaps because no one possessed such materials. Yun Xian continued with his previous strategy, stockpiling food. He had contemplated that, as everyone's strength and productivity increased, the value of resources like stone and wood would inevitably decrease. Even a single iron pickaxe could have the value of these basic resources. Theoretically, while these foundational resources could not be deemed endless, they were certainly more abundant than food, two categories that simply did not compare. As Yun Xian surveyed his surroundings, he often pondered how long he could survive on the food available nearby if he had not developed his skills. He extrapolated from his environment, hypothesizing that while food prices might not skyrocket, they would undoubtedly retain their value. In a world of chaos, food was akin to gold. In the wasteland, food was indeed the most precious commodity. People are made of iron, and food is steel. One meal missed leaves a gnawing hunger. In this desolate world, food, water, and weapons were the three essentials. However, he knew he must remain vigilant and adaptable, for he was but an ordinary person, capable of only doing his utmost. Ultimately, relying on oneself was preferable to depending on others. He must strive to live well and thrive. Chapter 15. From night to dawn, Yun Xian's transactions continued with unwavering regularity, occurring every hour, which piqued the curiosity and envy of many players observing from the sidelines. As anticipated, the metallic blocks he sought were likely the materials for iron pickaxes and axes. The sheer volume of iron tools he was selling indicated that he possessed a substantial quantity of these blocks. A thorough examination of the trading market's historical records revealed no information regarding any metallic blocks, leaving a blank slate. This situation implied that Yun Xian had sourced the metallic blocks himself, suggesting they were not particularly difficult to acquire. Speculations arose regarding whether other players might have engaged in private trades with him, yet this notion was met with skepticism. Without Yun Xian's prompt, they could surmise that his private messages and friend requests were likely overflowing. Consequently, many flocked to Yun Xian's forum, subtly probing whether he could impart some of his expertise. Others expressed a keen interest in purchasing iron pickaxes through private messages, willingly offering to pay a premium, although they had no intention of trading metallic blocks, preferring stones instead. Many had initially hoped to exchange stones for metallic blocks, but upon witnessing the steep prices for the latter, they reconsidered their strategy. It was likely that other material blocks would not be priced any lower. Some had resolved to gather material blocks the following day, anticipating lucrative sales. The discussions on the forum yielded little fruit, as Yun Xian remained as unresponsive as a wooden figure, mechanically executing his transactions at the appointed times before retreating into contemplative silence. He was preparing for a vigorous effort the next day, and without adequate rest, his mental acuity would suffer. The only individuals engaging in similar regimented behavior were those who, like Yun Xian, recognized the superiority of wielding iron tools over wooden spears in combat. The sky remained unchanged, a steadfast mountain in the night. Many chuckled lightly, indulging in self-deprecation, never imagining that acquiring an iron pickaxe, such a rudimentary tool, would require such strategic timing. The most disheartening aspect was the inability to secure the iron pickaxe priced at 20 metallic blocks, which had languished unsold for quite some time. Determined to explore the new map the next day, many players were fixated on obtaining iron pickaxes, as Yun Xian's words resonated deeply with them. This tool was, after all, akin to a weapon in the early stages of survival. No one would dare to toy with their safety. The two players who had been bickering eventually ceased their quarrel for this very reason. With a shrewd merchant like Yun Xian in play, the seasoned survivors were eagerly anticipating a bountiful harvest the following day. Today, as successful individuals were those who hunted wild animals and sold food. After all, food prices remained exorbitantly high. This reality explained why many moderately affluent survivors were reluctant to venture into uncharted territories, preferring instead to exchange stones and wood for metallic blocks, as their homes were already generating resources without wasting time. One individual recounted his journey through the desert terrain, transitioning from a paralyzing fear of snakes to a gleeful excitement at the sight of them. The resale price of iron pickaxes remained consistently high, with instances of purchasing them for 300 stones only to sell them for 800. Even so, many grudgingly accepted these inflated prices. This led to a chorus of complaints on the forum, decrying the unscrupulous scalpers who profited excessively from others' hard work. As time slowly passed, the clock struck 11. And Yun Xian, slightly inebriated, jolted awake, realizing he was in the final stretch of his trading efforts. Within mere seconds, he managed to sell all his iron pickaxes, retaining only one for his own protection. Anticipating that others were watching his trading space, he altered his status to reflect, "I regret to inform you that all iron pickaxes are sold out." However, one remained unsold until the late hours of the night, leaving Yun Xian feeling disheartened, while many eager survivors were left yearning. Some wished to acquire the pickaxe for personal defense, while others aimed to resell it at a profit. The opportunity for a triad of gains evaporated. At that moment, Yun Xian swiftly organized his resources, tallying a total of 30,000 units of stone, yet not a single metallic block in sight. Initially, he had intended to utilize the stones for purchasing other items, but due to his need for rest, he opted instead to convert all into meat, ultimately acquiring 3,000 units, perfectly filling 3 wooden storage boxes. After this process, he set an alarm for 5:40 and promptly collapsed onto the wooden floor to sleep. That night, Yun Xian enjoyed a deep slumber, while discussions among survivors about the iron pickaxe prices surged in his absence. Observers noted his substantial earnings of 30,000 stones, a figure that ignited a burning desire to venture out and explore. In comparison, the price of the iron pickaxe, whether a few hundred stones or 1,000, paled in significance. The allure of a gamble, a chance to rise above, permeated the thoughts of some players, haunting them like a relentless specter. This world has never lacked for risk-takers, especially when even a single success story can amplify desires exponentially. People often harbor the illusion that if others can achieve something, so can they. However, the absurdity lies in the fact that gamblers may indeed strike lucky, reaping substantial rewards. The dense, cool night could not quell the restlessness of hearts. As midnight approached, some survivors were only just beginning to drift into slumber. The familiar alarm chimed in the darkness, rousing Yun Xian from his dreams. After a moment of confusion, he recollected that he was no longer in his original world. The time displayed on the screen read 5:41. A reminder of his impending tasks. The inky darkness mirrored his initial arrival, prompting all the early risers to suppress their urges to explore. Reports circulated of brave survivors who ventured outside, only to find themselves enveloped in impenetrable blackness, unable to discern their own wooden shelters. Terrified, they had to crawl back to safety. With a creaking sound, Yun Xian rose to stretch his limbs. Resting on the ground was hardly comfortable. Fortunately, his physique had improved significantly since his time on Blue Star, and a bit of movement alleviated his discomfort. He then attended to his hunger and thirst, rapidly quenching his thirst with wild fruits. Simultaneously, he organized his supplies: an iron pickaxe, a wooden spear, a regenerative capsule, a green insurance card, a versatile key with 7 uses left for sets of wild fruits, 10 crafted bandages, and a set of spare wood. The simplistic bow and arrow, due to their inadequate lethality, were discarded, as the wooden arrowheads were woefully ineffective against monsters. Having ensured his supplies were in order, Yun Xian awaited the arrival of dawn with quiet anticipation. At 5:59, the pitch-black sky seemed to be torn apart, the dense night rapidly dissipating into light. At 6 o'clock, the daybreak arrived in its entirety. Observing this, Yun Xian hastily departed from the wooden shelter, racing towards the crimson mining area. Simultaneously, many survivors, laden with supplies, emerged with expressions of excitement, choosing various directions for exploration, determined not to rest until they unearthed valuable resources. With a sigh, the brisk wind caressing his face, Yun Xian focused intently as he sprinted along the path he had taken yesterday, occasionally glancing around to assess his surroundings. The mining area, situated over 8 kilometers in a straight line from the wooden cabin, required nearly 20 minutes of his utmost speed to reach. Upon surmounting the dirt slope, he arrived at yesterday's location in the mine and swiftly replenished his stamina. Preparing for the impending battle, he endeavored to restore his energy and condition to their fullest. Having experienced the events of the previous day, he had tempered his earlier disdain for the creatures he would face. He briefly reviewed the battle from yesterday, realizing that it was essential to eliminate the smaller foes before confronting the larger ones. Otherwise, during the fierce struggle with the larger creature, he would find it quite unpleasant to be ambushed by the smaller ones. Weighing the iron pickaxe in his hands, he could not help but feel a surge of battle spirit. Indeed, this tool inspired far more confidence than a wooden spear. Chapter 16. The return to the mining area. Having fully recovered his physical state, Yun Xian prepared to clear the area along the same route as yesterday. The environment remained unchanged, and the familiar parasitic monsters were once again present. After a night of cleansing, the area previously purged of monsters was now teeming with them once more. However, the various resources within the resource zone would only refresh once every 24 hours following collection. This asynchronous refresh meant that after Yun Xian killed these monsters, there would be scant resources at this gathering point, necessitating a wait until the afternoon of the previous day when resources were collected. With a sense of eager anticipation, Yun Xian resolved to be more diligent this time. The newly spawned monsters bore a striking resemblance to their predecessors, still clad in gray work attire. Notably, he observed that the elite monsters here retained their characteristic orange coats, which piqued his curiosity for a moment. Without further ado, Yun Xian swiftly sought out a parasitic creature as his target. Armed with an iron pickaxe, he hastened towards a dormant ordinary parasitic monster lying on the ground. With a resounding thud, the dark green axe blade pierced through the creature's chest cavity, unleashing a horrifying force that splattered thick, slightly viscous grayish-blue tissue fluid, nearly splattering onto Yun Xian's hands in an unpleasant manner. Ding! You have slain a level 5 parasitic monster, earning 50 survival experience points. Without hesitation, Yun Xian proceeded to dismantle the corpse, acquiring the usual trifecta of ordinary quality growth powder, bone fragments, and crystal cores. This prompted him to jest, noting that the drop rates appeared unaffected. Now well acquainted with the environment of this gathering point, Yun Xian adeptly located the remaining ordinary parasites and stealthily dispatched these dormant creatures with precise strikes. Monsters in this dormant state offered survivors the advantage of a preemptive attack. Thus he executed his strikes with lethal precision, foregoing any notion of awakening the creatures only to engage in prolonged battles. In this wasteland, there was no room for flamboyance. A stealthy ambush and a single fatal blow sufficed. After all, in this harsh reality, the absence of visible health bars added to the rawness of the combat experience. While he relished this visceral sensation of striking down foes, Yun Xian also grew increasingly aware of the importance of personal safety. Experience had taught him well, a double-edged sword. wielded skillfully, could yield great rewards, yet mismanagement could lead to disastrous outcomes. His own abilities were hardly superior to those of other survivors. He considered himself merely average, lacking formal training and relying solely on instinct in battle. Consequently, he had no choice but to resort to various ambush techniques. The ideal of martial ethics had long been discarded. In essence, he felt an urgent desire for self-improvement. The greater the disparity in strength, the less likely he was to face dire consequences. Personal strength was, after all, the foundation of survival. With a determined gaze, Yun Xian focused on the dormant figure of the elite monster nearby, still radiating a distinctive green luminescence. Opting for a stealthy approach, he aimed for the creature's critical spot, the green-skinned head, hoping for a swift demise. The distance of several meters posed no challenge for Yun Xian, who surged forward in less than 2 seconds. His form, propelled by raw energy, brought the iron axe blade crashing down upon the minor captain's skull with remarkable speed and precision. Ding! You have slain a level 5 elite, green face, earning 200 survival experience points. Ding! Your survival level has risen to level 7. Green insurance card 1. Yun Xian recoiled slightly at the sight of the splattered green brain tissue on his hands, suppressing a wave of nausea as he hurriedly dismantled the unsightly corpse. He realized that while the visceral impact of his actions was intense, it was not entirely unwelcome. After all, he had dispatched numerous monsters before. He regarded the tissue of the parasites with the same disdain one might reserve for excrement, repulsive yet manageable. With a sense of exhilaration, he pocketed the green insurance card, feeling a wave of satisfaction despite the lack of additional loot from the creature. Yet, he lamented the absence of refreshed resources at the mining gathering point. Rushing onwards, he made his way to the next gathering site below. His primary objective for the day was to accumulate enough resources to upgrade the wooden shelter without delay. After all, early upgrades for survivors led to higher loot drop rates, a fact Yun Xian had observed from the variations in monster drops. Some truths, though unspoken, were easily inferred. This gathering point was the first warehouse along the road leading into the mine, consisting of 2 large warehouses and 12 smaller independent structures, all carved into the steep slopes of the mountain. A swift descent of 500 to 600 meters would lead him there. As he approached, Yun Xian noticed nearly 20 blue-coated monsters congregating near the warehouses, causing him to furrow his brow. However, he quickly regained his composure. One could not expect to continuously encounter dormant creatures. Observing the industrious blue-coated monsters who roamed around the warehouse, he felt invigorated by the prospect of high risk yielding high rewards. He noted the absence of elite monsters that differed significantly from the blue-coated ones, prompting him to advance steadily. They were merely ordinary monsters. In the open area, 2 blue-coated creatures spotted him from a distance of about 20 meters and began to approach with awkward, uncoordinated strides. Their comical appearances elicited a chuckle from Yun Xian. As they entered his detection range, their details were revealed. Both were level 6. Ordinary monster, parasite, level 6 constitution, 17, strength, 15, agility, 11. Their stats paled in comparison to his, particularly their agility of only 11, which afforded Yun Xian an unparalleled sense of security. Notably, he observed that they were not in a weakened state, leading him to ponder whether only weakened monsters would rest during the day. Equipped with a wooden spear in one hand and an iron pickaxe in the other, Yun Xian boldly approached. With a powerful downward strike, he swiftly felled the first blue-coated monster before it could react, its left side collapsing under the weight of exposed tissue and viscous fluid. Before the creature could struggle to rise, Yun Xian deftly thrust his spear at the second zombie, simultaneously delivering a fatal blow with his pickaxe, ensuring its lifeless body lay still. The second staggered zombie, having been struck by the spear, lunged forward. But Yun Xian skillfully met its charge with another decisive strike to the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 6 parasite, earning 60 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 6 parasite, earning 60 experience points. 2 system notifications echoed in his mind, and Yun Xian felt a surge of delight. These level 6 parasites had scarcely withstood a few moments against him. It appeared that his strength had indeed grown considerably. Chapter 17. Dual Elite Monsters. Yun Xian gleefully disassembled the corpses of 2 blue-coated parasites lying on the ground, yielding 3 items of ordinary quality: growth powder, bone fragments, and crystal cores. This left Yun Xian utterly disheartened regarding the drop rates of common monsters. Whether high or low, they remained steadfastly unchanged. as they simply did not exist. Shaking off these futile thoughts, Yunxian continued to eliminate the remaining blue-coated creatures. Fortunately, they were not all clustered together, but seemed to have formed 5 or 6 small groups, wandering around the vicinity of this gathering point. This provided Yunxian with the opportunity to engage them separately, significantly alleviating the pressure of battle. This time, 5 blue-coated monsters were lured out, rushing eagerly towards him in a disorganized manner, quacking in what resembled a strangled duck's call. Yunxian could sense their excitement. Watching the line of monsters approach, he chuckled softly, instantly reminded of the scene from the story of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. These were effectively delivering themselves as experience points. Though playful in thought, he approached them with a serious demeanor, gripping his pickaxe firmly. Combat allowed for no carelessness. With a powerful strike, he cleaved through the most boisterous and swiftest blue-coated monster, sending it crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Ding, you have slain a level 6 parasite, gaining 60 survival experience. With a sweeping motion, the pickaxe swung horizontally towards the second blue-coated monster on his left, decapitating it with a swift stroke, its body collapsing lifelessly. Ding, you have slain a level 6 parasite, gaining 60 survival experience. Following up with precision, Yunxian deftly directed his pickaxe towards the third blue-coated monster, bringing it down before it could even swipe at him with its claws. Ding, you have slain a level 5 parasite, gaining 50 survival experience. Observing the blue-coated foes he had just dispatched, Yunxian suddenly realized that these easily vanquished common zombies were excellent for honing his combat skills. With minimal risk to his life and a high margin for error, he could effectively utilize these encounters to enhance his battle prowess. He did not aspire to become an unparalleled master or the world's greatest. Achieving a respectable level of combat ability would suffice. After all, while it was embarrassing to possess inadequate combat skills, losing one's life was an entirely different matter. Lacking knowledge of any sophisticated combat techniques, Yunxian resolved to cultivate a fighting style characterized by speed, precision, and brutality. Faster, fiercer, and more accurate, that was his mantra. In his mind, he believed that the method most suitable for him was the best, whether it be leveraging minimal effort for maximum impact or using sheer strength to overcome any obstacle. After all, it was all about fighting. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and with a spark of inspiration, Yunxian adjusted his mindset. Previously, he had approached these common monsters with a playful attitude. After all, creatures that could be dispatched with a single strike hardly warranted respect. However, following this shift in perspective, he began to view these blue-coated foes as opportunities to refine his killing techniques, focusing on how to eliminate them more swiftly and efficiently. As a result, he took his subsequent battles more seriously, genuinely intent on cultivating his combat capabilities. In future encounters, he aimed to dispatch enemies with a single strike, minimizing the need for a second swing of his pickaxe. His approach to attacking rapidly evolved under these circumstances, shedding unnecessary flamboyance in favor of a simpler and more efficient method. Ding, you have slain a level 6 parasite, gaining 60 survival experience. Ding, you have slain a level 5. Ding, your survival level has increased by 1. With a straightforward, unembellished strike landing upon the head of a blue-coated monster, Yunxian's level rose once more to level 8. His three-dimensional attributes increased by 1, bag space expanded by 1, detection range enhanced by 1, and hunger-thirst limits augmented by 20. This modest enhancement in power allowed Yunxian to swiftly eliminate the last few parasites. Peering into his bag, he noted that he had amassed 30 units of materials from common monsters, with 21 provided by the parasites encountered here. Turning his gaze towards one of the 2 large warehouses before him, he meticulously assessed it, planning to search the outer small buildings for resources only after dealing with the elite monsters within. The 2 warehouses stood nearly 2 stories high, approximately twice as wide as they were tall, separated by a distance of about 10 meters. For safety's sake, Yunxian maintained a distance, estimating the warehouses to be around 50 meters long, his vision barely able to penetrate the dimness caused by the absence of lighting. Each warehouse contained 5 or 6 abandoned cars, their faint white gleam indicating potential resources. Abandoned cars were indeed resources. The logic was sound, fitting for a post-apocalyptic world. In addition to the derelict vehicles, both warehouses were obscured by several neatly stacked wooden boxes, creating multiple enclosed areas that hindered his view. This left Yunxian feeling somewhat vexed, but it appeared there were a few internal compartments. As he curiously observed the contents of the 2 warehouses, Attempting to discern the likely locations of lurking monsters, he was taken aback by a green glowing figure, an elite monster. A female zombie clad in an oversized orange jumpsuit came into view, her black face resembling a round ball. Finally, he had located one. Yun Xian felt a flicker of joy, yet this creature was remarkably hefty. Noticing her almost spherical shape, he couldn't help but tease. You must have hoarded an extraordinary amount of resources in your past life. However, seeing her agility fall below his own brought him some relief, prompting him to comment further. But you seem a bit lacking. Your strength is insufficient, and you run quite slowly. As he spoke, Yun Xian began to increase the distance between them. The rotund female zombie seemed to comprehend his words, halting her pursuit and turning to bellow towards another warehouse. Witnessing this familiar scene, Yun Xian's expression shifted. He immediately recalled a troubling thought. As he observed another elite monster with a green nameplate emerge, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a dishonorable tactic. What a large creature, yet it was calling for help. The second elite monster appeared to be a tall, gaunt male zombie with a pallid complexion. Would there be a narrative connecting these two? The male zombie was in such a frail state. Pondering this odd pairing, Yun Xian steeled himself. His instincts told him this creature would be the more agile of the two. Indeed, he quickly noted that its speed was markedly superior to that of the hefty female zombie. Cursing his own ill-fated predictions, he muttered to himself. This could turn out to be quite the haul indeed. Chapter 18. A double kill. Yun Xian controlled the distance and detected the information of the white-faced monster, elite monster, white face, level 8, constitution 26, strength 17, agility 19. Acceptable. Yun Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the apparent strength of this creature was comparable to his own. Moreover, it possessed intellect, which was an advantage for him. Nevertheless, one must remember that a monster's life is not as precious as one's own. He could not afford a reckless confrontation and instead resolved to engage cautiously, aiming to pass through without sustaining damage. He had no desire to be pierced through by a creature, even if his own strength and constitution could only result in a minor injury. He could only imagine the pain. With a clear objective, Yun Xian designated the agile white-faced zombie as his primary target. Feigning a retreat, he observed the two zombies hastily pursuing him, their raspy breaths echoing in the air. Particularly, the hulking black-faced creature followed behind, shaking with each step. Due to spatial constraints, Yun Xian circled around the building at the gathering point. Fortunately, the two monsters, lacking in intelligence, did not attempt to outmaneuver him. They merely followed close behind, which eased Yun Xian's tension considerably. He feared not the high attributes of the monsters, but rather their cunning. After several circles, the distance between the three had widened significantly. Sensing a favorable opportunity, Yun Xian brandished a wooden spear in one hand and a metal pickaxe in the other. Turning to launch an assault on the white face, he thrust the wooden spear forcefully, causing the white-faced zombie to stumble momentarily. Seizing the chance while the creature was disoriented, Yun Xian delivered a powerful axe strike to its head, inflicting a large wound that oozed copious amounts of greenish, viscous fluid. Elated by his success, Yun Xian felt a surge of joy. The black-faced creature, witnessing this, let out a roar and charged forward, prompting Yun Xian to abandon his plans for a finishing blow and instead continue to kite the monsters. Despite having half its face severed, the white-faced zombie relentlessly pursued Yun Xian, though the continuous loss of greenish tissue and its noticeably declining speed indicated it was nearing its limits. However, having previously taken down two green-faced zombies, Yun Xian understood that, with such a high constitution, the white-faced monster could likely endure for a while longer. High constitution is indeed formidable. It may not enhance defense significantly, but it allows one to remain active even after sustaining severe injuries before succumbing. Before long, the distance between the two elite monsters had increased. It was not that the black-faced creature had sped up, but rather that the white-faced one was slowing down. A trail of greenish slime followed in its wake. With the distance now suitable, Yun Xian wasted no time and turned to unleash a combination attack on the black-faced zombie. With a swift thrust, the wooden spear penetrated the creature's rounded abdomen, surprising Yun Xian with how effortlessly it pierced through. However, he quickly realized something was amiss and dodged to the side. The black-faced monster, unfazed by the minimal damage, lunged at Yun Xian, its massive form bearing down with both hands, intending to crush him. Fortunately, Yun Xian's agility allowed him to evade the attack, causing a cold sweat to break out as he pondered the potential damage such a large creature could inflict. Regaining his composure, he increased the distance between them. Alas, The creature could not keep up. High agility indeed grants one such audacity. However, the black-faced monster's sheer size, combined with its constitution, rendered it a formidable tank. The wooden spear embedded in its form felt akin to a toothpick in a toad. The damage inflicted by a single wooden spear was exceedingly limited, leaving Yun Xian somewhat frustrated. Though he could strike it multiple times with the metal pickaxe, he could not afford to be toppled by it even once. Contemplating the creature's massive frame sent chills down his spine. Occasionally, large gobbles of phlegm dribbled from its mouth, causing Yun Xian to feel a wave of nausea. Yet he was grateful that it lacked ranged attack capabilities. Observing the swaying wooden spear still embedded in the black-faced zombie, he realized it was having an effect. Determined, he thought to himself, if one spear is insufficient to slay you, then perhaps 10 will suffice. If not, I shall procure another 10. While running, Yun Xian opened the trading channel, where wooden spears and stone pickaxes were available, priced slightly higher than those crafted personally, requiring just an extra unit of wood or stone. Many were purchasing these items, primarily for their convenience at reasonable prices. After all, it was merely a means of earning a modest income. He promptly bought 10 wooden spears, adding them to his inventory. Realizing that wooden spears were meant for throwing, he felt a twinge of self-reproach for not having considered it sooner. Though it was unlikely that many would carry such items to occupy precious inventory space. Moreover, today marked the first day for many to explore the new map, and they had scarcely encountered monsters, as not every resource location harbors creatures. Some may simply be scavenging points. Thus, Yun Xian did not feel embarrassed. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them was all that mattered. With the wooden spear in hand, he targeted the lumbering black-faced zombie, whose broad frame was perfectly suited for spear attacks. He need not worry about accuracy. With a swift motion, he hurled a wooden spear, striking the creature's corpulent body. However, it only penetrated shallowly, and after a couple of steps, the spear fell free. The creature's rounded shape seemed to mock Yun Xian's efforts. Undeterred, he focused on inflicting wounds, as even minor scratches could lead to its demise. After all, one could bleed to death from scraping. Continuing to throw spears, Yun Xian witnessed numerous wounds appearing on the black-faced zombie's body. After launching 10 wooden spears, the creature was now riddled with gaping wounds, and a torrent of greenish fluid splattered everywhere as it continued to pursue Yun Xian, leaving behind a trail of evidence of its deterioration. Both elite monsters had significantly slowed, yet the white-faced zombie appeared to be in better condition than its black counterpart. As anticipated, it was the white-faced creature that fell first, having sustained critical injuries and now running on empty. Despite collapsing, it continued to crawl forward, embodying an unwavering determination to catch up with Yun Xian. Conversely, although the black-faced zombie bore terrifying wounds, they were merely superficial, and given its size, it would likely endure for a while longer before succumbing. Yun Xian continued to purchase 10 more wooden spears, as they were of little value to him. The black-faced zombie's pace had slowed considerably, and its numerous wounds became the final straw. Seeing the long trail of viscous fluid behind it, Yun Xian boldly drove a wooden spear into its body like a stake. The black-faced zombie's massive hand attempted to swat at Yun Xian, but its sluggish movements allowed him to evade easily. No matter the circumstances, agility was his advantage. Another spear pierced the black-faced zombie's abdomen, visibly reducing its girth. With a thud, the creature's enormous form collapsed to the ground. Observing the holographic interface before him, Yun Xian noted the absence of any notifications confirming successful kills, realizing that both creatures still lived, albeit in a half-dead state that required his personal intervention to finish them off. With a swift motion, Yun Xian brandished his iron pickaxe, targeting the vulnerable spots of the two elite monsters. With each powerful swing, he struck their heads with a decisive force. Once, twice, thrice. In that moment, Yun Xian resembled a merciless executioner, pronouncing a grim sentence upon the two formidable foes and taking it upon himself to carry out the execution. Chapter 19. Double Happiness Sting. You have slain an 8-level elite monster, Blackface, earning 400 survival experience. A plethora of green items materialized beside Blackface's corpse, dazzling to the eyes, and Yun Xian could not help but gather them immediately. Iron Tooth Club, 1 work pants, 1 green insurance card, 1 universal key, 1 backpack expansion stone, 1 ding. You have slain an 8-level elite monster, Whiteface, earning 400 survival experience. Ding. Your level has risen to level 9. Yun Xian beamed as he surveyed the scattered green items, reveling in the spoils. Indeed, elite monsters yield the best rewards. He continued to collect. Purification mask, 1 work boots, 1 green insurance card, 1 universal key, 1 backpack expansion stone, 1 ah. What a delightful thrill. The defeat of these 2 elite monsters had brought Yun Xian immense satisfaction. Equipping the matching work pants, he greedily examined the other items dropped. Although the gear from these 2 foes was less than the previous night's loot from the green face, the addition of the backpack expansion stone piqued his interest, as he often struggled with insufficient backpack space. Glancing at each backpack expansion stone, fine quality, which could augment his backpack space by 1 point. Yun Xian decided to use one immediately. Backpack space 2 next, he turned his attention to the mask, which also served as headgear. In principle, it conflicted with his helmet, forcing him to choose one. However, the purification mask was a specialized item for use in harsh environments, sacrificing some defense. Consequently, Yun Xian opted to store it away while continuing to wear his safety helmet. Purification mask, fine quality, survival value, 50 base, 20 damage reduction, constitution 3 durability, 400 description, a mask equipped with an air filter capable of purifying inhaled air. What thrilled Yun Xian the most was finally acquiring a new weapon. As for the iron pickaxe, it hardly counted. He was not familiar with it. Iron tooth club, fine quality, survival value, 70 base, 25 attack, strength 3 durability, 1000 description, featuring numerous iron teeth. This weapon enhances penetration and lethality. Its power should not be underestimated. Yun Xian observed the iron tooth club in his hands. Nearly 2 meters long, with 1 meter as a wooden shaft suitable for 2-handed grip, and the other meter adorned with gleaming, sharp iron teeth for striking. He had no doubts about its efficacy. A blow from this weapon would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Had he wielded this during his encounter with the elite monster Blackface, it would have yielded a bounty of meat, teaching it a lesson it would not soon forget. With a durability of 1000, this weapon would serve him well for quite some time. As for the wooden spears, Yun Xian discarded them without a second thought, fearing the iron tooth club might misinterpret his intentions. To express gratitude for the contributions of these 2 elite monsters, he promptly disassembled them into fine-quality materials. Crystal core 2, leather 2, growth powder 2, what a splendid day. After tidying up, Yun Xian swiftly commenced the collection of resources within the gathering point. Upgrading the wooden shelter was the day's top priority. He needed to gather resources post-haste. Moreover, he currently possessed 4 green insurance cards and 3 universal keys. The thought alone filled him with joy. It was akin to having a bank card, only lacking a bank to withdraw from. Without delay, Yun Xian meticulously searched the small rooms in the warehouse area and the 2 storage units. Plastic block 1, metal block 1. The acquisition of materials remained painstakingly slow. Ding. You have opened a locked supply box, acquiring metal block 5, plastic block 5. Regeneration capsule 1. Ding. You have opened another locked supply box, acquiring metal block 5, plastic block 5, regeneration capsule 1. Within the scattered resources of the entire warehouse area, only 2 locked supply boxes were found, leaving Yun Xian somewhat disappointed, particularly since he had several universal keys at his disposal. However, his spirits soared when he discovered 2 green safes and a green insurance door in the warehouse area. Goodness. Indeed, the presence of 2 elite monsters was not without reason. With excitement and reverence, Yun Xian prepared to open the 2 safes first. The safes guaranteed a recipe, albeit only one, while the green card door had a chance of yielding a recipe along with other resources. Thus, each had its own merits, depending on personal preference. Weapon recipe, weapon recipe. Yun Xian bowed before the first green safe. He had truly experienced the significance of having weapons. He did not wish to face monsters wielding only wooden spears and pickaxes again. Such a life was far too arduous. The auspicious moment had arrived. Please present your green insurance card. With a serious expression, Yun Xian calmly produced a green insurance card to swipe. Years of gaming experience taught him that sincerity yielded better luck, even if ultimately fruitless, providing only psychological comfort. Beep. The safe eagerly consumed the green insurance card and promptly transformed into a pile of 50 units, white metal blocks, and a recipe. Iron Tooth Club recipe, fine quality, crafting materials, 5 metal blocks, 5 wood, 5 plastic blocks. Crafting time, 5 minutes. Description. After learning, you can craft the Iron Tooth Club. Yun Xian, filled with excitement, exclaimed animatedly and immediately set about learning the recipe. After completing his studies, he hurried to the location of the next green safe. Weapon armor. Weapon armor. The auspicious moment had arrived. Please present your green insurance card. The scene repeated. Beep. The green safe instantly transformed into a pile of metal blocks and a recipe. Iron Tooth Club recipe. Fine quality. Crafting materials. 5 wood, 5 metal blocks, 5 plastic blocks. Crafting time. 5 minutes. Description. After learning, you can craft the Iron Tooth Club. Learning. Yunxian beamed at this recipe, delighted to have acquired another lucrative blueprint. With the acquisition of 2 new recipes, Yunxian felt invigorated and ambitious as he headed towards the green insurance store. Next came another round of fervent anticipation. Beep. With a click, as the green insurance card slid into the reader, the green insurance door revealed its secrets to Yunxian. Before him lay 5 boxes of various shapes: food box, medicine box, tool box, equipment box, and safe. Yunxian decided to open the first food box to test his luck. 5 units, canned meat 10, 1,000 units, juice 10, fiber block 10. Medicine box, regeneration capsule, green, 5. Glass block 10. Toolbox, military shovel 1, green, plastic block 10. Equipment box, revolver 1, green, 100 rounds of general standard bullets 1, fiber block 10. Safe, specialty coating can, penetration 1, green, metal block 10. In total, he obtained 7 different items, all of which he eagerly collected into his backpack. Chapter 20. Amassing Resources, Part 1. Out of an unmistakable curiosity, Yunxian squandered a bit of time examining the attributes of several items. Among them, the feature coating can that emerged from the last safe caught his interest the most. Feature coating can, superior quality, coating feature, penetration 15, penetration, can bypass targets damage reduction, durability, 100 description, consuming 1 unit of durability can apply a coating to an item, which may bestow additional attributes upon it. Upon reading the description of this item, Yunxian felt it was quite formidable, immediately envisioning its application to enhance the penetration capability of his revolver and, in the future, his dual-bow crossbow. As for whether this item was superior to a recipe, he could not yet ascertain. After all, this item was consumable. Once used, it would be gone, whereas recipes could be utilized perpetually. With this item catching his eye, Yunxian resumed his inspection of the revolver. Revolver, superior quality, attributes, agility 3 range, 50 meters durability, 1,000 caliber, 9 millimeters others. Description: when paired with suitable ammunition, it can possess decent penetration capability, though its follow-up damage is lacking. The description of the revolver was comprehensible to Yunxian. A shot to either monsters or survivors would generally result in a single bullet wound. The ultimate damage, however, depended on where the shot landed. A hit to a non-vital area would yield minimal effect, akin to a wooden spear being thrust into a zombie's abdomen, allowing it to continue moving. Conversely, a shot to a fatal headshot might lead to instant demise. Thoroughly satisfied with his haul, Yunxian promptly organized his backpack, which was now nearly filled to its 31-slot capacity. The green insurance card and universal key each occupied a separate slot. To free up space, he put up for sale 10 bandages, 40 pieces of wood, and the remaining group of wild fruits, ultimately clearing 9 slots. Next, he glanced at the quantities of the 4 materials: 140 metal blocks, 40 plastic blocks, 40 glass blocks, and 40 fiber blocks. The upgrade for the wooden house awaited these 4 materials. While he had enough metal blocks, he was short by 30 units for each of the other 3, including those stored in the wooden house. Thus, it appeared he would need to continue hunting monsters. A single gathering point should suffice. With this thought, Yunxian wasted no time and headed swiftly towards the nearest gathering point. The roads in the mining area were wide and expansive, spiraling downward in a tiered fashion, with small living clusters clinging to the roads or to buildings hollowed out from the adjacent slopes. The deeper he ventured into the mine's center, the larger the gathering points became, accompanied by an increasing number of abandoned vehicles along the roads. These abandoned vehicles displayed resource indicators, confirming them as alternative resource mines, albeit producing metal blocks, plastic blocks, and glass blocks rather than conventional resources. Clearly, the resources hidden within these forsaken vehicles far outweighed those found in rooms. Naturally, their collection efficiency was also superior to that of stones. Yunxian deliberately tested the collection efficiency, discovering that, with his iron pickaxe's efficiency and strength, it took approximately half a minute to extract a single unit of basic random resources. The labor cost indicated that the price of these items would not dip significantly in the foreseeable future. Attempting to gather resources as one would in combat proved futile. The force and scale were difficult to manage, often resulting in the destruction of resource points instead. For instance, striking a stone with excessive force could split it in two or shatter it into fragments, leaving behind pieces that were either too large to collect or too small, occupying personal space. Thus, survivors could only gather resources according to the system and Oppo's assisted standards, diligently collecting and only slightly increasing collection speed through enhanced strength. To gather swiftly, advanced collection tools were requisite, ensuring safety, convenience, and efficiency. In urgent need of resources, Yunxian naturally would not waste time and effort collecting from these abandoned vehicles. After all, nothing was more expedient than directly raiding the monster's resource points. Soon, after traversing the downward path of the mine, Yunxian arrived at the familiar gathering point featuring adjacent small houses and two warehouses, embodying a tidy industrial style, albeit now marred by the passage of time. With numerous rusted marks, the gathering point further down exhibited a similar style, but the density of buildings there had significantly increased, suggesting a greater number of monsters present. The outside monsters were still the ordinary blue-coated zombie types. Without hesitation, Yunxian raised his iron-spiked bat and swung it with vigor. This time, his equipment was considerably better than before. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the iron spikes upon a charging zombie's chest, creating a gaping hole upon impact, causing the creature to fly back like a ragdoll. Ding, you have slain a level 7 parasite, survival experience 70. How brutal. I love it. He kept watching the parasite's body obliterated. With its chest bones completely crushed, Yunxian could truly appreciate the lethality of the iron-spiked bat. It was indeed extraordinary. He felt empowered, believing he could dispatch an elite with just a few strikes of this weapon. With confidence and a thirst for battle surging within him, Yunxian eagerly anticipated the oncoming wave of blue-coated zombies. A bounty of experience awaited him. Bang! A blue-coated zombie's head was obliterated by the iron spikes, instantly reducing it to a headless corpse. The spikes, still carrying remnants of grayish tissue, surged towards the next blue-coated zombie. Splat! The iron spikes viciously tore through the blue-coated parasite's attire and ribcage, the bones caving in to reveal a long, gaping wound where flesh had been devoured. Bang! Splat! Leveraging his weapon's advantage, Yunxian efficiently dispatched each oncoming blue-coated zombie, splattering large amounts of grayish liquid and tissue across the ground. Fortunately, with each parasite he killed, he allowed the bracelet to decompose their remains, ensuring he remained clean whilst continuing to slay monsters. Otherwise, the scene might have become quite unappetizing. No matter how fearless he was, he had no desire to court discomfort. After repeating a series of attacks, Yunxian quickly cleared the area of the ordinary monsters, having spent far less time defeating them than he had hunting them down. Life can be peculiar in this manner, sometimes resilient and robust, yet at other times utterly fragile. Yunxian and Oppo's survival level had also risen to level 10. However, he was taken aback to discover that this level was now maxed out. To gain further experience, he would need to upgrade the wooden shelter as well. Most frustratingly, a significant amount of experience would go to waste during this period, providing an additional incentive for Yunxian to upgrade the wooden house. Otherwise, he would be squandering valuable experience. As anticipated, there were indeed two elite monsters in this area. Both familiar faces, two elite green-faced creatures. One occupied each of the two warehouses, seeming to make them their respective lairs. These two green-faced elites appeared somewhat more normal in size. Tall and robust, donned in orange coats, their facial features more pronounced and clear than those of the lower-tier green-faced monsters, complete with two conspicuously protruding green fangs. They seemed to be a significant upgrade from their lower-tier counterparts, yet still retained the elite quality of monsters. Chapter 21. Amassing Resources, Part 2. Upon inspecting their levels, Yunxian discovered that both had reached level 9. Elite Monster, Green Face, Level 9, Constitution, 27, Strength, 21, Agility, 20. The attributes of the two green faces were nearly identical, their overall three-dimensional statistics being relatively balanced. Relying on the advantages of his equipment, Yunxian barely held a slight edge over them. As the two green faces lunged towards him, one after the other, Yunxian seized the opportunity, charging at the first green face and delivering a swift strike to its head with his iron-toothed club. The creature attempted to block the incoming attack with its clawed arm, but the immense force from the club sent it staggering. Its arm, which had tried to shield its head, was left battered and torn, revealing grotesque, dark green tissue. With a swift follow-up strike aimed at the creature's legs, Yunxian saw that it was still bracing itself defensively. The moment the green face regained its footing, it was unexpectedly caught off guard and fell to the ground. Its legs shattered from the impact of the club, dark green fluid pooling around it. The monster's meager defensive attributes proved ineffective against the metallic weaponry, while its physical stature offered only a slight advantage in withstanding the blows. Noticing the second green face closing in, Yunxian quickly abandoned the thought of delivering another blow to the fallen creature and distanced himself from the two. Monsters with limited intelligence were indeed easier to handle. Observing that the injured green face was significantly slowed, Yunxian calculated the timing of the approaching adversary and prepared to deal with the one in front of him. With a resounding thud, he struck the green face once more, unleashing a barrage of brutal attacks upon its head. Despite its attempts to defend with its claws, the creature's attributes did not confer invulnerability, and it found itself bloodied and broken as Yunxian continued his relentless assault. The iron teeth of the club became drenched in the creature and Appo's essence. Yet, Yunxian was acutely aware that the green face had not yet succumbed to death. It lingered on the brink of expiration, its resilience a testament to its high constitution, severe injuries morphing into mere wounds, and fatal blows turning into grievous ones. This made him ponder whether monsters with sufficiently high vitality could endure even the most grievous of fates, surviving against all odds. As he observed the second green face limping towards him, its pace diminishing, Yunxian jested, "At last, you've arrived. How slow you are." The creature, albeit somewhat intelligent, realized it was in peril and retreated a few steps, bewildered by the gruesome sight of its fallen kin. In a surprising turn of events, the remaining green face, seemingly disoriented, began to attack in a different direction as if it had lost its bearings. Was it blind, or merely attempting to flee? Yunxian hesitated, recognizing that even a crippled monster posed little threat, allowing it a brief head start. The realization that the creature could retreat indicated a newfound awareness and intelligence, an unexpected trait in monsters. This left Yunxian pondering whether this was an isolated incident or a characteristic of higher-level monsters. Nevertheless, he leaned towards the latter. With this revelation, an inkling of concern gripped him. Intelligent monsters would undoubtedly prove to be far more formidable opponents than their mindless counterparts. Determined to enhance his skills, he swiftly pursued the retreating creature, delivering a relentless flurry of blows until the disoriented green face lay lifeless before him. "You didn't even greet me before your demise. How presumptuous," he scoffed as he collected the spoils. "Ding. You have slain the level 9 elite monster, green face. Survival experience 500, work jacket 1, green insurance card 1. Safety helmet 1, universal key 1, excellent quality. Treasure map 1, excellent quality." Elated by the bounty, Yunxian quickly realized his backpack was nearing its capacity. Following swiftly, a second notification chimed in. "Ding. You have slain the level 9 elite monster, green face. Survival experience 500, work boots 1, work pants 1, green insurance card 1. Universal key 1, excellent quality, treasure map 1, excellent quality." After dismantling the two green faces, Yunxian noticed his backpack was full, prompting him to hastily organize his inventory. He placed 6 useless monster materials on the trading market to make room for the 5 items scattered on the ground. Once finished, he examined the treasure map. Image for reference only, no inappropriate guidance. Excellent. Treasure map reveals nearby treasure chests upon use. It appeared that the treasure map could be utilized elsewhere. Taking note of this, Yunxian decided to save it for later. With the sun setting, and having spent over an hour in the mining area, he resumed his search for resources to expedite the upgrade of his wooden cabin. At this moment, several diligent survivors, having explored the map, finally stumbled upon a nearby resource site. Discovering a resource point within a few kilometers was no small feat. As they excitedly shouted upon finding a small resource site with just a few buildings, they remained oblivious to the awakening creatures disturbed from their slumber. "Monster, what s with the ruckus during the day? We've worked all night, and can't even get a moment's peace." As a result, many survivors mistakenly believed that the newly discovered camp monsters were on high alert, until some shared their experiences at night. The survivors spent several minutes finally eliminating the monsters. After thoroughly searching a small resource area, they continued their ambitious exploration of the surrounding map. The distances between these small resource areas often spanned several kilometers, and with misfortune, one could easily lose their way and miss their target. To some extent, the small clusters between the mining zones required a significant detour unless one chose to take a shortcut, which would still amount to a journey of approximately 4 to 5 kilometers. Meanwhile, after a busy endeavor, Yunxian successfully gathered sufficient materials: 170 metal scraps, 90 plastic pieces, 90 glass shards, and 110 fibers. Along with what he already possessed at home, he had enough to upgrade his wooden cabin. Within these two warehouses, Yunxian also discovered two green security doors, yet found no safes. Considering the abundance of resources behind the green security doors, he decided against opening them further and resolved to return directly to the wooden cabin to prioritize its upgrade. He had a premonition that the benefits of upgrading the cabin sooner rather than later would be substantial. After all, being the first in the world to upgrade a wooden cabin surely deserved some kind of reward. Chapter 22. Triggering the world announcement. Yunxian, laden with abundant supplies, sped along the path. In less than 20 minutes, with a heart full of anticipation, he successfully returned to his quaint wooden cabin. Finally, the time had come to upgrade his dwelling. As soon as he re-entered the vicinity of his cabin, he promptly chose to initiate the upgrade. In an instant, a radiant white light enveloped the entire structure, as a multitude of materials from his backpack and wooden storage box transformed into shimmering orbs, merging into the luminous glow enveloping the cabin. The overwhelming white radiance swiftly coalesced into a spacious courtyard of 1,000 square meters, centered around a stone flat-roofed house, bordered by a simple 1-meter-high wooden fence and adorned with a wooden door. Is this now mine? Yunxian marveled at the newly upgraded courtyard, feeling a profound sense of joy akin to witnessing a child grow up. Ding! Your shelter has been upgraded. The current level is bronze level shelter. More functionalities unlocked. Ding! Your upgrade task has been accomplished. You have received a bronze level treasure chest 1. Ding! Wasteland world announcement. Congratulations to survivor Yunxian for successfully upgrading to a bronze level shelter. As the first survivor to achieve this milestone, you are rewarded with the World Title Pioneer Blue Excellence Agility Effect 20, Selectable Bronze Level Recipe Gift Pack, Blue 1, Selectable Bronze Level Characteristic Furniture Gift Pack, Blue 1, Selectable Bronze Level Characteristic Territory Item Gift Pack, Blue 1. Before Yunxian could thoroughly peruse the information regarding his upgraded shelter, several system notifications inundated him with rewards, invigorating his spirit. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced upon hearing the world announcement, fleetingly puzzled by the term world. However, quickly regaining his composure, Yunxian excitedly delved into the details of the world announcement's rewards. Without hesitation, he equipped the title, pleasantly surprised by its existence. Yet, considering the survival game context, he realized that having the title was not particularly rare. This enhancement significantly improved his mobility and survival capabilities. In his eyes, this title far surpassed the remaining 3 selectable gift packs. The 3 selectable gift packs merely offered a choice from a collection of Blue Excellence items provided by the system, without any time constraints for their opening. Contemplating, Yunxian swiftly redirected his focus to the additional treasure chest awarded for upgrading the shelter within the novice 3-day period. According to the Celestial Path System's hints, this chest would also yield items corresponding to the current shelter level. However, it was best to open it as soon as possible, for he was the only survivor possessing such a chest, maximizing the drop rate. Once other survivors obtained theirs, the drop rate would inevitably diminish due to competition. Naturally, Yunxian decided to open this treasure chest before selecting from the 3 gift packs. Without further ado, he opened the treasure chest in his backpack. Ding! You have obtained the item, Small Wilderness Campsite Card, Blue Excellence. A resource site? Filled with curiosity, Yunxian examined the item. Small Wilderness Campsite Card, Blue Excellence. Area, 1,500 square meters. Placement requirement. Must be placed in an unclaimed area suitable for wilderness. After placement, it can be retrieved and repositioned. Upon repositioning, it will refresh resources starting the following day at 6 o'clock a.m. Specialty, guaranteed to refresh various scattered resources and resource boxes, with a 30 probability of refreshing safes, safeguard doors, etc. Description, upon use, it generates a small wilderness campsite at a fixed location in the wild, devoid of monsters, which refreshes resources daily at 6 o'clock a.m., yielding superior quality resources. Oh ho ho ho. Upon reading the description, Yunxian's eyes lit up. Goodness, this could potentially bring safeguard doors right to his doorstep. He was thrilled. Although the refresh probability was low, the mere chance was enticing. Moreover, it could also spawn other resource boxes, indicating that this campsite could produce a variety of resources, albeit in smaller quantities. Food, equipment, recipes. The possibilities were vast. It was a comprehensive resource point. With this resource site, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance. Yet, a slight disappointment lingered in Yun Xian's mind regarding the absence of monsters. He genuinely didn't mind their presence. However, he quickly realized that placing such a campsite near his home was wise. If monsters had been included, it could pose a problem. He couldn't afford to have monsters dismantling his home if he was delayed in dealing with them. With this thought, he felt at ease with the lack of monsters. He still cherished it. Without further ado, he decided to set up the campsite. Yun Xian found a spot near his front door, ensuring it wouldn't obstruct access. Roughly 100 meters away, and placed the card down. Using the Wilderness Campsite card, a military-style encampment surrounded by barbed wire materialized before him. He surveyed the internal structure. For watchtowers, 10 military green tents, encircling a central two-story building. Clearly, this central structure held the potential for refreshing safeguard doors. Unfortunately, the entire campsite had yet to refresh any resources. After searching, Yun Xian found no supplies in Kuden and Apos. Tea helped, but sigh in disappointment. It seemed he would have to wait until 6 o'clock a.m. the next day for any resources to appear. Turning back home, he began to review the information on his upgraded shelter, contemplating how to choose items from the gift packs. Meanwhile, many other survivors, upon witnessing the world announcement, expressed envy, jealousy, and confusion. Most were still busy gathering wood and stone, preparing to collect enough materials to upgrade their cabins the following day. Look at this excellent plan. They are working diligently. On the other hand, those who ventured out in search of resources had only just begun their quest, with some yet to even catch a glimpse of a resource site. Finding one within a few kilometers or even tens of kilometers required a degree of luck. Although he had anticipated that this individual would be the first to upgrade since last night, seeing the rewards still stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Little brother, I am purchasing metal scraps, glass shards, plastic pieces, and fiber blocks at a high price. Interested parties, please message me. At this moment, who would be foolish enough to sell such items? Many would prefer to remain unequipped rather than allow others to upgrade. Though your words may be harsh, I find them quite appealing. I stumbled upon an old safe during my travels. After hammering away for several minutes with my axe, I finally pried it open. And fortune smiled upon me with a barrel blueprint inside. I even scored 50 fiber blocks. Wow, 50 fiber blocks. That's impressive. And that barrel can store water. Without a container to hold water, it's impossible to sell it. You must be incredibly lucky to come across such a treasure on the road. Brothers, I am purchasing fiber blocks at a high price. Let us join forces and achieve greatness together. Sure, I'll trade recipes or similar items. Are you dreaming? Exactly. In a private chat channel, one survivor proposed, should we strive for the first shelter upgrade? Mobilizing resources is a hassle, and our organization lacks sufficient funding. Relying solely on voluntary contributions from members, most of which are directed towards infants. Additionally, many departments require coordination. Unless we establish our own battle zone, it would be simple and feasible, albeit only marginally. Sigh indeed. A considerable amount of energy has been dedicated to infant care. Last night, the elder stayed up all night, continuously meeting with old comrades from other battle zones to discuss this matter. Alright, since this survival game offers rewards for first place, future upgrades should also yield some kind of reward. With our capabilities, we can certainly secure a greater number of subsequent rewards and treasure chests, achieving victory through volume. Indeed, the impact of a first-place prize on our organization is not particularly significant. Moreover, with so many individuals relying on handouts, the distribution becomes quite cumbersome. Therefore, let us focus on acquiring more rewards and upgrading treasure chests. After all, our primary goal is simply to ensure that everyone is well taken care of. If someone possesses the skill to become the world's wealthiest individual, it is not our concern. Such abilities belong to them, do they not? Alas, enough of that. I must seek out a few more companions to add to my friends list. Each additional connection could very well save a life. This wretched world is truly a source of misfortune. Ah, dear old ghost, tread carefully and refrain from frivolous speech. Humph, how significant could it be? I've been lamenting this for a day. Besides, this matter is unlikely to be oblivious to our thoughts. It is probably just a rigid set of rules. Alas, why not mention it sooner? I've been bearing with it for far too long. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chapter 23. Unveiling the custom gift packages upon returning to the shelter, Yun Xian endeavored to quell his excitement before examining the upgrade status. First and foremost, The original survival level shelter had ascended to a bronze level sanctuary. Bronze level shelter. Basic survival points. 500 additional survival points. 40. Core area. 100 square meters. Auxiliary territory. 900 square meters. Upgrade requirements. The shelter's base survival points must reach 1,000. Along with the consumption of 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of metal blocks, 1,000 units of plastic blocks, 1,000 units of fiber blocks, 1,000 units of glass blocks, 100 ordinary crystal cores, and 10 superior crystal cores. The entire base's core area, currently the stone house, had expanded from the previous wooden hut's modest 10 square meters to a more spacious 100 square meters. The flooring was adorned with beautifully textured, light yellow thick wooden planks, and the doors had transformed into simple iron gates. On either side of the iron doors, thick circular glass windows illuminated the stone house, allowing a glimpse of the outside world, complemented by delicate yellow curtains. Yun Xian felt an immediate satisfaction with the house, which had dispelled the cramped discomfort of the initial survival wooden hut. The sturdy materials lent the stone house a sense of solidity, providing ample security. This was indeed a sanctuary against the elements. It instilled in Yun Xian a newfound confidence to confront the myriad disasters that lay ahead. However, the house felt rather empty at this moment. Aside from 10 wooden storage boxes haphazardly placed around, it contained no other furnishings. Items such as beds, bedding, utensils, tables, and chairs were all necessities that survivors had to furnish themselves. This also contributed to enhancing the additional survival points of the shelter. Furthermore, placing various items and facilities within the territory could also elevate the additional survival points. In summary, the more favorable the living conditions provided by the shelter, the more secure the territory, and consequently, the higher the survival points. Yet, the personal equipment, items, and resources owned by the player were not counted towards the survival points of the shelter. With the upgrade, new basic, white common, recipes had been unlocked. Bronze level common workbench, common iron arrows, common iron pickaxe and axe, common iron spear, common iron storage box, and common stone furnace, among others. Of these, Yun Xian could utilize 4. The bronze level workbench, common iron arrows, iron storage box, and stone furnace. He valued the workbench the most, as it assisted survivors in crafting items with a speed surpassing that of the dimensional ring's inherent crafting function. Bronze level common workbench, survival points 60. Crafting materials, 10 metal blocks, 10 plastic blocks, 10 glass blocks, 10 fiber blocks. Crafting time, 2 hours. The stone furnace as purpose was clear. It allowed for the straightforward smelting of mined ores. Moreover, following the shelter's upgrade, Yun Xian's permissible upgrade cap had also risen to level 20. Next, he was poised to select items from 3 custom gift packages. The first was a selection of recipes, with the more valuable choices being weapon and armor recipes, as personal safety was paramount. Other recipes could be considered later. Taking into account his existing recipes, he initially ruled out weapon recipes. After all, he already possessed 2, one for melee and one for ranged combat, both of which sufficed despite their merely decent quality. Hence, he decided to opt for armor blueprints to bolster his defensive capabilities. He was drawn to the metal armor recipe and the bulletproof vest recipe, each possessing their respective advantages and disadvantages within the bronze level recipe tier. The former offered superior protection but required a substantial amount of materials and a lengthy crafting time, while the latter provided moderate protection with lesser material consumption and a shorter crafting time. Ultimately, Yun Xian chose the metal armor recipe for its enhanced protective qualities and committed to learning it. Metal armor, 20 metal blocks, 10 fiber blocks. Crafting time, 60 minutes. Next, Yun Xian explored the custom furniture gift package, which included options for beds, tables, chairs, sofas, televisions, workbenches, and other furnishings suitable for placement within the shelter. After thorough consideration, he ultimately selected the workbench, swayed by its enticing features. Bronze level workbench, exquisite quality, survival points, 100 base, crafting speed 300. Number of crafting projects, 1. Exquisite feature, assembly line, increases the number of simultaneous crafting projects by 1. Superior feature, high precision, 5 chance to elevate crafted items to 1 quality tier higher, with the maximum being exquisite quality, 5 chance for crafted items to exhibit related features. Description, capable of crafting only bronze level and lower items. Do not expect it to produce nuclear weapons. Unlike other furnishings that could serve for an extended period, this workbench offered substantial short-term benefits. It was particularly valuable during the bronze-level shelter phase, yet would become largely obsolete at higher-tier shelters. Nevertheless, Yun Xian was undeterred by this flaw. He focused on maximizing short-term gains to seize opportunities for acquiring more resources. After all, the first to take the plunge is often the one to reap the rewards. After placing the workbench within his stone house, Yun Xian proceeded to select the next custom territory item package. This package allowed for the selection of items to be used within the territory, including defensive structures, production facilities, enhancement buildings, and various other items. The notable characteristic of these territory items was their size. They could not be placed within the confines of the shelter base and were intended for open territory. After a brief glance, Yun Xian noted the availability of items such as the self-guided rifle shooting platform, self-guided shotgun shooting platform, self-guided crossbow shooting platform, ultra-deep mining machine, frost-free fountain, bionic trant, black soil farmland, garden, and power windmill. The plethora of appealing options left Yun Xian momentarily dizzy, each item possessing its unique strengths and weaknesses, making it exceedingly difficult to choose. Given that he currently possessed none of these items, he felt an overwhelming desire for each. What to do? The dilemma was urgent. The self-guided rifle tower, an automatic defensive device with high attack and rapid-fire capabilities, would dominate a range of hundreds of meters, proving useful even in higher-tier shelters. However, it required ammunition and had a high consumption rate, which Yun Xian felt was beyond his means to maintain. The self-guided crossbow platform boasted a long range and high attack power, capable of using various arrows, though the effectiveness of the arrows influenced its lethality. And it had a slow loading time with reduced accuracy at greater distances. The ultra-deep mining machine, once deployed, would continuously extract a variety of resources from the depths of the earth, not limited to minerals, but potentially yielding other treasures. Its enigmatic allure was difficult to resist. Ultimately, after much contemplation amidst the dazzling array of options, Yun Xian chose the black soil farmland, drawn to its noble evolutionary potential. Chapter 24. A patch of black soil farmland. Black soil farmland, survival value. 100 area, 100 units foundation, capable of supporting the cultivation of genetically superior seeds. Enhancing plant growth speed by 50 and yield by 50. Excellent trait. Farmland, crop growth speed 30, crop yield 30. Outstanding trait. Organic black soil, plant growth speed 60. Plant yield 60. Pollution purification effect 60, capable of absorbing other substances to enhance the quality and effects of black soil. Description: a small plot of farmland reaching exceptional quality. Ideal for cultivating crops with minimal additional fertilizer. Black soil is truly remarkable, Yun Xian exclaimed in admiration upon reviewing the details of the black soil farmland. With this black soil, the total yield from his crop cultivation could be nearly 6 times that of ordinary land, which is quite impressive. What intrigued Yun Xian most was the characteristic of organic black soil, which allowed the entire plot of farmland to continuously improve in quality. He had stumbled upon a treasure. With a beaming smile, Yun Xian immediately sought a corner in his small courtyard to set up the black soil farmland. Upon placement, a square patch of black earth appeared before him, accompanied by a faint aroma of farmland that seemed to waft toward him, illuminating his eyes with hope. In the desolate wasteland, possessing such land was nothing short of a luxury. Food is essential for survival. Though he was not lacking in provisions, the harsh wasteland surrounding him made the black soil evoke a sense of hope and a feeling of home. With good land, starvation was not a concern. Driven by an instinct for farming, Yun Xian became interested in purchasing genetic seeds at the trading market. The market primarily offered ordinary genetic seeds, which could be obtained from various scavenging points and resource locations in the wilderness. In the setting of the wasteland world, seeds lacking genetic traits could hardly survive outdoors. Even ordinary quality seeds could yield some basic super genetic traits: radiation resistance, cold resistance, drought resistance, etc. Although the traits were somewhat limited, they were still present. Most importantly, the seeds here were artificially created super genetic seeds from the wasteland world, growing rapidly and yielding abundantly, perfectly aligning with the game's features. These genetic seeds, resembling glass balls, could not replenish hunger or thirst, but could only be sown. The planting method was straightforward. Simply toss them into the ground, requiring no complex processes like transplanting or cutting. Much like planting corn, Dig a hole, bury it in soil, and that was all. For those unfamiliar with farming, the system could assist in taking over their body. Akin to chopping wood. When clicking to plant crops in the farmland, upon meeting the prerequisites, one's body would automatically follow the designated procedures to sow the seeds. However, most of the seeds here only produced a single generation, and the fruits could not be used to create new seeds. To Yunxian's surprise, he discovered thousands of nearly 100,000 units of excellent quality seeds at the trading market, priced at 1 unit of seed for 6 units of wood or 3 units of stone. Glancing at the traders' names, he noted that most were foreign. Understanding the situation, Yunxian mused, foreigners indeed. Curiously, he began to examine the excellent quality seeds and immediately searched for cold-resistant varieties, considering that the upcoming environment would likely be a frigid winter. To prevent crop yield reduction or even total failure, it was best to plant cold-resistant seeds. Cold resistance 30 wheat seed, yield 100 units 1 unit area 1 unit seed. Growth time, 30 days. Cold resistance 30 corn seed, yield 100 units 1 unit area 1 unit seed. Growth time, 20 days. Cold resistance 30 potato seed, yield 200 units 1 unit area 1 unit seed. Growth time, 20 days. Cold resistance 30 sweet potato seed, yield 200 units 1 unit area 1 unit seed. Growth time, 20 days. Cold resistance 30 winter grape seed, yield 100 units 1 unit area 1 unit seed. Growth time, 30 days. There were 5 varieties of seeds with which Yunxian was quite familiar, and he purchased 100 units of each for his upcoming months of cultivation. The total cost for these seeds amounted to 500 units of stone. He specifically sold 200 units of meat to acquire 2,000 units of stone. Taking a few minutes to complete the transaction, the next steps were simple. He only needed to adhere to the system's planting requirements. 1 unit of seed occupies 1 unit of land. Following his plan, he sowed 20 units of each of the 5 types of seeds, ensuring an equitable distribution. The entire black soil farmland was now filled with seeds, eagerly awaiting the harvest in 13 days. Storing the remaining seeds temporarily, Yunxian returned to the stone house. He first placed his chosen excellent workbench prominently in the living room. However, he soon realized that his storage space was somewhat limited, as evidenced by his earlier sale of iron pickaxes and axes. 10 wooden storage boxes were easily filled with stones. Satisfied with the storage capacity, Yunxian decided to craft 4 metal storage boxes to enhance his storage options. Metal storage box, 10 metal blocks, 10 wood, crafting time, 10 minutes. 50 space. Following the upgrade of his wooden house, his sense of urgency had diminished. He no longer felt the need to meticulously save every minute as he had the previous day, fearing the waste of precious time. It felt as if the uncertainty of life had suddenly transformed into assurance, providing a sense of hope. He no longer needed to toil relentlessly. He could afford to pause and appreciate the beauty of the journey, living for more than mere survival. In 5 minutes, the 4 metal storage boxes were completed. This astonishing efficiency left Yunxian in awe. Witnessing the reality of the process was far more impactful than merely reading the statistics. Once he regained his composure, Yunxian turned his attention to the crafting of the iron armor and the dual-bow crossbow. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his strength would undoubtedly see an enhancement. However, with only 10 units of fiber remaining, he was short by 5 units for both items. Thus, he had to choose to craft only 1. Considering the features of the workbench, Yunxian promptly decided to forge the dual-bow crossbow. Remarkably, the first dual-bow crossbow he crafted achieved perfection on the first attempt, triggering a high-precision feature, resulting in an exceptional quality item. Dual-bow crossbow, survival value, 100 foundation, attack 30, agility 4, tension 1050, trait, penetration 25, durability 1000, description. A single-shot crossbow of exceptional quality produced through high precision, boasting superior attributes that enhance its formidable lethality. Overjoyed by the successful crafting, Yunxian gazed at the sleek, black-themed dual-bow crossbow with a paternal fondness. To ensure the crossbow's further potential, he unhesitatingly utilized the previously acquired trait coating canister, penetration 15, consuming 1 durability point to enhance it with an additional trait layer. Exceptional quality items can possess 2 traits, provided they do not exceed the limits of exceptional quality traits. Excellent quality items can only have 1 trait, not surpassing excellent quality standards, while ordinary items cannot have traits at all. With the coating applied, the penetration capability of the dual-bow crossbow saw a substantial increase. As for the iron armor, Yun Xian could only gather resources in the wilderness and then craft it using his portable system. It seemed unlikely that he would trigger any high-level craftsmanship anytime soon. With the unexpected delight of the exceptional dual-bow crossbow, Yun Xian whimsically decided to create a batch of ordinary iron arrows, suitable for both bows and crossbows. Ordinary iron arrows. 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of wood. 5 arrows, 1 minute. With only 25 metal blocks remaining, Yun Xian decisively produced 20 sets, totaling 100 ordinary iron arrows. Due to the workstation's high-level craftsmanship characteristics, 5 arrows of fine quality emerged. Fine iron arrows, penetration 15, durability 20, this attribute thrilled Yun Xian, igniting a fervent desire to engage in battle with monsters. Chapter 25, Finding the Right Direction. After completing several essential items, Yun Xian once again employed a specialized coating canister, penetration 15, to enhance a few of his exquisite possessions with a 15 penetration layer. Following this, he found himself with little to occupy his time. In just an hour, he had amassed a wealth of resources, while the enhancement of his personal strength was noteworthy. It was the acquisition of the title Pioneer that bestowed an additional 20 agility upon him, allowing him to traverse distances with newfound swiftness. This upgrade was significantly bolstered by the presence of 4 exceptional quality items, which greatly amplified his potential. Indeed, potential. With these tools at his disposal, he envisioned a period of advantageous endeavors ahead. For instance, leveraging these high-quality items would enable him to reap benefits swiftly, fattening himself like a pig poised for the next gust of fortune. Yun Xian believed that choosing the right direction was more crucial than mere effort, albeit a sentiment that may not resonate well with all. In this wasteland world, opportunities to soar like a fortunate pig were plentiful. The key lay in seizing the moment and maximizing benefits. He contemplated his forthcoming course of action, recognizing his personal advantages yet lacking organizational support. The strength of an organization is an undeniable force that no individual can shake. This truth he held firmly. For instance, if 100 billion people each contributed a unit of wood, he would obtain a staggering 100 billion units of wood, far surpassing his current assets, which would hardly suffice for even a fraction of that amount. He need not toil endlessly for survival. The equivalent of the food prices in this wasteland could sustain him for countless years. Thus, he mused, astonishing. At the onset, 100 billion people grant me 1 unit of wood. Such a bounty is unfathomable. However, the vast distances separating survivors, coupled with their limited resources to assist one another, had rendered the power of large organizations nearly obsolete. Many survivors gravitated toward more reliable units based on family ties and kinship. Consequently, even the largest organizations could only manage nominal oversight. In the context of this wasteland survival game, an organization without financial resources could hardly mobilize effectively within a short time frame. At best, they could activate a small segment and gradually expand from there. In summary, the ability of past organizations to reorganize on a large scale was a profound test of the leader's capabilities, a feat not easily achieved in a matter of days. In times of hardship, even the wealthiest have their own shortages. Yet, in prosperous times, they would indeed abound with surplus. Therefore, Yun Xian resolved to capitalize on his assets and secure a plot of land capable of generating stable resources, even amidst the scarcity of the present. His objectives crystallized. On one hand, he aimed to leverage and expand his individual advantages, striving to remain within the top echelon or even higher. On the other hand, he sought to establish his own influence or form beneficial alliances with other powers. In essence, he understood the importance of collaboration. Solitary endeavors would only lead to exhaustion. Workers cannot possibly enjoy the same comforts as their employers. The message conveyed by the celestial system was clear and easily comprehensible. All individuals are merely trying to make a living. No one should expect unwavering loyalty from others, as that would be unfair. Thus, Yun Xian was cognizant of this reality. Engaging in fair trade and mutual benefit was the way forward. As for his ambitions to establish his own faction, he acknowledged his lack of knowledge and experience, recognizing it as merely a matter of reciprocal exchange. His aspirations were aimed at connecting with affluent, high-level players for mutual advantage, fostering relationships with other organizations in a measured manner. Of course, he needed to bolster his own strength and continue striving onward. After an intense brainstorming session, Yun Xian swiftly gained clarity regarding his future direction. Once he pinpointed the right path, He would focus on enhancing his abilities and leave the rest to fate. With his belongings organized and his stamina replenished, Yun Xian set forth once more towards the Crimson Mine, filled with anticipation. As he journeyed, he moved with even greater speed than before, having surmised that the Crimson Mine was an enigmatic resource point of uncertain classification, compared to the minor resource locations discovered by others through sheer luck. This site was of a far superior caliber. The mere presence of a single guarding resource point here surpassed the quality of those previously encountered. Thinking of the deep, unfathomable mine within, Yun Xian felt a mixture of elation and trepidation. He was uncertain whether his fortune would favor him or lead him astray. For formidable monsters lurked in abundance. What might transpire after the 3-day novice period remained unclear. Would a horde of monsters emerge? With his shelter situated so nearby, he could not dismiss the possibility of repercussions. Moreover, the formidable beasts were not easily vanquished, and they were rumored to possess a degree of intelligence. Even if most were of low cunning, what if one were astute? This dichotomy ignited both anxiety and yearning within him. Should he triumph over them, he would feast. Should he falter, he would only provide them with a banquet. Yun Xian dared not dwell too long on such thoughts for now. He would focus on enhancing his strength as much as possible. After all, abandoning this resource point for another was out of the question. Since he had discovered it first, it rightfully belonged to him. No one else would claim it. This time, Yun Xian learned from past experiences, strategically acquiring meat at double the price to exchange for stone and other materials when necessary. He could not feasibly carry a backpack full of wood or stone at all times in preparation for trading. And upon upgrading his shelter, he discovered that his trading capacity had expanded to 50 slots. This realization filled Yun Xian with envy. This was far more generous than his personal backpack, which granted but a single slot with each upgrade, hardly sufficient. Throughout his journey, Yun Xian adhered to a fixed route. Initially, he had contemplated exploring alternate paths, but the realization struck him that the Crimson Mine was the most perilous destination. He swiftly dismissed that notion and pressed onward with unwavering determination towards the mine. As he traversed the previously cleared gathering points, an eerie silence enveloped the path, sending shivers down his spine. How he longed for the raucous presence of parasites, which at least provided a semblance of liveliness. Quickening his pace, he sought out his trusty companions, whom he had not seen for over an hour. He missed them dearly. Navigating through 3 gathering points, Yun Xian habitually annotated their names on the map: Green-Faced Camp, Black and White Warehouse, Double Green Warehouse. Though the names were rather mundane, they were imbued with sentiment. Upon reaching the Double Green Warehouse, he noted that while the monsters had been cleared, the insurance card doors remained unopened. Resisting the urge to activate the insurance cards, he resolved to return later to unlock these doors. After all, having just organized his backpack, it would be imprudent to fill it again by activating 2 green insurance card doors. Furthermore, by the time he returned, his level was likely to increase, thereby expanding his personal backpack space. The materials gathered from monsters could then be swiftly placed on the trading market. Reluctantly, he departed from the 2 green insurance card doors. His gaze fixed on the distant gathering point, determination etched in his eyes. Emboldened by his agility advantage, Yun Xian stealthily infiltrated this gathering point, as it was larger and more unique than the previous 3 minor skirmishes. This location featured 4 expansive warehouses, reminiscent of garages used by the mine. A plethora of abandoned vehicles lay scattered within the warehouses and along the adjacent roads, creating a sense of congestion. The white and occasional green resource markers emerging from these forsaken vehicles left Yun Xian with an overwhelming sense of abundance. This place was indeed a veritable treasure trove of resources. Let Yun Xian experience a sense of bliss, as if he has already unearthed treasures, even though he has not yet begun to dig. These resource mines are already his. Chapter 26. The formula for white explosives. What left Yun Xian in a state of ambivalence was the absence of elite monsters. Even the ordinary creatures were merely the insignificant blue-coated cats and fish. After a prolonged search, he managed to locate about 10 of these blue-coated beings, which only granted him a meager increase in experience and materials. This bizarre situation instilled a sense of foreboding within him, making him increasingly cautious. Oh right. After unlocking the shelter level, the experience required for the next level is now 10,000, and the rewards for leveling up remain unchanged. Before long, the observant Yun Xian discovered something peculiar. It seemed that a violent confrontation had recently occurred in this area. with evident and fresh traces of chaos that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. This heightened his alertness. The signs pointed towards a battle among monsters. Could it be predation? It was not unusual for monsters to engage in combat, as territorial instincts are quite natural. Then, in an unexpected turn, he found 4 green insurance card doors here, accompanied by a safe and 6 locked supply boxes. This configuration was nothing short of luxurious, likely causing other survivors to faint from delight upon seeing it. However, the elite monsters had mysteriously vanished, along with the green insurance cards. Yun Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, while the 4 elite monsters posed a challenge. They were not insurmountable. With enough patience, he could outlast them, as he was a seasoned player, after all. At that moment, he was down to just 3 green insurance cards, which felt insufficient. So many green insurance card doors awaited his attention. To his dismay, he discovered he had run out of ammunition. This prompted him to consider checking the trading market for supplies, but alas, his search yielded no results. Even basic upgrading resources like metal scraps were unavailable for sale, as everyone seemed to be hoarding them for upgrading their wooden shelters. In this situation, Yun Xian chose to expend his green insurance cards to open the safe. After all, safes invariably yield formulas, and although it was still a green formula, he had no qualms about acquiring it. Through a stroke of luck, the safe revealed a formula for something called white safety explosives. White safety explosives. 1 unit of fiber, 1 unit of plastic. Unit, production time, 1 minute. This revelation took Yun Xian's breath away. He marveled at how fortunate he was, for this formula held substantial value. His experience and understanding surpassed that of other survivors, making him appreciate the stability of this formula's worth for future levels of shelter. With an abundance of explosives, confronting the destructive power of such items was daunting. Even with his current physique, he doubted he could withstand multiple detonations. Crafting explosives, if utilized wisely, could potentially allow him to defeat formidable monsters beyond his current level. They could also be employed to swiftly dismantle durable objects, such as safes and insurance card doors. A perfect fit for his cunning and brute force approach. As his thoughts spiraled into darker fantasies, Yun Xian let out an inexplicable cackle. In addition to these rare and valuable resources, he noticed a plethora of abandoned vehicles scattered throughout the area, from warehouses to the roadside. Any resource-hungry survivor would be ecstatic to stumble upon such a treasure trove. After quickly surveying the supplies in the 4 warehouses, he promptly set off towards the next gathering point. Metal scraps, 90 plastic scraps, 30 fiber scraps, 40 glass scraps, 30 resin capsules. 6. The challenge of collecting these materials was indeed substantial, given that this area was likely the territory of 4 elite monsters. Even with such a modest quantity of materials, he could discern their value. With the resources he had gathered, Yun Xian set about crafting the iron armor, a process that required an hour. Naturally, he could not afford to squander this time idly. He resolved to investigate what had transpired at the next gathering point. With 4 green insurance cards gone, he felt compelled to seek answers. Yun Xian traversed the mining road for approximately 2 to 3 kilometers, and the sights along the way expanded his horizons, granting him a more vivid understanding of the mining area and Appo's riches. The abandoned vehicles lining the road resembled a series of lifeless, charcoal-gray serpents coiling deeper into the earth. Some construction transport vehicles were strewn with stones, which had transformed into resource points. In fact, certain abandoned vehicles were even buried beneath piles of stones, merging into special composite resource mines. Throughout his journey, Yun Xian discovered 28 vehicles of excellent quality and 3 of exceptional quality. He couldn't resist marking the 3 exceptional vehicles: a medical truck with its belly crushed in by immense force, a large engineering vehicle partially overturned and embedded in the ground, and a lightweight armored vehicle that had been completely flattened. Their striking appearances, coupled with blue resource indicators, made them stand out conspicuously among the heap of abandoned vehicles, a testament to their significance. The quality of the mine corresponded to the type of resources it could yield. What of the abandoned vehicles? Might they also produce corresponding items? Perhaps they contained valuable components, such as engines, air conditioning units, or even stockings. With a bit of imagination, such possibilities were not beyond reason, considering the myriad of items that could be hidden within a vehicle. This tantalizing prospect made his heart race. Yet he knew that he had to prioritize investigating the events that had unfolded nearby. Otherwise, he would be left to gather resources in a state of constant anxiety. Along the way, he noted that the less rusted the vehicles were, the higher their resource quality appeared to be. Yun Xian mused whether some of these high-quality abandoned vehicles might still be operable. The thought of casually acquiring a functioning vehicle was exhilarating. No longer would he have to rely solely on his weary legs. However, he also recognized that, even if he discovered a usable vehicle, he likely wouldn't be able to drive it out of the area. Struggling against the urge to exploit the exceptional quality vehicles, he continued onwards, determined to explore further down the road. To be honest, a quicker route to the bottom would be to follow the edge of the road downwards. But the drop was quite steep, over 100 meters, roughly equivalent to more than 30 stories. He wondered if his physique could withstand such a fall. Likely, survival would be improbable. Thus, Yun Xian cautiously navigated the center of the road, avoiding the edges to prevent an accidental slip. If only a large monster were to tumble down, it would likely sustain severe injuries, if not death. Gazing at the daunting height of the drop, he couldn't help but think, was this not akin to waiting for a hare to come his way? Chapter 27. Patience is key. After walking for several minutes, a large inspection station appeared before Yun Xian, blocking the road that led to the mine. He paid little heed to the peculiar presence of such a checkpoint in a mining area. After all, the wasteland was rife with irrationalities, and a checkpoint at a mine was hardly unprecedented. Towering over 10 meters, multiple gates of the inspection station stood resolutely at either end of the road, resembling a formidable wall guarding the entrance to the mining district. Casting his gaze downward towards the mine, Yun Xian noticed several, even larger inspection stations stationed along the road, as if they were meticulously guarding something of great importance. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Were they safeguarding a secret? However, lacking the strength to delve into such mysteries, he buried his curiosity deep within. Upon regaining his focus, Yun Xian observed the relatively smaller inspection station before him, where the familiar sight of an arched warehouse caught his eye. 6 warehouses were neatly embedded into the slope, suggesting that previous occupants had a penchant for constructing storage facilities on inclines. The design, while seemingly unusual, proved efficient. The arched structures not only facilitated storage but also reinforced the surrounding slope, mitigating numerous safety hazards. Overall, the design was commendable. To his surprise, there were fewer abandoned vehicles near the checkpoint than he had anticipated. What truly piqued his cautious interest, however, was the eerie absence of any monsters in the vicinity. Not a single creature roamed outside, not even one attempting to feign nonchalance. Moreover, he noted the remnants of fierce battles, with traces of devastation leading toward one of the warehouses at the edge. Could it be that a formidable beast had vanquished all the other monsters? The thought flitted through his mind, though he dismissed the absurd notion of a monstrous gathering for entertainment. With a growing sense of caution, Yun Xian lost interest in the exposed locked safe that lay before him. He had business to attend to. He surmised that an elite monster, perhaps even one surpassing that quality, resided within. This thought elicited a blend of fear and excitement across his face. First, he memorized the surrounding terrain and plotted a retreat route, embodying the careful nature of the 6th character in their story. With his plan in place, he cautiously circled around towards the target warehouse. In preparation for any unforeseen circumstances, he popped 2 regeneration capsules into his mouth. The unknown creature was evidently far stronger than the elite monsters he had previously encountered, and he could not ascertain whether it was of a higher level or superior quality. Emotionally, he hoped it was of higher quality. A high-level elite would yield little more than the spoils from a low-level counterpart. Crouching low, he meticulously scanned his surroundings for danger until he finally reached the entrance of the innermost warehouse unscathed. Peering stealthily inside, he observed that the abandoned vehicles and other debris had been cleared to the sides, leaving a remarkably unobstructed passage down the center. Deep within the warehouse stood a hulking humanoid monster, its name glowing blue above its head, surrounded by a heap of corpses, clearly of elite origin. A semi-exposed blue crystal on its chest flickered with a faint azure light, captivating Yun Xian's attention as he peered in. He noticed that the creature seemed to be incessantly forcing the blue crystal into its body, each attempt eliciting a pained expression and occasional low growls of distress. Clearly, it was attempting to eliminate nearby monsters to avoid interruption during this process. Was it evolving or engaged in some other endeavor? Yun Xian pondered various possibilities, though the distance prevented him from discerning detailed information about the creature. If he could detect any signs of weakness, he would surely intervene to uphold justice. For now, however, it was wise to remain cautious and observe the situation. Fortunately, given the distance, the creature remained oblivious to Yun Xian's presence. If it had sensed another monster's aura, it would have reacted long ago. Monsters, after all, rarely acted stealthily. They often reveled in confrontations with one another. As Yun Xian remained hidden at the entrance, he awaited the completion of his iron armor, which was just 10 minutes away. During this time, he anticipated that the monster would remain relatively inactive. Thankfully, no other beasts intruded upon his weight, and Yun Xian silently expressed gratitude to the leader monster for clearing the area of its kin. Otherwise, he would have been hard-pressed to maintain his position as the sixth character. Simultaneously, he readied his dual crossbows, equipped with finely crafted bolts adorned with special coatings. Indeed, he had extravagantly applied these coatings to each of the 5 bolts. Any other survivor witnessing this would likely chastise Yun Xian for his wastefulness. For how could one use such valuable coatings on low-durability ammunition? They would be even more astounded to learn that he had applied penetrating coatings to his iron pickaxes. As 10 fleeting minutes passed, Yun Xian, like a patient hunter, observed the creature within the warehouse. He watched as the monster struggled to consume the blue crystal, emitting restrained growls of discomfort. A pang of sympathy struck him. If only the creature would cease its attempts and allow him to safeguard the crystal instead. Ding! Your iron armor has been completed. A subtle notification materialized within his holographic interface, prompting a wave of joy within Yun Xian. Casting a glance at the creature still writhing in distress, he seized the moment to examine the attributes of his new armor. Iron armor, bronze quality. Exceptional, survival value. 140 attributes 10 base. 60 damage reduction durability. 300 alas. It bore no protective special coatings. Yun Xian murmured to himself, reflecting on how most equipment and items acquired special traits through enchanting coatings, a method both efficient and reasonably balanced. Moreover, such coatings were rare and seldom sold, particularly in the current climate. Most survivors likely cherished their refined items as treasured heirlooms. Without further ado, Yun Xian swiftly equipped the iron armor, feeling an immediate surge of vitality as his attributes surged by 7 points. His current stats, excluding weapon and title bonuses, stood at Constitution 36, Strength 20, Agility 23. The sensation of robust life, coupled with the damage mitigation of the iron armor, filled him with newfound confidence. In that moment, he felt invincible, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Chapter 28. Hunt for the Chief Monster. At this moment, equipped and ready, Yun Xian retrieved his dual-bow crossbow, the Chinyo, and placed 5 exceptional bolts, each imbued with a 15 penetration enhancement, into the quiver. The combined penetration of the dual-bow crossbow and the fine bolts had reached an almost fearsome 100. 1 penetration negates 1 damage reduction. Moreover, the dual-bow crossbow was a single-shot weapon, adjustable in power according to 1's strength. Yun Xian set the crossbow's power to its maximum. Under normal circumstances, he could manually draw the string at its lowest power setting. However, he now had to rely on the auxiliary mechanism on the crossbow to swiftly draw the string. Once the crossbow was readied, Yun Xian took out his revolver and loaded it with bullets, confident that its power could likely create a substantial wound, akin to the wooden spear he had previously thrown. Each shot from the revolver, though dealing moderate damage, had the potential to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Both the crossbow and the revolver contributed an additional 3 points to his agility attribute, proving convenient for guerrilla tactics or a hasty retreat. However, he could only equip one at a time, thus benefiting from only the attribute of the equipped weapon while the other remained dormant. The primary offensive would naturally be the 5 exceptional bolts from the dual-bow crossbow, followed by the revolver for finishing moves. Prepared, Yun Xian continued to calmly observe the giant monster's situation. The creature roared, having failed once more. As Yun Xian silently counted its attempts, after several failed attempts, the monster exhibited signs of evident fatigue, its spirit visibly waning. Although it would somewhat recover after a minute or two, Yun Xian patiently awaited, no longer fixated on it, merely counting the monster's roars in his mind. Roar. A prolonged, low growl, tinged with a hint of reluctance, sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yun Xian and Appo's eyes. He swiftly drew forth the dual-bow crossbow, peering out half his body, steadied the weapon, and, aided by the system's targeting assistance, aimed at the monster's immobile head. As an experienced hunter, he relished the sight of a still target. With a swift motion, a bolt soared through the air, slicing towards the monster's head like a dragon in flight. Thud! The quivering bolt pierced cleanly through the monster's head, spilling forth a spray of bluish liquid. Thump! The creature, struck hard, lost its balance, and collapsed. However, it quickly regained composure, its murky eyes sharpening with fear and ferocity as they fixated on the warehouse entrance. Another bolt was already on its way, and the monster's pupils widened with a flicker of trepidation. After the first bolt found its mark, Yuanxian swiftly activated the mechanism to draw the string again, disregarding any potential wear on the crossbow. By the time the monster reacted, the second bolt was already in flight. Thud. This time, the bolt targeted the creature's body, penetrating with terrifying force and tearing through tissue and fluids. However, the damage inflicted was nowhere near as lethal as the first shot, merely a superficial wound. Roar. Enraged and frightened, the monster charged towards the warehouse entrance, its movements noticeably uncoordinated, a testament to the damage it had sustained from the initial bolt. It was in dire need of recuperation, otherwise, its body would not withstand much longer. Yet, before that could happen, it was determined to either scare off or eliminate Yuanxian, the source of its suffering. With a smirk of barely contained amusement, Yuanxian swiftly turned the mechanism to draw the crossbow again, visibly noting the monster's weakening state. It was clearly at the end of its rope, relying solely on its high constitution to endure. Yuanxian needed only to outlast it to claim victory. Another bolt surged toward the fleeing creature, momentarily slowing it down as it struck, dislodging portions of its flesh into the depths of the warehouse. Bang, 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 bang. Observing that the bolts were inflicting only moderate damage, Yuanxian quickly switched to the revolver, unleashing 6 consecutive shots into the beast's body. Each bullet erupted in a spray of crimson, leaving opaque wounds across the monster and Oppo's form. Once the ammunition was expended, Yuanxian swiftly retreated, creating distance from the now slowed beast. The monster, hindered by its injuries, could no longer match his speed, lifting Yuanxian's spirits significantly. The outcome was nearly assured. It was merely a matter of time. Bang, 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 roar. Inside the checkpoint, the giant monster weakly roared, its massive form relentlessly pursuing Yuanxian. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by more bursts of blood. After approximately 10 minutes, the creature's movements slowed considerably. Yuanxian could distinctly sense its dwindling strength, estimating that it would soon succumb. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Bang! A bolt again pierced the monster's head, spilling forth a torrent of viscous fluid. Ding! You have slain the level 15 chief monster. Overseer, survival experience 5,000. What a hard-fought battle. Yuanxian marveled at how it took nearly 20 minutes to finally bring down this severely wounded chief monster, a hint of astonishment creeping in. If only he could replicate such feats. 100 bullets, almost all targeting the beast, and even its head took several hits. Yet it was the final bolt that ultimately claimed its life. Blue Insurance Card X1 Backpack Expansion Stone. Exceptional quality. Overseer Helmet X1. Exceptional quality. Overseer Boots X1. Exceptional quality. Overseer Leggings X1. Exceptional quality. Overseer Armor X1. Exceptional quality. Exceptional Crystal Core X1. Indeed, there is a hidden drop rate. Yuanxian could hardly contain his excitement at the sight of the complete set of equipment dropped by the monster. Surely, this was no coincidence. Such a bounty could not be expected under normal circumstances, not even within the first 3 days of novice play. He suspected he might be the first in the world to achieve this kill. Otherwise, a normal defeat would not yield such an abundance of loot, half of which would be considered a stroke of luck. Satisfied, he collected all the dropped items into his backpack and promptly used the exceptional quality backpack expansion stone to increase its capacity. Following that, he swiftly donned the 4 pieces of Overseer equipment. Overseer Helmet, Survival Value, 130 Attributes. Constitution 10 Base, 60 Damage Reduction Durability, 1000. Overseer Armor, Survival Value, 130 Attributes. Constitution 10 Durability, 1000 Base, 60 Damage Reduction. Overseer Leggings, Survival Value, 130 Attributes. Constitution 10 Base, 60 Damage Reduction Durability, 1000. Overseer Boots, Survival Value, 130 Attributes. Agility 10 Base, 60 Damage Reduction Durability, 1000. Chapter 29. Opening the blue security door equipped with 4 pieces of gear. Yuanxian's attributes, excluding those from weapons and titles: Sword 2, Constitution 50, Strength 20, Agility 30. Observing his remarkable increase in Constitution, he couldn't help but smile. feeling like a robust shield, akin to a formidable boss monster. He pondered whether he could endure a few gunshots like those monsters and still remain spirited. Nevertheless, he believed he couldn't be much weaker than those chief monsters. A high constitution brought a sense of security and confidence. Yun Xian then glanced at the defeated boss's corpse, which lay on the ground with an expression of unwillingness. He joyfully dismantled it, obtaining 4 exquisite materials. What a splendid creature this boss monster was. He acquired Crystal Core 1, Leather 1, Growth Powder 1, Bone Fragment 1. These familiar materials were quite useful, serving purposes such as upgrading the shelter, crafting certain items, and nourishing farmland and crops. Their primary uses fell into these categories, with farming and crops consuming the most resources, except for the monster's leather. The remaining 3 materials could be generously utilized to enhance the soil's fertility. After defeating the boss, Yun Xian proficiently began sweeping the entire area, his gaze sharp as a needle, ensuring no resources escaped his notice. He had high hopes for this region, which housed a boss monster. Given the tendency of monsters to occupy high-level resources, he was certain it must possess a blue security card door. The blue security card in his backpack filled him with excitement. Metal block 1 ding. You have unlocked a locked supply box. Plastic block 1, fiber block 1, glass block 1. Goodness, so many elite monsters. Yun Xian first headed to the warehouse where the boss monster had resided, counting a total of 10 elite monster corpses inside. He surmised that the boss had eliminated all the elite monsters on both sides. Quite ruthless. What a pity. Filled with sorrow, Yun Xian collected the remains of these 10 elite monsters. After all, had he personally slain them, he would have undoubtedly reaped a bounty of green security cards, not to mention the other gear. What a loss. The pain was palpable. Crystal Core 10, Growth Powder 10, Leather 10, Bone Fragment 10 in his sorrow. Yun Xian found some solace in the fact that he seemed to have gathered enough exquisite crystal cores for upgrading the shelter. This realization jolted him, reminding him of the saying, a blessing in disguise. If he could gather more survival points and other resources, he could upgrade the shelter once again. After all, the most challenging part of the upcoming upgrade was acquiring the green crystal cores. Trading was not out of the question, as long as the price was agreeable. Many would be willing to sell. However, at this moment, everyone was fervently focused on upgrading their shelters. How many could offer a satisfactory price? Moreover, he needed 10 green crystal cores. Furthermore, with poor luck, it was uncertain whether others would even encounter an elite monster in a day. At this moment, if he recalled correctly, the task from the Heavenly Tao system had mentioned that upgrading the shelter within 3 days would reward him with a treasure chest after the upgrade. This implied that he could upgrade once more and receive an additional chest? A treasure chest. Today, he had just discovered a blue resource area. With this thought, Yun Xian felt invigorated and his spirits lifted. He needed to maximize his resource gains during trading today, profiting from the metal blocks and the 4 major material blocks. However, he likely wouldn't find many individual players. How much can a lone player possess? Only organizations or groups would have enough resources to be worth targeting. After all, he too was considered an individual player. With such a wealth of resources at his disposal, he had barely accumulated many metal blocks among the 4 major material types. One could only imagine what others had. Continuing, Yun Xian opened several locked supply boxes, discovering a new item worth 50 survival points, a desk lamp. It would provide light in the darkness. Next, he did not forget to search the remaining warehouses. Aside from some basic supplies, he was delighted to find the blue security card door. The entire blue security card door exuded a sense of solidity, suggesting that valuable items lay within. However, this was the only blue security card door present. There were no green security card doors or green safes. Compared to the green security card door's durability of 10,000, the blue security card door boasted an impressive durability of 100,000, a 10-fold difference. Out of curiosity, Yun Xian tested the durability consumption of this door. A metal pickaxe consumed 2 durability points to remove 1 point from the door, while a stone pickaxe likely required 4 points to remove 1. A refined weapon could remove 1 point of durability from the door for every 1 point it consumed, while an exquisite quality crossbow could remove 2 to 3 points per point of durability spent. In summary, attempting to deplete the durability of the blue card door with weapons would be a foolish endeavor. Abandoning such thoughts, Yun Xian proceeded with a wave of mystical incantations, ultimately performing a respectful bow to the blue security card door. After completing the process, he inserted a blue security card into the card reader. Click hum. Reminiscent of gears turning, the blue security card door slowly opened under Yun Xian's eager gaze. Soon, the door fully opened, and Yun Xian entered with a sense of reverence and excitement. Inside were 5 boxes, significantly more robust and sophisticated than those found behind the green security card door, exuding an air of understated luxury. Food box, 5 units. Pure meat can food 10, blue, 1,000 units. Vitamin drink 10, blue. Fiber block 50 medicine box. First aid kit 5, blue. Glass block 50 tool box. Steel pickaxe 1, blue. Small refining furnace 1, blue. Plastic block 50 weapon box. Iron pipe rifle 1, blue. 1,000 universal ammunition box 1. Fiber block 50 safe. Engineering explosive package recipe, blue. Metal block 50 wow, a recipe. This was a tremendous gain. After opening the safe, Yun Xian couldn't contain his joy upon discovering the engineering explosive package recipe. He had struck gold with the blue security card door. He collected all 8 exquisite items without missing a single one. These were truly remarkable treasures. Others would surely be envious to see this bounty, he thought with a smirk. Naturally, he immediately learned the recipe. Engineering explosive package, white explosive 1, metal block 1. Production time, 1 minute. Now, he could craft engineering explosive packages, and he was only a practical application away from realizing his dream. Besides the incredibly valuable recipe, Yun Xian considered the medicine to be of utmost importance, as it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Following that, the iron pipe rifle and the refining furnace would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance. Both were quite practical. Small refining furnace, survival value, 110 basic, refining speed 200. Can refine up to the highest quality of exceptional. Durability, 10,000 description. Though diminutive in size, it possesses the capability to refine resources. Chapter 30. Diligently digging. Yun Xian's gaze fell upon the steel pickaxe, clearly indicating that its gathering efficiency surpassed that of the iron pickaxe by a significant margin. Steel pickaxe, exquisite quality, survival value, 90 base, durability 4,000. Agility 10 exceptional trait, gathering efficiency 60 description, a steel pickaxe that offers additional bonuses for gathering. How many heads can it collect? One wonders. Indeed, given the current circumstances, this is undoubtedly the dream tool for the dedicated gatherers. The inherent gathering efficiency of the steel pickaxe already eclipses that of the iron pickaxe, and the added 60 efficiency makes it imperative to utilize this tool. This revelation ignited within Yun Xian the desire to mine the exquisite quality resource veins. After all, these were 3 exquisite quality resource points, and regardless of the outcome, he was certain to unearth exquisite quality items. While he entertained the notion of proceeding further down the mining path toward the pit, the next gathering point was inescapably along this very road. A glance revealed a hazy throng of monsters ahead, prompting him to momentarily abandon this idea. His current strength would not suffice to cut through them, and he needed to prepare for the upgrade of his shelter. He could not afford to linger and waste time here. Moreover, today's haul was already substantial, and he had yet to fully process it. Following this, the prospect of acquiring an additional blue or green insurance card would not significantly alter his current capabilities. Even if he were to obtain a blue insurance card, he had no intention of opening the blue insurance door just yet. He would save it for after upgrading the shelter. The supplies behind the blue insurance door would refresh according to the personal shelter's level, as he was currently at a bronze level shelter. The materials and recipes refreshed would predominantly correspond to that tier. Fortunately, he was close to gathering enough resources to upgrade the shelter and was merely awaiting the opportunity to trade for some plump sheep. He considered that he still required metal blocks and various materials for the upgrade, as well as experience to elevate his survival level. Ultimately, Yun Xian resolved to mine those 3 exquisite quality items while he awaited the opportunity. Regardless, 3 exquisite quality items would not escape him, and he would not incur a loss. He planned to collect here while crafting iron spiked clubs for sale, thus earning resources to upgrade his shelter. Thankfully, his backpack had ample space, alleviating any concerns about personal inventory. Following the map markers, Yun Xian returned to the nearest exquisite resource point. The first exquisite quality abandoned light armored vehicle caught his attention, and he held high expectations for the yield from this forsaken machine, rivaling even that of the blue insurance card. He was unperturbed by what could be extracted from it. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to work hard. After ensuring there were no anomalies in the vicinity, he equipped the steel pickaxe and began gathering. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of metal striking echoed along the road. Metal Block 1. Following the system-controlled gathering actions, after 3 or 4 strikes and merely 10 seconds, Yunxian successfully collected his first metal block. Goodness, this is faster than my own resource searches. Although Yunxian was aware of the efficiency of the steel pickaxe, this outcome still astonished him. The efficiency in terms of time was nearly 3 times that of the iron pickaxe. This mining area is mine. He felt a surge of joy, joking with himself that he wouldn't leave until he depleted the durability of the steel pickaxe. Setting an alarm for 4.5 hours, Yunxian confidently continued gathering. Glass Block 1, Fiber Block 1, Metal Block 1. Capacitor, green, 1 capacitor, 50 survival value, 10,000 energy storage limit, energy storage distribution device. Good find. Yunxian glanced at the capacitor in his backpack, pleased that he had something worthwhile. His enthusiasm surged. Air conditioner, green, 1 air conditioner, 70 survival value, maximum power consumption 10 energy hour, requires power device. Wire, green, 1 wire, 10 survival value. Energy transmission component. Wire, green 1. Trait coating canister, 10 armor protection, blue, 1 trait, armor protection, blue damage reduction 60. Oh my. This trait. Yunxian was overjoyed at the appearance of the blue exceptional trait coating canister. The upper limit for exquisite quality traits was indeed 60, making this coating truly remarkable. It was no surprise it came from an armored vehicle. It was genuinely exceptional. Alas, only 10 durability? Observing that the coating could be used merely 10 times, Yunxian felt a twinge of regret. If only it could be used 100 times, that would be splendid. With only 10 uses, he would have to reserve it for himself, as armor also had its durability. Damage never truly disappears, it merely relocates. Armor, indeed. I bear all the brunt. What a pity, he could not extend its benefits to other survivors. However, he mused, there was still a little left. Surely, more treasures awaited him. With a contented heart, Yunxian gazed at the remaining wreckage of the vehicle and retrieved a can of quality meat from his backpack to replenish his stamina. After a brief contemplation regarding the market situation, he resumed his gathering. Metal Block 1, Metal Block 1. Engine Module, blue, 1, Engine Module, blue 140 survival value. Maximum power 1000 hour, energy consuming device. Can participate in the assembly of power facilities, providing energy. Metal Block 1. With the last metal block in hand, the abandoned light armored vehicle was thoroughly dismantled. Ding ding ding. The second alarm rang, marking the passage of an hour. Yunxian beamed as he surveyed the bounty in his backpack. This was a windfall. Metal blocks, 360, pre-gathering 251 10 post-gathering. Plastic blocks, 360, pre-gathering 251 10 post-gathering. Fiber blocks, 310, pre-gathering 201 10 post-gathering. Glass blocks, 180, pre-gathering 150 30 post-gathering. Capacitor, green 1. Air conditioner, green 1. Wire, green 2. Engine module, blue 1. Trait coating canister, blue 1. His backpack was nearly full, considering he still had 2 exquisite quality abandoned vehicles. He quickly began organizing his inventory for the market. Prioritizing items like capacitors, wires, and lamps, he listed them at a premium of 1,000 metal blocks, knowing these items would enhance his shelter's survival value. With such elevated prices, Yunxian felt assured that no one would purchase them. Given that he had opened a blue insurance card door and defeated a chief, he found himself with more blue items than green ones. After pricing the green items, he retained 2 crystal cores from the chief, proceeding to list the remaining 3 materials at high prices. Subsequently, he listed a full set of metal blocks, plastic blocks, fiber blocks, and glass blocks. The pricing for metal blocks was straightforward: 1 unit of metal block for 2 units of fiber plastic glass blocks. The pricing for the remaining materials followed suit, maintaining the same exchange rate. This approach effectively prevents others from trading their materials. Naturally, if someone truly wishes to make a purchase, Yunxian would not object. After all, receiving money from others is something he would gladly endorse. With this maneuver, his backpack space has become considerably more organized. Chapter 31. Preparing for the upgrade to black iron level, contemplating the possibility of others encountering items such as backpack expansion stones. Yunxian felt a surge of ambition to engage in exchanges. However, he surmised that the other party would likely utilize the item immediately. For who could resist the urge to do so when faced with a seemingly inadequate backpack? Nevertheless, with a spirit of experimentation. Yunxian resolved to purchase the stones at a premium, offering one exquisite iron-spiked bat in exchange for a single green backpack expansion stone. He listed a slightly worn iron-spiked bat, which possessed a penetrating coating, on his trading space at an elevated price of 10 green backpack expansion stones. Subsequently, he annotated in the trading space, advertisement slot, one iron-spiked bat for one green backpack expansion stone. Having completed these tasks, Yunxian continued his journey, crafting iron-spiked bats with his dimensional wristband. The moment his high survival value weapon was prominently featured, it caught the attention of a small faction of other survivors in the trading market. Among the tens of thousands monitoring Yunxian's trading account, some began to take notice of the news. Observing the superior quality of the monster materials, a group was left in mild astonishment. Undoubtedly, these were materials of a quality surpassing that of elite monsters, prompting many survivors who had previously underestimated Yunxian to reassess their opinions. Battling elite monsters had proven challenging for them, primarily due to inadequate equipment and dwindling resources. Their initial personal kills of elite monsters had yielded only 3 or 4 items. Currently, the resource sites discovered by survivors around their base mainly consisted of subpar scavenging points, supplemented by a few small resource sites. Most small resource sites did not even host elite monsters, as a few ordinary ones sufficed. Consequently, the environments surrounding most survivors remained relatively safe. Fortunately, survivors could uncover more than one small resource site nearby, though it required constant exploration, which was somewhat time-consuming. There were naturally higher-tier monster zones, but most were situated far from the survivors' wooden cabins. An enormous, unidentified level monster resource site, like the one near Yunxian, was a double-edged sword, the implications of which remained uncertain. During the 3-day novice period, many aspects were concealed, and Yunxian could only proceed one step at a time. Within this novice phase, he surmised that his primary advantage lay in his proximity to the unidentified level resource site. As Yunxian made his way to the next abandoned vehicle, he noticed that the market had finally seen its first offering of finished green weaponry for sale. A brief glance revealed that the seller had only just sold one item, suggesting they were just beginning their sales. Presently, the only green items that could be sold were limited to 3 categories: medicines, weapons, and crystal cores. These 3 were the most critical demands. Other items, such as green gadgets like radios, would not attract buyers unless listed at a low price, and even then, high pricing would deter potential customers. With this in mind, Yunxian promptly returned to the base, eager to begin accumulating material blocks, with others now selling items. It was his turn to capitalize on the market as well. He swiftly listed the iron-spiked bats he had crafted using the dimensional wristband. Were it not for the need to gather exceptional quality resource ores, he would have preferred not to rely on the wristband's crafting function. After all, the blue bronze level workbench he had earned operated at 8 times the efficiency of the dimensional wristband, coupled with a 5 chance of special traits. There was no real necessity to utilize the wristband's limited crafting capabilities. Upon returning home, activating the blue workbench would allow him to gather the necessary resources for upgrading the shelter within an hour. This was his competitive edge. One workbench could accomplish the work of 8 individuals using the dimensional wristband. After upgrading their shelters, others would still require 2 more hours to create a workbench. Yunxian found it hard to believe that the other party had waited 2 hours to begin crafting items for sale. Thus, he speculated that they likely used the dimensional wristband to start crafting directly. It was uncertain whether they had even returned home, as it seemed returning home did not hinder their crafting endeavors. In fact, if they did not upgrade their shelters upon returning, it would have been a waste of time. Exploring the map while crafting items was feasible. At worst, they could gauge their time and return to the base accordingly. Just as Yunxian collected blue ore while simultaneously crafting items with the wristband, he had ample resources to hold off on selling. Others, however, might not have the luxury. Failing to sell items to recoup costs could inhibit their ability to continue crafting. Amidst these thoughts, Yunxian prepared to return home, aiming to gather the necessary materials for an upgrade within the hour. As for others, whether they would entrust their resources to someone else for upgrading the black iron shelter remained uncertain. He only knew that upgrading a black iron resource could enhance 5 to 6 bronze-level shelters. He had only just upgraded his bronze-level shelter a few hours prior. If others were willing to forfeit the resources needed to upgrade their own and their family's shelters to assist someone else, he could only accept it as fate. Most likely, he would be the first to achieve an upgrade. With the emergence of green weaponry for sale, the market appeared to be invigorated. Within 10 minutes, Dozens more individuals began to offer weapons and equipment. Observing this, Yunxian chuckled. Everyone seemed to share the same mindset: hold on to weapons as long as possible. After all, weapons could enhance strength, and even with weapons in hand, the priority was to ensure the family had enough. As for outsiders, earning money could wait. They could not allow others to gain an advantage with weaponry, even if it was ultimately inconsequential. With a well-memorized route, Yunxian skillfully equipped his steel pickaxe and axe, swiftly returning home in just over 10 minutes. This remarkable speed was attributed not only to his agility, but also to his robust physique. Without a strong constitution to support high agility, one could move quickly but not endure for long. After replenishing his stamina, Yunxian began crafting equipment at his workbench, focusing on the most profitable items. He chose to create iron-spiked bats, 5 wood, 5 metal blocks, 5 plastic blocks. Crafting time, 5 minutes. The materials listed were intact and unsold, a pity indeed. Yunxian retrieved the materials and placed them into the exceptional workbench, patiently awaiting completion. Theoretically, every 5 minutes, 8 iron-spiked bats would be produced. This speed was remarkable. This was the foundation of Yunxian and Appo's confidence. Should he produce a bat of exceptional quality, it would yield substantial profits. While green equipment may not garner overwhelming interest, blue equipment was highly sought after, with survivors willing to invest their entire fortunes to acquire it. Taking a moment, Yunxian utilized household items to enhance his shelter's survival value. The total survival value of the shelter reached 1,030, precisely meeting the prerequisites for upgrading. This served as his assurance. It required a significant bond of trust for others to willingly entrust their vital resources to someone else. Having arranged his furniture, Yunxian sighed in relief and then glanced at the completed iron-spiked bats. The survivors selling equipment had tacitly set the price for weapons at around 40 material blocks, yielding a net profit of nearly 30 material blocks, an impressive profit margin of nearly threefold. This indeed left Yunxian somewhat perplexed. Why not sell a few hundred material blocks? Yet, he harbored doubts. It was highly likely that the other party did not intend to sell at such a low price. It seemed he recalled that not everyone shared his perspective on resource sites, as many disregarded smaller resource areas. A scavenging point devoid of monsters typically yielded no more than 10 material blocks, with 5 or 6 being the norm, unless a resource chest was discovered. This implied that one would need to unearth 7 or 8 scavenging points to accumulate 50 material blocks or discover a small resource area inhabited by monsters. Considering the element of luck, and assuming one could find a scavenging point approximately once an hour, 50 material blocks represented the entirety of what most individuals willing to venture out and discover resource sites could gather over the course of a day. And even that might not suffice. Therefore, although Yunxian perceived the price of 50 material blocks as low, to others it was considerably high. Generally, a person contemplating such a purchase would need to deliberate carefully, especially if they had not encountered any elite monsters. Moreover, when faced with elite creatures, while wooden spears could indeed be used, there was an unfortunate chance of an untimely demise. Believing in one's combat prowess was also a viable option. Furthermore, this recipe was not exclusive. Theoretically, anyone who ventured out to explore that day had the opportunity to acquire it. If a relative happened upon it, it was likely they would prioritize trading with their own kin, thus sparing them the effort of venturing to the marketplace. Of course, an orphan like Yunxian had no choice but to purchase items at inflated prices in the trading market. Currently, the price for material blocks had escalated to 30 units of wood per 1 unit of material block. Although it would eventually normalize to 10 units of wood per 1 unit of material block for now, the 5 units of wood were a trivial sacrifice for most survivors who produced weapons. Consequently, Yunxian had no choice but to follow suit, offering 50 units of material blocks at the price of 15 metal blocks, 15 plastic blocks, 10 glass blocks, and 10 fiber blocks. For each sale, he would net an additional 10 units of 4 types of material blocks. He then arranged for the listing of the Iron Tooth Club. Ding. Your followed trading account has new stock. Ding. Your followed trading account has new stock. Many survivors monitoring Yunxian's trading account also received notifications and quickly took note of the situation, listing weapons for sale. Observing the Iron Tooth Club, a long, menacing black weapon that Yunxian was offering, many felt an urge to purchase. The advantage of longer weapons in sales was indeed greater than that of shorter, more compact cold weapons like knives or daggers. With a substantial base of followers for Yunxian's trading account, despite the high prices of weapons, Sales swiftly manifested in a flurry of transactions. Every 5 minutes, Yunxian would systematically list another batch of iron-tooth clubs. This prompted those waiting on the trading account to quickly discern the 5-minute listing pattern, leading to widespread approval. Yes, this is the essence of it, scheduled sales. Chapter 32. Resources amassed. Once more, the finely crafted iron spikes and clubs produced are not without their unique characteristics or exceptional qualities. Yunxian retained only those clubs of exceptional quality, applying his own penetrating characteristic coating to them. With this additional layer of characteristic coating, the price naturally escalated. After all, there were no survivors currently selling such specialized coatings. A higher price would deter potential buyers, while a lower price would be unacceptable to him. Within the span of an hour, aside from utilizing the bronze workbench to create iron clubs, Yunxian also employed the dimensional bracelet to fashion 6 metal storage boxes. The resources required for upgrading the shelter were considerable, necessitating proper storage for the upgrade. Moreover, fortune smiled upon him, as the workbench fortuitously produced 5 exceptional quality iron clubs. Among these, one exhibited a remarkable inherent penetrating characteristic, penetration 58, just shy of the maximum exceptional trait value of 60, qualifying it as a prized item. The remaining 4 clubs lacked any inherent traits, but were nonetheless of fine quality, bringing immense joy to some fortunate buyers, akin to winning a lottery. Yunxian promptly utilized the characteristic coating to enhance these clubs as well. Having harvested his profits, it was time to target a few lucrative prospects. After all, the plump sheep had feasted on his crops. Alternatively, he could simply hand over the knife to the speculators, who would not hesitate to make the kill. These 4 exceptional quality iron clubs were listed at a price of 400 units of material blocks, 100 metal blocks, 100 plastic blocks, 100 fiber blocks, and 100 glass blocks. The price was reasonable, merely equivalent to what others would earn from selling 10 pieces of fine quality weapons. Meanwhile, a cheerful young male survivor lounged in his stone house, counting his material blocks, eagerly envisioning a promising future with his weapon recipes. Before him was not his own trading account, but rather Yunxian's. Unlike others who fixated on green equipment, his sights were set on the blue items listed in Yunxian's trading account. Moreover, everyone was aware that Yunxian possessed blue recipes. He harbored an additional thought. Should Yunxian release blue equipment, he would be ready to seize the opportunity. With time to spare at the base, only needing to list a weapon every 5 minutes, his mind wandered, and the image of a blue weapon flashed in his eyes. To his dismay, it had vanished. Realizing the situation, the young man exclaimed in shock. Once he checked the trading price, a private message arrived. 1,000 white material blocks. And this exceptional iron club is yours. 600 material blocks? Not a chance. I worked hard for this. You know how it is in our line of work. I'm being quite fair at 900 material blocks. After all, you have the recipe and can profit from it. Unlike us, who can only rely on speed. 700 material blocks. My funds are not easily acquired. The usual game, both parties have their price. A firm offer of 800 material blocks, if you decline. I'll sell it to someone else immediately. Fine, but I need to wait a few minutes. I'm short on materials and need to sell some items. All right. I want to charge you a storage fee. Wait, why did this weapon lose 50 durability points? Such a minor issue. I just casually dispatched a few monsters. It really packs a punch. Refund. As soon as the 4 iron clubs were listed, they were swiftly snatched up, as Yunxian had anticipated. A group of onlookers hesitated upon seeing the blue iron clubs and, once they were sold out, felt pangs of regret. They quickly scoured Yunxian's trading account records, only to be struck by remorse. However, their regret deepened when they discovered that the recently purchased exceptional iron clubs were quickly relisted on the market at double the price. Witnessing this, Yunxian was taken aback. These speculators were quite adept. Darn it, I still have some conscience left. He mused. Are they really so uninformed? Even at such inflated prices, there are buyers. A discontented survivor wondered aloud. They merely resell other items to recoup their costs. It's not exorbitantly priced. Though I only have a few dozen material blocks, perhaps I could turn a profit. Wow, this is getting ridiculous. Are they really poised to inflate these prices? Where are all the gullible, wealthy individuals I could encounter? Within the stone house, the iron clubs continued to be crafted, and a smile graced Yunxian's face. He had nearly amassed sufficient resources. Over the course of this hour, he had produced a total of 96 iron clubs, selling 91 fine quality and 4 exceptional ones, netting a profit of 1,300 units from each type of material block. The total quantity of material blocks had surpassed the requirements for upgrading the shelter. In other words, he had gathered enough resources overall. He did have a few hundred metal blocks remaining, but considering his need for metal blocks to craft items, he set aside 100. The subsequent surplus of over 500 metal blocks was easily obtainable through direct exchanges in the trading market. Many individuals were already engaging in material block trading, with the market rate being 21 units of a certain material block exchanged for 3 types of remaining material blocks at 20 units each. Yun Xian simply needed to trade the other 3 types of material blocks for metal blocks, which was a common practice among survivors. Of course, with the volume of transactions, the earnings for each individual were minimal, and sometimes it would take half a day to find a trading partner. This was primarily because the items pushed in the trading market were from the current scene, followed by those from the local area, and finally from other regions. However, those who directly purchased from trading accounts were not affected by this. Nonetheless, this exchange was a foolproof small business. And now most survivors would engage in this practice whenever they had surplus material blocks. Whether or not the trade was successful was secondary, at worst. It served to occupy space. Chapter 33. Accidentally first again after trading the metal blocks, Yun Xian had finally accumulated sufficient materials to upgrade the shelter. Subsequently, he utilized the meat to exchange swiftly for 10,000 wood and 10,000 stone at a price below the market rate of 1 unit of stone for 2 units of wood. The original meat price was 20 wood for 1 unit of meat and 10 stone for 1 unit of meat. The quick sale price for meat was 18 wood for 1 unit of meat and 9 stone for 1 unit of meat. The onlookers at the trading account were overjoyed. Obtaining materials for free was a delightful opportunity. Despite the scarcity of equipment, they could still acquire a substantial amount of meat. Perhaps driven by their frustration over not being able to seize equipment, a crowd eagerly rushed to purchase the meat listed by Yun Xian. Oh wow, the big shot is offering a great deal. The meat is cheaper by 1 unit of stone, they exclaimed. Quick, grab it before it's gone. I finally might get lucky. Seriously, do you all have so much money that you're quibbling over a few stones? One lamented. I've never gotten any equipment. Is it so wrong to try my luck once? Who is even managing to snag it all? Another complained. Even if my hands are slow, I can't believe I've missed out so many times. Haha, your survival level must be too low. Someone chuckled. The Big Shot S account is just for fun. I've made peace with it. Who can compete with that group of turtles? I've decided. Next time if I manage to grab resources from the Big Shot S account, I'll immediately head to the card room. Such a rare stroke of luck. Yun Xian's transaction involved 667 units of meat, surpassing the market price by 167 units, and completed the exchange of 10,000 wood and 10,000 stone in a mere second. After placing all resources into the metal storage box, he did not hesitate to upgrade the shelter. The stone house shimmered with radiant light as a plethora of materials transformed into luminescence and flew out, relieving the burden in Yun Xian's heart. Ding, you have upgraded your shelter. Your current shelter level is now black iron level. Ding, you have upgraded your shelter. You have received a black iron level treasure chest corresponding to your shelter. World announcement. Survivor Yun Xian has achieved first place in upgrading to a black iron level shelter, earning the world title, Vanguard, Blue Attack Effect 20. You also receive the following rewards. Black iron level selectable exceptional recipe X1. Black iron level selectable exceptional furniture X1. Black iron level selectable exceptional territory item X1. Black iron level selectable exceptional outdoor resource location X1. Most survivors who saw the world announcement could hardly believe their eyes. Had he really leveled up again so soon? A few who were in the know were filled with both envy and excitement. Is this guy cheating? Cheating? I know exactly where his upgrade resources came from. So that's why he has been selling resources like crazy. I thought he was just cashing in on others' fortunes. The resources for upgrading the Big Shot S shelter are a responsibility we all share. Sorry, I'm not taking any responsibility. I didn't snag a single item. Neither did I. Next time, when the Big Shot levels up, count me in. I'll definitely help out in channel 358. And yet, not a single person in that channel managed to grab anything, right? Haha. Come on. Can you all not be so ridiculous? Is it really that exaggerated? Honestly, it's probably harder to snag a deal on Pinduoduo than here. I've tried over 100 times, and still haven't managed to get anything. Perhaps you just don't have enough money? As Yun Xian upgraded his shelter once more, his friend requests and private messages exploded. Reluctantly, he had to temporarily disable both functions. From then on, He would have to be the one to initiate friend requests and private messages. In a private chat channel, don't expect to get the first place reward. We can only aim for a few spots in the top 10 or 100. Some of our peers have already upgraded their shelters to bronze level and started earning resources. If they quickly gather enough resources, they can also upgrade to black iron level. Alas, only the first place gets the recipes and titles. What a pity. Haha, it's still good that one of our own has scored. Getting a resource location is also commendable. Let us continue to support the newcomers and elevate our peers' shelter levels to secure more rewards, even if they're minor. Every little bit counts. By the way, how is it going with those kids under 12? We've made good progress. Our peers have been actively chatting in various scene channels to encourage the kids to add them as friends. Thankfully, the system also imbued the children with attributes and game guidance similar to ours. Though their mental maturity is still developing, they can manage on their own to some extent, allowing us a chance to guide them. Yes, many foreign children have also joined our ranks. Well, let us take care of them too. They are all kids. Whether it's one sheep or a flock, it's still the same. Indeed, the resources near the children are generally quite good, at least sufficient for them to live well for a while. If we guide them properly, they can grow rapidly. A silver lining amidst misfortune. Yun Xian gazed at the 4 optional gift packages in his backpack, calming his restless heart. He decided to examine the upgraded shelter before anything else. There was no need to rush. He looked at the shelter, now transformed once again. The core was a double-layered structure, expanding to over 200 square meters. Although only the first layer was exposed above ground, the second layer lay underground. Compared to the previous stone house, this main building resembled a reinforced concrete structure, thicker and taller. The state of the first floor featured walls half a meter thick and soaring over 4 meters high, towering above 2 people. The floor retained its wooden texture, slightly yellowed, yet thicker and sturdier, coated with a waxy, transparent finish. The doors and windows prominently showcased their thickness, a hallmark of this shelter. The building's entrance was a 30-centimeter thick ice-black iron door, constructed from a hollow fiber structure. Click to view the 3D model of the shelter's territory on the wristband. The cold, hard texture, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, even bore a hint of rust, yet provided Yun Xian with an unparalleled sense of security. The fixed circular windows were larger now, with thicker glass, resembling aircraft portholes, yet still allowing ample light to pour in with remarkable clarity. The building also featured 2 small rooms of approximately 10 square meters each, marked by 2 starkly contrasting large metal doors, one leading to the basement and the other to the vault. Upon entering the living room, the white vault was situated in the upper right corner, its walls composed of solid white cold iron, equipped with an ATM-like machine responsible for material storage and retrieval. The vault's astonishing storage capacity of a full 10,000 units elicited an inexplicable thrill in Yun Xian. A wave of happiness washed over him. What is a storage box? Toss it aside. I fear the vault might misinterpret my intentions. The basement door was located on the left, distinctly colored in black ice iron, mirroring the main entrance's design. Upon entering the basement, Yun Xian found it to be spacious and empty, with evenly distributed ventilation grills of 4 by 4 meters across the ceiling. The familiar sturdy walls offered him a sense of comfort. Indeed, the basement was an excellent refuge. Moreover, it was not overly dark, maintaining a brightness akin to daytime. Yun Xian, thoroughly satisfied with the entire edifice, ventured forth to inspect the transformations in his domain. Firstly, there was a significant alteration in area, expanding from a modest 900 square meters to an impressive 1,800 square meters, effectively doubling its size. Given that the various items within the territory could be repositioned at will, he harbored no concerns about the black soil farmland being relegated to some forgotten corner. Secondly, the perimeter walls underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The formerly simplistic wooden fence, standing a mere meter high, was replaced with an imposing structure featuring a stone foundation half a meter in height and width, topped with robust round wooden posts soaring to 1.5 meters. The entrance gate, too, saw transformation, evolving from a dilapidated wooden door into an elegant iron-wrought high gate adorned with intricate designs. Lastly, the landscape itself had undergone a substantial transformation, shifting from an uneven expanse of barren land dotted with a few wild grasses to a pristine, manicured lawn. The entire sanctuary had seamlessly transitioned from a humble farmhouse courtyard to a resplendent noble estate. Chapter 34. This material is quite challenging. The transformation brought about by the upgrade of the shelter was indeed remarkable, leaving Yun Xian thoroughly satisfied. After all, in his previous life on Blue Star, he could never have resided in such a dwelling. Now, this place belonged to him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of happiness and accomplishment. Subsequently, he examined the overall status of the shelter on the dimensional wristband. Black iron level shelter, base survival value, 5,000 additional survival value, 530 core area, 200 square meters additional area, 1,800 square meters upgrade requirements. Total survival value of the shelter reaches 10,000, requiring materials. Blue exceptional crystal core x10, green fine crystal core x100, white ordinary crystal core x1000, green fine metal block x10,000, green fine glass block x10,000, green fine plastic block x10,000, green fine fiber block x10,000, 100,000 ordinary wood, 100,000 ordinary stone. What on earth are these materials? Yun Xian gazed in shock and confusion at the overwhelming majority of resources required for upgrading to the next level of the shelter, most of which were of green fine quality, and the quantities appeared rather substantial. As for the wood and stone, he chose to ignore them selectively. Refining furnace? Suddenly, Yun Xian recalled that he possessed a refining furnace, which seemed capable of refining materials. With a sense of experimentation, he approached the small refining furnace, which had been carelessly placed in his room. Small refining furnace, exceptional quality, survival value, 110 base, refining speed 200, maximum refining quality of exceptional. Durability, 10,000 description. Although small, it can rapidly refine materials. Indeed, Yun Xian marveled, and following the system's instructions, a gentle blue ethereal flame began to burn softly. First, it required energy to operate, which could be sourced from wood, electricity, crystal cores, and other energy sources. Experimentally, Yun Xian placed some materials inside, and after a few simple trials, he reached the following conclusions. For instance, 1 unit of wood provides 1 point of energy, while 1 ordinary crystal core offers 100 points of energy. Electricity was similar. 1 merely needed to place a capacitor into the fuel compartment of the furnace. Unlike wood and crystal cores, the capacitor's energy would not be consumed, but would merely decrease in power, suggesting that the capacitor could be recycled. The entire small refining furnace's fuel compartment only had 4 slots. If using wood, it could accommodate a maximum of 400 units. Next, Yun Xian attempted to insert a metal block as required and discovered that 10 points of energy could transform an ordinary metal block into a fine metal block. Though it took 20 seconds, without bonuses, it would be 1 minute, and it consumed 1 point of durability. Then, Yun Xian tried refining the exceptional materials mentioned above. After anxiously waiting for 5 minutes, fearing it might be malfunctioning, he finally produced 1 piece, consuming 100 points of energy and 10 points of durability. Observing the synchronized depletion of energy and durability, he quickly understood that the refining time for materials could vary, but the fixed energy and durability costs were unavoidable. Noticing that the furnace's durability had decreased by 11 points during the experiment, Yun Xian couldn't help but sigh. This refining furnace had a limited capacity for materials. If he were to gather resources on his own, he would need to acquire 5 refining furnaces. Yun Xian began calculating in his mind how much resource expenditure would be required to upgrade the shelter. Just the apparent value of 300,000 energy points worth of crystal cores, along with 400,000 energy points worth of the 4 green materials obtained from refining, did not account for the time consumed or the durability of the refining furnace. Following the simple exchange between wood and energy points, he estimated that a baseline of 700,000 units of wood would be necessary, plus additional wood and stone. To upgrade to a silver-level shelter, it would likely require over 1,000,000 units in value. This estimate did not even include the most precious resource, time, and the consumption of other items. Now that he understood how to acquire materials, Yun Xian felt a slight sense of relief. Knowing the direction to take, he could simply strive forward. He no longer needed to worry about others swiftly overtaking him after upgrading to a black iron-level shelter. Just the green materials required for upgrading could take several days. Then came the highlight: 4 optional gift packs and a black iron-level treasure chest. Yun Xian decided to open the treasure chest first, wanting to ascertain the item before proceeding to the 4 optional gift packs. Opening the chest required a sense of ceremony. After a brief ritual, he seized the moment and opened the treasure chest. Ding! You have opened a black iron-level treasure chest and obtained a wilderness camp card, blue exceptional. Another wilderness camp card? Yun Xian gazed curiously at the blue card in his hand. Medium wilderness camp card, blue exceptional. Area, 5,000 square meters. Placement requirements. Must be placed in an unclaimed outdoor area, can be recycled and repositioned after placement. Refreshing resources the following day. Specialty, guaranteed to refresh various resources, resource crates. 50 chance to refresh safes, insurance card doors, monster bosses, etc. Description, upon use. It generates a medium wilderness camp at a fixed outdoor location, containing restricted wild monsters and wild monster bosses, refreshing daily at 6 o'clock a.m. with the potential to yield exceptional quality resources. A resource point with monsters and bosses? A smile spread across Yun Xian's face. No wonder the previous one lacked monsters. It simply wasn't worthy. After all, the last was merely a bronze-level treasure chest, while this was a black iron-level treasure chest. He contemplated how to place the card, uncertain if the monsters would emerge. If they did not, he would be inclined to place it right at his doorstep for an easy defeat. After all, exploiting bugs in the game is essential for survival. Never mind, as he would systematically eliminate monsters daily. Yun Xian abandoned any extraneous thoughts. However, it would be prudent to position this item a bit farther from his shelter. 300 meters would suffice, as he still had some time before upgrading the shelter. There was no immediate need to expand his territory excessively. With that in mind, Yun Xian proceeded towards the same direction as the previous wilderness camp and chose to use the wilderness camp card approximately 300 meters away from the shelter. Placement successful. A large two-story building occupying 1,000 square meters, accompanied by two smaller two-story structures, abruptly appeared in the wilderness. The main building's single-story height was around 5 meters, while the two-story structure towered over the adjacent buildings, making them appear relatively shorter. Eager to explore the terrain, Yun Xian ventured forth, noting that there were currently no monsters present. After a thorough investigation, he observed that the main structure resembled a biological research facility. He speculated that the monsters would likely correlate with such buildings, perhaps featuring a biological boss. After briefly imagining the possible forms of the monsters, Yun Xian continued to scrutinize the state of the buildings. Although the main structure appeared vast, the number of explorable rooms was relatively few, as most were collapsed ruins. This revelation brought unexpected joy to Yun Xian, as it likely indicated that resources were more concentrated or of higher quality. For someone who preferred efficiency, this was excellent news. If possible, he hoped to refresh high-quality resource rooms daily. However, considering the stringent conditions required to unlock resource rooms, he resigned himself to the reality, though his eyes betrayed a hint of unexplainable anticipation. Chapter 35. The Geothermal Spring Card. Upon recalling that he possessed a selection of wilderness resource packages, Yun Xian felt a surge of excitement. Acquiring 3 wilderness resource sites within a single day meant that the area surrounding his territory was no longer desolate. Examining the contents of the selection package, he noted the simplicity of the resource types, ranging from pure natural resources to various monster camps and others. Geothermal Spring Card, blue abundant with superior quality water resources. Enriched or Vein Card, blue rich in the highest quality mineral resources. Bountiful Orchard Card, blue abundant with top-tier food, timber, and other resources. Pristine Forest Card, blue rich in superior quality natural resources, food, timber, and fauna. Abandoned Food Factory Card, blue randomly refreshes various food items, not exceeding superior quality. Field Camp Card, blue periodically refreshes a variety of resource boxes and scattered supplies, not exceeding superior quality. Monster Camp Card, blue contains a limited quantity and ratio of monsters, not exceeding superior quality. Replenishes every 6 hours. Monsters cannot leave the camp area. After perusing the options, Yun Xian rubbed his slightly fatigued eyes. He truly desired them all. For instance, having a hot spring right at his doorstep, with a forest to the left and an orchard to the right, alongside a grand mine ahead. He contemplated choosing the monster camp, but the thought of the nearby crimson mine filled with formidable creatures dissuaded him. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. He could not exhaust himself in such a manner. He then dismissed all resource sites that required extensive labor for collection, as he simply did not have the time for such endeavors. If he were to expend the effort and time on gathering resources, he would be far better off creating items to earn resources. The profit from agricultural collection could never rival that of advanced recipes. The profit from a single recipe could easily surpass that of several equivalent-grade resource sites, if not more. If diligent collection could lead to wealth, he would not have attained his current level of prowess. Upon further reflection, Yunxian concluded that the seemingly unremarkable geothermal spring offered him immeasurable benefits. Firstly, it provided a singular primary resource, water, signifying purity, stability, and assurance of quantity. Its features emphasized rejuvenation and relaxation. Though the current circumstances did not present a drought, the future might bring significant water shortages, making the hot spring invaluable. While he utilized it, his consumption was minimal. However, his cultivated crops would require a substantial amount of water in the future. It was imperative he did not find himself in a position of having to purchase water or other liquids to irrigate his crops during a drought. Furthermore, the spring required no laborious collection. It was simply water, easily accessible when needed. What captivated him the most was the prospect of soaking in the hot spring for relaxation. In the harsh environment of survival, the mere thought was blissful. Without the need for arduous resource collection, he could simply indulge, as the very purpose of the spring was to promote rejuvenation. It was a sensible choice, and he felt thoroughly satisfied. After earning such wealth, was it not appropriate for him to enjoy it? He promptly selected a location 300 meters from the refuge to place the resource site. The rationale for not placing it closer to the territory was due to potential territorial expansion upon upgrading. If the areas conflicted, the wilderness resource sites would revert, necessitating a laborious re-establishment and waiting for the subsequent day's resource refresh. Thus, it was best to position wilderness resource sites away from the territory. The distance, a few hundred meters, was neither too far nor too close, and for someone as agile as Yunxian, it was hardly a challenge. Upon successfully placing the geothermal spring, a 3,000 square meter hot spring mountain, emitting voluminous white steam, appeared before him, its perimeter elevated slightly above the surrounding ground by 5 to 6 meters. A rugged stone pathway, overrun with wild grass, wound its way through the mountain. Entering the stone mountain via the pathway, Yunxian discovered a serene pool of pale blue spring water. Approximately 500 square meters in size and uniformly 1 meter deep, divided into 4 sections by 2 irregular stone paths, each 1 meter wide. Observing the spring water bubbling forth, he curiously tested the temperature, noting it to be around 40 degrees Celsius, which felt quite pleasant to him. Hot spring water, green enriched with numerous trace elements and mysterious energies, possessing various miraculous functions such as healing, purification, and enhancement. Noticing that the water in the pool was of excellent quality, Yunxian felt a flicker of doubt but soon began surveying the surroundings. Indeed, he discovered that 4 spring outlets were located at the base of the small waterfalls on the surrounding stones. The pool's bottom bore no evident springs. Instead, several long fissures led deep into the earth, from which abundant heat emanated, clearly the source of the spring's warmth. The 4 spring outlets provided, as expected, superior quality water, each yielding an impressive 1 million units of premium water daily, approximately equivalent to 1 cubic meter. The total daily output of superior quality water approached 4 cubic meters, which was ample for personal use and could accumulate significantly. However, for agricultural purposes, it might not suffice. After surveying the hot spring environment, Yunxian felt a sense of contentment. This would be his sanctuary for relaxation. Subsequently, he prepared to return to the refuge while beginning to select from the other available packages. This time, he opened the furniture selection package, which once again featured a workbench. Though this time it was of black iron grade. Black iron workbench, blue superior survival value, 500 base, crafting speed 300. Number of craftable projects, 2 superior traits. Automatic sorting, crafting speed 100, craftable projects 2, superior traits. High precision, 5 chance to enhance crafted item quality by 1 grade. Maximum enhancement to superior quality. 5 chance for crafted items to feature related traits not exceeding superior quality. Description: capable of crafting items of black iron grade or lower. Yunxian quickly returned to the refuge and placed the industrially styled black iron workbench alongside the previous bronze workbench. With both workbenches at his disposal, his crafting speed and quality saw a substantial improvement. He then proceeded to gather materials and began crafting iron-spiked clubs and iron armor on both workbenches. The iron-spiked club was a weapon sought after by many survivors, known for its affordability, ease of sale, low cost, high profit margin, and rapid crafting speed. Yunxian relished producing such items. However, the market was saturated with various types of this weapon, and his competitiveness was limited. Even if he lowered his prices, it would not significantly impact market values. Nonetheless, he would not forgo profit. After all, earning money from the impoverished was nothing compared to reaping the rewards from the affluent. If the price of an iron spike club was reduced by 10 units of resources, then the price of his iron armor would surely rise by 100 resource units. The iron armor, renowned for its excellent protective capabilities, had become a favorite among the less affluent survivors. Survivors of this nature often possess the ability to create currency, rendering them indifferent to the expenditure of an additional 100 or 200 resource blocks. They merely seek to produce and sell more items. Furthermore, even if the price of iron armor rises, they are still unable to acquire it. The number of individuals fixated on Yun Xian's goods remains unknown. All that is evident is that the equipment barely flashes before being snatched away. The sensation of being unable to obtain essential goods drives them to the brink of madness. Many who are unable to secure what they urgently need resort to sending private messages to Yun Xian, offering to pay inflated prices for iron armor. Regrettably, Yun Xian pays no heed to these messages. A persistent group of skeptics continues to send messages relentlessly, akin to desperate admirers, even fully aware that their entreaties go unnoticed. Yet they remain convinced that their efforts will elicit a response. He then proceeds to open the territory item selection package. Chapter 36. Exoskeleton Armor Recipe. Yun Xian gazed at the myriad of recipes within the selection package, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and excitement. For there were simply too many to choose from, so many that it became overwhelming. Each recipe seemed enticing, leading to a delightful conundrum of indecision. However, it suddenly dawned on him that the sheer quantity of information pertaining to these recipes represented a value in itself. With this realization, Yun Xian began to peruse the recipes within the selection package with great interest. The selection process consumed a considerable amount of time, and as he examined the recipe for the superior quality workbench, a hint of regret flickered across his face. The items produced from this recipe possessed only the basic attributes of blueprints, lacking any additional characteristics. The recipes themselves did not inherently include traits. Any special features would need to be generated through the probabilistic attributes associated with the workbench. Normally, enhancing an item with traits requires the use of trait coding cans. Thus, the workbench recipe seemed rather superfluous to Yun Xian. While he could sell the workbench after learning the recipe, he found it unappealing. This realization deepened his appreciation for rare trait codings, which were not inferior to the recipes themselves. Rather, they were akin to alchemy, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Continuing his exploration of the selection package, Yun Xian discovered an abundance of excellent recipes that captivated his attention. Upon reaching the black iron level shelter, the variety and quantity of recipes available to survivors surged dramatically. In the initial humble abode, a survival level shelter, the recipes accessible to survivors were primarily limited to wooden and stone materials, with only a smattering of metallic products. However, upon advancing to the bronze level shelter, the recipes unlocked bore little resemblance to their wooden and stone predecessors, shifting predominantly towards metallic creations. Most weapons and equipment were now crafted from metal, and numerous firearm-related recipes had emerged, albeit appearing somewhat crude in their craftsmanship. As he ascended to the black iron level shelter, high-quality materials became available, with complexity far exceeding that of earlier stages. The four primary categories of materials, metal, plastic, glass, and fiber, began to play a significant role in the crafting of various recipes. Yun Xian noted that the recipes concerning weaponry and equipment had significantly increased compared to the bronze-level shelter, with a plethora of heat weapon recipes emerging, surpassing their bronze counterparts in both variety and quality, though sometimes demanding higher standards for crafting materials. Regrettably, the limitation of heat weapons lay in their requisite supporting systems. The recipes necessitated multiple components working in unison to truly harness the power of firearms, without recipes for explosives or ammunition. Possessing merely the gun barrel rendered it ineffective, a mere stick. In contrast, the simplicity of cold weapons remained appealing, though they were often crafted from superior quality metals, and their recipe count paled in comparison to that of heat weapons. The advantages of heat weapons had begun to overshadow those of cold weapons. Yet the lethality of cold weapons offered a level of damage that light heat weapons could not match. Yun Xian observed that the dimensions of these cold weapons were considerably larger than their predecessors, bulkier, sturdier, and more formidable, ensuring that cold weapons would not become entirely obsolete. In terms of defensive gear, Aside from utilizing high-quality materials to enhance armor and bolster defense, the overarching strategy remained consistent: survival, survival, survival. Furthermore, Yun Xian discovered several lightweight functional exoskeleton armor recipes composed of high-quality metal, plastic, fiber, and glass. Upon glancing at the detailed descriptions, he learned that these exoskeletons could be affixed to personal gear, providing survivors with additional attributes. The lightweight exoskeleton armor represented a simplified, full-body exoskeleton that, upon careful comparison, boasted superior defensive capabilities and enhancements compared to conventional single-piece armors. When donned, the combination of conventional armor and exoskeleton armor rendered the wearer virtually invincible. However, the sole drawback of the exoskeleton armor lay in its cost. Its production materials were numerous and time-consuming, making it less likely to emerge as a profitable commodity. Nevertheless, upon encountering its recipes, Yun Xian felt an immediate connection, recognizing its immense potential for his own use. He even believed that the supplies he typically procured through insurance cards might not suffice to acquire such a treasure. After all, the selection package contained only these 4 exoskeleton armor types, a stark contrast to the multitude of armor recipes available, thus rendering them a rare gem amidst a sea of options. The exoskeleton armor recipes offered Yun Xian 4 functional types to choose from: transport, agility, attack, and defense. The transport exoskeleton armor could directly expand one's backpack capacity by 200 slots and included various basic attributes typical of exoskeletons, such as increased strength, reduced stamina consumption, enhanced agility, and improved constitution. However, Yun Xian, having experienced the vastness of a 10,000 slot vault, found the 200-slot increase rather unimpressive and felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he could simply invest some resources to acquire additional backpack expansion stones. Ultimately, he was drawn to the agility and attack exoskeletons. The agility exoskeleton enhanced speed, emphasizing stamina reduction and recovery, while also providing additional benefits such as increased speed and damage mitigation when under attack. Conversely, the attack exoskeleton augmented strength, focusing on melee weaponry while also increasing the attack speed of firearms and enhancing magazine capacity and reload speed. After careful consideration of his combat style and personal safety, he ultimately opted for the agility exoskeleton. With its speed enhancement, coupled with the agility boost from heat weapons, he would become an exceptionally swift ranger. As for the defense exoskeleton recipe, Yun Xian's impression was rather blunt. It was a cumbersome tank. While the exoskeleton provided remarkable protection, it came at the cost of speed and lacked offensive capabilities, primarily enhancing constitution and defensive attributes. Subsequently, Yun Xian casually glanced at the remaining recipes in the selection package, finding nothing that piqued his interest further. Impatiently, he chose the Agility Exoskeleton Armor Recipe Blue Superior for study. Recipe for Agility Exoskeleton Armor. Materials required: 50 metal blocks, green; 50 plastic blocks, green; 50 fiber blocks, green; 50 glass blocks, green. Crafting time, 2 hours. Agility Exoskeleton Armor Attributes Preview. 600 Survival Points. Attributes: Agility 20, Stamina Consumption -30, Stamina Recovery Efficiency 30, Damage Mitigation 60, Durability 2000. Chapter 37. Must one not first create this? With the recipe for the Agile Exoskeleton Armor in hand, Yun Xian was eager to commence its construction, for this creation was nothing short of extraordinary. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to forge one without delay. After a flurry of industrious activity, he placed the materials into the refining furnace. The 200 units of high-quality materials required an hour and 7 minutes of refinement in his compact furnace, coupled with the 24 minutes needed for assembly. The entire process would take approximately 1.5 hours. Having prepared the materials for refinement, he proceeded to sell the iron-spiked clubs and iron armor he had crafted. Yun Xian quickly observed that the profit from the iron-spiked clubs paled in comparison to that of the iron armor, and the constant need to restock the former proved burdensome. Consequently, he abandoned the production of the clubs in favor of utilizing both workbenches for the creation of iron armor. The manufacturing time for the iron armor remained relatively lengthy, even with the enhancements provided by the workbenches, affording Yun Xian ample opportunity to select his next optional gift pack. The final selection was a territory item, which, compared to smaller furniture, was a medium-sized resource for outdoor use. Maintaining a curious perspective, he explored the territory items within the gift pack, aware that such information was invaluable and broadened his understanding. Soon, Yuanxian discovered that, in certain respects, the unit quantity of exceptional territory items at the black iron level was 4 times that of the bronze level. For instance, while the black soil farmland at the bronze level encompassed an area of 100 units, the black iron level version extended to 400 units. In comparison to the bronze level territory items, the black iron items introduced a plethora of new innovations. Small garage, survival value 600. A territory facility for housing, assembling, and producing vehicles. Upon construction, one can acquire basic vehicle component templates. Small fuel power station, survival value 600. Placed within a territory. It generates electricity by consuming various resources. Power generation efficiency, 10,000 units hour, maximum capacity 1,000,000 units. Ultimately, considering his own circumstances, Yuanxian opted for the small fuel power station territory item. Electrical devices would undoubtedly become the norm among the furnishings in the black iron shelter, and he would need them. Relying on a mere capacitor for energy was out of the question. Most importantly, he noted that many non-workbench processing facilities, such as garages, required power to operate. Without this power station, several essential facilities could only serve as decorative items, merely contributing to survival value. Upon successful placement, Yuanxian positioned the small fuel power station adjacent to the right side of the building. The power station revealed its true form before him, a sleek, black, technologically advanced rectangular prism, 224. The front featured a fuel compartment for combustibles, capable of storing 1,000 units of materials, which could be filled using the dimensional wristband's proximity interaction feature. The left side boasted 100 electrical output ports of various sizes, while the right side mirrored this with nearly 100 electrical input ports. Having grasped the gamified concepts of the wasteland world, Yuanxian was unfazed by this contraption. If comprehension eluded him, he would simply make use of it. Armed with the only 2 electrical wires available in his possession, he conducted various experiments on the power station. He discovered that the station could indeed supply energy to the refining furnace. Although it did not seem particularly beneficial at the moment, it would eventually allow him to conserve fuel by directing resources to the power station for electricity generation. Noticing the differences between the two, Yuanxian placed a shard of glass into the fuel compartment of the power station. He then activated the combustion process. To his astonishment, the power station sprang to life, generating 5 energy units. Stunned for a moment, he then burst into elation. Glass could actually be converted into energy? This world had transcended the boundaries of science. Questioning whether stones could similarly be incinerated, he continued his experimentation. 1 unit of stone yielded 2 energy points, while 4 different resource blocks provided 5 points. Indeed, everything could be burned. In a final trial, he inserted an iron-spiked club, which contributed 55 energy points, equivalent to the energy provided by the original materials. After conducting a series of experiments, Yuanxian concluded that his future electrical devices would find ample utility. Presently, the power station and Oppo's role was minimal, even somewhat superfluous, yet it was indispensable. Initially, he had considered the option of selecting a hot weapon defense facility, but the challenges of maintaining such an investment were considerable. At least for the time being, he lacked the capacity to supply ammunition. He envied the rapid firing rate of 5,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute. However, who could afford such luxuries at this stage? He could only hope that in future insurance card dungeons, he might encounter territory defense items and ammunition recipes. Gradually, he aimed to establish a systematic production of hot weapons before fortifying his territory and Oppo's defenses. He understood that one cannot achieve all at once. There was no need to rush. Having exhausted the rewards from the black iron shelter, Yuanxian felt a sense of lightness. His strength had surged dramatically, leaving him somewhat dizzy. It was time for him to pause and efficiently assimilate these resources. With more than 3 hours remaining until nightfall, he abandoned the idea of venturing back to the Crimson Mine. Instead, he resolved to construct the exoskeleton armor before darkness fell, as venturing out again seemed impractical. He was fatigued and indeed needed to unwind. The creation of the exoskeleton armor would require some time, so Yuanxian proceeded to sell the iron armor he had crafted, 4 types of white materials, each comprising 200 units. He also remembered his need for backpack expansion stones to increase his personal inventory space. Previously, he had reserved 10 high-quality iron spike clubs for sale, listing them on his trading account at a price of 1 backpack expansion stone per item. As anticipated, within an hour, all 10 high-quality clubs were successfully traded. This also led to a gradual appearance of backpack expansion stones in the trading market. However, supply remained insufficient to meet demand, and prices steadily escalated, with a single high-quality expansion stone ultimately fetching around 50 resource blocks. Yun Xian decided to partake in the exhilarating experience of competing for purchases, only to find that despite his efforts, the availability of backpack expansion stones was scarce. He experienced firsthand the frustration of others snatching up items he had placed for sale. Eventually, he was compelled to abandon the chase and instead listed a high offer of 60 resource blocks for backpack expansion stones on his trading account. Time passed slowly as Yun Xian methodically sold equipment and browsed forums to pass the time. Before long, he eagerly began to invest the refined green materials into the workbench for the creation of the exoskeleton armor. Simultaneously, he ensured the refining furnace continued its operation, processing additional materials. 25 minutes later, Blue Exoskeleton Armor 1. The exoskeleton armor had finally been completed. Chapter 38. The striking exoskeleton. Yun Xian stretched his body, his face radiating uncontainable joy as he gazed at the exoskeleton armor adorning him. The moment he donned the exoskeleton, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, with both his speed and stamina visibly enhanced. The armor, crafted from polished black metal, exuded a streamlined, futuristic aesthetic, resembling a slightly larger skeletal frame affixed to his body from both the front and back. Moreover, the exoskeleton featured several key areas protected by thin, 3mm fiberglass panels resembling cicada wings, meticulously designed to conform to ergonomic principles, ensuring no hindrance to natural movement. Yun Xian experimented with jumping and executing various kicks, discovering that the panels did not collide due to their well-calibrated spacing, which allowed for normal bodily activities. He surmised that during extreme movements, such as a split or yoga poses, the panels might indeed clash, thereby safeguarding the body. Curiosity led him to test the flexibility of the protective panels, and he found that the outermost layer was slightly soft, while the center was remarkably rigid, impervious to his attempts to bend it. This revelation filled Yun Xian with delight and satisfaction, as he truly appreciated the meticulous details of the exoskeleton. A prominent characteristic of this lightweight exoskeleton was its non-sealed design. Sealed exoskeletons typically fell into the categories of medium and heavy armor. Upon fully opening the protective panels, Yun Xian resembled a figure clad in a suit rent by orderly slashes, exuding a unique aesthetic of shattered symmetry. His three-dimensional character model allowed him to appreciate the intricate mechanical craftsmanship of the armor. He was utterly enamored with its appearance, almost succumbing to the urge to share it widely. However, in consideration of others, he refrained from ostentatiously flaunting his wealth. Nevertheless, he left open the switch to view the survivors and oppos, character models, confident in his appearance, which he found far from unattractive, devoid of any anxiety regarding his looks. Soon enough, as survivors began to habitually message Yun Xian, they noticed his profile picture. What was this glimmering black armor? Upon clicking on the character model, their excitement was palpable, akin to a devoted admirer discovering their muse donning a splendid new outfit. They hurriedly flooded their chat channels and forums with announcements. The big shot has new gear. It's incredible. You must see it. I assure you, I'm not lying. At that moment, around 4 p.m., weary survivors began returning to their homes after a long day, leading to an increase in those monitoring the chat channels. The news spread rapidly, exponentially multiplying Yun Xian's follower count from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Yet, he remained undistracted, engrossed in crafting an engineering explosive pack, an item he held particular anticipation for. The creation of this explosive pack required 1 white safety explosive, comprising 1 fiber block and 1 plastic block, and 1 metal block. With a total crafting time of 2 minutes, Yun Xian was eager to see the potential of this explosive, which promised a higher quality than standard gunpowder, perhaps akin to the potency of certain explosives back on Blue Star. On 2 formidable workbenches, a series of blue engineering explosive packs, distinguished by their superior quality, were rapidly assembled, each no larger than half a plastic bottle. With a gleeful rub of his hands, Yun Xian stowed the packs into his backpack. The formidable enhancement offered by the workbenches allowed him to produce 100 explosive packs in under 10 minutes. The usage of these packs was straightforward. Utilizing the interaction functions provided by the dimensional wristband, one could simply select detonation. Furthermore, The detonation timer could be set from 30 seconds to 5 seconds. Curiosity piqued? Yun Xian decided to test whether an active explosive pack could be stored back in his personal backpack. The outcome was clear: it could not. Driven by his curiosity regarding the explosive's power, he sought a safe, desolate area outside his territory to experiment with the explosive pack's capabilities. Setting a 15-second timer, Yun Xian swiftly retreated, stopping to observe after running 100 meters. With a resounding boom, a fiery ball erupted, sending a massive cloud of black dust swirling outward. Not bad, he mused, impressed by the flames and debris, as he examined the aftermath. The yellowed wasteland bore a 2-foot square crater. And while he deemed the explosive's power satisfactory, he acknowledged that without experiencing the blast firsthand, his understanding remained limited. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This realization was not unique to him. Amidst this reflection, he recalled a lingering sensation of something missing. In a moment of clarity, he rummaged through his belongings, eventually discovering that a piece of meat, previously sold at double the price, had been purchased from his trading account. No wonder he felt something was amiss. He simply couldn't recall what it was. Glancing at the buyer's name, he couldn't help but chuckle. A familiar organization. It seemed intentional, likely wishing to discuss something with him. Yun Xian held a certain admiration for them, noting how they consistently encouraged the younger survivors to add them as friends while advising others to remain vigilant against fraudulent schemes and to consult official forums for guidance. Of course, there were also lazy adults and nefarious individuals attempting to take advantage, who were met with swift rebuke. Currently, we can only assist children under 12. Those over 12, especially adults, should rely on themselves and prioritize self-rescue. Yun Xian concurred with their perspective. Indeed, children were the vulnerable demographic in this survival scenario, while adults, especially the elderly, held advantages due to their life experiences. Reflecting on the high price at which his meat card was sold, he sent a friend request to the organization and promptly returned to his shelter, a plan budding in his mind, one that could truly elevate him. Meanwhile, an elderly man, invigorated after gathering stones near his territory, received a friend request. Chapter 39, New Attempts and Plans. Greetings. After the friend request was established, both individuals coincidentally sent simple salutations. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Yun Xian sent another message. The meat you purchased is at double the price. I will refund you the difference. After sending this, he also clicked to gift 1,000 units of stone. My friend, we have no ulterior motives. We merely hope you can privately trade us a batch of equipment. And we are willing to raise the price. After all, many of your goods are unattainable. This is not a problem. You may continue purchasing at the regular price. Oh, thank you very much, my friend. By the way, what are you wearing? Is it for sale? The old man in the wooden cabin felt relieved upon hearing Yun Xian and Appo's willingness to engage in private trade. After all, he had received numerous selected gift packs, undoubtedly filled with treasures. His attention then turned to the exoskeleton armor adorning Yun Xian, curiosity evident in his inquiry regarding its attributes. This is exoskeleton armor, crafted from high-quality material blocks. Yun Xian replied, sharing the armor's attributes. One cannot fish with an empty bait. Is this crafted from the recipe you selected? The old man and Appo's face displayed a mixture of astonishment and regret. They had recently gathered resources to elevate their sanctuary to the black iron level and had received several top 10 rewards. Unfortunately, the rewards for 2nd and 10th place were nearly identical, both belonging to the 2nd tier. Most notably, they had neither the coveted title nor the selected recipes. And the few gift packs received were randomized, relying entirely on luck. Thus, their curiosity about Yun Xian's selections was shared by many. Indeed, it is the exoskeleton armor I crafted from my selected recipe. How do its attributes appear? Are you interested in purchasing it? Are you willing to sell it now? My friend, the wooden cabin responded with confusion. Based on their understanding of Yun Xian, he was not one to suffer losses. Who would sell such an item now? Yes, but I require green material blocks. As you know, this is made from those. I offer you 1 exoskeleton armor for 1,000 green resource blocks, with each of the 4 types totaling 250. Alternatively, 1 exoskeleton armor for 1 blue crystal core plus 10 green crystal cores. Yun Xian's intention was transparent. He aimed to amass resources necessary for upgrading his sanctuary. This pricing was carefully considered, based on his blue refining furnace's output. He estimated that a green refining furnace could produce approximately 120 resource blocks per hour, accounting for both day and night cycles. With a survivor possessing a refining furnace, green, it would be feasible to produce at least 1440 green quality resource blocks by dawn on the fourth day, provided sufficient resources. Numbers do not lie. He realized he had a fair chance of upgrading his sanctuary once again. With determined effort, he aimed to secure this opportunity. Indeed, the strength in numbers is formidable. Very well, thank you, my friend, the wooden cabin replied promptly, showing no inclination to haggle. Yunxian's pricing was deemed reasonable, and they believed they would not incur losses, potentially profiting from the trade with foreign merchants. Pleasant cooperation. After concluding their discussion, both resumed their respective tasks. The elder in the wooden cabin briefly mentioned this matter to his companions before engaging in urgent discussions about other pressing issues. Their burdens were heavy, as the survival of their people was at stake. Their most pessimistic outlook on survival was merely, in the end, even the Huaxia people would perish. Yunxian's growth inspired them with hope, akin to a solitary individual piercing the dark canopy of despair, allowing light to shine through. How could they possibly give up? Meanwhile, Yunxian, remaining in his sanctuary, commenced actions at his own pace. He felt as though the first 3 days were akin to a novice protection period, with pressure ebbing and flowing unpredictably. Ceasing to dwell on those thoughts, he focused on acquiring resources. His ability to upgrade depended on a substantial supply. He decided to remove the exoskeleton armor he wore and listed it on the trading account for 1,500 green material blocks, or 1 blue crystal core plus 10 refined cores. Simultaneously, he announced his willingness to purchase a green refining furnace for 200 ordinary resource blocks. Currently, Yunxian was aware that refining furnaces could be obtained from the toolbox within the insurance card portal. He was uncertain if such recipes existed, but if they did, it would be a lucrative opportunity. He also expressed his desire to acquire the recipe for the refining furnace. Interested parties, please private message me in the trading window. The value of recipes is difficult to ascertain. As a form of absolute production material, the best method of exchange is barter. Upon upgrading to a black iron level sanctuary, the system gifted him a basic recipe: black iron workbench, white. Crafting materials: 20 metal blocks, green, 20 fiber blocks, green, 20 plastic blocks, green, 20 glass blocks, green, 10 crystal cores, white. Crafting time: 4 hours. Crafting speed 100, capable of producing black iron level recipes and below. Simultaneously, his trading account underwent notable changes. Firstly, the number of trading slots surged to 500. Secondly, he could now set up auction functionality on his account. Thirdly, his trading account was linked to the insurance vault, allowing swift listing and unlisting, significantly reducing the hassle of manual operations. Lastly, a trading chip feature was introduced, enabling him to establish exchange rules, such as one would equating to 1 chip, which could be used to purchase his goods directly in the trading account. However, these chips were primarily beneficial for auction purposes. In summary, with increasingly convenient functionalities, his trading account resembled a burgeoning marketplace. Moreover, he published various acquisition or exchange requests on his trading account, including backpack expansion stones, refining furnaces, superior exquisite furniture, green insurance cards, coating characteristic cans, green blue crystal cores, blue insurance cards, and other rare items. Of course, Yunxian recognized that acquiring these items posed significant challenges. Aside from the first 3, the latter requests were more of a formality. After all, the latter items were typically prized possessions, and recipes were likely learned on the spot. Few would willingly part with their treasures unless facing dire circumstances. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yunxian's mind, prompting him to list medicinal supplies, as these could be life-saving. Nothing could compare to the swift profits from life-saving medicine. After all, life is singular. He retained only one of each green and blue medicine for himself, listing the remainder for exchange at equivalent quality items. He stipulated that both parties must confirm in the trading window, also listing this on his trading account. Chapter 40. As darkness descends again, having made the necessary arrangements, Yunxian's focus shifted towards the challenge of upgrading his silver-level shelter before dawn on the 4th day. He speculated that the difficulty of this upgrade would be quite substantial, and thus, securing the first-place upgrade reward would likely yield a prize of flawless quality. Additionally, there was a treasure chest reward associated with the upgrade task. Based on the outcomes of the previous 2 treasure chests, if the first-place chest were to reveal resources akin to outdoor camps with insurance card gates, it would imply the existence of an outdoor camp boasting the highest perfect quality, potentially refreshing to yield a purple insurance card gate. The distinctive feature of the insurance card gate is that the items it produces are linked to the level of the opener's shelter, categorizing it as a unique type of evolutionary resource area. Conversely, the items obtained from other chests could only be utilized at the current level and would lose their value as the levels increased. However, the insurance card gate stood apart. It grew stronger with its wielder, accompanying them on their journey of growth. Yun Xian firmly believed that the first place chest would most likely yield such an evolutionary resource area. He had scarcely encountered anyone on forums mentioning that they had opened an outdoor camp from a treasure chest. Many had instead drawn water ponds, small groves, or minor mines, small outdoor resource areas. He acknowledged that he might have gravely underestimated the value of this evolutionary resource area. Nevertheless, it was not entirely his fault, after all. Who would place significant value on such a resource when a vast wilderness lay nearby? This immense wilderness was also a crucial factor in Yun Xian's endeavor to upgrade to a silver-level shelter. The most challenging aspect of shelter upgrades lay in acquiring the blue crystal cores from boss monsters. Other resources could be amassed from the multitude of survivors. In essence, if it could be resolved with money, it was not a problem. Boss monsters, on the other hand, were a different story. There was no guarantee that any other survivors would locate them within a day and Appos' time. Even if someone did find and slay a boss to obtain a crystal core, that individual would either keep it for themselves or sell it to others. If sold, no one could offer a better price than Yun Xian and Appos' exoskeleton armor. After all, this was a recipe only attainable at the black iron level shelter level. With this understanding, Yun Xian awaited the completion of the tin armor production while simultaneously engaging in the exchange of valuable information with a certain veteran organization, negotiating various matters. The two workbenches could achieve a production efficiency of 28 pieces of blue tin armor per hour, costing merely 30 resource blocks. Each piece could be sold for 600 resource blocks, allowing Yun Xian to profit 570 resource blocks per piece. His hourly earnings soared to an impressive 960 resource blocks. This staggering profit left players who had acquired fine-quality armor recipes enviously speechless. Yet, they lamented, "We are all in the armor-making business. The cost of this tin armor is something I can easily guess. It surely does not exceed 50 resource blocks. If it does, I would drink my own urine upside down. It's merely a tier above my armor, boasting an increase of 4 attribute points and slightly higher durability. Couldn't you at least raise the price a little? This makes us appear rather unscrupulous." The most pressing issue was their inability to secure any tin armor. Countless survivors, observing Yun Xian's trading account, witnessed the miraculous disappearance of items. Dozens of tin armors would be listed, only to vanish in an instant. Many survivors profiting from recipes were unable to seize any, watching in frustration as scalpers sold them at exorbitant prices. 500 resource blocks? Why not go and snatch it? Scalpers would retort, "Am I not trying?" The slower survivors fumed, "Curse you all." Naturally, the resources earned had to be spent. Yun Xian understood well that money spent is money truly counted. He purchased a copious amount of wood at the current market price, 1 resource block, 10 pieces of wood, and stored it in a small furnace power plant to accumulate electrical energy, as the refining furnace required it as well. Additionally, he needed to procure wires and similar materials, which were plentiful and reasonably priced in the market. He glanced at the availability and purchased 200 units of wire, market price, 5 resource blocks, for his storage. Simultaneously, he offered rewards above market psychological prices for various rare materials. The refining furnace was also kept busy, with the refined green resource blocks prioritized for manufacturing exoskeleton armor, awaiting subsequent sale. Currently, they garnered little attention, primarily because no one could afford them yet. Survivors from various organizations that had ascended to black iron-level shelters eyed the exoskeleton armor hungrily, sharpening their tools and gathering resources. The refining furnace suddenly became a focal point of interest as they sought upgrades. However, they held little hope for upgrading their shelters at present. Lacking sufficient blue boss crystal cores, many had never even encountered a boss monster, having seen only a handful of elite monsters. Most survivors upgrading their black iron-level shelters relied on pooling resources with others to gather the necessary cores and materials. Organizations of all sizes, bound by blood, marriage, faith, geography, and social ties, formed alliances to provide mutual support. Each individual had their own ways of living and thinking. On an official forum, a post read, "You are free. The Federation has no obligation to be accountable to you. We disdain the weak's malicious demands of the strong. Ultimately, we hope that first-place Yunxian might, out of humanitarianism, provide us with 10 sets of free exoskeleton armor. Another post stated, "Everyone, please try to form teams of 3 or more individuals. One person should upgrade to a bronze shelter to obtain treasure chest rewards. The chests may yield resource areas that can save lives and generate income. After the first 3 days, there will be no further opportunities. Let us assist each other in upgrading shelters to maximize treasure chest acquisitions. Moreover, it appears that children have a significantly higher chance of obtaining good rewards when opening treasure chests, possibly aided by the heavenly system." In a private chat channel, a child exclaimed, "Daddy, Inina's gathered a lot of stones today. Mommy said I should give you resources to upgrade the shelter." Inin's efforts were commendable. With her and her mother's help, they had accumulated enough resources to upgrade their wooden house. "Once we open a treasure chest with good resources, we can finally stand firm." Fong Jun encouraged, "Hurry and upgrade to get a treasure chest. Let's see if we can open something good." Iran Inin. I opened a small patch of mature fine-quality orchard resource area from my treasure chest. We're going to be rich. Haha, let us have a nice family dinner tonight. And I'll buy you all some delicious food. Wait, let us save a bit first. We should upgrade Inin's wooden house and gather more resources. I've heard many say children have better luck when opening treasure chests than we do. All right then, Inin, you're the fairest. You'll definitely open something great. Yes, Daddy, but I'm not as fair as you say anymore. Not being fair is fine. Inin, do you feel any pain in your body now? Be good, Inin. Don't be afraid tonight. No matter what happens, don't rush outside. Stay safe inside the wooden house. As the hands of time continued their steady march, darkness was drawn in by its immense power, enveloping the endless wasteland world in an instant. Night had returned. Survivors who had sought refuge within their shelters noticed the anticipated darkness arriving and allowed themselves to relax slightly, remaining in their original spots. Seated on the ground as they continued to navigate the chat channels to pass the time, they knew they could not provoke this dark night, but they could certainly evade it. Chapter 41. The Refining Furnace, Refine Away. As night fell, Yun Xian remained utterly unperturbed, being within the confines of his territory. Survivors could utilize the shelter function on their dimensional wristbands to monitor and manage any information regarding their surroundings. With his shelter upgraded to black iron level, his territory spanned an impressive area of 2,000 square meters. In this space, even the intrusion of a mere mouse or a ghost would trigger a system alert, allowing him to perceive their details as clearly as in daylight. However, this clarity was only accessible through the shelter function on the wristband. Venturing outside rendered one blind to their environment. To Yun Xian, it felt akin to playing a 3D simulation game of a shelter on his wristband, with the actual territory being the embodiment of his refuge. Yet, upon stepping outside this haven, survivors could only passively receive information about their territory, such as alerts regarding attacks. They were unable to actively manage the shelter remotely, akin to an offline state. Any adjustments required a return to the territory. Consequently, Yun Xian harbored no fear of the night, though he did lament the absence of defensive structures. Had he possessed such amenities, the prospect of luring monsters for a thrilling confrontation would have been exhilarating. He envisioned erecting formidable coastal defense artillery with a firing rate exceeding 10,000 within his territory in the future. Ding! A satisfactory trade application arrived, just as Yun Xian was daydreaming about what lay ahead. A message from a young boy's avatar notified him that the items he sought had met the necessary conditions for acquisition. "I have learned the recipe for a small refining furnace," the boy stated, requesting a trade for the same recipe, green. "Did you manage to acquire 2 copies of the small refining furnace recipe?" Yun Xian inquired with curiosity. "Yes, one for me and one for my sister." The boy replied candidly. "Very well, what do you wish to exchange?" Yun Xian cut to the chase, akin to negotiating a contract, uncertain if they would reach an agreement. "I want 2 blue first aid kits, that exoskeleton armor on your shelf, and 2 pieces of tin armor." "Huh, you little rascal, are you trying to stock up from me?" Yun Xian chuckled, amused by the boy's audacity. 3 green insurance cards were hardly worth such a price. "Don't you want to haggle? Isn't that customary?" The boy retorted, slightly flustered by Yun Xian's tone. "Considering you are a big kid, I shall offer you 1 first aid kit and 2 pieces of tin armor." Could you possibly include a bit more? My sister needs some too. The first aid kit is from my blue card room, and there are only 5. It can bring someone back from the brink of death in a flash. How precious it is. I wouldn't trade it for a green card. Green card refers to the green insurance card, right? Could you perhaps gift me one? You need the medicine and tin armor for your sister? Indeed. The recipe was originally intended for her. As her older brother, I must take good care of her. Enough with the chit-chat. I am feeling generous today. Take your first aid kit, tin armor, and green card, and hand over my recipe. Okay, wait, that's an extra piece of tin armor. That's a gift for your sister. How rude of you. Oh, I apologize, thank you. I see you are also a good person, unlike others who say you're a miser. As Yun Xian learned the recipe, a jade green blueprint vanished before him. Small refining furnace, green survival value 100, materials required, 50 metal blocks, 50 glass blocks, crafting time, 10 minutes, refining speed 100, durability 5000. Upon completing his studies, Yun Xian immediately paused the production of tin armor on the bronze-level workbench and shifted his focus to crafting the small refining furnace. With the eightfold efficiency of the bronze-level workbench, he could produce 48 small refining furnaces, green, in just 1 hour, meeting his refining speed needs. According to market prices, 1 resource block equals 10 units of wood. 1 quality metal block requires 10 units of wood for energy refinement. Without considering the durability loss and time of the refining furnaces, 40,000 resource blocks, green, would necessitate a staggering 80,000 resource blocks, white, in raw materials. Merely in terms of quantity, this was 2,000 times that required to upgrade to a bronze-level shelter and 16 times for a black iron-level shelter. It would be unreasonable not to receive a perfect quality reward for such an endeavor. Yun Xian gazed at the rows of small refining furnaces that filled half of his basement, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The next step involved directly operating through the dimensional wristband, connecting the small refining furnaces to the small furnace power station with wires. Ignoring scientific warnings, he swiftly laid down a wire from the small furnace power station to one of the small refining furnaces in the basement. In no time, with 47 wires linked through the shelter interface on Yun Xian's wristband, the circuit was established. Place resource blocks. Activate power supply. Done. The entire basement was instantly illuminated by the green flames of 49 high-quality small refining furnaces, casting an ethereal shade of green. With a solitary blue hue standing out against the backdrop, as materials burned gently behind the transparent panels. While resources remained somewhat lacking, he anticipated a late night. Yet with another evening at his disposal, there was no need to rush. Yun Xian and Appo's fingers danced across the controls as he calculated resource expenditures, gaining clarity in his mind. Basic resources would likely not be an issue by the following day, ensuring there would be no delays in upgrading his shelter. The primary concern lay with the blue crystal cores from the boss monsters. If fortune did not smile upon him, and no one obtained the blue crystal cores, he must prepare himself to face 8 bosses. Defeating 8 bosses without rest would necessitate an average of over an hour for each. He feared he might become overwhelmed. Moreover, devising a strategy for combating the monsters presented its own challenges. Decisions regarding whether to raid card rooms must be made and executed swiftly. The burden of leadership weighed heavily. He could not afford to leave his success to the whims of chance. At the very least, he needed to exert effort. As time slipped away, Yun Xian meticulously planned his agenda for the next day, striving to maximize productivity. Once his plans were set, he devised an extreme contingency strategy, one he sincerely hoped never to employ. Simultaneously, he contemplated collaborating with others. Solitary endeavors were a path to ruin. He needed to learn to leverage alliances, conserving effort and resources, ensuring that more individuals would be willing to assist him in defeating bosses to procure crystal cores. Enticement is the most direct, simplest, and most efficient method. It all depends on willingness, he murmured to himself, exhausted yet resolute. One must be willing to sacrifice to gain. Ah, my dear companion. How could I have forgotten you? I've hesitated to use you, but now is your time to shine, Yun Xian remarked, glancing at a blue item nestled within his backpack, a mixture of joy and reluctance filling his heart. If I offer such a substantial bait, surely someone will take the hook. Chapter 42. A night of abundant wealth. The night enveloped the desolate land like a serene and colossal beast. Within the confines of his abode, Yun Xian continued his industrious endeavors, anticipating that the morrow would demand considerable effort and attention. As he awaited the completion of his crafted items, he tirelessly procured various necessities from the bustling marketplace. His initial aspiration was to acquire exquisite furniture. However, Such treasures were scarce as they were often regarded as heirlooms, seldom relinquished unless one faced dire circumstances. While the marketplace lacked quality items, it overflowed with an abundance of mundane furniture, each offering a mere 10 survival points. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest of mosquitoes holds value, Yun Xian begrudgingly acquired a collection of inferior quality furnishings: wooden chair, 10, stone table, 10, rusted iron lamp, 10, bone chair, 10, tire coffee table, 10, oil drum cabinet, 10, bone ornament rack, 10, tire lounge chair, 10, wooden desk, 10, wooden plank bed, 10 in total. He procured 97 pieces of ordinary furniture, expending approximately 200 resource blocks. The cumulative survival points barely reached 970, a mere fraction more than his black iron-level workbench. Yet, it was evident that reliance on high-quality furniture was paramount, Yun Xian mused, glancing at the ordinary furnishings stored in his vault. For now, they would remain in storage, to be utilized when he required upgrades. Otherwise, the 97 pieces would overwhelm his modest dwelling. It became clear that he needed to find a reason to expand his shelter. In preparation for any contingency, Yun Xian devised a backup plan. Should the need arise, he would have to temporarily borrow superior furniture from others to meet his survival point requirements. Most survivors who upgraded to black iron-level shelters had traversed this path, gathering resources through necessity. The advent of formulas had merely eased their burdens for a few hours. Yun Xian also relied on the toolbox obtained from the insurance card doors to procure furniture, as it held a high probability of yielding such items. Additionally, the safes offered precious formulas, characteristic coding cans, and territorial items. By diligently opening insurance card doors the following day, he hoped to amass sufficient furniture and territorial items. Meanwhile, after several hours of diligent acquisition and a substantial transaction facilitated by the old organization, Yun Xian successfully purchased around 200 backpack expansion stones, investing nearly 10,000 units of white resource blocks. The cost was considerable, yet it expanded his backpack capacity to 250 slots, alleviating his concerns regarding storage for a significant duration. With the assistance of 49 small refineries, he continually refined equal quantities of 4 types of material blocks. Consequently, Yun Xian abandoned his plans to craft iron armor at the black iron-level workbench, opting instead to focus on the production of exoskeleton armor. With 4 work sequences and a 400 increase in production speed, he could produce 12 sets of exoskeleton armor in just over an hour. The production of exoskeleton armor began around 8 p.m., following more than 3 hours of intensive iron armor crafting. The profits from iron armor alone amounted to a staggering 50,000 white resource blocks, a remarkable earning potential unattainable by mere labor of a single survivor. These profits were allocated towards various investments that night. 20,000 resource blocks were spent on purchasing 200,000 units of wood for the furnace power station, generating 200,000 energy. 10,000 resource blocks were used to acquire backpack expansion stones. Nearly 5,000 resource blocks were directed towards the production of small refineries, and over 10,000 resource blocks were invested in refining operations. The small refineries could refine approximately 10,000 green resource blocks in 2 hours, with the trading price for white resource blocks in the marketplace standing at a ratio of 1:5. The cost of green resource blocks, excluding the expenses of the furnace and time, was merely 2 white resource blocks. Trading at 5 white resource blocks was relatively inexpensive, considering the labor-intensive nature of the task. The refined green resource blocks, aside from those reserved for exoskeleton armor materials, were primarily utilized for trading white resource blocks. Yun Xian estimated that these small refineries could theoretically net over 17,000 white resource blocks per hour. This astounding profit margin left him in awe. Indeed, capital at scale was a formidable force. Seizing this lucrative opportunity, he decisively resolved to expand his operations. However, constrained by the furnace power station's energy supply and spatial limitations, Yun Xian ultimately settled on constructing a total of 80 small refineries. Any additional refineries would require constant manual fuel management unless he utilized crystal cores, which provided high energy values and sustained longer burns, would burn too rapidly in the refineries. Each small refinery had a fuel input capacity of only 4 slots, with the same allocation for refining materials and products. for slots of wood equated to 4 groups, generating 400 energy values, adequate for refining 40 green resource blocks, which at the refinery's operational speed would take merely 20 minutes. Thus, he would need to refuel every hour, a demanding task that required him to also find time to rest. The profitability of the small refinery cluster rapidly increased, soaring from 17,000 white resource blocks per hour to 28,000 white resource blocks per hour, an impressive economic growth rate. The profitability of the small refinery cluster theoretically surpassed that of the previously leading iron armor production. With a robust financial foundation established, Yunxian adjusted his plans, shifting the production of exoskeleton armor from 10 p.m. to around 8 p.m. After all, exoskeleton armor was his cornerstone. He harbored hopes of crafting several sets with unique attributes. This shift in circumstances prompted Yunxian to modify his plans further. The bronze-level workbench ceased iron armor production and redirected its efforts towards crafting white safety explosives, aiming to produce around 2,000 units by midnight. The production of exoskeleton armor would extend from 8 p.m. until before 6 a.m. the following day, with a target of 100 units. However, much to Yunxian's astonishment, upon calculating the hourly profit from exoskeleton armor production, he realized it ranked second, the top position still held by the small refineries. The combined profits from a black iron-level workbench and an exceptional black iron formula were eclipsed by a singular exquisite formula. $9.99, this is simply outrageous, he exclaimed. Either the price of exoskeleton armor had decreased, or the cost of green resource blocks had surged. Yunxian pondered briefly and surmised that the price of green resource blocks might decline, as they appeared to be quite profitable and not particularly challenging to produce, at least. That was his assessment. Other survivors. Can we compare our entrepreneurial conditions and scales? You might as well give up. Chapter 43. One must let go to gain. During the evening, the elder in the organization humbly traded with Yunxian a few times, setting aside his pride. Naturally, Yunxian found it difficult to refuse, especially since the elder was offering prices higher than his own. After several attempts to decline, he ultimately acquiesced. As the transactions progressed, Yunxian grew fond of this engaging old man, who displayed no inclination to exert pressure. Instead, their conversations felt like a refreshing spring breeze, bringing great comfort to Yunxian. Seizing the opportunity amidst the trades, Yunxian occasionally engaged in light banter with the elder. Despite his age, Yunxian perceived the elder as a genuinely good person whose noble spirit occasionally shone through in their discussions. There was a comforting ease in their exchanges, akin to that of old friends. The elder and Apos, as surname was Wang, yet Yunxian refrained from addressing him directly by name, feeling that using a title would be too formal. Unsure of what else to call him, he ultimately settled on respectfully referring to him as Wang Lao, though he secretly wished to call him Old Wang. Unfortunately, their relationship had yet to reach that level of familiarity, and he lacked the courage to do so. During their conversation, when Yunxian addressed him as Wang Lao for the first time, it brought immense joy to the elder. Upon discovering Yunxian's age, he insisted on matchmaking, boasting about his granddaughters and suggesting introductions in the future. To Yunxian's surprise, the elder also presented a significant order, 10 exoskeleton armors, requiring a total of 10,000 green material blocks, evenly divided among 4 types. Yunxian couldn't help but calculate. He had become somewhat sensitive to data and could estimate quite accurately. According to the elder, these materials were hastily refined from dozens of black iron-level resources and a considerable amount purchased to complete the order. Almost all the capital earned that night was invested in this endeavor, and Yunxian was eagerly anticipating a turnaround tomorrow. Fortunately, he had already produced a batch, sparing him from a sleepless night. Yunxian was more than willing to fulfill this transaction, as it not only promised profit, but also allowed him to satisfy his conscience. After all, he had offered this delightful group a discount of 500, while others were charging 1,500, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. However, he found it curious that after concluding the transaction, the elder's tone was tinged with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Thankfully, when discussing serious matters, the elder quickly regained his heroic demeanor, no longer resembling a weary farmer who had suffered misfortune. This ability to effortlessly shift his demeanor left Yunxian in awe. Such poise was something he, being young, had yet to master. Indeed, the wisdom of age only grows more valuable. Wang Lao, are you confident in locating and defeating the boss monster tomorrow? Yunxian asked directly, knowing that the following day held great significance for him. Even with numerous boss monsters, he did not wish to face them alone, as it would surely be exhausting. You're planning to upgrade your shelter again, aren't you? I see you're almost accumulating enough basic resources. The elder Wang expressed with envy and a hint of melancholy, recalling how much material their younger comrades had just acquired from the very boy before him. They had recently returned some of it, having come close to being the first to upgrade to a black iron-level shelter. However, the boy suddenly began selling equipment like a whirlwind, and they watched helplessly as he upgraded first, leaving them with nothing of value. Now, it appeared that the boy was preparing for another upgrade, likely succeeding again. Well, it seems we'll miss out on first place once more. With these thoughts in mind, the elder candidly responded, I'm not certain about that. I manage logistics. Another elder oversees this aspect. I can inquire for you. Actually, I intended to offer you some benefits. I believe it's better for us to profit rather than let those who are not on our side take what we have. Oh, do you have anything good? Yun Xian inquired, sharing that he had been working on armor protection, featuring a special coating along with his black iron workbench. I'm currently producing exoskeleton armors and can make 140 by dawn. Based on probabilities, I should be able to produce 7 or 8 with special traits. I need not mention the value of such a coating. Well, young Xian, you see, our organization is currently short on food and water, and we have many children to care for. Could this affluent landlord spare a bit more support for us? The elder, having witnessed the prices of previous exceptional equipment, was exuberantly hopeful. One piece could be worth countless others, its value immeasurable. We must secure it. Wang Lao, this is indeed support. Tomorrow, as you hunt the boss monsters, I will exchange one useless boss crystal core for a double specialty exoskeleton armor. Whoever has the means may claim it, and once taken, it will be voided. I assure you, for every few boss monsters you slay, I will provide you with several such double specialty armors. Even if you choose not to use them, they can be traded for vast resources, right? With my abundant production, am I truly lacking in your offerings? Without risking anything, one cannot catch a wolf. Yun Xian mused inwardly, recognizing that unless he presented the highly coveted double specialty exoskeleton armor, no one would be willing to trade valuable blue boss crystal cores for mere goods. He was confident that until someone upgraded to a silver shelter, the price of such armors would soar, and they would begrudgingly accept it. Unless he himself upgraded to a silver shelter first, thus dashing their hopes. Although double specialty armors were theoretically valuable, Yun Xian doubted survivors would purchase them now. They simply could not afford it. Resources were earned through effort, and who would willingly spend so much on exoskeleton armor? Spending hard-earned money was always a painful decision. Thus, Yun Xian resolved to use the double specialty exoskeleton armor as a greater bait to ensure he obtained the blue boss crystal core, providing one set of double specialty armor. In contrast to 10 sets of ordinary armor, would be more valuable but likely unsellable. The latter, however, represented tangible wealth. It was akin to trading an unsellable high-priced item, effectively selling it by finding someone willing to take it off his hands. Yes, the principle was quite similar. After all, productivity is the sharpest knife. A belief Yun Xian firmly held. Therefore, even though this seemingly unbalanced transaction appeared to favor others, he remained resolute. Once he upgraded to a silver shelter, he would relish the moment when they willingly offered him their resources. How does this business sound to you, Wang Lao? Are you satisfied? Indeed. My young friend is truly a kind-hearted ally. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the children. Ah, Wang Lao. It's not that I am unwilling to assist the organization more. Rather, I must urgently upgrade. The enormous monster zone is right next to me. And should a creature emerge one day, I might find myself in dire straits. You have no idea how tragic my situation was back then, alas. You are indeed a child of misfortune. I jest with you, young man. Be brave in your endeavors. We old folks are here to support you. Next time your upgrade is complete, there is no need to excessively reduce prices or utilize additional features. Why are you listing the dishes, old Wang? Please prioritize safety. Do not recklessly charge forward in pursuit of first place. If you cannot secure that top position, let our comrades take the lead. Rest assured, my choice of agile exoskeletal armor is intended for swift retreats. No, I mean, for executing guerrilla tactics more effectively. I also possess a set of superior quality equipment. When the time comes, I shall apply that special coating. Superior equipment? Just one set? Do you have any more? Can you sell them? By the way, you have sold so many of those 10 armors, yet I have never seen you offer any superior quality ones. Given our relationship, Just set aside a few dozen for me. The youngsters are eagerly awaiting. Even the landlord's family has run out of provisions. Chapter 44. Layering armor to the maximum. Throughout the night, the entire refuge operated in an orderly manner, precisely as Yun Xian had envisioned. However, many were left disappointed when, after 8 o'clock, Yun Xian ceased all sales of equipment. Initially, some speculated that he had lost interest in profit, feeling a mix of schadenfreude and regret. Yet, upon witnessing Yun Xian continuously dispatching vast quantities of green material blocks, they were left astounded. Expertly scrutinizing Yun Xian's trading account history, they quickly deduced that he was indeed reaping enormous profits. It became evident why he had stopped selling iron armor. He was likely crafting exoskeleton armor instead. What a golden goose recipe he had stumbled upon. A small group couldn't help but feel envious, while many others half-jokingly and half-seriously flocked to leave messages on Yun Xian's forum account. Brother, will you take me under your wing? I'm willing to pay. Oh, great one. I no longer wish to strive. My parents are gone, and I want to provide for you in your old age. Hey, Don and Appos, do you dare steal my chance? I was here first. Fathers, why are you seeking grandfathers? Whoa, bro, no, my son is amazing. I wanted to be someone's son, but it seems I've gained one for free. Come on, who just called me grandma? Whoa, who is this average Joe? This isn't the age of photo tricks anymore. Yet some believed they were little fairies. Ugh, brothers, I can't hang on any longer. I must retreat and recognize my thief as my father another day. How dare you insult my father? As the clock inched toward midnight, Yun Xian prepared to wrap up his activities for the night. Most importantly, he aimed to gather the final wave of resources. Operating as if in a game, he maneuvered through the luminous interface. The last 2 sets of white safety explosives produced at the bronze-level workbench were placed in the vault, bringing the total to nearly 20 sets. He then supplemented the pre-production of iron-spiked clubs and double-bow crossbows, intending to craft a few unique ones for himself. Given the randomness of traits, it was challenging to create them, and considering the potential profit, he planned to make these during his evening rest. Next, at the black iron-level workbench, he placed the non-unique exoskeleton armors directly on the trading account, listing a total of 26, while 3 fortunate pieces with traits were stored in the vault. He continued to gather materials required for crafting another set of exoskeleton armor. On Yun Xian's trading account, a dazzling array of blue exoskeleton armors radiated an enchanting glow, accompanied by stark, cold price figures. The scene left many dizzy, their faces flushed, breaths quickening, sleepiness dissipating, and adrenaline surging. Damn it. Others are profiting while I sleep? I must rise and continue earning. No more sleep. Yun Xian then cleared the last batch of resources from the small refining furnace, swiftly replenishing the necessary resource blocks and stones for the small fuel station as the latter burned longer. In the final minutes, with fingers flying, he uploaded another batch of green resource blocks to the trading account. Ding, your transaction. Ding, your transaction. Yun Xian deliberately activated the notification sound for transactions, believing it would ensure a pleasant dream after hearing it. After setting an alarm for 5 a.m., he kindly left a note for everyone saying, "Asleep, everyone rest well." Having completed the note, he casually pulled a wooden plank from the vault, laying it on the floor against the wall, finally ready to rest. He then collapsed onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. In the midst of blissful dreams, "Old Su, I have a few big jobs to introduce to you. Are you interested?" "Wang Suanpan, hurry up and speak. I just finished a meeting and am utterly exhausted. Why are you still awake like a rat?" "It seems my uniquely trait exoskeleton armor no longer piques anyone's interest, alas." "Did you just receive a set of exoskeleton armor?" "Oh, Wang, why didn't you say so earlier? Come, let us have a good talk about this." "Sure, but it's been ages since we had a drink." "Brother Wang, you know the situation. I haven and Appos, a single penny." "Nonsense. A little fellow from your regiment just unveiled a recipe for wine today. The old drunks in the neighboring district are all aware of it and have been trying to con me. All right, it's my fault. Next time, I promise to bring you the first cup." "Okay, I'll remember that. We share a bond that transcends life itself. How could I not inform you first of anything good? Here's the situation. Is it true? Such superb exoskeleton armor? I feel it might be a waste. Why not just get more sets without traits? You think wild boars can't handle fine crumbs? If you don't believe me, those double trait exoskeleton armors sell for 10-fold, 20-fold. And no one considers it expensive. If you think it's unsuitable, you can always resell it. I'm not well versed in this matter. You're the one handling it in our district, and I've always trusted you. All right, Just make sure to keep it under wraps. This piece can easily surpass 10 of the others tonight. We can't let the old skinflints from other districts catch wind of it, or they'll surely strip you of your skin. I had to leverage quite a bit of influence to procure this. Rest assured, even if an old man shows up, I'll keep it tightly secured. You know my work ethic. Why wouldn't you trust me? Ding 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 in the darkness. Yuan Xian's wristband projected a blue light, and the 5 o'clock alarm chimed. After a few moments of sweet slumber, Yuan Xian sprang into action, skillfully accessing the refuge information on the interface. He spent 4 to 5 minutes receiving a wave of resources and placing them into the vault. Exoskeleton armor 50 iron spiked club 100 double bow crossbow 100 Yuan Xian then retrieved 2,000 white safety explosives from the vault, commencing the production of engineering explosive packs at both workbenches. Though time-consuming, this task appeared relatively material efficient compared to others. He continued to adeptly list ordinary non-unique equipment, as they took up too much space in the vault. The green iron spiked clubs looked remarkably inexpensive. Observing the 95 listed, valued at 2,850 resource blocks, white, Yuan Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Currently, no one could craft superior quality weapons, or he would not have to rely on chance to produce them. The double bow crossbows were also 95, sold at a bargain price of 30 resource blocks, leaving him with just 5 exceptional ones. This allowed many early risers to seize a significant opportunity, leading to exclamations of the Great One's benevolence. Next, 50 exoskeleton armors were listed, with 47 available, while Yuan Xian retained 3 with traits. The 26 exoskeleton armors sold rapidly throughout the night, with the latest transaction recorded at 4:02, clearly indicating that the buyer had stayed up late. Yuan Xian then dedicated another 5 minutes to managing affairs at the small refining furnace and fuel station. Chapter 45. The Art of the First Explosion. Next came the preparations for the Dawn expedition. Firstly, there were the exoskeleton armors, a total of 6 sets, each boasting remarkable attributes. To Yuan Xian's surprise, all 6 sets possessed exceptional traits, manifesting in 3 distinct types, each with 2 variations: armor enhancement, damage reduction 30, armor durability 50, armor reinforcement, armor durability 200, and armor protection, damage reduction 55. After reviewing the 3 types of attributes, Yuan Xian felt immensely satisfied. After all, they were acquired without cost, and their quality was commendable. Coupled with his own armor protection, damage reduction 60, this luxurious dual attribute was simply irresistible. He promptly applied the armor protection coating to all 6 exoskeleton armors. The armors transformed from possessing a single attribute to boasting dual attributes. Once clad in the dual armor protection exoskeleton armor, Yuan Xian was enveloped in a profound sense of security, firmly convinced of its protective capabilities. However, the optimal protection had yet to be fully realized, as there was still room for enhancement. He retrieved 5 sets of extraordinary iron armors from his vault, remnants from his previous crafting endeavors. Each of these iron armors also possessed the exceptional trait of armor enhancement, damage reduction 50, armor durability 50. Yuan Xian donned one of the iron armors to replace his supervisor armor. Nonetheless, he had no intention of applying the coating to these close-fitting armors, considering their low durability. They were classified as bronze-grade equipment. Despite their exceptional quality, their attributes were rather modest. Utilizing an elite coating like armor protection on them would be an extravagant waste. Finally, Yuan Xian produced the green penetrating coating and applied it to the numerous weapons he carried, confident that its durability would suffice for his usage. Following this, he meticulously packed his belongings, ensuring he had everything necessary. His recent expenditure of over 10,000 white resource blocks had granted him 250 slots of space, which would serve him well. This time, Yuan Xian did not need to scrimp on resources to purchase items. In case of urgency, he could directly approach Old Wang. With his preparations nearing completion, Yuan Xian eagerly awaited the arrival of daylight and the crafting of explosive packages, all the while replenishing his stamina and energy with wild fruits. Though his resources were exceedingly abundant, Yuan Xian retained a fondness for the wild fruits, the first sustenance he encountered. As he chewed, he idly recalled that Old Wang seemed to have been tirelessly chopping wood and mining stones, preparing to upgrade his wooden shelter. He admired this determination, for if Old Wang wished, upgrading to a black iron-grade refuge would not pose too great a challenge. Contemplating this, he rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a blue steel pickaxe axe, pondering its utility. Realizing he would no longer have use for it, he decided to gift it to Old Wang, thinking, here, a little present for you. Old Wang, not a bribe, I assure you. A steel pickaxe? Quite a fine piece. Can it be crafted? Alas, it's merely a trinket from yesterday's insurance card door opening. Very well, I graciously accept your gift. Thank you, young one. And do stay safe. Rest assured, as time trickled by, most early rising survivors began their preparations for today's survival endeavors. The official Huaxiao forum incessantly reminded survivors to stockpile food and, if lacking in strength, to upgrade their wooden shelters collectively to unlock treasure chests for resource sharing. Furthermore, the forum formally published various strategies, the importance of trio-based support for bronze-grade refuges, an overview of resource point types, information on defeated monsters and their weaknesses, as well as tips for hunting various wildlife and identifying nearby lands' mineral resources and arability. With only a short span remaining until the conclusion of the 3-day newbie welfare period, the Huaxiao official organization intensified its promotional efforts. In any case, the aim was to enhance the survival capabilities of as many survivors as possible. After all, the newbie welfare period offered an additional treasure chest as a bonus. Once this opportunity was gone, it would not return. Within 2 days of thoroughly exploring the surroundings of their wooden shelters, many survivors abandoned their unrealistic fantasies. Coupled with the fact that some individuals had ventured out to explore the previous day, they began to more actively and boldly seek out resources in hopes of swiftly upgrading their wooden shelters. At 6 o'clock a.m., the wasteland world was bathed in the light of dawn, the night fading without a trace, akin to a clown exiting the stage in silence. Countless survivors surged forth from their shelters like droplets of water cascading from a dam, immersing themselves in the vast expanse of the wasteland. With a plan in mind, Yun Xian was not as impatient as the previous day. He had packed everything he needed, including the freshly crafted 1680 explosive packages, with the remaining white safety explosives kept on his person for quick access. Following his plan, he first headed towards the 2 outdoor camps he had established. Clad in black exoskeleton armor, Yun Xian swiftly arrived at the first military camp, ignoring the scattered materials and ordinary supply boxes strewn across the ground. He diligently searched for locked supply boxes, card rooms, or safes containing rare materials. After a minute of scanning the surroundings of the army green tents, he found no safes or insurance card doors among the higher-tier supplies. As expected, he discovered a green insurance card door within the central building, just as he had surmised yesterday. Without further ado, Yun Xian quickly produced an engineering explosive package, default setting of 10 seconds, and affixed it to the green insurance door. This was part of his experiment and plan, primarily aimed at testing the explosive package's power and how much durability it could deplete from the insurance card door. The engineering explosive package appeared to adhere tenaciously to the door, evoking a sense of familiarity and excitement in Yun Xian. It felt just right. Boom. After 10 seconds, a resounding explosion echoed as Yun Xian observed the damage, noting that it had depleted 1,000 durability points, exactly as he had anticipated. He proceeded to affix 9 more explosive packages. In a swift motion, Yun Xian hurled 9 packages in succession before retreating to a safe distance of 20 meters to observe the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fireballs erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of sound and a thick cloud of smoke that lingered for several seconds. As the smoke began to dissipate, Yun Xian was delighted to discover that the green insurance card door had been completely obliterated, leaving behind a swirling mist of emerald light. This engineering explosive package was indeed formidable. Filled with uncontainable joy, he rushed forward to assess the situation. While the insurance card door had not dropped material fragments as he had hoped, the now wide-open room revealed, unsurprisingly, the 5 familiar boxes he had expected. Is this a stroke of luck? He mused, glancing at the engineering explosive packages in his backpack, his heart brimming with elation. He had initially anticipated selling them at a high price, but now he had the perfect justification. Is this merely an engineering explosive package? He pondered. No. It is far more than that. It is also a replacement for the green insurance card, superseding the blue insurance card. From the moment he learned that the insurance card door could be breached by depleting its durability, a sense of excitement stirred within him. What could possess the explosive power akin to dynamite? With the engineering explosive packs at his disposal, he could either save substantial sums or engage in lucrative exchanges of insurance cards with others. Based on previous rudimentary tests, damaging the blue insurance card door by a fraction of its durability was approximately equivalent to inflicting 2 points of durability loss on the green insurance card door. By this calculation, it would require around 200 engineering explosive packs to dismantle the blue insurance card door. This cost was one that Yunxian could easily bear, especially considering the prospect of conserving a blue insurance card. Contemplating the weight of today's tasks, Yunxian promptly and unhesitatingly opened several boxes. Chapter 46. Are accessories and physical attributes reasonable? 10 units. Canned meat, green. 5. Regeneration capsules, green. 5. Grappling hook gun, green. 1. Black iron grade. Pistol, green. 1. 100 rounds of universal ammunition, 1. Black iron grade. Magazine accessory, green. 1. Chip module, green. 1. A collection of unfamiliar yet anticipated supplies appeared in his backpack. Grappling hook gun, green, survival value 380, durability 1000, maximum anchoring range 200. Description: a tool for remote anchoring via fired hook. Black iron grade. Pistol, green, survival value 400, durability 4000, agility 12. Range 200, capacity 9, caliber 9 mm. Penetration 30. Black iron grade. Magazine accessory, green, survival value 400, durability 4000, constitution 12, base, capacity 15. Chip module, green, survival value 400, durability 4000, calculation speed 10 units. Description: a basic type of simple chip module, one of the core modules for creating other automated devices. The introduction of these 3 new items captured Yunchuan's attention. Clearly, upon upgrading to a black iron grade shelter, the quality of supplies he could access through the insurance card had significantly improved. The exquisite quality of the black iron grade weaponry surpassed the 3-dimensional attributes of the bronze grade's outstanding quality equipment. This realization stirred a sense of reflection within Yunxian. With each level gained by the shelter, his survival capabilities surged exponentially. Of course, the categories of medicine and food, the perennial leaders, remained steadfast in their esteemed positions. This prompted a certain reverence from Yunxian towards these 2 essentials. Without them in the survival world, everyone would find themselves akin to grasshoppers post-harvest, unable to leap for long. The grappling hook gun's utility was straightforward and suitable for specialized tasks such as scaling walls or traversing difficult terrains. The toolbox had finally evolved beyond the familiar pickaxes and axes, though it regrettably lacked any furnishings. The newly acquired pistol was anticipated by Yunxian, nearly aligning with his assumptions regarding the attributes of black iron grade gear. However, the introduction of a firearm accessory piqued his interest further. Was this the moment when firearms truly ascended? As expected, equipment at the black iron grade began to modularize with accessories. In simpler terms, this meant the addition of accessory functionalities. Yet, upon examining the accessories' attributes, Yunchuan's keen intuition led him to a critical observation. Why would a firearm accessory enhance physical attributes? Was this not akin to nonsensical banter? This revelation caused Yunchuan's perspective on accessories to become somewhat fragmented. On one hand, it could be deemed beneficial as it augmented the weapon's additional 3-dimensional attributes. On the other hand, the increase in physical attributes had minimal impact on the efficacy of firearms. Ultimately, however, Yunxian reconciled with the notion of accepting this accessory. A slight boost in physical attributes might allow him to withstand a few more blows, after all. Moreover, it appeared there were other accessories to consider. A prudent young man should not hastily make decisions. Next, Yunchuan's attention was drawn to the significant increase in the durability of the black iron grade weapons. With heightened durability came an enhanced sense of security. While other survivors might lack significant experience in this regard, Yunxian had accumulated considerable insights, making him somewhat of an authority in this area. Particularly after selling numerous pieces of equipment, he understood that the disparity between equipment of varying grades was primarily defined by the additional 3-dimensional attributes, the characteristics that could be added, and finally, durability. These 3 factors were the most apparent indicators of the differences between grades. Yet most individuals tended to focus on the additional 3-dimensional attributes and basic stats. Characteristics, being less commonly encountered yet undeniably impressive, garnered widespread recognition. Conversely, durability was often an overlooked attribute. Without the existence of characteristic coatings, the significance of durability might seem negligible. However, with the presence of characteristic coatings, once the durability of a weapon was exhausted and it became obsolete, neglecting repairs would render the coatings entirely useless. Once equipment reaches 0 durability, It can only be dismantled with specialized equipment. Until durability is fully depleted, it can be restored using repair items. Once it reaches zero, dismantling is the only option. This consideration inevitably led to a dilemma that would require deliberation, specifically, whether to invest precious characteristic coatings on equipment with low durability. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for a single intense battle to deplete a weapon's durability. Having experienced several minor skirmishes, Yun Xian was acutely aware of this reality. He could easily envision others joyfully slaying monsters, only to find their weapon's durability suddenly failing. In his view, durability represented the lifeblood of equipment. After reviewing the supplies available from the insurance card door, Yun Xian instinctively began to process various pieces of information and swiftly made his way to the next outdoor encampment. The distance between the two outdoor camps was not extensive. After a brief sprint, he spotted, from over 100 meters away, the silhouette of a large monster within his self-designated biochemical camp. What a formidable creature! Yun Xian extended his hands, partially shielded by the black exoskeleton armor, and retrieved 2 exceptional quality iron tooth clubs from his backpack. He then dashed toward the entrance of the biochemical camp with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a large black cockroach. Weapons could be wielded freely, yet only those with official recognition would benefit from attribute enhancements. Other equipment would not receive the additional 3-dimensional attribute benefits. Yun Xian had recently attempted to exploit a potential bug related to the properties of the newly emerged black iron-grade firearms, pondering the advantage of gaining the additional attributes of firearms while inflicting damage with melee weapons. However, he soon discovered that once a melee weapon was equipped, the firearm would automatically lose its official recognition, rendering the additional attributes inaccessible, although he could not benefit from the 3-dimensional attributes. The basic damage and defense stats remained available to the wielder. For instance, if someone managed to exploit a bug to wear 2 sets of exceptional quality iron armor, they would only gain the 3-dimensional attribute bonuses from the equipment currently in their inventory, receiving a Constitution 10 from one set while being unable to benefit from the other. Nonetheless, in principle, they could still enjoy the defensive benefits of both sets of armor. In situations where the game mechanics clashed with reality, a compromise would ensue. Each would yield to accommodate the other. Thus, at this moment, with 2 iron tooth clubs in hand, Yun Xian could indeed achieve a doubled attack power. Regrettably, this was not a wholly fantastical game world. Reality still held sway, and there were no absolute health bars. One could easily imagine a scenario where, despite suffering a severed head, an individual might still boast their physical advantage, exclaiming, "Head here, head here, head here." Therefore, while defeating each monster was arguably easier than when health bars existed, thanks to the element of surprise and targeting vital points, monsters were considerably more challenging to kill without health indicators. Armed with agility and nearly maximal damage mitigation, Yun Xian confidently approached the biochemical camp's entrance. Chapter 47. Has the material been blown away? Upon encountering the towering black humanoid monster adorned with a blue insignia, Yun Xian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He completely disregarded the surrounding ordinary creatures. His gaze fixated solely on the leader monster. It was capable of dropping blue crystal cores. This meant a significant advancement in his quest for the day, allowing him a bit of respite. After all, the deeper one ventured into the mining area, the higher the level of monsters encountered. Monster Leader, Prison Mountain, Level 11 Constitution, 40, Strength, 35, Agility, 20. As Yun Xian approached, the leader monster lunged toward him. Given that the leader's level was also 11, he felt no fear. It was merely an underwhelming foe. With a swift movement, he evaded the leader's massive hand, leveraging his agility to avoid the attack. He retaliated fiercely, striking the monster twice with his iron bat, leaving only shallow gashes on its formidable body. The two engaged in a spirited exchange for several rounds, and Yun Xian keenly observed that the creature appeared rather dull-witted, lacking intelligence. This realization eased his apprehension, emboldening his attacks. Ordinary monsters attempting to close in on him were dispatched effortlessly, often with a single blow. During the skirmish, the azure fluid oozing from the leader quickly solidified into gelatinous lumps, piquing Yun Xian's curiosity. The previous leader he had defeated with firearms and dual crossbows had not exhibited such a phenomenon, as he had been too caught up in the heat of battle to notice. Skillfully maintaining his distance from the leader monster, Yun Xian retrieved several engineering explosives from his backpack and hurled them at the colossal figure. The explosives adhered to the leader like clay. Realizing the danger posed by the explosives, Yun Xian hastened to retreat. They were indiscriminate in their destruction. Boom. The explosives detonated, sending shockwaves that toppled the towering beast. Delighted by the effectiveness of his strategy, Yun Xian watched with glee as several ordinary monsters caught in the blast were flung about like ragdolls. The explosion stripped away a significant portion of the leader's flesh, leaving behind charred craters that still emitted wisps of smoke. Impressed by the creature's tenacity, as it shook off the remnants of its disfigured body and rose once more, Yun Xian couldn't help but admire its vitality. He dashed forward to unleash more explosives, tossing several more at the creature, knowing that even if they did not adhere to it, detonations on the ground would suffice. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time crafting these explosives, sacrificing some profit in the process. With another flurry of explosives hurled at the leader, the creature charged again. But Yun Xian swiftly evaded, not looking back. The leader's minimal intelligence failed to offer any effective response. It continued its pursuit, unconcerned with the explosives clinging to its form, which it could easily brush off. However, it did not do so. The subsequent explosions transformed the leader into a veritable storm of destruction. In mere moments, more obscured flesh and blood erupted in fiery bursts, splattering the surroundings. The cumulative damage from the blast finally overwhelmed the leader, causing it to collapse under the strain, its body writhing in futile protest. Yun Xian observed with a calm demeanor, acknowledging the creature's residual vitality. Nevertheless, with the explosives at his disposal, the task became considerably simpler. He maintained his distance, deliberately tossing several explosives toward the leader's head. Within seconds, 7 explosives covered a substantial portion of its massive face. As the creature huffed, raising an arm in an attempt to strike at Yun Xian, he rewarded it with more explosives, confident in the sheer volume of his onslaught. Boom, boom. From a safe distance, Yun Xian reveled in the sight of flesh and blood once again strewn across the ground. Though accustomed to the chaos, he found the thrill exhilarating. The 11-level leader boss could not withstand the onslaught of explosives. Its upper body was nearly obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. The system, indifferent to such methods, promptly notified Yun Xian of his victory. Ding. You have slain level 11 leader, Prison Mountain, survival experience 1100. Surprised by the absence of additional rewards, Yun Xian hurriedly approached the half-destroyed body of Prison Mountain, pondering whether this camp boss would yield different spoils compared to wilderness encounters. Blue Leader Crystal Core 1 blue insurance card 1 green insurance card 1 with mixed emotions. He watched as the leader and Apos' remains vanished upon his touch. He couldn't help but worry. Would other materials be lost too? After all, a significant portion of the body had indeed been obliterated. However, upon seeing the bounty he had acquired, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a small thrill of excitement, Yun Xian quickly conducted a thorough search of the area. For the spoils from a mere level 11 monster could hardly compare to the value of resources hidden behind the insurance card doors. A solitary blue insurance card door awaited him within the structure. Indeed, it was superior to the previous military camp, an exquisite outdoor refuge. This time, Yun Xian focused on the insurance card door, prepared to blow it open and ascertain what lay beyond. He skillfully affixed explosives to its surface. Though time was of the essence, he was willing to spare a few minutes. After all, this was a precious blue insurance card door. The door, standing resolutely, was crafted from the familiar heavy metal, adorned with enchanting blue patterns that exuded a unique aesthetic. Drawing from his experimental strikes against the insurance card door the previous day, Yun Xian anticipated the quantity of explosives required. It would likely take no fewer than 200 to breach its defenses. Yun Xian's inclination to dismantle the door's durability was not unique. Many survivors shared this notion upon encountering something so resilient. As the durability of green insurance doors was not excessively daunting, some had begun to discuss this approach on official forums, suggesting that resource-deprived survivors might consider chipping away at the door to save the green cards for resource exchanges. The previous night's transactions had proven the value of these green cards, making it relatively easy to acquire resources for upgrading to a bronze-level shelter. Coupled with the realization that the recipe drop rate for insurance card doors was rather disheartening, many began to recalibrate their strategies to maximize their benefits. Thus, the sentiment surrounding today's attempts to open the insurance card doors shifted towards conserving the cards for trade. While some survivors in resource-scarce areas decided to craft several stone pickaxes and axes, dedicating themselves to the task of dismantling the green insurance door. Chapter 48. Will we be able to sell electricity in the future? In less than 2 minutes, Yun Xian endured the relentless rumbling sound in his ears, which had begun to manifest as a distinct ringing. Fiery orbs, accompanied by swirling smoke, recklessly assaulted the blue security door, depleting its durability. Watching the explosion unfold, Yun Xian felt an exhilarating thrill akin to setting off firecrackers during the new year, with an unlimited supply to boot. With a final explosive bang, the two sets of engineering explosives detonated, and the blue security door was instantly reduced to ashes amidst the flames. The successful breach of the door lifted a considerable weight from Yun Xian's heart, yet it also stirred a tempest of excitement within him. This ignited a thought that perhaps the purple security door could also be easily breached in the future. At this moment, he remained unaware that even the first-place rewards from the Heavenly Dao system were reserved solely for those of exceptional quality. The purple security door, which represented the production of perfect purple items, was not something that could be dismantled so easily. Yun Xian, lost in the euphoria of breaching the blue security door, hurried into the room to swiftly open 5 supply boxes and collect the resources, seeking to calm his racing heart. A series of system notifications announced the arrival of numerous blue exceptional items. 10 units. High-energy pure meat canned food 10. First aid kits 5. Anti-radiation agents 1. Power pickaxe 1. Power saw 1. Universal rice cooker 1. Broadsword 1. Military dagger 1. Individual radar device 1. Automatic defense machine gun 1. He disregarded the inconspicuous white material blocks that accompanied the treasure chests. Yun Xian's attention was drawn to the territory defense items, which filled him with a hint of excitement. Although no formulas had been obtained this time, the probability of acquiring them was quite low. Thus, this haul could still be considered a modest success, especially as it included items he urgently needed. Quality was paramount. There was no need for an abundance of formulas, as the time to craft each day was limited. Even with 100 formulas, it was uncertain whether any would prove profitable. The concept of being overwhelmed was well understood. Furthermore, while such defensive territory items could be crafted from formulas, their production costs were among the most exorbitant. They emphasized being costly, heavy, and substantial. Territory items carried an essence of being essential yet burdensome, capable of being done without, but impossible to overlook. Each one was a voracious consumer of resources. However, the most formidable challenge remained the initial step to possess them. For instance, the automatic defense machine gun required core modules such as chips, energy supply modules like capacitors, power modules like engines, information detection modules like infrared devices, radar systems, and a plethora of other miscellaneous components, alongside a significant amount of resource blocks. The variety of modules required was evidently not something that could be easily amassed in the current circumstances, and production costs would soar. Simply crafting 1 or 2 items would hardly suffice. Yun Xian realized that in the later stages, the shelter would likely need to adopt a collaborative approach. After all, with so many formulas to manage, it was unrealistic for one individual to oversee them all. He merely needed to focus on high-end formulas, as there was no harm in selling off unnecessary low-end ones. Considering various factors, Yun Xian chose not to pursue the complex and costly formulas at that moment. Without wasting any more time, he made his way toward the Crimson or District while simultaneously checking the items he had acquired along the route. As for the medicines and food, the latter was straightforward to assess, at least indicating how much hunger and thirst had been restored. Medicines, however, required a more nuanced analysis, influenced by individual constitution and other factors, making precise evaluation impossible. One simply needed to know they could indeed save lives. Both the power pickaxe and the power saw were automatic gathering tools, eliminating the need for survivors to exert themselves in accordance with the system as prescribed actions. These tools consumed energy, but were quite particular, only able to utilize pure energy from capacitors or high-quality energy sources like crystal cores. Initially, Yun Xian planned to insert a few wooden blocks into their fuel chambers, only to discover that it was not permissible. This left him feeling somewhat regretful, contrasting his situation with the furnace power station that accepted all, even stones. He mused, will there be someone who specializes in selling electricity in the future? After all, selling energy was immensely profitable. This thought flashed through Yun Xian's mind, recalling the 10,000 unit capacitor he had previously found, which had permitted him to utilize several household appliances for a considerable time. If he were to acquire a larger capacity capacitor, it could potentially last even longer, akin to selling natural gas in gas cylinders. In this light, It seemed plausible that his small furnace power station might one day generate electricity for profit. After all, he was aware that numerous facility items required external energy sources. Few items, like workbenches, could function without consuming resources. Sighing, he realized that his household income sources might soon multiply again. Yun Xian began contemplating what a suitable electricity price might be in the future. Suddenly, he felt that the power generation capacity of his small furnace power station appeared to be diminishing more than ever. Chapter 49. The Artillery? No. This is truth. Setting aside a fleeting thought, Yun Xian continued to examine the individual radar device. He discovered that this gadget provided a 100-meter range of perspective, proving exceptionally useful for an adept like him. Wherever there was a target, he would illuminate it. Individual radar device. Survival value 500. Detection range 100. Power capacity 1000. Durability 10,000. The energy source for the radar was electric power, a type he was quite familiar with, making it easy for him to replenish. Yun Xian understood that items with clear energy requirements typically could only utilize the corresponding energy type. Most of the energy-consuming items he had encountered utilized electricity, with a few consuming both electricity and core crystals. As for items that could convert any material, he had only seen his small-scale fuel cell power station. Next, Yun Xian turned his attention to two cold weapons. Saber, survival value 600, strength 18, durability 5000, base armor piercing coefficient 2, base damage coefficient 2. Trait 1, damage coefficient 55. Image for reference, military dagger, survival value 600, agility 18, durability 5000. Base armor piercing coefficient 3. Trait 1, armor piercing coefficient 55. With no adverse implications, the attributes of these two weapons were commendable, featuring two new capabilities compared to previous cold weapons: armor piercing and damage enhancement. Armor piercing reflects the weapon's capability to enhance the durability consumption of the target. Damage reflects the weapon's capability to enhance the damage inflicted on the target. The three-dimensional enhancements these two weapons offered were impressive, and acquiring two outstanding traits was a delightful surprise for Yun Xian. The high durability would allow him to utilize them for a day or two. Both weapons showcased a sleek, technologically crafted black silhouette, embodying simplicity and elegance, which made Yun Xian cherish them even more, especially the saber. A long straight blade that could be wielded with both hands, igniting his enthusiasm. Surely, slaying monsters would be swift. Dividing them in one strike should not be too challenging. A weapon that combines both aesthetics and power. Who could resist? After examining the cold weapons, Yun Xian naturally turned his gaze towards the automatic defense artillery that could be deployed within his territory. This discovery thrilled him, and his earlier affection for the saber was instantly forgotten. Regrettably, he realized that once placed, it could not be retrieved. After attempting to position it, he received a warning that it could not be reclaimed outside the designated area, prompting him to abandon this endeavor with trepidation. Automatic defense artillery, survival value 700. Maximum adjustable rate of fire 6,000 rounds min, maximum targeting range 1,000, ammunition capacity 300, automatic durability, recovery 30,000, caliber 30, operating power 10,000 energy hour. Occupies 4 units of area. Image for reference, incredible. These specifications were indeed akin to truth manifest. However, a nagging concern lingered in his mind. The materials required for a single round of ammunition seemed no less than that of an engineering explosive pack, and the crafting time was substantial. The cost was high, but he could afford it. Yet, Yun Xian felt a sense of caution and unease. For although this device could distinguish between friend and foe, the shells it fired were indiscriminate. In the future, he would need to exercise caution when using this artillery. He could hardly fathom the sensation of being struck by a barrage of shells. Surely, it should feel like nothing at all. Wait, where's the ammunition? What the hell? Wasn't there a free round of ammunition? How stingy can one be? Yun Xian rummaged through his backpack and the artillery's ammunition compartment, but found no shells. He paused, realizing he indeed had none. Damn, perhaps he had celebrated a bit too early. Old Wang, do you have any information on universal artillery ammunition? Yun Xian seized a moment to message Old Wang, passing the time as he traveled. Within the organization, support for upgrades was mutual, and a considerable number of individuals from the Black Iron level shelters had gathered. Otherwise, they wouldn't have crafted so little material to purchase equipment last night. Given their numbers, the chances of acquiring universal ammunition packs were fairly high. Such supplies, once used, could only be designated for a specific type of ammunition, serving as a contingency solution. Naturally, the bullet pack for guns could not be designated for artillery shells. Having just concluded the morning meeting and preparing to gather stones with his steel pickaxe, Old Wang promptly noticed Yun Xian's message and quickly replied. After all, he did not have the luxury of blocking messages like Yun Xian and had to be ready to respond at any moment. Universal artillery ammunition? What do you need that for? It hasn't been 10 minutes. You haven't already unearthed something, have you? Old Wang, pausing his gathering, quickly replied, a hint of envy creeping onto his weathered face. Here he was, having managed to acquire an automatic defense artillery, yet with no ammunition, needing to procure it himself. Yun Xian, en route to his destination, swiftly composed a response. Another valuable item. Fear not, I will take care of your affairs, you wealthy benefactor. Thank you. I heard you enjoy a good drink. I'll see if I can procure something from the food box to present to you today. The old man replied, expressing gratitude. Oh, by the way, the 5 sets of dual-trait exoskeleton armor have been reserved by Old Xing from our war zone. The Blue Leader's crystal core will be secured for you before this afternoon. Haha. I'll send you a set of dual-trait exoskeleton armor to give you a taste of its quality. Hearing that the other party had promised to secure the blue crystal core, Yun Xian felt a wave of relief and privately traded a set of dual-trait exoskeleton armor with a 200 durability enhancement to Old Wang. Stay safe, kid. There's no need to push yourself so hard. We are behind you. Thank you for your kind words, Old Wang. I've arrived in the wild area. I'll respond later. After a brief exchange, they concluded their conversation as Yun Xian reached the familiar outskirts of the mining area. The vast crimson mine continued to awe him, and he felt immense gratitude for its existence. Without this mine, he would have lacked the confidence to challenge the upgrade to the silver shelter. This place was the very foundation of his rise. Haha, I'm back. Chapter 50. A familiar yet strange scene. Yun Xian found himself once again amidst the familiar yet strangely nostalgic sight of the orange-red decorated gathering point. This was the very first gathering spot he had encountered, which he had designated as the green face camp upon discovering his first elite creature. Observing the same gray parasites as before, a wave of sentiment washed over him. He couldn't help but ponder why these wild creatures, once exterminated during the day, would respawn the following day. Surely, he mused, it couldn't be that he had to slay them once more at night? Initially, he had welcomed the respawning of monsters, considering the free resources they provided. However, the reality of having to repeat yesterday's efforts today was vexing. Who knew how many times he would have to do this in the future? His mood illustrated the adage that enthusiasm can wane with repetition. This led Yun Xian to fantasize about one day wielding a powerful cannon to sweep through these foes. Yet, upon contemplating the cost of ammunition, he realized these low-level monsters hardly warranted such an expense. Armed only with an iron-toothed bat, he strode boldly into the fray. The iron bat was more than sufficient to dispatch these minor threats. With a renewed sense of purpose, Yun Xian approached these creatures as mere experience packages. After all, at level 11, he felt somewhat underqualified for the level of his refuge. Fortunately, personal equipment bore no level restrictions, and much of his combat prowess stemmed from his gear. The modest attribute increases from leveling up were merely trifles. The times had changed, despite being a novice at level 11. His slightly extravagant equipment instilled no fear of these low-tier monsters. As long as his gear held up, he felt invincible. Upon entering the orange-red building's gathering point, Yun Xian quickly sought out the gray parasites. This time, he could no longer afford to be stealthy. With the iron bat in hand, he struck with precision and force, targeting the heads of these gray parasites with a speed reminiscent of whack-a-mole. His attacks were straightforward, eschewing unnecessary defensive maneuvers that revealed a lack of confidence in his equipment. While his strikes may have seemed simplistic, they were executed with remarkable agility and strength. The iron teeth of the bat met the withered gray head of a parasite with a sickening crunch, easily shattering it and splattering gray ichor everywhere. Ding! You have slain a level 4 parasite, survival experience 40. As expected, defeating ordinary monsters yielded no loot. However, he found solace in the fact that the experience gained from killing these creatures had not diminished with his rising level. Nevertheless, as he contemplated the 10,000 experience required for his next level up and the meager attribute increases, he felt ambivalent about his progress. Though accustomed to the gruesome scenes, Yun Xian still felt a twinge of disgust. Fortunately, it was only a fleeting sensation. With a powerful swing, he obliterated a gray parasite's head. sending a half-crushed mass crashing against the nearby orange wall, leaving a grotesque gray stain. The horrifying attack delivered a striking visual experience, one that could rival scenes from a cinematic production. Feeling exhilarated, Yun Xian seized the opportunity during the battle to dismantle the monster corpses strewn about. Even the smallest morsels were worth salvaging. After all, one could not build a vast enterprise without frugality. Ding! You have slain a level 5 parasite, survival experience 50. Old buddy, come quickly! Yun Xian exclaimed as a familiar green-faced monster approached, delighting in its unexpected awareness. Unlike the previous two creatures that had been oblivious until it was too late, this one was alert. With a deep breath, Yun Xian stepped forward and struck, sending a powerful blow that smashed half of the green monster's head. The iron teeth of his bat punctured through, scattering gray matter and debris across the ground. Unfazed, Yun Xian had developed his own method for handling such situations, dismantling the corpses. The headless body of the green monster stood still for a moment before collapsing. Soon after, he received a notification from the system. Ding! You have slain a level 5 elite green face, survival experience 300, universal key 1. Have I truly become this formidable? He mused, admiring the now-defeated creature. He promptly utilized his dimensional bracelet to disassemble it. Crystal core, green, 1. Growth powder, green, 1. Bone fragment, green 1. 3 familiar and valuable materials were now in his possession, alongside the universal key dropped by the creature. He couldn't help but reflect on the initial generosity of this monster, which had once yielded a complete set of exquisite gear, only to later offer little more than a green insurance card and a universal key. However, considering that he currently found the gear dropped by monsters beneath his notice, he felt at ease with these two items, resolving to pursue the higher-grade materials he had set as a task the previous night. Yun Xian continued his search for the green insurance card and similar resources. Chapter 51. A heart unperturbed with a swift transition to the military dagger to enhance his agility. Yun Xian diligently scoured the small gathering site for rare resources, insurance card doors, safes, and locked supply boxes. Among these treasures, even the locked boxes held the potential for exquisite items. Furthermore, his sanctuary had reached the black iron level, thereby augmenting the quality of the resources found in the wild. However, the loot dropped by monsters was solely contingent upon their own levels, unaffected by Yun Xian's sanctuary rank. He vividly recalled having unearthed several pieces of furniture from such sources, albeit with a rather low probability. If he were to include the insurance card doors, it was highly likely that he could amass the survival points needed to upgrade his sanctuary by the day's end. He planned to remain here for most of the day, unlike the previous day when he scarcely spent half the time he had intended. With his significant enhancement in strength, his exploration speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, Yun Xian maintained an optimistic outlook regarding today's prospects. With a decisive kick, he shattered the dilapidated, rusted iron door, only to find an empty room devoid of boxes. He turned away without a second thought, completely ignoring a single glimmering white metal piece on the floor, deeming the effort to pick it up a waste of time. Bang! The door splintered under his force, revealing a locked supply box that piqued his interest. Ding! You have opened a locked supply box, acquiring 5 units of white metal, 5 units of white fiber, and 1 green exquisite regeneration capsule. Ah, this again, Yun Xian muttered, taken aback by the contents. He had nearly forgotten about this item. Once deemed valuable for its life-saving properties, it now felt somewhat redundant. It seemed the celestial system was rather capricious, as if the locked supply box were mocking him. When you were at the survival level, I provided you with medicine. Now that you've reached black iron, I still offer you medicine. Surprised, are we? He shrugged off the momentary annoyance, collecting the items into his backpack and continuing his search for more locked boxes of green quality or higher. Ding! You have opened a locked supply box, acquiring 5 units of white metal, 5 units of white fiber, and 1 green ironcraft cabinet. Ah, a new exquisite item. Yun Xian's spirits lifted, though he felt indifferent towards this seemingly storage-capable piece of furniture. Nonetheless, he glanced at its attributes. Ironcraft cabinet, green survival value 400, storage space 10. Item durability recovery, speed 1000 day. Description: provides sustainable, stable, and lossless durability recovery for all items stored within. Furniture, what a revelation. This feature was impressive. Yun Xian promptly dismissed his previous underestimation, realizing that furniture with high survival value began to exhibit special functions. Regret washed over him for not having thoroughly examined the information on the furniture selection package when upgrading to a black iron sanctuary. After all, he had opted directly for the workbench. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Ding! You have opened a locked supply box, acquiring 5 units of white metal, 5 units of white fiber, and 1 green regeneration capsule. As anticipated, the next locked supply box did not inherit the previous box's fortuity. Yun Xian remained unfazed, considering it merely a fleeting stroke of luck. As expected, this gathering point indeed contained a resource point requiring the use of insurance cards. Though this time it was a green insurance card door. The green door bore familiar green patterns, and next to it was a metallic card reader showcasing an appropriately sized slot. Observing this, Yun Xian instinctively retrieved his engineering explosives, offering 3 bows towards the insurance card door. As he affixed the explosive packs onto the door, it dawned on him that he was resorting to brute force. Pondering whether his previous methods would still apply. Boom, boom. The explosions jolted him from his thoughts, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. As the smoke dissipated, the green insurance card door vanished without a trace, unveiling 5 supply boxes within the card room. Yun Xian stepped forward without hesitation, methodically opening each box to inspect the contents. After having breached the card door twice today, he felt no emotional turbulence. 10 units, meat canned food, green. 5 regeneration capsules, green. 5 iron bed, green. 1 handgun, green. 100 rounds of universal ammo, 1 grip accessory, green. 1 fiber cloth recipe, green. 1 glancing over the items extracted from the treasure boxes. Yun Xian skillfully stowed them into his backpack, noting the addition of 3 unfamiliar items. The task of clearing this gathering point and searching for resources consumed him no more than 15 minutes. With no intention of lingering, he continued along the mining road towards the next gathering point. Chapter 52. Watching the songbook from the back of a donkey as Yun Xian traversed the path towards the next gathering point. He took out a new accessory to examine it. As expected, the attributes of the grip seemed somewhat unconventional. Observing the enhanced strength attribute of the firearm accessory, he found himself at a loss for words, as it appeared quite reasonable for such an item to bolster strength. After all, an increase in grip strength would logically reduce the recoil of the firearm. Coupled with stability, the recoil of a gun would likely be significantly minimized. In truth, the recoil of firearms tends to escalate with the increase in their power, yet this should not be overlooked. A high-grade handgun exhibiting the force and recoil akin to anti-material weapons from the past would hardly be surprising. Yun Xian deftly affixed the accessory to a handgun, then, adopting a proper stance, he practiced several movements as he advanced. Upon equipping the handgun with the accessory, he immediately perceived enhancements across various attributes and a subtle increase in his overall control over the firearm. It felt as though he could shoot with greater precision and steadiness, a sensation that filled him with excitement and regret. The excitement stemmed from his fondness for firearms. The significant attribute increase certainly bolstered his survival capabilities, ultimately enhancing his combat strength. However, the regret lingered due to the handgun's caliber, which was still too modest at merely 9 mm. He mused that at least a 20 mm caliber would be preferable. Author's humble note: a patch has been applied, and all firearm attributes have been upgraded to include a 9 mm caliber. Regrettably, one cannot rely on the attributes of firearms to contend with cold weapons. With this thought, Yun Xian's expression turned to one of disappointment. Both firearms and cold weapons possess their unique merits. Yun Xian was well aware of the lethal capabilities of cold weapons against monsters. A single decisive strike could indeed alter the course of battle. Conversely, if the caliber of firearms is too small, they merely leave behind bullet-sized holes in the monsters, demonstrating formidable penetration but limited damage. Additionally, he had noticed that the bodily fluids of the monsters seemed to transition from liquid to a gel-like consistency as their grade increased, at least indicating such a trend. This discovery not only illuminated the potential difficulty of slaying high-grade monsters, but also sparked a playful thought in Yun Xian's mind. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being splattered with bodily fluids while vanquishing such foes. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the dimensional wristband's decomposition function each time, which was indeed cumbersome. Fiber cloth recipe. Crafting materials: 1 fiber block, white, unit fiber cloth, green. Crafting time: 1 minute. Description: master the technique of crafting fiber cloth after learning this recipe. Diverting his attention to inspect the recipe, Yunxian couldn't help but display a knowing expression upon seeing the green recipe in his hand. The trend of specialization among recipes had begun to emerge, albeit still not prominently at the black iron level of the shelter. Based on the information he had gleaned from the previous recipe package, he surmised that as the level of the shelter increased, the trend of specialization among recipes would become more pronounced. He speculated that this was due to the varying productivity and technological advancements represented by each shelter level. For instance, at the survival and bronze levels, crafting items required only simple raw materials. While the resulting products might not be exceptional, they were serviceable. The black iron level had already begun to exhibit this tendency, though most recipes still adhered to earlier styles. Only a select few recipes, such as those for territorial defense structures, required significant amounts of foundational materials, with various core and essential modules forming the crux of their creation. Yunxian knew the purpose of the fiber cloth was to serve as a primary material for crafting clothing, essential for braving the impending cold. However, for him, this recipe held no necessity for learning. He possessed an abundance of lucrative recipes and scarcely had time to craft such a trivial material. He initially considered selling it to Old Wang, but upon reflecting that the latter was quite affluent, he decided against it for the time being. Nevertheless, a recipe is a valuable asset. Even if he chose not to learn it, it could be traded for equivalent items with others. Thus, he resolved to keep it for later consideration during his leisure time in the evening. Iron bed, green survival value 400. Function: resting on the bed restores 50 durability per hour for equipped gear. Furniture. Yet another useful piece of furniture. Yunxian felt quite satisfied upon examining the attributes of the iron bed. As a piece of quality furniture, he had no extravagant expectations. After all, his primary intention was to enhance the survival value of the shelter with such items. Similar to the previous iron craft cabinet, this piece also boasted durability restoration capabilities, and the iron bed restored durability at a slightly faster rate. Clearly, the advantages of the two items differed, allowing them to complement each other. For example, he could place equipment in the iron craft cabinet during the day for repairs, and then lie on the iron bed at night while donned in his gear. After thoroughly reviewing the three items, Yunxian felt well informed, and soon enough, he arrived at the second gathering point as scheduled. Chapter 53. The Blade Arrives. The monsters crumble upon entering the realm of duality. Yunxian immediately unsheathed his 2-meter-long horse-chopping blade. He believed that the elite monsters of the burly, rotund stature were perfectly suited to experience the might of his formidable weapon. However, Yunxian remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, instead filled with eager anticipation for the grand displays of power his blade would unleash. With the blade held high, he charged forward, eager to cleave through the blue-coated adversaries outside. Ding, you have slain an 8-level ordinary parasite, survival experience 80. Ding, you have slain a 7-level ordinary parasite, survival experience 70. The emaciated blue-coated parasites were unable to withstand the devastating force of Yunxian's blade, resulting in their bodies being cleaved asunder without exception. The grayish bodily fluids of the blue-coated parasites spilled onto the ground like a grisly slurry. Yunxian paid little mind to this macabre scene. Such trifling matters could not shake his resolute spirit. In the midst of his unabashed display of power, two elite monsters sensed the commotion and emerged from the depths of the warehouses. As expected, they were the familiar black and white faces. Upon spotting the iconic rotund figure of the black variant, Yunxian could not suppress a smile, tightening his grip on the blade. Leading the charge once more was the agile white-faced creature, its tall frame seeming as if it could be swept away by a gust of wind at any moment. Yunxian's gaze sharpened. He made the same decisive choice as the day before. This creature would be the first to fall. With swift determination, he closed the distance. As they neared each other, Yunxian deftly sidestepped to the right and unleashed a powerful slash, his blade slicing through the creature's midsection. Crack, sizzle, thud, a sharp, crisp sound echoed as the horse-chopping blade severed the white-faced zombie's torso. The elite white monster's body crumbled to the ground, splattering a copious amount of greenish fluid and tissue. The upper half of its body bore a grotesque expression of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, while its pale, bony claws continued to flail uselessly at the hard ground. Yunxian chuckled at the twisted visage of his foe. In the face of such effortless dominion over life and death, the creature's menacing appearance held no terror for him. "Hey, still laughing, are you?" Yunxian exclaimed. Swiftly severing the creature's head, and kicking it away like a ball. He observed as the claws continued their mindless motions, propelled by the body's instinctual responses. For a moment, he was taken aback, but soon dismissed the thought. He would regard this creature as nothing more than a mere insect. After all, while the kill notifications may be delayed, they would surely arrive. Glimpsing the familiar, lumbering form of the black monster charging towards him, Yunxian instinctively shifted to the side. Though it lacked the agility of its white counterpart, the sheer presence of its bulk was imposing, and he was determined to avoid close contact. Once he had created some distance, Yunxian gripped the blade horizontally and charged at the creature's flank. This time, he again chose to sidestep and strike. The blade, having effortlessly severed multiple white zombies, met the black monster's mass with only partial success, carving through a significant portion of its body. Splurt. The internal fluids of the black monster sprayed forth, creating a cascade of greenish liquid. To Yun Xian's astonishment, he realized he had not dealt a fatal blow. Roar. The black zombie emitted a peculiar low growl in response to the attack. Without granting it further opportunity, Yun Xian relied on his agility and defense to strike again, delivering another familiar slash. Like an old-fashioned razor slicing through a watermelon, the blade fell upon the black zombie. In mere moments, the watermelon-like mass could bear no more pressure and was cleaved apart. Thud splurt, the severed halves collapsed to the ground, and simultaneously, the flailing claws of the elite white monster came to an abrupt halt. Two closely linked kill notifications appeared. Ding, you have slain an 8-level elite monster. Black face. Survival experience 400. Ding, you have slain an 8-level elite monster. White face. Survival experience 400. Green insurance card 1. Work pants, green 1. As Yun Xian observed the two corpses rapidly disintegrating, the dropped items elicited no reaction from him. He promptly made his way to the next gathering point. For the supplies in the realm of black and white had yet to refresh, rendering any delay unnecessary. Initially intending to sell the work pants, a low-grade piece of equipment, for a casual price, he reconsidered upon realizing Old Wang might find them useful. Given their low grade, they would not hinder him, and he likely would appreciate the gesture. Thus, Yun Xian decided to privately trade the work pants, which only added 3 points to vitality, to Old Wang. Ding, you have a trade request. Oh, who could it be? Old Wang, engrossed in his work, was exhilarated by the efficiency of the steel pickaxe he had recently acquired. After 2 days of using a stone pickaxe, the sudden switch to a steel one, which boasted 6 times the gathering speed, filled him with immense joy. This stark contrast was indeed the source of his happiness. Upon glancing at the trade request from Yun Xian, he read the accompanying message. Old Wang, it's getting cold. Wear some proper clothing. Haha, that little rascal. Old Wang quickly accepted the work pants. As for the old man's earlier admonitions about not trading without permission, he had no intention of violating them. After all, he hadn't spent a single coin. This was merely a thoughtful gift from his future grandson-in-law to this lonely elder. Chapter 54. A Bountiful Shipment. Yun Xian sprinted along the meticulously paved gray road of the mining area, his black armored silhouette darting past the remnants of vehicles scattered along the path. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the designated gathering point. According to his recollection from the previous day, 2 elite monsters, both of the green-faced variety, awaited him here, albeit at a higher level than those at the first gathering point. Additionally, 2 green insurance card gates remained intact, untouched by him yesterday. With practiced ease, Yun Xian dispatched over 30 low-level blue-coated parasites that had resurfaced along the perimeter. His elongated sword sliced through them like cutting cucumbers, each stroke claiming a life. The low-level creatures lacked resilience. Once severely injured, they succumbed almost immediately. After a brief 2 minutes of clearing, the 30-plus blue-coated parasites yielded nearly 2,000 experience points. Observing the unrestrained slaughter of their underlings, the 2 level 9 elites emerged from their lair, hastily charging toward Yun Xian. Comparing their lanky forms to that of the black-faced zombies, Yun Xian noted that despite their higher level, they would likely not withstand many blows. As the 2 green-faced creatures lunged at him with claws bared, Yun Xian swiftly took a step back, gripping his sword tightly. Seizing the moment as they leapt toward him, he executed 2 diagonal strikes. Their bodies fell to the ground in 4 segments, and as if waiting for their last breath, the kill notifications appeared moments later. Ding, you have slain a level 9 green-faced creature, survival experience 450. Ding, you have slain a level 9 green-faced creature, survival experience 450. Work boots 1, work jacket 1. The two green-faced monsters contributed a total of 900 experience points and 2 fine pieces of equipment. Delighted by the unique work gear, Yun Xian promptly traded them to Old Wang, who accepted them without hesitation. The old man only needed a helmet to complete his set. A chuckle escaped Yun Xian's lips. Crystal Core 1, Bone Fragment 1, Growth Powder 1, Crystal Core 1, Bone Fragment 1, Growth Powder 1, and the insurance card gates. Just as Yun Xian finished dismantling the two zombies and was about to leave, he halted and hurried toward the gates. The other resources had yet to refresh. Much to his relief, he jogged to the locations of the two warehouse gates. Despite the time constraints, he was still inclined to invest a few seconds in a preemptive strike. With a wave of arcane energy, he disregarded the green insurance cards and summoned 10 engineering explosives. Boom boom. Bang! Before the smoke could dissipate, Yun Xian eagerly charged into the vault. He deftly opened 5 treasure chests, 10 units, meat canned goods, green, 5 regeneration capsules, green, 5 display case, green, 1 thermal imaging device, green, 100 rounds of universal ammunition, 1 military binoculars, green, 1 spray coating can, wound damage, 1 a splendid haul indeed. Yun Xian's eyes gleamed at the sight of several new items. Display case, survival value 400. Military binoculars, survival value 400. Military binoculars, thermal imaging device, survival value 400. Description: detects heat within a 200-meter range and marks targets. Thermal imaging device, spray coating can, wound damage 25, durability 100. Spray coating can. After reviewing the items, Yun Xian quickly applied a layer of wound damage coating to his 2 black iron melee weapons. With a grin, he noted the significant increase in damage before darting to the other warehouse to open the second insurance card gate, eager for more treasures. Boom! The second insurance card gate was blown open as expected, and Yun Xian swiftly slipped inside amidst the smoke. 1,000 units of raw brew, green, 5 regeneration capsules, green, 5 iron cabinet, 1 defensive vest, green, 1 defensive helmet, green, 1 chip module, green, 1 chip module. The yield was quite satisfactory as Yun Xian skillfully stowed all the items into his backpack. Raw brew, survival value 80, 5 satiety unit, 5 thirst unit. Spotting the bright white tin box of raw brew, Yun Xian chuckled. To his surprise, the food treasure chest contained alcohol. This would certainly please Old Wang. Without hesitation, he sent the 5 bottles to him, knowing well that he had no interest in drinking. The 5 bottles of brew delighted Old Wang, who responded with numerous messages expressing his gratitude, insisting that he did not require such kindness from the old man. Defensive vest, survival value 400, durability 4000, constitution 12, damage reduction 30. Defensive vest, defensive helmet, survival value 400, durability 4000, constitution 12, damage reduction 30. Defensive helmet. The attributes of the 2 fine black iron pieces of equipment caught Yun Xian's attention. Their durability and additional statistics far surpassed those of bronze-level gear. However, the low damage reduction significantly diminished his desire to equip them. Although he possessed a coating for armor protection, it would be unwise to waste it on equipment of such quality. Chapter 55. Be cautious with the blade. In the next life, to reach the next gathering point, one must traverse a semicircle of mining roads. Feeling somewhat bored during the journey, Yun Xian amused himself with a military telescope for a while. The telescope rendered the vastness of his surroundings seemingly closer, allowing him to survey a significant portion of the mining area with ease. What pleased Yun Xian even more was that this military-grade instrument could directly measure distances, unlike the cumbersome method of marking with lines. Although the dimensional wristband could also provide distance measurements, it required him to pace out the distances, which was quite tedious. In cases of long distances, he could only make rough estimates. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Gazing at the familiar sight of 4 large warehouses, Yun Xian, having already scouted the location, decided to begin by clearing the surrounding monsters. Generally, elite creatures of higher tiers do not casually expose themselves in public, with a certain green-faced exception, as most prefer to reside in their lairs. Indifferent to the fate of ordinary monsters, in a warehouse of this size, which spans thousands of square meters, it could easily accommodate a small elite creature. At this moment, the number of ordinary monsters here was notably greater than the mere dozen he had encountered the day before, now totaling around 50. Even though this expansive area meant that the monsters were somewhat dispersed, the limitations of human vision still created a sense of overwhelming density. Instantly, he extinguished his earlier impulse to charge into the heart of the monsters and unleash a massacre. He ultimately resolved to methodically advance from the periphery inward, gradually purging the creatures. Ding. You have slain an 8-level ordinary monster. Parasite, survival experience 80. Ding. You have slain a 7-level, survival experience 70. Ding. Survival experience 80. Ding. Survival experience 90. The blue-coated parasites, driven by their instinct to hunt, rushed towards Yun Xian without a care for their lives, quickly forming a considerable momentum. Observing this scenario, Yun Xian chuckled and complied with their instincts, standing firm as he swung his blade at the approaching zombies. A mere rabble, these ordinary monsters fell to his blade without a hint of concern. The minor difference in levels was negligible in the face of his sharp blade. As the blue-coated creatures charged faster, Yun Xian increased the speed of his strikes correspondingly. The lives of ordinary monsters were, at this moment, exceedingly cheap, and they fell before him as effortlessly as mowing grass. The elite creatures within the 4 large warehouses remained undisturbed, perhaps oblivious to the commotion outside. It was not until Yun Xian stealthily approached the farthest warehouse that an elite creature, seemingly asleep within, became alert to the situation. It sensed that its subordinates outside had fallen silent. Another green-faced one. Recognizing the familiar visage, Yun Xian recalled that the monsters he had looted yesterday appeared to be of this same kind. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his cleaver and swiftly dashed towards it, covering the 50-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The green-faced creature, realizing the impending danger, lunged toward him, but Yun Xian met it with a decisive strike, severing its head along with a portion of its arm, sending a spray of greenish viscera flying. Ding. You have slain a 12-level elite monster. Green face, survival experience 600. Green insurance card 1. Safety vest 1. Safety vest, survival value 80, constitution 6. Gazing at the attributes of the dropped equipment, Yun Xian found them unimpressive and promptly listed them on the trading market. What a waste of space. Without hesitation, he then rushed towards the adjacent warehouse. If all went as expected, the 3 nearby elites would surely notice the commotion. Indeed, upon emerging from the warehouse, he spotted 3 somewhat bewildered green-faced zombies just outside. They quickly recognized him as he exited from the neighboring warehouse and immediately charged at him with claws outstretched. A line of serpentine formation, 1 strike for each. Yun Xian steadied his cleaver and prepared for the attack. Thud, 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 thud. The third creature, witnessing its companions being cleaved in half, hesitated momentarily. But soon the desire to hunt overcame its hesitation, and it lunged at Yun Xian. Thud. 6 halves of green corpses lay scattered before him. A triple kill. In the next life, be cautious with the blade, Yun Xian mused, surveying the fallen monsters. He found great comfort in such mindless adversaries, who so willingly presented themselves to his blade, compelling him to strike. Ding. Survival experience 600. Ding. Survival experience 600. Ding. Survival experience 600. Ding. Level 1. Green insurance card 3. 3 safety vests. Yun Xian was somewhat surprised by the drops. Were these green-faced zombies the custodians of the safety vests? Unfortunately, the abundance of resources in these warehouses had already vanished and would not be refreshed by the heavenly system. Well, he had no interest in such low-tier equipment. He casually listed them on the trading market and proceeded to dismantle the monster corpses for materials. Since the other resources had yet to respawn, only the green insurance cards remained intact from yesterday's unclaimed loot. Chapter 56. Capacitor Module Recipe Yesterday. The rare resource point here consisted of 4 insurance card doors and a safe, abundant enough to make other survivors green with envy. I could hammer away at this for an entire day without pause. Fortunately, there were many such resources. I would eventually grow accustomed to it, Yun Xian thought. Instinctively paying his respects, he then skillfully retrieved an engineering explosive pack, disregarding the 9 green insurance cards in his backpack. These green insurance cards could be traded, for in the eyes of many survivors, insurance cards equate to resources behind insurance card doors. This small discovery was a detail Yun Xian had noted during last night and Oppo's as trading. Many survivors even sell green insurance cards as the price for recipes, solely because opening a safe with an insurance card guarantees a recipe. Of course, this calculation had significant flaws, for resource points certainly hold the greatest weight. Boom. The explosion concluded, smoke billowing around him as Yun Xian nonchalantly entered, his hands moving swiftly to open 5 boxes. 1,000 units. White sugar 5 cans medical kits, green. 5 iron oven, green. 1 defense vest, green. 1 defense helmet, green. 1 chip module, green. 1 O sugar? Yun Xian looked at the white sugar with delight. His mouth was almost parched, indicating that the days of improving our meals were not far off. With sugar in hand, surely other seasonings like salt must also be available, although they had gamified their existence, requiring only sustenance to quench hunger and thirst, being a member of the Huaxiao ethnicity. The demand for flavor was undoubtedly significant. White sugar, survival value 10. Effect, restores 10 hunger unit, used for making explosives. Brothers, this is white sugar. Seeing the sugar's effects was no surprise. The high-energy white sugar meant that a survivor with just a few cans of it, along with a barely sufficient amount of water, could easily survive for an extended period without much effort. Iron oven, survival value 400, baking capacity 10 space, maximum energy consumption 1000 energy hour. Indeed, this is quite impressive. Yun Xian cast a satisfied glance at the iron oven, acknowledging its practicality and grounded design. The remaining items were familiar companions, and Yun Xian maintained a calm demeanor, for they were merely green insurance card doors, and he could not demand more. He then proceeded with ease to the next warehouse, approaching another green insurance card door with a well-practiced ritual of respect and an adept braking technique, as the green insurance card door crumbled between light and smoke. 1,000 units, edible iodized salt, 5 bags adrenaline, green, 5 C-frequency radio, green, 1 net gun, green, 1 high-fiber composite net bullets, 100 capacitor module recipe, green, 1 wow. This is a substantial update. Gazing at the fresh haul, Yun Xian couldn't help but jest. This recipe must be learned. He glanced at the capacitor module recipe and promptly committed it to memory, as this item was destined to be his ally. Learning the capacitor module recipe was a small step for him, but a giant leap for his burgeoning electricity enterprise. No, to be precise, it was a dual venture, selling capacitors while generating electricity, reaping benefits from both ends. With a sense of satisfaction, Yun Xian continued to examine the attributes of the other items. Edible iodized salt, survival value 5, description, a type of seasoning. The survival value of iodized salt is only 5, confirming Yun Xian's suspicion. It seemed that these gamified characters no longer required such a necessity as salt, given their altered constitution and rules. Thankfully, the lingering taste preferences embedded in his soul remained, and Yun Xian anticipated that at least he could sprinkle a bit of salt on grilled meats. C-frequency radio, survival value 400. Description, capable of receiving broadcasts within a specified area. Do any of you recognize it? Indeed, the range has increased, Yun Xian quickly noted from the description. He immediately recalled the previous radio and Oppos as coverage, though this C-frequency radio could capture signals over a wider area. However, he had never dared to operate such a device. After all, with his current capabilities, it was best to return to the shelter each night in silence. At night, attracting any curious entities would be undesirable. Now, once he acquired sufficient cannon ammunition, he would set up automatic defense cannons. At night, he would crank the radio volume to the maximum, fearing he might miss out on crucial sounds amidst the commotion. Net gun, survival value 400, range 50 meters, capacity 5 shots. Description, can fire a net with a diameter of 5 meters to ensnare targets. A gun that shoots nets, what a splendid item. Yun Xian was thoroughly excited by the functionality of this weapon. Both its range and the diameter of the net were commendable, amplifying his anticipation for its practical effects. After all, this contraption relied on the principle of using gentleness to overcome strength, embodying physical control. Escaping quickly would not be an easy feat, especially with its 5-shot capacity. Yun Xian looked forward to its efficacy against monstrous bosses. Even a brief entanglement would afford him ample opportunity to inflict massive damage, and if necessary, to deliver a fatal blow. In summary, this was a piece of equipment exceptionally suited to his needs, igniting within Yun Xian a genuine realization of the necessity to never underestimate his adversaries. After all, if he were to be similarly restrained by an opponent of comparable strength, it could lead to perilous consequences, and a swift downfall would not be out of the question. Chapter 57. Small drones. The emergence of new supplies from this supply cache momentarily lifted Yun Xian's spirits, prompting a more serious demeanor as he approached the next cache. Upon arriving at the next green door, he earnestly offered his respects. His previous experience with the mystical summoning technique had indeed yielded results, he mused. Boom. A cloud of dust enveloped the area. 1,000 units. Edible oil 5 bottles regenerative capsules. Green. 5 smart toilet. Green. 1 tactical goggles module. Green. 1 smoke bombs. Green. 10 chip module. Green. 1 indeed edible oil. Yun Xian gazed at the 5 bottles of yellow liquid, overcome with nostalgia, reminiscent of an old friend long unseen. Edible oil. Survival value 10. Effect. Restores hunger. 10 hunger 1 unit. Seasoning. My brethren, behold this edible oil, he exclaimed. The current utility of edible oil was akin to that of salt in the past, although meat could now substitute for some of its uses. Nonetheless, the mere fact that it could be procured from a supply cache signified its status as a luxury item for most survivors. Smart toilet, green survival value 400. Maximum energy consumption 100 energy hour. Description, refreshing, clean, odorless. Merely a smart toilet. Yun Xian glanced at its attributes and moved on, though it was indeed a practical piece of furniture. Tactical goggles module, survival value 400, agility 12. Maximum energy consumption 12 energy hour, energy storage 200, functions, mini thermal sensor, detects heat within a 50-meter range. Mini sonar, emits sound waves to track the movement of targets within 50 meters. The tactical goggles appeared quite sophisticated. After reviewing the module, Yun Xian felt immense satisfaction, as it represented new equipment. The tactical functions were numerous and practical, seemingly designed for reconnaissance, a trait he greatly appreciated, especially since he preferred to avoid encounters with rivals. Furthermore, he discovered that this equipment could be worn in conjunction with a helmet. Although it would not provide the three-dimensional attribute enhancement, it would still function normally in other capacities. Smoke bomb, survival value 200, description, upon use. It generates a cloud of dense smoke with a diameter of 15 meters within 5 to 10 seconds, persisting for approximately 1 hour, dissipates completely after 5 hours. A smoke bomb in the wasteland, a perfect match. Yun Xian couldn't help but exclaim in delight upon reading its description. An hour of smoke is quite a concept. It was akin to creating artificial smog. While deploying 1 or 2 bombs might not seem significant, utilizing them in tandem with the tactical goggles module was a clever strategy indeed. He reveled in the thought. However, the practical application remained uncertain. Not all creatures relied solely on sight to assess their environment. This realization prompted him to exercise caution when employing smoke bombs, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. As for the chip module, it was a familiar presence, already well known as one of the core components of automated intelligent equipment, offering nothing particularly noteworthy. Next, Yun Xian opened the final green insurance card door in the same manner. 1,000 units. Canned fruits 10 bottles vitality capsules, green. 5 vertical water purifier, green. 1 handgun, green. 1 universal bullets, 100 small drone, green. 1 another round of new goods. Yun Xian's eyes sparkled. This moment of unboxing brought him genuine joy. Vitality capsule, survival value 400, description, an alternative regenerative capsule crafted with nanotechnology. Capable of releasing medicinal properties according to bodily conditions and needs, the release speed is capped similarly to regenerative capsules until the medicinal properties are depleted. Using multiple capsules merely extends the duration of the effects. No wonder they appeared so similar. They were indeed sibling products. Observing the effects of the vitality capsules and regenerative capsules, Yun Xian noted that the only distinction lay in their method of releasing medicinal properties. The regenerative capsule provided its effects rapidly, often wasting excess potency. In contrast, the vitality capsule was more economical, allowing for the storage of surplus potency for future use. From this perspective, the vitality capsule represented an optimized iteration of the regenerative capsule. Vertical water purifier, survival value 400, maximum energy consumption 100 energy hour, purification capacity 10,000 units, purification efficiency 100 units of water 1 energy, water storage capacity 100,000 units. Finding a suitable item for the wasteland context was proving difficult. The brothers would have to make do. Although Yun Xian now had access to a hot spring water source, acquiring an item revered by survivors as a survival artifact filled him with pride. However, this device required energy, likely electrical energy, which the average person would likely struggle to manage. Seeing so many appliances reliant on energy, particularly electricity, brought a smile to Yun Xian's face. Those electrical appliances had no alternative means of energy consumption. The consumption of energy cores was essential, as not every piece of furniture operated like a hybrid power source. Small drone. Survival value 400, durability 4000, maximum energy consumption 500 energy hour, energy capacity 5,000. Maximum flight speed 30 meters second, maximum flight distance 20 kilometers. Basic thermal sensor 150 meters, basic sonar 150 meters, basic load capacity 50 space. Additional module slots 2. A reconnaissance drone? A transport drone? Yun Xian immediately envisioned potential applications for this drone. Alas, it was currently out of power. However, it clearly seemed more suited for reconnaissance, especially concerning the overall situation of the mining area, which he could not explore directly. But with the drone, the dilemma could be resolved. Moreover, it could even fly around at night to assess the surroundings. Though he was hesitant to venture out after dark, sending the drone aloft was certainly an enticing prospect. As he contemplated, excitement bubbled within him. The drone could be controlled through the interactive features of the dimensional wristband he possessed, enabling him to command it effortlessly with his thoughts. This unexpected acquisition of a drone brought him even greater joy than obtaining a recipe. Overall, he was thoroughly pleased with this round of unboxing. Chapter 58. Is high status determined by appearance? Without further ado, Yun Xian continued on his journey to the next gathering point. The road was still lined with an abundance of abandoned vehicles, and Yun Xian, with a calm demeanor, consumed a fruit can to replenish his hunger and thirst while running. Having reached level 12, his hunger and thirst levels only capped at 340. These two metrics served as indicators of physical stamina, and after several skirmishes, he had already depleted more than half. Fortunately, the replenishment of stamina benefited from game-like mechanics, allowing for rapid recovery akin to fast charging on a smartphone. Moreover, he need not worry about the perils of eating while running, such as cramping or digestive distress. His high constitution provided an advantage, possibly enhanced by game mechanics. Along the way, the previously encountered two exceptional quality abandoned vehicle resource points remained unchanged. Yun Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Any other survivor would surely cherish them immensely. Alas, he had no time to attend to them now. Otherwise, with the automatic pickaxe in his backpack, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "I yearn to mine." Yun Xian smoothly reached the checkpoint, having fully restored his stamina midway. Approaching closer, he finally had the opportunity to witness the true number of monsters in the area. Just yesterday, the monsters had vanished without a trace, seemingly due to their leader's influence. Presently, the number of ordinary monsters had likely surpassed 100, densely populated around the somewhat confined perimeter of the checkpoint. The blue-coated parasites swarmed, casting eerie shadows. And upon observing the 6 warehouses nearby, Yun Xian felt a sense of resolution. He simply raised his blade and inquired about the way forward, choosing not to clear the surrounding ordinary zombies, fearing it would complicate his efforts to kite the elites and the leader. The bodies of ordinary monsters also needed to be disassembled, not for the sake of their materials, but because they were obstructive. One could only imagine the sensation of stepping into a rib cage, brittle and fragile, crunching beneath one's feet, with the viscous contents beneath resembling a muddy mixture, complemented by the creature's grayish tissue, evoking an inky quality. Clad in exoskeleton armor, Yun Xian found it all too easy to encounter such situations. After experiencing it once, he resolved never to neglect disassembling ordinary monsters again. The long, straight machete in his grasp cleaved through the bodies of ordinary monsters with remarkable ease, as their physical resilience was akin to that of decayed wood before the blade. This was the most notable realization after numerous encounters. Unlike elite monsters, which often resisted with a sticky sensation, their tissue exhibited greater viscosity and tension than that of ordinary creatures. The evident strain and resistance against his force always left him slightly vexed, even a bit irritable. As for the leader monsters, he typically employed cunning methods to dispatch them. However, the semi-gelatinous consistency of their tissues posed an even greater challenge than the elite monsters. Naturally, these changes in their biological structure did not render them impervious to damage. But the visible reduction in harm taken was undeniable. Ding. You have slain a level 10 monster. Survival experience 100. Ding. Survival experience 100. A continuous stream of kill notifications appeared on the holographic interface before Yun Xian. Each slain monster was marked as deceased on the interface, and this virtual indication would cease upon Yun Xian disassembling their bodies. Disassembling monster corpses was not as troublesome as one might imagine. It required neither manual labor from Yun Xian nor physical effort, just the intention and appropriate distance. Of course, such convenience came at a cost. Deducting at least half of the resources, with no refunds or supplements provided. Yun Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the leader he had slain earlier, suspecting that this was the reason he had failed to acquire additional materials. Should he not excavate the leader monster's crystal core himself? As he continued to slay ordinary monsters, this thought flickered through Yun Xian's mind. Forget it. A leader of such size would be difficult to handle. But how could he let it go? He possessed a military dagger, which would be perfect for dissecting monster corpses. What if there were several cores inside? There are no rules stating there can only be one core. After all, people have 2 kidneys, don't they? If he took matters into his own hands, he would be well fed, and besides, no one was watching. 2 differing thoughts instantly clashed in Yun Xian's mind, with the latter quickly persuading the former. Ding! You have slain a level 12 ordinary monster. Parasite, survival experience 120. Ding! Your level has increased. After a relentless series of slashes, Yun Xian felt quite fatigued. After sporadically battling for 5 minutes, he successfully eliminated the horde of over 100 blue-coated foes. His survival level also ascended to 13. Standing still to regain his composure, Yun Xian glanced towards the warehouses, where several elite monsters had already emerged. Familiar green-faced elites, yet their physical development exhibited noticeable variations. Having not scrutinized their corpses yesterday, Yun Xian only recalled that the differences in their green faces seemed to correlate with their developmental stages. The distinction in the elite status appeared to hinge solely upon the maturity of their features. Chapter 59, Agile High? Break a leg. Elite monster, green face, level 14 constitution, 30 strength, 24 agility, 30 with a playful smile. Yun Xian observed the 2 approaching level 14 elite green faces, jesting at their imminent attack. He deftly maneuvered his blade, preparing for the assault. Although their advance was not as he had anticipated, it certainly eased his burden. Confronting the 2 formidable green faces, Yun Xian refrained from executing a horizontal slash. While such an attack would yield substantial damage, it bore inherent drawbacks. It could not harness maximum force, and insufficient strength might lead to entanglement with the opponent's body. One of the most effective techniques involved diagonal slashes targeting the neck area, maximizing damage while circumventing the creature's bony structure. With a stroke of luck, a single strike could prove fatal. Another recommended method was to sever their legs, efficiently rendering the monsters as easy prey. Naturally, the feasibility of this approach depended on the number of legs possessed by the adversary. Engaging a centipede-like creature in such a manner would be unwise. Ding! You have slain a level 14 elite monster, green face, earning 1400 survival experience. Ding! You have slain a level 14 elite monster, green face, earning 1400 survival experience. Green card 2 safety vest, green. 1 safety helmet, green. 1 once again, nearly 3000 experience points. After skillfully dispatching the 2 creatures, Yun Xian gave a kick to the still quivering corpses of the 4 green faces, contemplating the dissection, but ultimately opting for automatic decomposition. Crystal core, green. 2 growth powder, green. 2 bone fragment, green. 2 low, and behold, everything emerged. Yun Xian gazed at the familiar sight of the leader monster accompanied by 4 elite monsters, all congregating at the warehouse entrance, eyeing him with intent. Damn! This leader monster knows how to rally its allies. He muttered under his breath as the 4 elites obediently followed their leader, evidently preparing for a brawl. As the 5 muscular figures swiftly approached, Yun Xian cheerfully retrieved one of his prized possessions, the engineering explosive pack. Having spent over 2 days in this world, he had begun to grasp its underlying rules. Attributes were meant to be observed, not squandered recklessly. The means of determining life and death were often straightforward, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. The engineering explosive pack had a 10-second initial detonation time, which Yun Xian left unaltered. The interaction was facilitated through his dimensional wristband, allowing him to manipulate the explosion timing effectively, despite the absence of a timing device on the pack itself. In his perspective, this exemplified the unique characteristics of item gamification. Of course, the items retained some aspects of realism, as he could incorporate electronic modules for delayed detonation control. This understanding arose from his extensive study of various recipes, ultimately learning to interpret them as 2 parallel sets of rules. Each governed its domain, negotiating in instances of conflict. Boom! The engineering explosive pack, thrown with calculated precision, landed before the monsters, unleashing a shockwave that fortuitously toppled one of the elite green faces attempting to cross its path. The remaining creatures disregarded the incident, continuing their charge toward Yunxian. Observing this, he opted to maintain his distance. He was unwilling to engage in an unfavorable one versus many scenario. The blasted elite green face, bloodied and disoriented, struggled to rise. Its newly evolved eyes and nose had been utterly ruined, and although no visible wounds marred its exterior, the internal damage from the explosion had severely compromised its mobility, granting it an opportunity to rest. Monster Leader, Overseer, Level, 15 Constitution, 60 Strength, 35 Agility, 35 My Word. Such attributes. No wonder you are a leader. The other elites must rely on you. As he distanced himself, Yunxian took a moment to examine the opponent's stats. It was evident that this formidable wild leader far surpassed the ones he had encountered in his campsite. His victory the previous day had been a stroke of luck, securing a headshot that had allowed him to prevail. Otherwise, he would have struggled to defeat it. Recalling the encounter, he remembered how he had expended 100 bullets, striking its head multiple times, only to ultimately finish it off with a crossbow bolt through its skull. Reflecting on that event, he recognized the leader monster's impressive health pool. As he tossed the engineering explosive pack, he soon realized that the leader monster exhibited a degree of intelligence. After several detonations, it began leading the elite monsters in a rudimentary evasion strategy. Consequently, Yunxian resorted to showcasing his skills with the explosive pack, ultimately throwing it just 4 seconds before detonation for a swift explosion. With the advantage of agility on his side, he found himself in an invulnerable position, especially as he noticed the leader monster pursuing him like a hound. An idea struck him. In future encounters with agile creatures, he must aim to incapacitate their legs, ensuring their speed was diminished. Otherwise, a cunning opponent could easily outmaneuver him. Chapter 60. A second slaying of the leader after 5 experimental explosions. 3 elite monsters were successfully detached from their organization, following closely behind the leader monster, showcasing their indomitable spirit. Observing the opportune moment, Yunxian decided to abandon the use of engineering explosives. After several detonations, he astutely recognized that the threat posed by this leader monster was not as significant as he had initially imagined. Furthermore, this leader monster had developed a semblance of intelligence, albeit limited, with a basic instinct for self-preservation. After sustaining a few explosions, it began to employ its massive claws for rudimentary defense, and Yunxian feared the possibility of it learning to retaliate against the engineering explosives he hurled. The thought was quite daunting. In contemplation, he swiftly equipped the pistol he had obtained that day, opting to engage in a battle of attrition, just as he had the previous day. This firearm was lavishly outfitted with a magazine and grip attachments to enhance his physical attributes and strength. Indeed, the addition of these attributes to a firearm seemed rather superfluous. While mentally critiquing the unnecessary enhancements, Yunxian quickly turned and fired. Bang! Bang! The bullets were aimed at the lower body of the leader monster, whose large stature rendered its legs a substantial target. Indeed, his focus was on its legs. Although the creature was swifter than him, it had become notably agile, especially after the removal of its cumbersome companions, making it adept at evading the engineering explosives. A flurry of bullets was unleashed, most striking the monster's legs, resulting in shallow blue blood splatters. No matter how resilient the leader monster's constitution, it was inevitable that it would falter slightly after being hit in the legs. Its speed diminished. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, Yunxian skillfully continued the kiting strategy, unleashing bullets with a rhythm akin to that of a metronome. After expending nearly 50 rounds, one of the monster's legs was riddled with bullet holes, oozing a viscous substance, and it began to limp, its speed considerably reduced. Regardless of its robust physique, it could not withstand such a barrage of bullets unscathed. Seeing the results of his efforts, Yunxian maintained a safe distance and targeted the upper body for precise shots. The head and chest were his areas of focus. After firing 20 rounds, he managed to hit the head 5 times, though the damage was less than ideal as the bullets were lodged in the creature's skull. Seizing the moment, he switched to his broadsword, aware that its lethality far surpassed that of his firearm. Having dispatched numerous monsters with the broadsword, Yunxian had amassed considerable experience. The direction of attack was crucial. One should avoid confronting the monster head-on to evade being pounced upon. The broadsword's length made it cumbersome to retract, leaving him vulnerable to counterattacks. while he could manage against smaller foes, facing a larger one posed significant danger. When the disparity in strength was minimal, a larger monster could easily ensnare him due to its mechanical advantage. Yun Xian had previously been ensnared by a standard low-level monster, an experience that instilled in him a profound caution towards higher-tier creatures. Being caught by a formidable beast would be akin to a duck out of water. Strength would be of little use. Thus, in close combat, positioning oneself at the monster's side was paramount, as it hindered the monster's ability to pounce effectively. Even if the creature intended to attack, it would instinctively turn, granting Yun Xian precious moments to react. Leveraging his speed, Yun Xian deftly maneuvered, seeking opportunities while evading the creature's lunges. After several successful strikes, he would immediately retreat, refusing to linger for a second blow. After all, while he could afford to strike multiple times, a single misstep could be catastrophic. He maintained a steady approach, never underestimating the threat. Clang! The broadsword met the leader monster's massive claws with a sharp sound, severing 3 of its claws in one stroke. Despite its injuries, the leader monster attempted to lunge at Yun Xian, who skillfully evaded and retaliated with another strike, slicing into the creature's side. He inflicted 5 deep and gruesome wounds along its enormous, drooping arm. Noticing that the leader monster's massive limb was on the verge of being incapacitated, Yun Xian shifted his focus to target its arm. With each strike, 1, 2, 3, over the course of 20 exchanges, the leader monster's arm was left in a pitiful state, blood and flesh flying in all directions. Yun Xian realized that the monster's bones were indeed thick. Each strike met substantial resistance, and he could only penetrate halfway before needing to withdraw. Fortunately, persistence bore fruit. Regardless of how quickly the creature healed, it could not disregard so many grievous wounds. Several times, he felt he was on the verge of severing its arm completely, rendering it utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crack, the leader monster's massive right arm was finally cleaved off after numerous strikes by Yun Xian. What a feat it was! Having gained considerable insight into the resilience of monsters, Yun Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Suddenly, he realized that his own constitution seemed to match that of the leader monster, leading him to surmise that he too might be quite challenging to slay. In that moment, he felt an uncanny kinship with the creature, recognizing that it was he who was the more formidable opponent. In the ensuing battle, the now one-armed leader monster was akin to a plucked phoenix. Its blocking and counterattacking capabilities severely diminished, its strength reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. With the threat significantly lessened, Yun Xian's attacking style grew increasingly audacious, with a rising frequency of assaults. After several exchanges, he delivered a series of lethal strikes to its neck, ultimately concluding the creature's existence with a single, decisive blow that severed its head. Ding! You have slain a level 15 leader monster. Overseer, Survival Experience 5000. Chapter 61. Dissecting the boss monster. The boss monster yielded but a single piece of equipment upon its demise, a rather meager reward. Nevertheless, such a drop rate is not uncommon. This realization struck Yun Xian, leading him to reflect on the boss monster at his wilderness camp, which he suspected had dropped nothing at all. Oh well, it matters not. Hey, you 4, come here. Observing the 4 elite monsters hesitating at a distance, paralyzed by fear, Yun Xian felt a mix of astonishment and amusement. He found himself pondering whether it was better for monsters to possess intelligence or to be devoid of it. Those with brains were terrified of death, yet it seemed there were both gains and losses in such a state. With a beaming smile, he brandished his bloodstained blade and made his way toward the 4 immobilized elite creatures. Having endured several explosive blasts, these creatures were still limping yet intact, a testament to their resilience. All were level 15. As they approached, 2 of the blue-faced monsters revealed their fierce countenance and charged at Yun Xian, while the other 2, supporting one another, limped away in retreat. This unforeseen turn of events stunned Yun Xian, momentarily halting the advance of the 2 charging elite monsters. Regaining his composure, Yun Xian swiftly activated his berserk mode, eager to conclude the encounter. With 2 deft maneuvers and 2 decisive strikes, the 2 incapacitated level 15 elites fell beneath his blade without resistance. Ding! Survival Experience 750. Ding! Survival Experience 750. Green Insurance Card X2. Next, he hastened after the fleeing elite monsters, delivering 2 lethal blows to claim victory. Ding! Survival Experience 750. Ding! Survival Experience 750. Green Insurance Card X2. 4 green insurance cards dropped as expected, alongside 10 pieces of fine equipment, all essentially bronze tier, with attributes that proved inferior for Yunxian. He promptly listed them for sale, seeking to clear his inventory. After dismantling the corpses of the 4 elites, Yunxian swiftly approached the carcass of the boss monster. As for the resources here, they had yet to respawn since he had cleared the area just yesterday. His gaze, filled with fervor, fixed upon the body of the boss monster. First, he scanned the surroundings, no one in sight. He resolved to attempt the dissection of the boss monster himself. Equipping his military dagger, Yunxian regarded the creature's imposing physique with a hint of trepidation. Where might the crystal core be located? Surely not in the head. He had nearly obliterated that part in the earlier explosion, yet still managed to collect a core. The limbs seemed unlikely as well, leaving only the body cavity as a viable option. After a brief contemplation, he decided to proceed with opening the creature's body. The sharp military dagger glided effortlessly in his hands, slicing through the ribcage with remarkable ease, devoid of the earlier resistance he had encountered with his great sword. The first items extracted were thick, pale blue bone fragments, the boss's rib pieces. Yunxian meticulously removed a total of 36 fragments, in addition to 14 long ribs. At that moment, he noticed several editable identification prompts materializing on the holographic interface of his dimensional wristband. Pausing briefly, he realized that the wristband required him to manually edit the information and assign names to the materials he dissected, which would then be recorded in his personal database for future encounters. It felt akin to editing a map, and Yunxian hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. His sole intention was to retrieve the crystal core, not to engage in any profound research. Such endeavors would be better suited for others. With unwavering focus, Yunxian continued to extract the ribs and fragments, revealing various shades of blue soft tissue. He likened them to a shallow blue reed-like gel enveloping an array of deeper blue fleshy nodules and other unidentifiable organs. Connecting these were numerous blue vessels, likely blood vessels. Determined not to delve directly into the mass, he equipped his iron-tipped club and began to strike away the obstructive bones, scraping off layer after layer of the blue gel-like substance, letting it accumulate on the ground. Could this be the monster's heart? As he cleared away the blue gel, Yunxian employed his military dagger to carefully detach a 4-petaled blue organ, which seemed larger than his own head. Curiosity piqued. He speculated, is this the stomach? He then extracted another object resembling a blue rugby ball, placing it on the ground, his mind wandering with thoughts. Noticing additional 4-petaled blue organs in other regions, he cut them away, this time refraining from wild guesses, as their nature was utterly incomprehensible. Next, he observed 2 large blue plate-like organs, each the size of a fan, at the center of the creature's body. With utmost care, he employed his military dagger to cut them free. Chapter 62. Successfully obtaining the crystal core, he could not quite comprehend why he felt a peculiar attachment to these organ-like entities. Perhaps it was the novelty of his first dissection of a monster's corpse that would eventually find its place in the annals of history. Deep within, Yunxian harbored an unconscious belief that they still had the opportunity to perpetuate civilization. The thought of leaving a mark in history filled him with an overwhelming sense of honor, prompting him to meticulously and cautiously dissect these organ-like structures that resembled plants. These would one day be artifacts. With his reputation and prowess, coupled with Old Wang's position, it was conceivable that future histories would document that on a certain day, he had been the first to dissect the premier leader monster of the wasteland world. This was a historic contribution. As the saying goes, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. By donating these seemingly useless organs, the history books could also note that he had voluntarily contributed the organs of this leader monster for the advancement of human civilization, enhancing research into. My dear brother, you might just become famous one day. Reflecting on the potential legacy he might unknowingly create, Yunxian gazed at the partially dissected monster's body, unable to suppress his pride. You are indeed fortunate. Know that you are the 3rd leader monster I have slain. The other 2 were not so lucky. Perhaps out of boredom, Yunxian continued his musings, deftly using his military dagger to extract a 4-petaled fleshy flower, giving it a gentle pat. Quite satisfying. After a flurry of activity, he swiftly removed all the visible organs, 2 gourd-shaped organs, 4 large fleshy flowers, 6 meat fan organs, and 8 fleshy oval organs. Yet he had not encountered the anticipated crystal core. It seemed to be nestled within one of the organs. Yunxian immediately considered starting with the 2 gourd-shaped organs. These were connected to both the meat fans and flesh flowers. Skillfully wielding his military dagger, he made a precise incision into the blue gourd. As it was sliced open, a perfectly formed, translucent blue crystal core was revealed, quietly ensconced within. Oh my! To his astonishment, there were indeed 2 cores. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the other gourd. If the first one contained a core, the second surely would as well. Thus, he anticipated the presence of 2 crystal cores. Without disappointment, upon opening the second gourd, he discovered yet another blue crystal core, just as he had hoped. Ecstatic, Yunxian could not help but leap into a jubilant dance to celebrate. After successfully stowing the 2 blue crystal cores in his backpack, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction, justifying the 10 or so minutes spent. However, driven by curiosity, he opted to continue his dissection of the remaining organs. For the 4-4-petaled meat buds, he chose to split one in half directly. The dagger and Appos, as tip smoothly opened the bud, revealing a plethora of orderly blue crystal bubbles densely arranged like a honeycomb within the blue flesh wall. The distinct shape of some protruding crystal bubbles evoked a sense of familiarity in Yunxian. By heavens, crystal cores! The arrangement of the crystal bubbles indeed resembled miniature, underdeveloped crystal cores. Could they continue to grow? He mused, contemplating the boundless potential if these entities could indeed mature, granting him an endless supply of crystal cores. Ultimately, he decided to store this damaged bud along with the remaining 3 in his personal backpack, recognizing that he was indulging in fanciful dreams. Next, he attempted to open a fleshy oval organ and discovered it contained a considerable amount of residue, quickly surmising that this organ was likely part of the digestive system. He then sliced open a meat fan, only to find it to be a rather mundane organ without any remarkable features. Realizing that his primary objective had been achieved, Yunxian lost interest in the other minor organs of the monster's remains. As he dismantled the remnants, the dismembered monster's body swiftly dissolved, vanishing without a trace. He had successfully acquired a crystal core. A smile involuntarily spread across Yunxian's face. This endeavor had taken him approximately 15 minutes. Yet he had effortlessly obtained a crystal core, rendering the effort well worth it. Chapter 63. The organization stands firm for Yuding. A continuous vibrating notification suddenly emerged from the holographic interface, signaling a friend and Appos as communication request. Curious, Yunxian promptly accepted the request. Old Wang, what's the matter? Xiaoxian, do you have any superior quality medicine on you? A comrade of mine has sustained severe injuries, and the efficacy of the premium medicines here is lacking. Old Wang and Appos' urgent voice and expression appeared in the simulated communication room of the holographic interface. Yes, I'll send it over now, Yunxian replied, quickly transferring an emergency medical kit. Given Old Wang and Appos' haste, there surely was a pressing reason behind it. After receiving the package, Old Wang took a moment before he resumed the conversation. Sorry for the trouble. Old Wang's voice carried a hint of relief. It's no trouble at all. What exactly happened? You seem quite anxious, Yunxian inquired, as he shared a good rapport with Old Wang. One of our soldiers got injured fighting a chief monster. A chief monster? Yunxian's eyes lit up with intrigue, encouraging Old Wang to elaborate. That soldier is the owner of a black iron-level shelter we trained. If he were to perish, all the resources accumulated for upgrades would be lost, Old Wang explained, his tone reminiscent of a casual chat. Moreover, the resource site he oversees guarantees at least a medium-sized resource area inhabited by a chief monster, which holds considerable value among our survivors. Though it cannot compare to the resources you possess, Old Wang expressed a deep envy for Yunxian's resource site, indicating his willingness to forego upgrading his own shelter to silver in order to secure a deal for blue crystal cores from Yunxian. The dual characteristic exoskeleton armor was another significant incentive, as it genuinely demonstrated sincerity. Furthermore, this chief monster is specifically targeting him for a kill before attempting to negotiate with you. I certainly Don and Appos, want my comrade and that monster to perish together. Perish together? Old Wang, don't directly disassemble the monster and Appos' corpse. I once dissected a chief monster and acquired 2 crystal cores. Have him try that quickly. Wait, I'll notify him. Old Wang realized the gravity of the situation and immediately went to relay the message. After a minute, Old Wang returned to continue their conversation, stating that he had informed the others, but they would need to wait a while. Is it that quick? It took me over 10 minutes to dissect mine. Yunxian expressed his confusion while also sending Old Wang a portion of the organs he had harvested. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, the chief monster is not one of your typical zombie creatures. It and Appos is a lizard-like mutated beast. Your dissection technique appears quite professional, Old Wang added, his gaze shifting to the monster organs Yun Xian had sent. Haha, I and Appos, V, simply slain mini-monsters. Don't overthink it, Old Wang, Yun Xian chuckled, relieved to maintain his innocence. The type of monster is different. Be cautious around that resource site. There might be a maternal entity present, Old Wang warned earnestly. Whoa, Old Wang, don't scare me like that. What do you mean by maternal entity? That sounds ominous. Yun Xian was genuinely startled, fearing something akin to a boss-level threat lurking behind it. The source of a species doesn't always imply strength. In nature, there are many cases where the maternal entity is weak and requires external protection, Old Wang reassured him. Really? Yun Xian's face displayed uncertainty, casting a shadow over the monster den in the mining area. I'm not certain. I'll consult a few old friends to study it. They are in this field, and I merely used to listen to their discussions out of curiosity, Old Wang remarked, gesturing to his head for emphasis. How fortunate we are to have you in Huaxia, Yun Xian unexpectedly declared, prompting Old Wang's playful demeanor to shift to seriousness as he replied earnestly. Things will get better. They certainly will. We will protect each other. Yun Xian comforted both Old Wang and himself. There are no excess crystal cores, only one. Old Wang's tone bore an unmistakable hint of regret as he shared the findings from the other side, revealing that no additional blue crystal cores had been discovered within the mutated beast. One is still acceptable. Yun Xian felt a twinge of disappointment, now placing greater emphasis on the mining area's monsters. Your resource site is indeed remarkable. Exercise utmost caution, Old Wang reiterated, urging Yun Xian to remain vigilant. Yes, I acquired a drone today and plan to send it over tonight to assess the situation. I want to be able to sleep otherwise. Yun Xian resolved. How many blue crystal cores do you currently possess? Old Wang inquired out of habit. I've gathered 5 on my own, and with this recent trade, that's 6. Yun Xian answered candidly, not concealing any details. Do you feel secure living there? Old Wang was taken aback by Yun Xian and Appos' response. 5 blue crystal cores indicated the slaying of at least 3 chief monsters. This means we are halfway to the materials needed for upgrading the silver shelter. A few more trades will suffice for the upgrade, Old Wang continued, encouraging Yun Xian to prepare for the upgrade. You can start preparing for the upgrade. I can acquire enough materials for you. If you purchase a few more at high prices in the trading market, it will expedite the process, Old Wang advised. How much furniture do you have? Is it sufficient? Old Wang pressed. Enough. I'll just borrow a few more, Yun Xian replied confidently. Is it truly sufficient? Old Wang was momentarily shocked, but quickly deduced how Yun Xian had acquired his items. Cough, cough, well, Xiao Xian. You need not worry unduly about the maternal entities or monsters at your resource site. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to communicate with the organization. I will represent the organization and ensure your safety, Old Wang assured him. Rest assured, our bond is strong. If I have a morsel to eat, so shall you. Yun Xian jested, observing Old Wang's eager demeanor. All right, then see if you can purchase some crystal cores at a high price in the market. I'll fetch a few cores for you, and soon you can upgrade your shelter, Old Wang concluded. Very well, until we meet again. Indeed, farewell, and await my news. Chapter 64. The preparation for crystal cores commences. After concluding their communication, the two individuals promptly parted ways, each embarking on their respective preparations. At 8:35, Yun Xian instinctively altered his prior plans and decided to return home. He was confident that with Old Wang's capabilities, procuring 3 or 4 additional crystal cores within the next few hours would not pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, Yun Xian gazed at the 24 sets of exoskeletal armor remaining in his trading account. He adjusted the price of each set to the equivalent of 1 blue crystal core. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that others within the organization had initiated the hunt for the bosses. This progress had been significantly accelerated due to the agreement reached with Old Wang's faction, rendering their pace considerably swifter than that of others. After all, rational individuals would typically ensure they were adequately prepared before seeking out and confronting a boss. However, this also indicated that, in due course, others would inevitably engage with the boss monsters and commence their hunts. For Yun Xian, the timing was impeccable. He could officially begin acquiring blue crystal cores. The previous pricing of the exoskeletal armor had merely served as a demonstration, a form of advertisement. This was a standard practice in the trading market. where high-priced items typically fell into one of two categories. Either they were advertisements or they were monopolizing space. By setting his trading price, he conveyed to others that he was indeed interested in acquiring crystal cores, while simultaneously providing a psychologically acceptable price point. Prospective traders would likely perceive the 10 exquisite crystal cores as excessively valuable, wishing they could be excluded from the deal. This would align their expectations with Yunxian's, as his primary trading objective was the blue crystal core. Thus, removing those 10 exquisite crystal cores from the listing did not appear jarring. Rather, it prompted many to feel that it was a long overdue adjustment. Much like negotiating a price, a slight concession can foster a sense of gain in the other party. Conversely, an excessive concession may lead them to press for further reductions. Yunxian was not at all concerned about whether he would receive the crystal cores today. Rather, his focus lay on the timing of their acquisition. The distinction between receiving the cores now and later that evening was significant in his eyes. He could not allow potential traders to hesitate over the price of the blue crystal cores. Consequently, he had already established a psychological expectation regarding the price of the cores the previous day, assuring them that he was not engaging in deceitful practices and that the price was stable. With today's pricing secured, he could ensure that he would not face excessive interference and could promptly transact for the cores. Had he set the price too high yesterday only to lower it today, it would have severely impacted the desire to trade, resulting in traders hesitating, pondering whether the price of the blue crystal cores might increase further. Thus, he retained the 24 sets of exoskeletal armor to facilitate the acquisition of blue crystal cores. The sudden alteration in price for these 24 sets elicited dismay among many survivors who were diligently amassing resources. They were so close to gathering enough. However, upon noticing that the price for exchanging exoskeletal armor had decreased by 10 exquisite crystal cores, they found some solace. The reduction in cores alleviated their economic burden. As for whether they could acquire blue crystal cores, they subconsciously dismissed the notion. How could they possibly fail? Furthermore, the increased time cost had caused the price of refined material blocks to rise by a unit of white material blocks. The refinement process consumed time, which was less of a concern during the evening when there was ample free time. However, daylight hours were precious. One had to choose between exploring resource sites or remaining to continuously fuel the refining furnace. As Yunxian set off to return to the shelter, Old Wang was also perusing his friend list, initiating communication requests one by one. A holographic interface unfolded, revealing the virtual avatars of the two, clad in their gear. Old Zhao, I have an urgent request. Could you lend me a blue crystal core from your battle zone? Old Wang, we don't have such a thing in our zone. There has been no activity whatsoever. Come on, Old Zhao, you know our bond. When there's good fortune, I'm the first to think of you. Just so you know, I only need 4 more. I'm almost there. Almost there. You're not upgrading to a silver shelter, are you? Your zone has been at the bottom for years. How did you manage to rise here? It's not me. It's my granddaughter's husband. The resources for the shelter are already sufficient. Nonsense. Where did you get a granddaughter's husband? No, you must mean that young prodigy. I was wondering how your zone could muster any strength. The young one's resources are indeed nearly sufficient. You've seen the prices they are offering. I'll tell you, they even provided us with an internal price. They're quite reasonable. Just ask if they sell. Let me be clear. I can offer you 2 sets of exoskeletal armor for each core. 2 sets? Seems like you're not making much profit. You're quite determined. Since you and the old man both think well of this young one, I'll assist you. I was already planning to trade with them. Our comrades have all praised the quality of the exoskeletal armor. By the way, could you share that young one's friend code with me? It would save me from bothering you in future business dealings. All right, I'll do my best. By the way, when will the crystal cores arrive? Rest assured, I've already located one. It's being dealt with. You'll have a fresh crystal core within half an hour. Sounds good. I'll await your good news. I'll also check in with other old pals for updates. Let us have a few drinks tonight. My granddaughter's husband sent me some wine. Old Song, I need to discuss something with you. You know our connection. I always inform you first about any good news. Hey, Old Zhang, I need to discuss something with you. You know our bond. I always let you know first about good fortune. Hey, Brother Du, I need to discuss something with you. You know our brotherhood. I always inform you first about anything good. Old man already gave me a heads up. Within half an hour, I'll deliver a crystal core to you. Make sure to give me 2 sets of exoskeletal armor in return. Excellent. As expected of Brother Du. Your military prowess is unmatched among us. Let us drink together tonight. My granddaughter's husband duty calls. I can't drink now. However, do remember to send me a bottle this evening. Chapter 65. The crystal core is still warm. The new plot is about to unfold. And as I tirelessly engage in solo battles, grinding for in-game currency, I find myself somewhat discontented. Ding. Your transaction has been completed. Upon returning to the shelter, Yun Xian, as if bearing good news, received confirmation of his first successful trade of the day, a blue crystal core. Just 3 more to go. It won't take long. With the completion of this transaction, a look of relief washed over Yun Xian. With the first transaction comes the promise of a second. In high spirits, Yun Xian decided to retrieve furniture from his inventory and began to arrange it. Rice cooker, for 100 survival points. And similarly for the others. Vertical water purifier, 400. Iron craft cabinet, 400. Iron bed, 400. Display cabinet, 400. Iron cupboard, 400. Iron oven, 400. C-frequency radio, 400. Smart toilet, 400. Yun Xian meticulously placed the items according to their functions within the shelter, then ventured outside to install an automated defense turret, 700. Once deployed, the turret revealed its impressive form, prompting Yun Xian to express admiration. Its imposing size indeed instilled a sense of security, exuding a palpable craftsmanship, especially that long, sleek barrel that radiated an alluring charm. The automated turret was positioned not far from the building entrance, serving as both a defensive mechanism and a decorative element. Alas, with no ammunition at hand, he could only place it haphazardly for the time being, hoping its mere presence would uplift his spirits. Within the territory, Yun Xian felt no concern regarding the placement of structures. He could adjust the positioning of any building, including the black soil farmland, at his leisure. With the addition of various furniture and territorial items, Yun Xian had officially amassed enough survival points to upgrade to his silver shelter. After arranging everything, Yun Xian began to organize his resources and replenish what was needed. First, he collected the resources from today as trades and refinements. A vast quantity of materials was deposited into the shelter and Appos, as colossal storage, boasting a capacity of 10,000 slots. He could almost hear the sound of wealth accumulating. Currently, within Yun Xian's shelter, he possessed 150,000 units of 4 types of green materials, which included 86,000 from the sale of exoskeleton armor, along with 32,000 from both the overnight and early morning refinements. The total of white materials exceeded 95,000, while the green materials sufficed. He was still lacking in other resources necessary for upgrading the shelter: green crystal cores, white crystal cores, wood, and stone. Next, Yun Xian sought to procure the remaining supplies: green excellent crystal cores, priced at 200 white material blocks each, and white ordinary crystal cores, available for 20 material blocks each. The price of green crystal cores was not as exorbitant as he had anticipated. Acquiring just 2 could fulfill the 4 types of materials required for a survivor to upgrade to a bronze shelter. This elucidated the value of the green crystal cores. And similarly, the white crystal cores. With a flourish of extravagance, Yun Xian willingly spent 40,000 white material blocks to purchase 100 green crystal cores and 1,000 white crystal cores. The market transactions occurred swiftly. Without entering the counterpart's trading account directly, the buyer merely placed an order, with the market automatically dispatching goods based on the listed prices. Following that, he proceeded to exchange for wood and stone, acquiring a total of 100,000 of each, costing him 30,000 white material blocks. Author's note: guess which age group has been consistently gathering these basic materials? Please, no harsh words. Ding. You have a communication request. Just as he finished purchasing the upgrade supplies, a holographic interface before Yun Xian displayed a call from Old Wang. Xiao Xian. The 4 crystal cores are still warm. The 3D model of Old Wang beamed with joy as he transferred 4 blue crystal cores to Yun Xian. Impressive, Old Wang. Yun Xian couldn't and Appos. Help but give a thumbs up, unfazed by the extra core he received, as it was clear Old Wang had pulled some strings. He certainly didn't want to offend him. Moreover, to Yun Xian, money was merely a number. What mattered was that it brought him joy. All right, I'll exchange you 4 sets of dual-function exoskeleton armor, Yun Xian said, exhilarated about the impending shelter upgrade, and prepared to trade the agreed-upon armor to Old Wang. Kid, could you swap 2 sets of dual-function exoskeleton armor for 8 sets of ordinary exoskeleton armor? These 8 sets are meant for a few old fellows, Old Wang said, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. realizing this was not what they had initially agreed upon. Haha, must have cost you quite a bit of face, huh? Sure, it's just 8 sets. I'll make the exchange, Yun Xian replied nonchalantly, as he was on the verge of upgrading his shelter. And the scythe for harvesting resources would soon grow larger. Just a bit more to go. It will all be small potatoes. With deft fingers, Yun Xian swiftly traded in the 8 sets of exoskeleton armor, along with the 2 sets of dual-function armor, to Old Wang. Old Wang, I'm off to upgrade the shelter now. We'll chat later, Yun Xian said, his excitement palpable. Go ahead, quickly, Old Wang replied with a cheerful understanding. The two concluded their communication succinctly. Chapter 66. Upgrading to the silver shelter with practiced ease. Yun Xian activated the holographic interface and accessed the upgrade options for the shelter. Confirming that the resources were sufficient, he gently tapped the interface. It was as if his touch reverberated through the world. The entire shelter was immediately enveloped in a cascade of brilliant blue light. Suddenly, beams of blue radiance emerged according to a predetermined program, constructing the illusory framework of the new shelter like an artist painting on a canvas. A colossal blue cylindrical structure, 4 stories high, was first conjured at the center of the shelter, enveloping the entire edifice. In comparison, this scene resembled a player being ensconced within a giant bucket of water. As Yun Xian observed, the blue light continued to fill the interior of the virtual construction with intricate components. Concurrently, a small amount of blue light began to fabricate buildings in the clearly defined circular area of the territory, even crafting a delicate layer of light upon the ground itself. After nearly half a minute of rapt attention, the grand illusionary process approached its conclusion. Numerous upgrade materials and the previous structural elements transformed into a multitude of white, green, and blue lights, gradually filling the newly formed buildings. The white light predominantly filled the territorial area, the green light concentrated within the main structure, and the blue light primarily occupied the meticulous components within. The main doors of both the territorial region and the primary building were interwoven with blue and green light. After half a minute, the material filling of the entire illusory structure was finally complete. In an instant, as the upgrade concluded, a plethora of notifications emerged on the holographic interface. Ding! You have upgraded the shelter. Your current shelter level is now silver. Ding! You have received a silver-level treasure chest corresponding to the shelter items. World announcement. Survivor Yun Xian has achieved the upgrade to a silver-level shelter, earning the world title of Pioneer, Purple Constitution 20, Agility 20, Strength 20, along with the following rewards. 1 selected silver-level exceptional recipe gift pack. 1 selected silver-level exceptional furniture gift pack. 1 selected silver-level exceptional territorial item gift pack. And 1 selected silver-level exceptional outdoor resource gift pack. A world announcement drifted across the holographic interfaces of the survivors, the glaring upgrade notification rendering many momentarily dazed. Some survivors, influenced by this news, hastily retreated from their ongoing battles. I knew the big shot would upgrade again. How did you know? They can check historical transaction records. The big shot's income has skyrocketed. If it were me, I wouldn't oppose. Sell that exoskeleton armor. It would only allow others to catch up. But how else would the big shot earn money? It's impossible to upgrade the shelter so swiftly on their own. It would exhaust them. Indeed, I only see how quickly the big shot reaps profits, while others complain it's too slow. Well, the big shot has leveled up again. The scythe has evolved. Indeed, look at how many are risking everything to buy goods. Wait, I noted that upgrading to a black iron shelter also garnered quite a bit of profit. How could they be losing everything? Upgrading to a black iron shelter likely involved piecing together resources for the upgrade, resulting in profits shared among others. Do you understand what I mean? Well, the evolution is that rampant. Our official forums have been promoting this for over a day, brother. Aren't you paying attention? Our officials are responsible. Other countries don't care at all. They let things run their course. Only we have organized efforts. Many children can still survive. Those foreigners, well, though they have lost their lives, they embraced freedom. I don't know what to say. There are about 2 billion people under the age of 12 on Blue Star. If we don't strive to save them, they only endure the 3-day novice period. Can we save even a few? Our own children lack food and clothing. Personally, I want to help. Securing my child's safety is sufficient. Well, I think we could possibly help. I've heard that children have better resources than we do. We could, understand the implication. Your idea is quite radical, but I like it. By the way, has your child added any friends in the organization? Chapter 67. The silver-level shelter, the reward for attaining first place after the upgrade, left Yun Xian somewhat dissatisfied, while he was pleased with the purple title conferred upon him. The remaining items were disappointingly all blue, 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 and nothing but blue. This situation shattered his previous illusions that securing the first position in upgrading to a silver shelter would yield a plethora of purple items. It dawned on Yun Xian that acquiring purple items seemed to be a rather arduous endeavor. Alas, the greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Though he felt a twinge of greed, he sighed. With a distracted mind, Yun Xian opened the treasure chest granted for upgrading the shelter. The sooner he opened this silver chest, the better, although no one was presently vying for the drop rate of silver chests alongside him. Once again, a familiar blue outdoor campsite card emerged, prompting him to internally scoff. Might as well have made this the direct reward, without the pretense of a treasure chest. Large outdoor campsite card, blue area, 10,000 square meters. Placement requirement. Must be positioned in a suitable unoccupied outdoor area, can be retrieved after placement. Upon replacing, resources will start refreshing from the next day at 6 o'clock a.m. Specialty. Guaranteed refresh of various scattered resources in resource boxes. 100 probability of refreshing cabinets, insurance cards, and bosses of no higher than exceptional quality. Description. Upon use, generates a large outdoor campsite at a fixed location, free of wild monsters. With resources refreshing daily at 6 o'clock a.m., yielding exceptional quality resources at maximum. Not too shabby. At the very least, it guarantees a blue quality boss. With diligent effort, defeating a boss daily could secure a blue crystal core as a safety net. Yun Xian and Appo's despondent heart found some solace in this treasure chest. If only more purple items had materialized. Oh dear, that thought only deepened his discomfort. Never mind, he decided. The more he pondered, the more distressing it became. Yun Xian began inspecting the upgraded shelter, as he needed to carefully consider the selection of self-chosen gift packages based on the shelter's requirements. The most efficient way to understand the shelter was through the dimensional wristband, which provided models and information about it. Opening the shelter interface, silver-level shelter, basic survival value. 50,000 additional survival value. 150 shelter. Area, 1,000 square meters. Basic operational energy consumption. 200 energy day. Vault, energy room, elevator, main gate, territory. Area, 9,000 square meters. Wall, main gate, territory, shelter, upgrade conditions. Total survival value must reach 100,000, requiring materials. Purple crystal core, X1. Purple chip module, X1. Blue chip module, X10. Blue crystal core, X100. Green crystal core, X1000. White crystal core, X10000. Blue metal block, X10000. Blue glass block, X10000. Blue fiber block, X10000. Blue plastic block, X10000. Green metal block, X10000. Green glass block, X10000. Green plastic block, X10000. Green fiber block, X10000. Wow, look at these upgrade resources. The abundance of resources needed for each upgrade was indeed staggering. Not only was the quantity substantial this time, but the quality also unexpectedly increased to perfection. Aside from the title he had just received, he had yet to lay eyes on a single purple item. A purple crystal core? That would entail defeating a monster of exceptional quality, a creature above the rank of a boss. He had yet to encounter one. From ordinary monsters to elite monsters, and then to boss monsters, Yun Xian had personally felt the widening gap in strength between them. It was a chasm of monumental proportions. He understood his own limitations, and the thought of monsters above the boss level was something he dared not dwell upon. For now, he would focus on gradual development. With the 3-day novice period looming, he was uncertain of what awaited him. Contemplating that his shelter had already reached the silver level, he felt a sense of optimism and a smile spread across his face. His territory had grown larger and more formidable. Yun Xian stomped a few times on the even ground of his territory to test its sturdiness. An area of 10,000 square meters was equivalent to 15 acres of land. He gazed proudly at the expansive territory, unable to suppress a smile. He yearned to proclaim to others, "My home is quite spacious. Would you care to visit?" The shelter, predominantly white in its architectural design, resembled the blueprint he had imagined during his previous upgrade, a 4-story cylindrical structure with a smooth arched top, comprising 2 above-ground and 2 underground levels. Now standing within the territory, he could only see the 2 upper levels, where 2 rows of dense glass windows formed a complete circle around the building, allowing ample light. Why did it remind him of a plump rocket? If only it were a bit taller and longer, it would resemble one even more, Yunxian mused, his thoughts drifting as he observed the shelter's architecture, which had abruptly shifted from its earlier style. Chapter 68. Beyond imagination, by the way, this contraption has an energy room. The moment Yunxian thought of the rocket, he immediately accessed the holographic interface to scrutinize the energy room within the shelter. Energy room, equipped with a small power generation unit, providing essential energy for the operation of the shelter. Output, 400,000 hour. Storage, 10,000, 40 million. Fuel consumption, crystal core. Goodness, how picky can it be? Yunxian's gaze instantly honed in on the crucial detail. It consumes crystal cores? Can it really be sustained? After a few moments of navigation, Yunxian unsurprisingly found no additional information. This device was quite straightforward in indicating its sole dependence on crystal cores. What kind of household could possibly sustain you? Yunxian couldn't help but lament, even though the output and capacity rivaled 4 small furnace power stations. But those small stations welcomed all sorts of fuel. Is this selectivity a preparation for the future? Yunxian's thoughts scattered, and for the first time, he regarded the future upgrades of this shelter without anticipation of rewards. What if the shelter truly could soar into the skies as he imagined? With an indescribable sense of possibility, Yunxian wore a look of yearning. As his daydreaming moment faded, he continued to peruse the information on the treasury, momentarily elated by its 100,000 storage compartments. Goodness, 100,000 compartments. He had always dreamed of having such a vast backpack. Regardless, this means the territory's storage space is now entirely sufficient. Treasury, number of storage compartments, 100,000. Description, a small treasury formed by 10 interconnected vaults, offering enhanced security and practicality. Is this truly a small treasury? Yunxian couldn't oppose. He helped but indulge in self-deprecating humor upon reading the description. Indeed, it was clear that he lacked experience. But so be it. This abundance of space would suffice for a considerable time. However, it was somewhat disheartening that the treasury was still bare. Yet, nurturing this device won't be an easy task. How much labor must one endure? Yunxian glanced around the territory, which was also empty. He had to furnish everything himself. The pressure was immense. The territory and Oppo's walls resembled the previous style, albeit larger. The stone foundation reached a height of 1 meter and a width of 1 meter, with a fence towering at 2 meters, bringing the total wall height to 3 meters. The entrance had transformed into a sophisticated iron gate, adorned with a large electronic lock, giving it a decidedly refined and upscale appearance. The details are commendable. After examining the exterior, Yunxian eagerly stepped inside the shelter. The shelter was the core of this upgrade. The nearly square, dark silver metallic door was almost level with the shelter's first floor, emanating a cold metallic aura that instilled a profound sense of security. As Yunxian approached, the metal door opened with a soft beep, reminiscent of an elevator door. Wow, such high technology. With a hiss, the door closed behind Yunxian, revealing yet another identical metal door. So there were 2 metal doors. Beep, the second door opened, allowing Yunxian to enter the interior of the shelter. Oh, how delightful. Yunxian was pleasantly surprised. The previous shelter had exposed concrete structural walls, resembling a shell of a house. Now, however, the walls were adorned with white panels, exuding an air of advanced technology, like a luxury item. Plastic glass fiber panel, blue and exceptional building material commonly used in silver-grade shelters, possessing high strength and hardness, heat resistance, and fire resistance. Additionally, it features dust-proof, static-proof, waterproof, and soundproof properties. Knock, knock, knock. Yunxian, intrigued, tapped on the wall panel's texture after skimming through the lengthy description. It was hard, smooth, and somewhat slippery, reminiscent of oiled glass, a rather peculiar sensation. The entire first floor of the shelter retained its open layout, but now took on a circular form. The predominant decoration color was white, grayish-white flooring, white wall panels, and a white ceiling. Moreover, there were 3 dark silver metallic doors leading to rooms: the treasury door, the elevator door, and the energy room door. He had no concerns regarding the overall structural integrity and defensive capabilities. It had to be stronger than the previous shell of a house. A little shaking and a little jolt, and it should hold firm. The treasury and elevator resembled their previous styles, requiring no further elaboration. The energy room's metal door swung open, revealing its true form. A blue glass-encased metallic pillar served as the generator for this shelter. The small furnace power station was a territory item, confined to placement within the territory. Yun Xian was impressed, knowing that this device was indeed the generator of the shelter. The three components occupied minimal space, hardly affecting the overall structure of the open layout. Yun Xian glanced at the 3D model of the shelter displayed on the interface, noting that each floor's structure was identical. The functional facilities of several rooms were interconnected vertically. Nonetheless, this did not deter Yun Xian's desire to explore each floor. After all, this was his shelter, in his previous life. It would have been equivalent to possessing 4 luxurious apartments of 1,000 square meters each. This was an extraordinary achievement, beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 69. So many good things. After taking a leisurely stroll around the shelter, Yun Xian began to rearrange the items. Each time the shelter was upgraded, the facilities and resources were stored in the new shelter space. The territory items outside remained unchanged in position due to the expansion of the territory, though they were not absorbed into the new space. Yun Xian accessed the interface of the shelter and retrieved various pieces of furniture from the treasury space to reposition them. He first placed 80 small refining furnaces. Apart from 5 blue refining furnaces, the rest were green. However, since both types had the same capacity, Yun Xian had previously treated these 5 blue furnaces as green ones, using them to produce green material blocks. Now, it seemed that he could gradually refine blue material blocks with them. Soon, he reconnected the energy supply to the small furnace power station, allowing the refining furnaces to resume their operations. He then set up workbenches to continue crafting exoskeleton armor and white safety explosives. They must not be left idle. Once Yun Xian organized these mundane tasks in the territory, he pulled up an ordinary chair and settled down to examine 4 selected gift packs. The first items he chose were shelter furniture and territory items, silver workbench, blue, and small nuclear power station, blue. Small nuclear power station, survival value 1500. Power generation efficiency 100. 000 energy hour, maximum capacity 1,000,000 energy. Fuel rod power generation 1 billion energy. Description: a territorial facility that generates power using nuclear energy, capable of sustained production for extended periods. Silver workbench, survival value 1500. Base, crafting speed 500. Number of crafting projects, 4. Exceptional trait, automatic sorting, crafting speed 100, number of projects 2. Exceptional trait, high precision, 5 probability of enhancing crafted item quality to the next level, with a maximum enhancement to exceptional quality. 5 probability of crafting items with related traits not exceeding exceptional quality. Description: can only craft items of silver grade or below. These 2 items were among the finest in the selected gift pack and were precisely what the shelter required moving forward. Next, Yun Xian turned his attention to the recipes. This required time for careful consideration, primarily to familiarize himself with the information regarding various recipes, which was crucial for him. It would at least enable him to recognize certain materials or modules when he encountered them. Small nuclear power station, 1 nuclear reactor, 1 thermal electric module. Crafting time, 12 hours. Nuclear reactor, 1 core module, 1 pressure vessel module, 10 internal components modules. Crafting time, 6 hours. Core module, 157 fuel component modules, 1 control component module, 271 fuel rod modules. Crafting time, 12 hours. Pressure vessel module, 1,000 units of metal blocks, 200 units of glass blocks. Crafting time, 6 hours. Internal components module, 100 units of metal blocks. Crafting time, 2 hours. Fuel rod module, purity reaching fine or above, 1 unit of uranium, 1 unit of metal block, corresponding to uranium quality, 1 glass block. Crafting time, 10 minutes. Fuel component module, 40 units of metal blocks, 10 units of glass blocks. Crafting time, 1 hour. Control component module, 100 units of metal blocks, 20 units of glass blocks. Crafting time, 2 hours. As Yun Xian patiently perused a particular series of recipes, waves of astonishment washed over him. Goodness, is it truly this arduous to create something? Yet, he mused, it seemed to be simplified considerably. A hint of bitterness crept onto his face. He had anticipated a significant increase in the number of corresponding recipes following the shelter's upgrade. However, upon witnessing the vast array of recipes in the selected gift pack, he realized his initial estimation was far too lenient. Oh well, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yun Xian reassured himself, for sometimes, a single recipe suffices to enhance one's strength or earn a profit. He did not have the luxury of time to master an extensive array of recipes for study. Such an approach would yield low efficiency and effectiveness. Collaboration was inevitable in the future, and he aimed to grasp a few high-end core recipes. After all, he was currently alone, living a life of ease without the burden of attending to vulnerable groups like an organization would require. Contemplating this, Yun Xian reluctantly shifted his gaze from the formidable recipes to those he still had some prospects with, recipes that he could devise through ingenuity and effort. Chapter 70. The fear of insufficient firepower. Yun Xian's interest was piqued by three categories of formulas: small drones, medium-sized robots, and individual power armor. These three types could be considered relatively manageable compared to the cumbersome and complex machinery that often left him feeling daunted and perplexed. The essential core modules required for these creations included four types: chip modules, power modules, energy storage modules, and functional modules. Naturally, crafting these items would necessitate some basic materials, which posed no significant challenge. Although the specific number of modules required varied due to differing functional demands, Yun Xian found some solace in the fact that he could comprehend these modules, having already acquired a portion himself. If others could also obtain these modules, the potential for mass production of these smaller devices appeared promising, in stark contrast to the larger machinery, which required an overwhelming array of components that left Yun Xian utterly bewildered. He felt a sense of optimism. Furthermore, given that his economy had yet to fully develop, he could only maintain a respectful distance from the grander, more costly endeavors that promised extended return cycles. At that moment, Yun Xian faced a daunting dilemma. Which of the three formulas should he select? The familiar pangs of decision-making paralysis returned, exacerbated by the sheer number of options available this time, which far exceeded previous encounters. Small reconnaissance drone, Eagle Eye formula, blue. Small combat drone, Thunderbird formula, blue. Small transport drone, Cormorant formula, blue. Initial attack type power armor, Mingxing formula, blue. Initial defensive power armor, Giant shield formula, blue. Initial agile power armor, Phantom cat formula, blue. Initial mining robot, Worker ant formula, blue. Initial combat robot, Mantis formula, blue. Initial combat robot, Wild boar formula, blue. Initial combat robot, Stinging tiger formula, blue. What a headache. Perhaps I should consult Old Wang for guidance. Gazing at the functional descriptions beneath these formulas, Yun Xian swallowed repeatedly, feeling a restless excitement that he believed Old Wang should also experience. Didn't you have a communication request? Is it from that little rascal? The jovial Old Wang immediately accepted the request. Old Wang, I'm sending you some information. I also shared details about these national treasures with him, so the organization can prepare mentally. After all, the intricate modules required for the larger constructs were a source of frustration for him, and it was better to let the organization handle those concerns. I trust they will take it seriously. A stream of blue formula information was sent to Old Wang as Yun Xian reviewed each one, converting his thoughts into written transmissions. As Old Wang perused each formula, his expression grew increasingly serious. He quickly recognized the potential value of this information. The organization could attempt to acquire these modules in advance. While lacking images, he understood that Yun Xian's transmissions were likely accurate. He could discern some elements himself, although gamified and modularized. Remnants of reality lingered within, which his experience allowed him to recognize. Once Yun Xian transmitted the information regarding these national treasures to Old Wang, he ceased further transmissions. There were simply too many formulas to convey in their entirety. He opted to send only those that appeared significant and complex. All right, Old Wang, that's all for now. There are simply too many formulas. I've only selected those that seem particularly important and intricate. That's sufficient. At least we now have some targets. Old Wang wasn't concerned about the limited information he received, as it was all freely obtained. Moreover, these items no longer held the same significance for them. After all, the broader circumstances had changed. Everyone had fragmented into countless smaller entities. By the way, Old Wang, could you help me consider which formula I should choose? I desire them all, Yun Xian said, sending over his 24 favored formulas. So many? You're quite greedy. Let me see. Hiss, you have a remarkable eye. Old Wang's 3D model face displayed an uncontrollable envy. However, if you wish to heed my advice, you should base your decision on your circumstances. In my view, your greatest advantage lies in that resource location. If utilized properly, its value is immeasurable. I personally recommend you select formulas for robots and drones. Regular exploration is essential. Having such devices can assist you greatly. Didn't you mention wanting to send drones to the resource area at night? Just think how convenient it would be to have something to aid in your explorations. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your territory likely contains facilities capable of generating power. Correct? How did you know that? Yunxian's 3D model mirrored a puzzled expression. Because many of our smaller entities have also developed such facilities, including small generators. After researching in conjunction with other information, we unanimously concluded that these productive facilities are vital for the future of our territories. Chapter 71. Mantis Robot. More importantly, you have sold a plethora of green material blocks. Refining them is quite laborious. I presume a substantial production facility has saved you considerable time. You truly are remarkable. Yunxian sincerely offered his commendation, aware that older individuals relish such flattery. Therefore, I believe that intelligent devices, such as drones and robots, despite their energy consumption, are indeed well suited to your needs. To be precise, they are ideal for your resource site, which is significantly larger than average. This time, Old Wang did not mind the flattery. Instead, he continued to explain earnestly. Moreover, if you were to acquire remote-controlled explosives or similar devices in the future, you, the affluent one, undoubtedly have the financial means to conduct suicide attacks. How come you still haven't overcome your fear of inadequate firepower even after arriving here? Yunxian observed the old man becoming increasingly animated discussing firepower and couldn't help but facepalm. TCH, young lad, your situation is unique. I can only advise you to focus on your resource site. If you manage that well, you shall lack for nothing. I understand this, Yunxian acknowledged, feeling quite fortunate to have a resource site so close. However, he also recognized that this area was a den of monsters, and he was unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. You, my boy, are oblivious to the struggles of the hungry, not realizing that many around you are surrounded by smaller resource sites, while larger ones are far more scarce and desolate. Old Wang reiterated the circumstances of others, hoping Yunxian would place greater value on that resource site. Then you probably cannot fathom the feeling of swiping a card and regurgitating resources, Yunxian mused internally. Nevertheless, he dared not voice this insulting thought, merely nodding vigorously in agreement with Old Wang's words. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Your novice period ends tomorrow. With such a massive monster resource site nearby, it remains to be seen whether it is a blessing or a curse, Old Wang added earnestly, offering a reminder to Yunxian. Upon hearing this, Yunxian suddenly contemplated which recipe to choose. I intend to select the recipe for the Mantis melee attack robot. Quite splendid. It has minimal restrictions, is robust and durable, and aside from its high cost, it is a fine creation. The drones and robots for long-range attacks require ammunition that I currently lack the capability to provide consistently, so I must forego those options, Yunxian lamented, regretting that many excellent recipes would have to be missed. By the way, have you selected your few self-chosen gift packs? If not, do you require my old man's advice? There remains only one outdoor resource site. I wish to select a small uranium mine, as the territory facility has chosen a small nuclear power station, allowing for compatibility in the future. Yunxian was particularly drawn to this uranium mine because its low yield would mean less work for him, and its apparent high return rate made it exceedingly suitable. Oh, a uranium mine. That sounds splendid. It is likely quite rare and can probably only be found in your self-chosen gift pack. If there is nothing more, I shall not trouble you further. I must now attend to my business, Yunxian said apologetically as he prepared to leave. Go on with your tasks. The pressure on your end may be considerable. Be cautious and well prepared. Indeed, as the two disconnected their communication, Yunxian firmly resolved regarding the two self-chosen gift packs. Ding, you have obtained the Mantis robot recipe, blue. Ding, you have obtained the small uranium mine resource site, blue. Finally, I need not worry any longer. Yunxian observed the two selected items entering his backpack, his expression easing. Prior to making the selections, he was beset with troubles. After, he felt liberated, learning a recipe imprinted with the form of a Mantis robot. The deep azure blueprint dissipated into specks of blue light as Yun Xian learned the Mantis robot recipe. Mantis robot. Survival value 1500, durability 20,000, maximum operation 10,000 energy hour, energy capacity 200,000, maximum height 2.5 meters, maximum agility 60, combat mode, stab, rotational cutting. Production materials, chip module, green, 2. Power module, green, 4. Energy container module, green, 20. Infrared module, green, 1. Sonar module, green, 1. Metal block, green, 500. Fiber block, green, 300. Plastic block, green, 300. Production time, 6 hours. Description: an exceptional melee robot with silver-level combat power, exhibiting remarkable speed and stabbing capability. Its sharp blades can slice through anything obstructing its path. The cost is indeed somewhat high. 2 chip modules and 4 power modules. Yun Xian recalled other robots, noting that no other melee robot matched the number of power modules required by the Mantis type. Naturally, melee combat relies on strength rather than sheer power. TSK. This maximum energy consumption is notable. Yun Xian couldn't help but grimace at the significant energy consumption, aside from a slight reduction in energy usage while in stealth mode. Activating attack mode nearly equated to maximum consumption. However, this exorbitant energy expenditure filled Yun Xian with anticipation. Isn't it far superior to charging headlong into battle alone? The power required for long-range attack robots cannot compare to that of melee robots. Moreover, in terms of direct production costs, melee robots are even pricier than those designed for ranged attacks. Of course, if one factors in the ammunition and other resources consumed by long-range robots over time, the ultimate consumption would certainly tilt in favor of the long-range units. Chapter 72. The wool comes from the sheep currently. I can only fabricate a capacitor module. Yun Xian sighed as he gazed at the materials required for constructing the Mantis robot. Capacitor, module capable of storing 10,000 energy. Metal block, white, x10. Fiber block, white, x10. Manufacturing time, 10 minutes. Other modules, it seems, will have to be procured. Considering the protracted manufacturing time for robots, an idea suddenly struck Yun Xian as he glanced at the production cost of the silver-grade ordinary workbench. Silver workbench, white survival value 500, base, manufacturing speed 300. Number of projects, 2. Feature slots, 0. Required materials, 100 metal blocks, green, 100 plastic blocks, green, 100 fiber blocks, green, 100 glass blocks, green, 10 crystal cores, green. Manufacturing time, 12 hours. Description: a basic ordinary silver workbench, possessing a certain degree of production acceleration, capable of fabricating silver-grade recipes and below. 12 hours. Crystal cores? Yun Xian murmured, seemingly struck by an epiphany regarding the silver workbench. For other survivors, each upgrade of the shelter meant hastily crafting a workbench corresponding to the current shelter level. Naturally, this workbench is crafted within the dimensional wristband, which appears to be the primary utility of the wristband as the shelter advances. His initial intention was to utilize the superior silver workbench to produce an exquisite silver workbench or one with unique characteristics. However, upon contemplating the mere 5 probability, he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on acquisition strategies in the future. There was no real necessity for crafting. As for the capacitor module, Yun Xian had no intention of manufacturing it, for he had observed that green capacitors were available in the trading market. This independent item could serve as a substitute for the corresponding module. Similarly, for the infrared module, Yun Xian merely needed to procure an independent infrared device, such as an infrared sensor, ensuring its quality aligned appropriately. However, composite devices like tactical goggles, which possess both infrared and sonar capabilities, could not replace the modules used in manufacturing. In a similar vein, any independent engine discovered, regardless of size, could be utilized as a power module in the manufacturing process, as long as its quality was satisfactory. This intersection of real-world rules and gaming mechanics filled Yun Xian with a sense of delight. After all, having an additional avenue is always beneficial. He purchased green capacitors for over 50 white material blocks, green engines for over 200, green thermal imagers for over 400, green infrared devices for over 500, and green chip modules for over 500 as well. As for the infrared and thermal imagers, which were priced several times higher than other items, Yun Xian understood the rationale. After all, these two gadgets enabled visibility in the darkness. Surely, there were others with the desire to venture out at night. You wish to explore at night? So do I want my robots to venture forth. Yun Xian muttered, gritting his teeth as he purchased the infrared and thermal imagers. Given the game's nature, their costs were unlikely to be exorbitant. It's all right, the wool comes from the sheep. Yun Xian reassured himself, after all, the money originates from their hands. In the future, these items for the robots would need to be sold at a premium. No. He would auction them directly. After all, an auction function was available. Let those foreigners compete for them. As for transactions with organizations, those would certainly be private dealings. A slight discount wouldn't matter. It could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Relationships hinge on such exchanges. Ultimately, he did not intend to sell many robots. Especially with the vast monster zone nearby, he felt uneasy without a few robots for protection during the night. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that chip modules were also available for purchase, though he was uncertain whether the prices were steep or reasonable. If deemed expensive, the green chip module was the most frequently encountered item. Yun Xian had experienced this firsthand. The functionalities of infrared and thermal imaging devices might not even surpass it, and currently, their utility was rather limited. Moreover, Yun Xian was aware that chip machines could be produced in bulk within the shelter, suggesting that the production cost was likely minimal. Conversely, if regarded as inexpensive, they were still extracted from the safes of green cards, implying that they were entitled to their respective benefits. Yet, regrettably, due to practical considerations, the demand for such items was exceedingly low, compared to the vast selling market. The buying market was too diminutive, resulting in an inability to sell them. Some individuals desired to hoard chip modules, anticipating a surge in demand. But upon surveying their survival environment, they quietly exchanged them for food and water instead. In this harsh survival landscape, certain commodities should not be speculated upon. Yun Xian's acquisition of a complete set of robot components consumed approximately 3,500 white material blocks. This cost is manageable for me, as I could accept several times that amount. He mused. If the cost multiplies, my factory price shall follow suit. Chapter 73. A handful of empty promises? In the end, Yun Xian exchanged some green material blocks for white ones and procured 12 sets of robot components. Thus, the exquisite silver workbench dedicated its first creation to the Mantis robot. Within a mere 2 hours, Yun Xian would possess 12 combat robots. A sense of reassurance enveloped him, filled with eager anticipation. However, his resources were somewhat depleted. It was imperative to earn money. Without funds, the household could not sustain itself. Yun Xian was acutely aware that the shelter's normal operations required a modicum of energy. Gazing at the small nuclear power plant, a paternal smile crept across his face. It could generate 1 billion units of energy. The small nuclear power plant, once operational, could produce such energy until the fuel rods were exhausted. Its potential output was simply unparalleled. Although the production rate was somewhat slow, akin to that of a small furnace power station, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. After all, it felt like acquiring 1 billion units without effort. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Reflecting on this, Yun Xian deftly arranged for a small refining furnace to be crafted at the bronze workbench. This time, he intended to continuously produce small refining furnaces, leveraging the 5 probability of crafting a blue refining furnace. Any surplus green refining furnaces would be prepared for sale. This was not a waste for the bronze workbench, as the profits it could generate were already trivial in Yun Xian's eyes. With each upgrade of the shelter, the enhancement in production capacity led to an exponential increase in wealth. The bronze workbench was engaged in creating small refining furnaces. The black iron workbench was occupied with crafting exoskeleton armor, and the silver workbench was dedicated to the Mantis robots. Once the general strategy was established, Yun Xian busied himself within the shelter, adhering to this direction. Ding. You have a communication request. Old Wang, engrossed in his work, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name of the caller. How could old Xing, that lazy donkey, have the gall to reach out? What's the matter? Old Wang's robust voice bore an air of confusion. This fellow was typically the embodiment of laziness, rarely seeking audience without significant cause. Oh dear brother. Hold on. What kind of tone is that? It's quite nauseating. Old Wang interjected hastily upon hearing old Xing and Appo's unusual tone, shuddering at the thought. All right. The exoskeleton armor has sold out. Did you not know? Is that not significant news? Old Wang queried, perplexed. What does their stock of exoskeleton armor have to do with us? No, it's about the blue crystal cores. Huh. Oh, that is indeed serious, Old Wong exclaimed, realizing how quickly these individuals were trading crystal cores. Well, it's no surprise. They worked tirelessly throughout the night to purchase countless exoskeleton armors. While we only acquired 10 sets. 10 sets, how much did that cost? It was already quite a bargain. Let us not be so greedy as to take advantage of them. Look at how you speak. We are not unreasonable people. The fact remains that if they have the crystal cores, it would be wiser to invest in us. Hey, I cannot afford to lose face over this. Don't put me in an awkward position. Not at all, not at all. Friendship is one thing, business is another. We are not rogues, we understand. All right, old Xing. Just state your terms clearly. I need to explain it to the young ones, lest we keep our eyes on their meager resources, especially since they are adjacent to a perilous super resource area. Fine. We'll give him all the rewards. We won't take any for ourselves. What do you think? Say that again. Let me hear it, Old Wong said, scrutinizing the figure before him, seeking to discern something. Indeed, you heard correctly. We shall forego our rewards. Wait a moment. We does not just refer to you and me. It includes others too. Oh, there's no rush. Given today's circumstances, we might only muster a few individuals by evening for upgrades. Rather than letting others take the treasure chest rewards, it would be better for us to claim more ourselves. What we propose is that he earns the crystal cores while we receive free upgrades, and we will give him all the rewards, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Very well. It appears we Haven T lost our wits after all. Let us not forget, they are paying real gold and silver for our crystal cores. If you truly want to press the issue, I cannot bring myself to do it. However, this is a conversation worth having. Remember, I'm stating up front that this is us taking advantage of them, so let us not renege later. All right. A man's word is his bond. Look how quickly you've sided with your granddaughter's husband. Do you even have a granddaughter? Hey, you old donkey. I have many brothers. Do I not also have granddaughters? Huh. My dear brother, we have several nieces and nephews. They are all your granddaughters. Enough with the banter. I shall inquire about their intentions later. However, if they refuse, it will tarnish my reputation. Enough. I've already gifted you clothes and wine, treating you like an elder. You and your brothers have truly endured hardships. It's a pity you have no one to rely on. Stop flattering me with your sob story. I'm off now. Is that all right? Chapter 74. The initial achievement of a win-win transaction. Ding. You have a communication request. Yun Xian, who was browsing the trading market in search of bargains, did not hesitate to connect, as the only person who would call him was Old Wong. What is up, Old Wong? Yun Xian inquired with curiosity, having just spoken with him a short while ago. Xiao Xian, I won't hide our relationship any longer. There is something I want to discuss. A few of my associates are looking to upgrade their silver shelter and would like you to participate in the investment, with dividends distributed proportionally, including all rewards. Old Wong explained, rephrasing the situation. Although he was clearly soliciting investment from a competitor, he presented it as a recommendation of policy. Investment? The term piqued Yun Xian's interest, diminishing his initial reluctance. He had considered such matters before, but in the current precarious environment, trust was hard to come by. It was evident that ordinary individuals would not suffice for this venture. His circumstances also limited his ability to develop familial ties. At present, only the official organizations from Huaxia held any credibility. The official entities from other nations were far from reliable. Moreover, his previous eagerness to upgrade the shelter meant he had been cautious with his resources. Now, the difficulty of upgrading to a silver shelter had surged, and Yun Xian did not expect to achieve it within the remaining novice period. However, he did find himself with some spare funds at the moment. Indeed, it's an investment. The policy offers you the utmost benefits, Old Wong asserted, adopting a formal tone as he earnestly sought sponsorship. Specifically, you can invest with green material blocks or blue crystal cores, and you will receive returns based on your investment ratio. You can also choose your preferred options. Of course, we recommend that you provide the blue crystal cores, while we will cover the green material blocks, as our supply of blue crystal cores is rather limited. While you possess an abundance. I possess an abundance? Yun Xian's realization dawned as he glanced at the fully completed exoskeleton armor. Since upgrading his shelter, he had indeed been trading crystal cores more frequently than before. Can we discuss the specifics? Yun Xian inquired, feeling a growing excitement, recognizing the sincerity in Old Wong's proposal, and most importantly, the trustworthiness of the offer. You will provide the blue crystal cores. and we will value 1 blue crystal core at the price of 5,000 green material blocks. For the remaining 40,000 green material blocks, wood, stone, and other crystal cores, we will supply those. Additionally, with the discount, if you provide 10 blue crystal cores, you will receive half of the rewards from upgrading the silver shelter, including the treasure chest benefits. How does that sound? Old Wang's holographic image displayed an expression full of hope. All right, I can accept that price. However, I've heard that the subsequent ranking rewards are not selectable gifts. Yuan Xian noted, pleased that the treasure chest rewards from the novice period were being included, as that represented a substantial gain for him. He was indifferent to the fact that others would also upgrade their silver shelters. The opportunity for mutual benefit was rare and commendable. It was ultimately unwise for one person to monopolize all the advantages. He then expressed his curiosity. Yes, for the top 10 upgrading their shelters, aside from the first place. The rewards for the others do not include titles or blueprints. All 3 are random gifts, selected by chance. Furthermore, the top 100 also receive rewards, which include 2 blue random gifts, while the top 1,000 receive 1 blue random gift. Beyond that, no rewards are given for further upgrades. Old Wang spoke candidly about this, noting that while the first place had its unique advantages, the subsequent rewards were not insignificant, especially when accumulated. However, the difficulty of upgrading the silver shelter had escalated. And with the novice period nearing its end, there likely would not be many who could claim the treasure chest rewards. The organization was also keen on acquiring the silver treasure chest, as resources retained within one's own ranks were preferable to none at all. All right, I will invest 20 blue crystal cores with you, Yuan Xian decided, opting to trade Old Wang 20 blue crystal cores, leaving 4 untraded as they did not form a complete set. Great, I'll take care of the rest, Old Wang replied, confidently assuring him. The outcome was evidently better than anticipated. I can boast to a few old friends about this. My granddaughter's husband is so filial that he has facilitated numerous advantages for everyone at my behest. Those old fellows will surely treat me to a few drinks. With an uncontainable smile, Old Wang initiated a communication request with several old acquaintances, clutching the 20 blue crystal cores he had just acquired. Chapter 75. There seems to be an abundance of resources. After concluding communication with Old Wang, Yuan Xian continued to browse the trading market. He aimed to seize a good deal, yet he discovered that the items available vividly illustrated the principle of rarity equating to value. The scarcer the item, the more baffling its description, the more peculiar it was, the higher its price. For instance, a seemingly ordinary Jimmy's hat was priced at 500 white material blocks. Who would even use such a thing when survival was already a challenge and people were scarce? Numerous green items extinguished Yuan Xian's hopes of finding bargains, as they appeared somewhat overpriced in his view. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to broaden his horizons and for entertainment, he steadily perused an extensive array of green items. Ding! You have a communication request. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yuan Xian was momentarily startled. Finally, it has arrived. What's the update, Old Wang? After a long wait, Yuan Xian eagerly inquired. Haha, as expected, we have arranged for 2 individuals who have successfully leveled up. Let me take a look. Yuan Xian could not suppress his curiosity, wondering what treasures might await him in the random gift packages. You're bound to strike it rich. There are a total of 8 items for you to glance at, allowing you to choose 2 from each. Old Wang's voice, laced with admiration, teased jovially. Subsequently, he sent the names and details of the 8 treasures in 2 batches, clearly indicating that Yuan Xian could select 2 from each. Naturally, Old Wang did not carry these 8 precious items with him. He could only retrieve them after Yuan Xian made his selections. I want the first individual and Apos, furniture, a double cloud mother bathtub, blue, and a territory item, a medium-sized combustion power station. For the second individual, I'll take the furniture, a double cloud mother bed, blue, and a territory item, a small signal base station, blue. Yuan Xian swiftly selected all the furniture and territory items. As for the remaining 4 outdoor resource sites, 2 large mines, a large forest primarily for timber resources, and a lake predominantly for aquatic resources, he declined to select these. Although these 4 items theoretically held significant value, being a mine or a lake, he still faced the problem of being unable to manage them alone. He possessed so many resource sites that he could not utilize for a long time, as even one unknown level wild area was sufficient to keep him occupied. Emotionally, Yuan Xian remained hesitant to invest energy into resource sites that thrived on quantity. If it were a small uranium mine, which was high in value yet low in quantity, you would undoubtedly seize it. Large resource sites? Well, perhaps it would be best to pass on them. Observing Yunxian's selection of the 4 least expensive items, Old Wang's expression reflected satisfaction. These 4 items bore little value to the organization, particularly when compared to large resource sites. However, a thought struck Old Wang, and his expression turned peculiar. For large resource sites, I wonder which 4 little fellows will have to work hard now. Once Yunxian finalized his item selections, Old Wang took his leave to collect the items. In a certain black iron-grade shelter, a handsome middle-aged man with an air of meticulousness was engaged in communication. Old leader, is there something amiss? Did you not mention that there were no resources allocated to you? This time, it is a large resource site that our district leader, Wang, managed to acquire through significant influence. We have decided to assign it to your battalion. A large resource site. The middle-aged man appeared bewildered at first, but quickly responded with joy. He then excitedly assured, yes, rest assured, leader. The organization has entrusted us with this mission, and we will certainly fulfill it. Enough already. Both hands are meat. It is your turn this time. The resource site is a large mine, a veritable gold mine. It will sustain you for quite some time, so work diligently. Remember to keep the mine nearby. Your shelter's level is unlikely to rise for a long while. Hee. Having resources is a blessing. Watching the brother battalions feast, you have no idea how ravenous my men are. It's tough when I have no provisions. Don't say just 1 large resource site. Even 10 would be manageable for me. All right, stop bragging. It seems you're well prepared. Just remember to keep the mine close. If it gets stolen, don't blame others. Hee. Don't worry, old leader. I'll place it right at the entrance and sleep there tonight. All right. The resource site is yours, but your safety is paramount. Don't act recklessly like when you were younger. Stay in tonight. Yes, for the large resource site. The organization entrusts it to you. Remember to report adequately to the organization daily. The remainder belongs to your battalion. How much your battalion can benefit from it depends on your capability as the leader. Understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed. The man saluted with a standard military gesture, gazing at the blue card for the large iron mine resource site he had just acquired. The middle-aged man briskly made his way to the entrance of his territory to place it. Outside the black iron-grade territory gate lay an expanse of emptiness. The first instance of a manually placed outdoor resource site. Placement successful. As the blue card vanished in an instant, a 10,000 square meter mining area emerged before the middle-aged man. Countless massive red stones, partially buried underground, towered amidst white, green, and blue resource markers. So many resources. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with barely concealed delight. It seems there is an abundance of resources. He promptly sent messages to a group of friends. Brothers, gather resources and buy mining machines. Our mine has arrived. Chapter 76, is this double furniture legitimate? Before long, Old Wang delivered 4 blue items to Yunxian. All were silver-grade props with a survival value of 1500. Double mica bed, blue survival value 1500. When used by 2, stamina recovery speed 60. Stamina consumption reduced by 60, medicinal effect 60, silence effect 60. Description, a bed more suitable for 2. When used by 1, the benefits are halved. Could it be? With an expression of disbelief, Yunxian turned his gaze to the double mica bathtub. Double mica bathtub, blue survival value 1500. When used by 2, stamina recovery 60, stamina consumption reduced by 60, medicinal effects 60, water resource purification effect 60. Description, a bathtub more suitable for 2. When used by 1, the benefits are halved. Such disdain for the single. Yunxian and Appo's face was filled with exasperation. The distance between survivors was at least 30 kilometers apart. To find more people, one would need to elevate the level of the shelter to gather more widely. Given the current situation, how could one expect to encounter many individuals? Brief note. It was implicitly assumed that the distance between survivors was considerable during the writing. This has now been clarified in the first chapter. I apologize for any confusion this may have caused prior to this clarification. With a mixture of exasperation, regret, and anticipation, Yunxian operated the 2 pieces of furniture that seemed to mock single individuals and placed them on the first floor of the shelter, no longer paying them any mind. His focus lay primarily on the 2 territorial items. Medium fuel furnace power plant, blue survival value 1500. When placed within the territory, it consumes various resources to generate power. Power generation efficiency 50 million energy hour, maximum capacity, 5,000 million energy. Description: it is said that the pre-apocalyptic civilization often used it for waste incineration to generate power. Ding. Placement successful. A medium fuel furnace power plant, resembling the small version but twice its size, appeared before Yunxian. Not bad, he thought, observing the tall and robust medium fuel furnace power plant. A satisfied smile creeping onto his face. The power output of the small nuclear power plant ultimately paled in comparison to this larger behemoth. Ding. Placement successful. Next, Yunxian placed the small signal base station within the territory, a 10-meter-tall, white tower-like structure adorned with 6 upright panels. Small signal base station, blue survival value 1500. When placed within the territory, signal transmission receiving distance of 300 kilometers, energy consumption 3000 energy hour. Description: a technology from the pre-apocalyptic civilization, featuring low power consumption and excellent signal communication range, allowing you to control your shelter from afar, manage your smart machines, or send signals to communicate with other survivors. So it can work like this, which is quite convenient. Yunxian glanced at the dimensional wristband on his hand. Every time he left the territory of the shelter, he lost the ability to control the entire shelter. Now, with this small signal base station, he could continue to manage his territory from a considerable distance. This feature alone promised him significant convenience and benefits. For instance, he would no longer worry about the small refining furnace being filled with resources and not being able to collect or replenish them immediately, thus saving time. Additionally, he could establish specific positional communication with other survivors through the small signal base station. Yunxian experimented with various household items, such as the radio, and found it indeed facilitated two-way voice communication. Furthermore, he could opt for one-way signal reception, as engaging in two-way communication would expose the location of his shelter. He appreciated this aspect of not revealing the shelter's location, as he desired others to be candid with him, especially as he anticipated acquiring a multitude of robots. The thought intensified. Those with ulterior motives, he mused, would surely wish to set up a mining operation nearby. Murder is ill-advised. We are all part of a civilized society. Let's engage in mining instead. In addition to the aforementioned advantages within the signal coverage of the small signal base station, the control range of his drones and similar intelligent devices would also be maximized, directly linked to its signal coverage. This meant that, provided his drones had sufficient power, they could fly up to 300 kilometers away. This range was significantly greater than the previous 20 kilometers. Truly remarkable. This is the power of territorial items. Their functionality never fails to astonish. However, this device seemed incredibly important. Yunxian pondered. This base station was akin to revealing the map and APO's visibility. Chapter 77. Treating the shelter as a company having tasted the immense benefits of the silver shelter. Yunxian has become thoroughly enthusiastic about investing in the organization and upgrading the personnel. This trust-filled, mutually beneficial partnership is indeed exhilarating. Coupled with his assessment of future trends, he feels that deepening cooperation with the organization is imperative. Division of labor and collaboration are areas where the organization possesses significant advantages. Moreover, his desire to live well does not inherently conflict with the organization's strength. The previous discussions with Old Wang regarding investment have subtly shifted his previously reluctant mindset. He now perceives his collaboration with the organization as akin to that of an entrepreneur in his past life. Whether it be for survival or for substantial profit, there is a certain resemblance to the journey of becoming a wealthy magnate. The organization seemingly does not mind. Their focus lies solely on the entirety of Huaxia, rendering his concerns rather petty in comparison. With this realization, Yunxian and APO's attitude towards cooperation with the organization has undergone a complete transformation. He aims to deepen this partnership for mutual success. This mindset establishes a future tone for his collaboration with the organization. Henceforth, he considers himself an entrepreneur, with the shelter as his enterprise. His ambition is to expand and strengthen the shelter, achieving brilliance in the process. Upon this reflection, he notices a significant reduction in his resistance to collaborating with the organization. Being backed by a robust entity is undeniably advantageous. With a broadened perspective and a tranquil mindset, Yunxian recognizes that competing for the top position equates to vying for the title of the world and APO's richest individual. Naturally, he is determined to strive for this. especially since it affords him access to a coveted core technology, the formula. The importance of this aspect cannot be overlooked. Additionally, the presence of an unidentified grade monster resource area nearby serves as a valuable asset for the shelter's future development. However, he acknowledges that the current workforce is somewhat sparse. In the future, he must ensure that anyone employed signs a labor contract to safeguard against uncertainties, as his shelter will evolve into a legitimate enterprise, one that potentially ranks among the Fortune 500. He cannot afford to be labeled a heartless company. Furthermore, the absence of tax obligations and social security contributions lowers his employment costs, making it feasible to sustain other survivors. The organization should, at the very least, award him a certificate of recognition. In terms of survivors' salaries, a token gesture will suffice. He also realizes that this change in nomenclature might bring some solace to the survivors, alleviating any unwarranted concerns. The organization is still intact. Thus, those survivors mastering advanced formulas would essentially be regarded as skilled technicians, capable of crafting firearms, artillery, and aircraft with ease, far superior to an 18th-level artisan. Nevertheless, the current conditions for hiring labor are rather challenging. The vast land combined with a sparse population makes it difficult to recruit. It is impractical to traverse great distances with slow-moving vehicles, such as tractors, to gather workers. He estimates that the technological level of the Silver Shelter might only extend its influence to survivors within a 1,000-mile radius, roughly translating to around 4,000 individuals. This population figure represents the number of inhabitants in a given scenario. Yun Xian raises an eyebrow, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the wasteland and Apos' expanse. He reflects on how the technological advancements of the Silver Shelter have reached or even surpassed those of his former world, eliciting a chuckle. After all, it is merely a survival game, and anything could happen. For now, survival remains his primary objective. Overthinking only invites unnecessary worries. Casting aside these thoughts, he resumes attending to matters within his shelter. With the addition of a medium-sized fuel furnace power station and a small nuclear power station, production capacity has surged six-fold, allowing for the sustenance of more small refining furnaces. He has abandoned plans to sell the green small refining furnaces produced at the bronze workbench, opting instead to position them on the second floor of the shelter for refinement tasks. The blue small refining furnaces, with a 5 probability of appearing, are intentionally kept together, designated solely for refining blue material blocks. Yun Xian holds high expectations for them. However, he begins to feel somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of small refining furnaces, which are proving to be a hassle. Although operations can be managed through the shelter interface, he still needs to click individually to collect and reposition the materials for refinement. He is in urgent need of larger, more durable high-grade refining furnaces. The exoskeleton armor continues to be produced methodically at the black iron workbench, subsequently listed for trade with blue crystal cores. Old Wang does not rush him regarding the blue crystal cores, as the priority is to upgrade the Silver Shelter before the end of the 3-day novice period. The upgrade chest is what truly captures their interest. Of course, to maximize rewards from the rankings, the sooner this can be accomplished, the better. Chapter 78, United We Stand. Mountains may move the frequency at which other survivors discover medium-sized resource locations and vanquish their leader monsters has significantly increased over time. Naturally, if some organizations collaborate harmoniously, amassing the resources required for a silver refuge would not pose a challenge. It's merely 10 blue crystal cores, 100 green crystal cores, 1,000 white crystal cores, 40,000 green material blocks, 100,000 units of wood, and 100,000 units of stone. Why not pool our resources to facilitate my upgrade? Rest assured, I shall not neglect you after my advancement. Park Chan-yeol, have you agreed to provide me with resources? I knew deep down that you still harbor affection for me. I have heard that you exerted yourself to slay a leader monster for my sake. I am truly touched. You misunderstand. I merely acquired the blue crystal cores to obtain exoskeletal armor. By the way, I came to see if any fool had abandoned their wife and children to deliver resources to you. Moreover, I fought valiantly against the leader solely for the sake of my daughter. Our esteemed council does not concern itself with my 3-year-old child. I shall forego the meager dividends from my last upgrade to black iron. Consider it a sacrifice. From now on, farewell, Jinunhui. Chan-yeol, I am merely safeguarding your dividends. Why do you harbor such suspicion towards me? We are classmates, after all. Ding. The message could not be sent. The recipient has blocked you. A system notification doused the daydreaming woman with cold water. Personal property is sacred and inviolable. I have 4 children to care for. I apologize, John, but I cannot possibly allocate such resources for others and upgrades. Winter, rest assured, after the upgrade, I shall still distribute dividends. John, since you insist, shall we proceed with my upgrade? Fear not, I will not withhold dividends post-upgrade. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity for prosperity, Winter? First, let me receive the dividends from my previous black iron upgrade. Oh, Winter, those dividends will arrive shortly. You know how it is. There are simply too many people involved. But fret not, your turn will come soon. How about you invest those dividends directly into this refuge upgrade? Just 1 blue crystal core could yield enough resources to upgrade a black iron refuge twice. Upgrading an entire silver refuge could allow for 4 to 5 upgrades to black iron. If you cannot even manage to retrieve the black iron dividends, how do you expect to gather resources for the silver refuge upgrade? I am currently struggling to produce a few hundred white material blocks. Resources are scarce. Oh, very well. Then, Winter, I have matters to discuss with Jones and the others. I will seek you out later. Now, let us summarize the situation we are facing. The first issue pertains to infants and toddlers. Our current estimate indicates that approximately 90% have been contacted, and we have initiated preliminary guidance. For example, we encourage logging and mining to enhance survival levels, and we guide them to stockpile moisture-retaining foods. There remains 10%. We still have time. Let us encourage our comrades to exert themselves. I trust they understand the gravity of the situation. Many believers who heard this news fell into silence, fully aware of what these figures signify. A somber atmosphere subtly spread, palpable yet elusive. The second matter concerns the upgrade of the refuge. According to our prior plans, with mutual assistance, we anticipate that by the end of tomorrow, the majority of our comrades will attain bronze-level refuges, thus securing their survival. Additionally, many survivors are willing to heed our guidance and opt for cooperative upgrades of the refuge. Although some unpleasant incidents have occurred, the overall trend remains positive. The third issue involves the resources obtained from the treasure chests resulting from our refuge upgrades. It has been roughly estimated that less than half of the resource locations yield food, compounded by our speculations regarding future climate conditions. We believe that following the 3-day novice period, cold weather and food scarcity will emerge, with the latter posing a significant challenge. While general cold is manageable as survival levels increase, the body and cold resistance will notably improve. The pressing concern is food scarcity. The majority of survivors live in areas that are far from affluent, and a single misstep could result in an unprecedented famine. Are there not resource locations that refresh supplies? We cannot possibly rely on them indefinitely, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. It could result in disaster. Let us not forget we are still within the novice period of 3 days. Let us cultivate the land. Is there not a genetic seed capable of thriving in this wasteland environment? The price is reasonable. If we cultivate it widely, even in small quantities, it could be a lifesaver in dire times. We can also begin acquiring some affordable food for storage. While we must purchase food, timing is crucial. For now, we should focus on elevating the refuge levels of the majority of our comrades. Let us proceed with this. Contacts for infants and toddlers, refuge upgrades, food storage, and genetic seed cultivation. These 4 tasks must be prioritized and arranged promptly. Chapter 79. Awaiting good news from the party. Old Wang adeptly traded white material blocks for green ones with Yun Xian. All right, freshly refined and still warm. Yun Xian jested as he exchanged the recently refined green material blocks with Old Wang. Out of curiosity regarding Old Wang's apparent financial constraints, Yun Xian cautiously inquired about the organization's economic situation. After all, with such a large organization, it seemed unlikely to be in dire straits. Old Wang chuckled and candidly explained that the majority of the organization's funds were allocated to ensuring that most members could upgrade their bronze-level shelters within the initial 3-day novice period. The cost of upgrading to a bronze-level shelter is relatively low, making it easy to achieve and yielding substantial returns. Upon upgrading, members receive a near-guaranteed novice reward chest containing a small resource node, which almost recoups the costs of upgrading the shelter, often resulting in a profit. Thus, the organization takes this matter very seriously. Upgrading opportunities for iron-level shelters and above are reserved solely for various battle zones, with additional resources allocated to these regions under the guise of military funding. In essence, The responsibility for upgrading lies with the members themselves. While military funds are limited, they are still considerably better than those available to other departments. However, any rewards from upgrading shelters, being funded by the organization, must be partially surrendered as a form of public contribution or dividends, as it may be termed, with no one in the battle zones daring to default. The resources surrendered will be redistributed among the different battle zones under the military funding label. In summary, battle zones possess slightly more opportunities for upgrading to advanced shelters compared to other departments, which often lack even the chance to upgrade to iron-level shelters. The directive is clear: no upgrades permitted. A significant quantity of resources is directed to the grassroots level, encouraging members to first elevate their shelters to the bronze level. Even old Wong, who had been busy for 2 days, only managed a small wooden hut. If the organization eventually invests in his upgrade, it is only fair that he contributes a portion of the dividends thereafter. Accumulating resources for a silver-level shelter within the battle zones is no small feat, often requiring the collaboration of hundreds from iron-level shelters. The organization does not concern itself with how much resource the members can gather from wild resource nodes near their shelters. Its sole responsibility is to collect the basic dividends. The model for upgrading shelters in the battle zones involves partially covering costs with military funds, treating it as an investment, while the remainder must be sourced by the members themselves. Rewards post-upgrade are allocated accordingly, shared with the organization or retained as personal gains. After hearing this explanation, Yun Xian suddenly realized that the organization's placement of high-level shelter personnel within the battle zones was likely strategic, ensuring effective command of resources. Cautiously, Yun Xian probed Old Wong about whether this arrangement would impact him negatively. Old Wong, with a serious demeanor, reassured Yun Xian, declaring there was nothing to worry about as they had reported to the higher-ups, who were completely at ease with the situation. Moreover, they already had upgrading quotas and were not violating any regulations. The transactions between the battle zones and Yun Xian were merely standard exchanges. This reasonable clarification eased Yun Xian and Appo's concerns, primarily regarding any repercussions for Old Wong, as he himself felt secure. "Do you still have a car door to open?" Old Wong inquired after delivering the materials, seizing the opportunity to chat. "There's still a blue car door that likely has reset, but I plan to wait until the robots are completed before venturing out to explore further," Yun Xian replied, eyes gleaming with anticipation at the 12 mantises nearing completion. "All right, having robots for protection is indeed advantageous. Our upgraded shelter will take some time, as we still need more green material blocks. The upgrade will likely be delayed until later tonight," Old Wong admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "No worries, I'm in no rush," Yun Xian responded, feeling quite at ease with the organization's dealings. He wouldn't entrust dozens of crystal cores to just anyone. "By the way, do you need to stock up on food? We suspect that once the novice period ends, food supplies may gradually become problematic. Although it seems unnecessary for someone of your standing, I thought I'd remind you," Old Wong advised, hoping to purchase some food from Yun Xian in the future. Considering the silver shelter and Appo's treasury was substantial. "Very well, I shall acquire more. I anticipate an increase in demand here," Yun Xian concluded, considering food storage as part of his plans. "Indeed, you possess the capability to seek out other survivors. Just remain cautious." Old Wong wisely refrained from mentioning the potential dangers posed by ill-intentioned survivors. "Rest assured, my old friend, await my good news later." Chapter 80. The addition of 12 sons at long last. The 12 mantis robots have been completed. Yun Xian gazes intently at the cold, white metallic eggs occupying 12 compartments of his backpack, radiating an exquisite blue luminescent emblem characteristic of the game. As relatively large items, the number of components within the robots is substantial, each occupying an independent space, unlike materials that can be stacked. Moreover, the placement of the robots necessitates the user's direct involvement. Upon Yun Xian's selection for placement, a 2-meter-high metallic egg swiftly unfolds into a towering, 2.5-meter-high robot, reminiscent of a mantis with 4 legs and 2 arms armed with formidable blades. The majority of the outer shell folds away to create protective armor for the core structure. The 4 legs feature a distinctive claw-like gripping design, while the protruding arms are equipped with sharp, broad blades. Observing the impressive width of these blades, Yun Xian can't help but exclaim in astonishment at their formidable nature. They seem capable of plowing the earth, promising devastating force should they strike. The shell extends to envelop the robot's core, forming an elongated, elliptical tail structure. This meticulously safeguarded tail houses various core modules responsible for the robot's essential functions: power, energy storage, computation, and more. The robot's diamond-shaped head serves as its sensory apparatus, resembling a single, black eye akin to a camera lens. According to the system prompts from the dimensional wristband, upon placement, the user automatically becomes the robot's master, endowed with the authority to issue commands. Interaction between the two can still occur through the wristband, allowing Yunxian to control the robot indirectly. As he attempts to mobilize the robot, he discovers its remarkable agility, skillfully maneuvering its broad blades. Additionally, the robot possesses an extensive array of combat pre-programmed commands, exhibiting high autonomous combat intelligence, ensuring it will never harm its master and prioritizing the protection of its user's safety in the absence of direct orders. In Yunxian's view, the robot's simplistic form, combined with its dense fighting directives, renders it sufficiently equipped to handle most combat scenarios. When its energy is depleted, the robot will revert to its dormant egg state, a form only the user can reclaim. Presently, the robot is initialized with a mere 1,000 energy units, necessitating subsequent energy replenishment. Notably, the user retains the option to withdraw the robot, reverting it to its recyclable egg form. Each time the robot is placed, its ownership protocol refreshes, a feature likely designed for ease of transaction. Reflecting on the energy requirements, Yunxian evaluates the situation. 20,000 energy units is no trivial sum. Converting to current market values, it translates to approximately 200,000 units of wood, equating to around 20,000 white material blocks or 4,000 green material blocks. This revelation leaves Yunxian astounded. The cost of energy exceeds that of manufacturing a robot. In his earlier excitement, he had overlooked the energy issue. Confident in his resources at home, bolstered by a small nuclear power station capable of sustained output for over 400 days. Now, it becomes apparent that the robots resemble a promotional offer. The phones may be inexpensive, but the service charges are exorbitant. Contemplating the 12 robots he has created, Yunxian feels as though he has gained 12 sons, all of whom are bound to strain his resources. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that he can manage. With a series of operations on the holographic interface, he prepares to recharge the robots. The recharging process is straightforward, requiring only a power line connected from the power station to the robot's energy interface, akin to the operation of supplying energy to a small refining furnace. One power station, one power line, and one device suffice. However, the power stations currently hold limited energy reserves, as both the small combustion and nuclear power stations are dedicated to supporting the energy consumption of the refining furnaces, making their energy non-transferable. After all, they are essential for sustaining his livelihood. Yunxian had also recently invested 5,000 white material blocks to procure an hour and Oppo's worth of wood for the medium combustion power station, generating 50,000 energy units for backup. This amount is satisfactory. He decides to evenly distribute the stored energy among the 12 robots, then purchases an additional supply of wood to continue generating energy. His aim is to replenish each robot with an additional 100,000 energy units, ensuring that each achieves a total of 50,000 before he ventures to the mining area to assess conditions. Simultaneously, he allocates some energy to the inconspicuous drone. However, Yunxian finds the current low-efficiency wood production unsatisfactory. The cost of energy generation is becoming increasingly burdensome. He is in urgent need of alternative energy sources, such as uranium. During his handover of the medium combustion power station earlier that day, Old Wang mentioned the existence of coal, a green resource that could serve as fuel for power generation, offering a considerably improved cost-effectiveness compared to wood. This prospect piques Yunxian and Oppo's interest immensely. Chapter 81. Keep the uranium mine at a distance. Certainly, there are currently coal stones available in the market. However, the sellers seem to be pricing this green quality coal as if it were a raw material at significantly inflated rates. One cannot entirely blame them, as aside from fundamental resources or bulk materials, most items are experiencing price surges, disregarding the principles of supply and demand or their essential survival value. Prices are being driven up, driven by fear of missing out and allowing others to seize the opportunity. This has naturally dissuaded Yunxian from the idea of purchasing overpriced coal from the market. The chaos in market pricing must ultimately be stabilized by quantity. The current supply of coal mines is still far too scant. Resources of pure energy are typically only obtainable from black iron-level treasure chests, and the probability is exceedingly low. Old Wang mentioned that in their own war zone's black iron chests, only a few individuals have managed to unearth coal mines, and those were merely small-scale, contrary to their expectations of medium-sized ones. Yinxian was not surprised by this. It rather indicated the concentrated value of coal mines. His own uranium mine is also small, and he hopes its area could rival that of other silver-level resource sites, ideally a large-scale resource. Due to his limited capacity, it was evident that managing a coal mine alone was unfeasible. Even with some ordinary mining machines to assist, the coal yield would not be significantly higher, barely sufficient for their war zone and Oppo's household generators. Others likely would not fare much better. At least their mining equipment and facilities are self-sustained, inherently lowering their operational costs. Old Wang further cautioned Yinxian that any large-scale coal-fired power generation would have to wait until overall productivity improves. Moreover, the organization has recognized the importance of energy for high-level shelters and is preparing to establish a dedicated department for energy management. Old Wang revealed with a pained expression that the organization has specifically earmarked certain energy resource sites and a batch of power generation facilities to support this new department. Although this department is still in its infancy, its future scale may rival that of their war zone. In the future, it is likely that this energy department will oversee internal supply or external sales. However, Old Wang believes there is a significant chance that this department will engage in energy sales externally, and its scale may not be trivial. Yinxian marveled at the organization's foresight, realizing he would likely have to interact with this department in the future. Indeed, he might become one of their major clients. Observing that the robot's energy had replenished to over 50,000 units, sufficient for the robots to operate at maximum consumption for 5 hours. He promptly stored all the robots in his personal backpack space. His plan for these robots was to alternate their usage, deploying a few at a time would suffice. As their maximum energy consumption is considerable, unless necessary, he would refrain from operating all the robots simultaneously. After bidding farewell to Old Wang, Yinxian set off towards the Crimson Mine, as this marked the final expedition before the conclusion of his 3-day novice period. His backpack still contained unused small uranium mine cards. Regarding the placement of this resource site, Yinxian intended to position it at a considerable distance, ensuring it was not too close to the shelter's territory. He had already conceived a suitable location along the route from the shelter's territory to the Crimson Mine, a path he frequently traverses. This would maintain a safe distance while allowing him daily opportunities to monitor the uranium mine status. Clad in black exoskeleton armor, Yinxian jogged along, and upon approaching the area previously inhabited by the wild mouse nest, a spark of inspiration struck him. He promptly decided to place the small uranium mine there. As it was the site of his initial fortune, the location was not far from the territory, boasting excellent feng shui, he thought, as he positioned the small uranium mine. With successful placement, a mining area of approximately 1,000 square meters materialized in a dazzling display of light as the card dissipated, revealing a plethora of pale blue ores marked with blue indicators in the vicinity. Observing the abundance of green and blue resource markers, Yinxian could not suppress his excitement. Intrigued, he stepped into the uranium mining area to assess the situation. Ding! You have encountered minor contamination effects in the small uranium mining area. Stamina consumption has slightly increased, and stamina recovery speed has slightly decreased. Please avoid prolonged exposure to contaminated areas. Otherwise, the effects of contamination on your body will accumulate. As he approached the mining area, a system alert flashed from his dimensional wristband, causing Yunchuan's gaze to sharpen. Goodness, the uranium mine indeed harbored dangers. Moreover, it appeared that contamination effects could accumulate. Glancing at the minor contamination effects, Yinxian immediately recalled that regenerative capsules could eliminate such contaminants. He promptly consumed a regenerative capsule and noticed the contamination effects rapidly dissipating under the medication's influence. This brought him a sigh of relief. But considering the transient duration of the medication and Oppo's effects, he prudently retreated for the time being. Chapter 82. Here I am again in the realm of mining. It is not always necessary for individuals to labor continuously. One can simply purchase a few mining machines and set them to work. However, acquiring such machines is currently quite challenging. Although most mining machines predominantly consume crystal cores, their efficient automatic mining capabilities and the resultant profits render them highly coveted. Even in the absence of a resource-rich mining area, placing a machine on the surface can yield a substantial amount of stone and other minerals, ensuring a baseline profit. Generally speaking, items that can consistently generate income are seldom available for sale unless the buyer possesses the corresponding machine blueprints. Yun Xian is aware that there are individuals within the organization who have such blueprints, yet the machines produced are exclusively for internal use. As there are not enough for even the organization and Oppo's own members. This is due to the considerable mining resources held by the organization, which naturally increases the demand for mining machines. Yun Xian pondered his lack of corresponding blueprints and facilities. At present, excavating uranium or would yield little utility. Any extracted or would likely just be stored in the treasury. With this in mind, he resolved to postpone the extraction of the uranium mine for a while. The urgency of mining uranium is not pressing, as the only application for it currently lies in a small nuclear power station within his refuge, which can operate for over 400 days on a single load. This implies that for approximately a year and a half, he would likely have no use for newly mined uranium, and he would probably have to sell it to others. While it is regrettable to be unable to utilize the uranium for such an extended period, the immense value of the ore ignited a fervor within Yun Xian. It is indeed unfortunate that others cannot afford it or have no immediate need for it. Otherwise, he would certainly mine some uranium to supplement his household expenses. Suddenly, he found himself eagerly anticipating the rapid growth of the organization's energy department. Otherwise, he would merely be left to gaze longingly at this gold mine of uranium. With his mind racing with thoughts, Yun Xian stifled his excitement. Perhaps it is best to head back to the Crimson Mine area promptly, releasing two mantis-like robots. Their metallic bodies gleaming in a pale white hue instilled a profound sense of security in Yun Xian. "You two are tasked with my protection," he commanded the robots, who effortlessly comprehended his directive through the dimensional wristband's interaction. There was no need for verbal communication. His thoughts alone were sufficient as the wristband translated them into appropriate commands for the robots. A trio of one human and two machines swiftly raced across the barren expanse. Warning alert. A heat signature detected 48 to the left, 86 meters ahead. Warning alert. A heat signature detected 68 to the right, 45 meters ahead. Warning alert. A heat signature detected 56 to the right, 67 meters ahead. Throughout the journey, the two robots diligently provided numerous alerts, accompanied by vague thermal images transmitted to Yun Xian's holographic interface. "Wow, this is quite impressive," he exclaimed, marveling at the multitude of thermal images of small animals, which also served to hinder the robot's intent to obliterate the creatures' homes. Your protection is indeed thorough. We are merely passing through. There is no need for destruction." If it weren't for the minuscule size of creatures like ants, Yun Xian speculated that the robots might have even taken pleasure in stepping on them. He was taken aback by the robots' impressive thermal detection capabilities. They could sense small animals lounging comfortably in their burrows 1 or 2 meters underground. This detection prowess clearly surpassed that of the green thermal imaging device he had previously employed. This detection ability is remarkable, Yun Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, these are silver-grade combat robots. Observing the broad metallic blades on the robots, a sly smile crept onto his face. Let us save them for later. In times of necessity, these small creatures could serve as sustenance. At present, he had no inclination to address the small animal nests encountered along the way. After a brief period, the trio arrived at the Crimson Mine area without incident. "Here I am again," Yun Xian exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he beheld the expansive mining zone. A feeling akin to returning in glory. At this moment, the two robots stood beside him, appearing somewhat dazed. Yet the subtle red glow emanating from them indicated their stealthy demeanor. Despite their seemingly simple structure, Yun Xian had already acknowledged their capabilities as competent close combat robots during their swift journey. They had kept pace effortlessly, displaying an agility that was truly remarkable. He had no doubt that had these two robots been adversaries, his survival would have been unlikely. Fortunately, he recalled that his survival level was still relatively low, lacking certain attributes. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to escape their grasp. A low survival level is a common plight among many survivors. Despite residing in iron or even silver-grade shelters, some still function at the level of a bronze-grade refuge. This, unfortunately, is one of the drawbacks of hastily elevated shelters. It seems he must indeed carve out some time to mine and enhance his survival level, Yun Xian contemplated as he reflected on the attribute effects conferred by his title. Chapter 83. Exploring the mining area indeed, it is operational. Yun Xian marveled at the fact that he could adeptly manage the operations within the Crimson Mining Zone. After a few minutes of effort, he had successfully placed the crafted items from his shelter territory and replenished the 3 workbenches with materials purchased from the trading market. The tedious tasks that had once vexed Yun Xian within the confines of his shelter now felt surprisingly familiar in the wild. If only the range of the small signal base station were somewhat larger, it would be akin to strategizing from afar, orchestrating victories from miles away. Particularly for someone like him, who had controllable smart devices within his shelter, the enhancement of his territory's capabilities was nothing short of explosive. By merely remaining within the shelter, he could leverage the robots to manage the vast majority of resources and population within the signal's coverage. Regrettably, he found himself constrained by energy concerns. Just as iron is essential for man, energy is the sustenance for intelligent devices. Its significance is self-evident. The energy consumption issues of these smart devices had begun to reveal themselves. Yun Xian was acutely aware that others were likely not much better off. It seemed prudent to stockpile additional energy reserves for unforeseen circumstances. As Yun Xian pondered these matters, he made his way down the path of the Crimson Mining Zone, feeling a sense of ease with the close protection of 2 robots. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret that the intelligence of the black iron-grade drones was not particularly advanced. He still had to manually control them. The data relayed to his dimensional wristband consisted solely of infrared and thermal images, with the visual quality being rather mediocre, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Unfortunately, only the silver-grade shelter's smart devices possessed a more extensive level of autonomous intelligence. The black iron-grade devices required user control and had very few preset commands, rendering them nearly incapable of independent task execution. Such is the disparity of technological advancement. With a hint of sarcasm, Yun Xian reined in his wandering thoughts and began to maneuver the black drone, eager to gather intelligence about the mining area. Buzzing, the black drone swiftly ascended under Yun Xian's guidance, heading towards the depths of the mining zone. The holographic interface before him split into 2 screens, displaying real-time infrared and thermal images transmitted by the drone. Thanks to the assistance of the dimensional wristband system, Yun Xian deftly maneuvered the drone, which was tasked solely with reconnaissance. No combat was required. He opted for the drone to make several laps around the mining area to assess the situation. As long as the drone maintained a steady flight and kept a safe distance from any monsters, the operation would be successful. This allowed Yun Xian to divide his focus, confidently following the 2 robots along the mining path. After all, the initial stretch of the road was devoid of monsters. As long as he stayed on course and did not fall, danger was minimal. The drone obediently circled the designated paths of the mining area, capturing a general overview of the surroundings. However, the detection of structures such as warehouses built into the mine walls posed a greater challenge. Considering the potential dangers nearby and the fact that he had only 1 drone, Yun Xian wisely refrained from sending it close to the warehouse for inspection. As he ventured deeper, the number of monsters detected by the drone significantly increased. Observing the layers of thermal responses circulating at the mining area's lower levels, Yun Xian felt a surge of astonishment followed by an inexplicable excitement. So many monsters, how delightful! Others had yet to even glimpse this opportunity. Before long, upon reaching the inspection station, Yun Xian found himself too preoccupied to monitor the drone, prompting him to instruct it to hover temporarily. The drone complied, moving to a more open area within the mining zone to remain suspended. At this moment, the blue card gate had, as expected, refreshed. Bang! One of the robots, responding to Yun Xian's command, swung its broad blades with vigor against the blue gate. 99180-100,000 impressive. Yun Xian exclaimed as he witnessed the robot's strike diminish the gate's durability by 820 points. The sheer force of that blow resonated deeply within him, surpassing even that of an engineering explosive. Continue, he urged, observing that the robot's durability had only decreased by a single point. His excitement mounted, knowing that should the durability drop too low, he could simply place the robot in a restoration unit to recover. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 robots positioned themselves on either side of the blue gate, relentlessly striking with their broad blades. Bang. 98360-100,000 bang. 97,540-100,000. Bang. 780-100,000 Chapter 84. The function of the recipe page with a resounding crash, the blue Carmen finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the two metallic robots, disintegrating into a brilliant azure glow that Yun Xian was all too familiar with. Approaching with practiced ease, Yun Xian opened the contents within: 10 units of canned meat, blue; 5 units of anti-radiation potion, blue; 1 television, blue; 1 electromagnetic rifle, blue; 100 ordinary electromagnetic rounds, and 1 recipe page, blue. Noticing the system prompt, Yun Xian paused momentarily at the sight of a blank blue recipe page in his backpack. This item represented a new acquisition available from a silver-tier shelter, the recipe page. In contrast, the resources newly introduced in black-tier shelters were chip modules. The silver-tier shelters, however, granted access to recipe pages. Recipe page, blue. Utilizing this page allows for the duplication and refinement of recipes corresponding to its quality. Yun Xian, having perused the optional gift package, was well aware of the page's purpose. Unlike its predecessors, the silver-tier shelter possessed a certain research capability. This research capability allowed the survivors within to utilize the shelter's furniture, the research table, for the purpose of recipe duplication and enhancement. However, the costs associated with this research process were exorbitant. The most essential materials required for the research table's operation included the recipe page and crystal liquid, crafted from crystal cores. To duplicate a recipe using the research table necessitated 1 original item, 1 recipe page, and a varying quantity of corresponding quality crystal liquid. Conversely, enhancing a recipe required 1 original recipe, 1 recipe page, along with a corresponding quantity of crystal liquid. Regrettably, lacking both a research table and crystal liquid, Yun Xian could only gaze wistfully at the recipe page, lamenting the inevitable challenges he would face in the future. The division of labor within the silver-tier shelter had become unavoidable, hinging solely on who could master the advanced core recipes. Television, blue. Survival value 1500, capacity for 10,000 signals, energy consumption 500 per hour. Description: capable of receiving and transmitting signals. It establishes clear communication with many nearby survivors possessing communication abilities. Electromagnetic rifle, blue. Survival value 1500, effective range 3000, energy capacity 1000, magazine capacity 100, adjustable maximum rate of fire 1200. Description: an exceptional rifle powered by electromagnetism. It boasts terrifying penetration capability and lethality, making it an outstanding individual weapon. These were indeed valuable items. Yet, they offered little utility to Yun Xian himself. Although the 2 new blue items did not escape his scrutiny, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Naturally, he understood that scavenging for such remarkable treasures in a barren land devoid of monsters was unrealistic. Over the course of 2 days, Yun Xian had come to fully grasp the value of the crimson mining area he inhabited. He realized, much like the warning from Old Wang, that those who were satiated often failed to comprehend the hunger of the starving. Presently, an elite monster remained a precious resource among other survivors. As for boss monsters, one would have to traverse the entire map to even have a chance of encountering one. If luck were not on his side, he would need to venture even farther out to explore resource areas for a shot at discovering a boss monster. At this moment, Yun Xian regretted that on the 3rd day, he had yet to encounter a second individual in the crimson mining area. He suddenly recognized that he had only begun his exploration here on the 2nd day, thus gaining merely a day's head start over others. It would not be easy for nearby survivors to stumble upon this location on the 3rd day, as they were likely preoccupied with the resource areas surrounding them. To discover the crimson mining area, they would likely need to push their efforts back by a day or 2. After all, Yun Xian's direct and fortunate approach was largely due to sheer luck. Who could blame him for walking 10 kilometers without encountering a single minor resource area? Of course, the absence of other survivors in the crimson mining area could also suggest that they had met an unfortunate fate. After all, it was not unheard of for novice players to be unexpectedly slain by monsters within the first 3 days, despite the relatively low probability of such occurrences. Many unfortunate souls had nonetheless fallen victim. Buzzing, the drone, under Yun Xian's control, circled the mining area to assess the situation, leading 2 robots away from the inspection station. Yun Xian prepared to continue his exploration below. According to the drone's reconnaissance, the lower mining area exhibited 2 prominent characteristics: an abundance of large, abandoned construction vehicles that had partially obstructed many paths, and a considerable number of monsters scattered throughout the lower mining roads, some of which had taken refuge in the abandoned vehicles, effectively blocking the way. Yun Xian felt a surge of relief as he surveyed the locations of these monster congregations. Had he not had the assistance of the robots, he would have been significantly hindered by such numerous obstacles. Chapter 85. Let us leave a few here. As he descended, the creatures in the mining area below greeted Yun Xian with fervent enthusiasm. A throng of over 20 ordinary monsters surged forth, led by a towering elite with a green visage. Filled with curiosity, Yun Xian watched as two mantis robots pounced into the fray. Standing at a height of 2.5 meters, their metallic bodies exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The colossal machines crashed into the horde of diminutive monsters, and from a distance, Yun Xian observed several ordinary creatures being obliterated by their sheer force. Wow, that's brutal. I love it, he thought, though he lamented that the robots were the ones claiming the experience points. This minor inconvenience did not deter him. Instead, he reveled in the spectacle of the mechanical giants dispatching the lesser creatures. Within moments, the swarm of over 20 monsters was completely eradicated by the two mantis robots. Seeing this, Yun Xian hurriedly approached to collect the remains. In his excitement, he nearly lost control of his drone, narrowly averting a collision with the mountainside. After a brief bout of scavenging, he amassed a total of 25 white crystal cores and 1 green crystal core. The market value of these cores amounted to a staggering 700 white material blocks, equivalent to nearly 7,000 units of wood, almost matching the energy expenditure of a single robot for an entire hour. What a windfall! Having thoroughly dissected the indistinguishable remains, Yun Xian signaled for the robots to advance further. Given their impressive capabilities, he felt no hesitation in claiming the multitude of monsters that dotted the lengthy circular roads of the mining area. All of this is mine. To expedite the clearing of monsters, he deployed 2 additional robots to assist in the onslaught. For his personal safety, he casually retrieved a robot from his backpack to provide protection. This guardian robot merely needed to follow him, operating at a standard power level rather than in its maximum combat mode. The mantis robots maintained their regular operations, consuming around 3,000 energy units per hour. The 4 robots at the forefront of the mining road rampaged forward like relentless bulldozers, attracting and annihilating the monsters in their path. Meanwhile, Yun Xian joyously trailed behind, meticulously collecting the bodies of the slain creatures. The robot accompanying him stood vigilantly, its infrared sensors scanning the surroundings incessantly. Within an abandoned engineering vehicle lurked a low-level, nefarious green creature. With a resounding thud, the mantis robot detected its presence and charged forward, brandishing its broad metallic blade to violently slice through the rusted vehicle shell. A second blade swiftly followed, cleaving the creature in twain with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The ground was strewn with irregular metallic fragments and other debris, the handiwork of the 4 robots. It was no surprise, as many monsters had cowardly hidden within the decrepit vehicles, complicating the task of extermination. Even when the foes showed no intention of attacking, the robots diligently sought them out, dismantling their hiding spots with ruthless efficiency, ensuring no threat lingered near Yun Xian. How charming, he mused, admiring the smooth, precise cuts left on the monsters. When I strike, it's all clumsy and jagged. I can't achieve such finesse. The efficiency of the robots illuminated a stark truth. Humans could not rival the precision of these combat machines. This realization prompted Yun Xian to reassess his role. He would focus on the development of the shelter's territory while leaving monster extermination to the intelligent machines. After all, he was contentedly looting the corpses. After a wave of dissection and finding the area secure, Yun Xian skillfully checked and managed the status of the shelter. With a small signal base station enveloping the area, remote control of the shelter had become second nature to him. The ability to enjoy uninterrupted service from the signal base station in the depths of the mining area made him wish to award it a 5-star rating. Incredible. His fingers danced across the holographic interface as he navigated the tasks at hand. With the refined material blocks in his shelter nearing capacity, it was time to consolidate and replenish. Additionally, he needed to procure a significant amount of wood for the 2 power stations. Fortunately, the workbench could accommodate large items as materials, negating the need for retrieval. However, he would still need to manually list the exoskeleton armor for sale, trading it for blue crystal cores with old won. Though the tasks within the shelter were few, they consumed considerable time. As moments slipped by, the number of crystal cores accumulated in Yun Xian's backpack grew significantly. When the clock struck 5, the sound of the alarm echoed, and a wave of excitement washed over him as he realized he could finally return home. After hours of sweeping the mining roads and vanquishing countless monsters, he had filled his backpack with a bountiful harvest. 805 white crystal cores, 280 green crystal cores, and 8 blue crystal cores. The sheer quantity of these cores left him breathless. If only I had slain these myself, my survival level would have skyrocketed, he lamented. Though the abundance of monsters and the impressive yield brightened his spirits. Considering his options, Yunxian pondered leaving a few robots behind to continue the work through the night. After all, within a 300-kilometer radius of the shelter, he could control the robots at any moment. Chapter 86. Everyone scattered into countless small families. Yunxian halted before the 4 robots that were still engaged in the extermination task, promptly leading the 5 robots away from the mining area without hesitation. With an hour remaining until dusk, it was imperative to return according to plan. The 5 robots formed a protective formation around Yunxian as they departed. They found themselves at a depth of 200 to 300 meters within the mine, still far from the bottom, which remained nearly 4/5 of its height above them. The mine was vast, and Yunxian lacked a thorough understanding of the conditions below. So far, he had only utilized a drone to explore the surface conditions of the mining paths. The drone's exploration was limited by its capabilities, merely scratching the surface without delving recklessly deeper. After all, the journey was long, and the mine was deep. He feared losing control of the drone. From what he had observed, although the lower mining paths were shorter than those above, the number of monsters had significantly increased. Some particularly large creatures had been detected by the drone's thermal imaging. Yunxian estimated that the destructive capacity of the 2.5-meter-tall mantis robots might not confer any advantage against such colossal adversaries. However, since they were already situated in the lower mining area, it was unlikely they would pose a threat to Yunxian for the foreseeable future. After running 2.5 laps along the mining path, Yunxian successfully returned to the route he had initially taken. How he wished for a manned drone. It would allow him to descend directly in the future. As he reflected on the 2.5 laps he had traversed, he realized it had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Glancing back at the spiraling mining paths that resembled runways, he couldn't help but entertain this thought. Subsequently, he pondered the potential gains from his recent efforts. Undoubtedly, the rewards from scavenging would be significantly lower than those from direct kills, as he lacked experience and equipment, having only corpses to decompose. The crystalline cores acquired from the slain monsters, excluding the 8 blue cores, amounted to a modest total of approximately 170,000 white material blocks. This figure was somewhat disappointing for Yunxian, considering that if he maximized the capacity of his small refining furnace, he could easily surpass 100,000 white material blocks in profit within an hour. As for the bones and growth powder obtained from decomposing the monsters, their market prices were generally average. They were nearly equivalent to the corresponding quality material blocks, establishing a 1-to-1 exchange, which paled in comparison to the value of the crystalline cores. The common uses for monster materials included fertilization within the territory, accelerating the growth of genetic seeds. Although they were consumables, the current situation revealed that the proportion of individuals willing to cultivate in the shelter's territory remained relatively low, resulting in stagnant prices. In contrast, materials such as timber, stone, and material blocks maintained substantial trading volumes, consistently stabilizing their prices due to the sheer quantity involved. Yunxian's chaotic thoughts quickly settled. Before leaving the mining area, he adhered to his predetermined plan, leaving behind 4 unused mantis robots on standby. The previous 4 robots had been busy for nearly 4 hours, and their energy reserves were nearly depleted. It was time to return home for a recharge. Presently, Yunxian possessed only 8 robots, while the shelter had produced 28 over the course of the afternoon. He had no intention of selling these robots, as others could hardly afford them. Survivors who had pooled resources to upgrade the shelter were obligated to distribute profits proportionately to others after earning money, leaving them with little disposable income. Most survivors faced significant challenges in raising funds for shelter upgrades due to issues of trust. In this dire environment, borrowing resources was akin to borrowing lives. Upgrading a bronze-level shelter was manageable for a few individuals pooling their resources. Even if someone absconded with the funds, the losses would not be catastrophic. In such cases, most opted to collaborate with relatives or trusted individuals. Outsiders would merely scoff at the notion. However, the resources required for upgrading to a black iron-level shelter were substantially greater, presenting a considerable risk that tested the trust among all parties involved. If someone refused to distribute dividends, the only recourse would be to vent frustrations in the chat channels. As pursuing individuals in their shelter was not an option, even organizations, for various reasons, were compelled to encourage collaboration among personnel to upgrade to bronze-level shelters or higher. Other members of the organization instinctively chose to engage in stable collaborations with family and trusted associates for shelter upgrades. Thus, everyone had scattered into numerous stable small families. The organization itself had fragmented into individual cells. Just as most survivors envisioned, they were only willing to assist their own kin, extending help only as far as their capabilities allowed, primarily to infants and young children. Chapter 87. Old Wong upgrades the shelter. As dusk approached, with only a few minutes remaining until the 6 o'clock darkness, the chat channel buzzed to life as anticipated. Today marked the final day of the novice period. The weary survivors, shedding the fatigue of the day, began exchanging a plethora of information and resources. The atmosphere in both the chat and trading channels was vibrant and prosperous. Today also heralded the successful upgrade to a bronze shelter, and the accompanying bronze treasure chest yielded a white food resource site, providing a semblance of stability for our family of 3. A food resource site? That's promising. For the next 2 or 3 months, we need not worry about sustenance. However, unless one is idle and does no work, those provisions will not suffice, especially for the 3 of us. We should sell some food quickly and gather enough resources to upgrade our family and Oppo's bronze shelter. With some effort, I should be able to sell enough by tomorrow morning. And there is hope for another bronze treasure chest. You 3 truly have a strong bond. I envy you. Unlike me, my son just discovered he isn't mine, and my wife blocked me after gathering resources. Oh dear, my condolences to you, brother. It's all right, being blocked is fine. Today, during exploration, I fortuitously stumbled upon the legendary green insurance card door. I hit the jackpot and obtained a recipe, so I'll be up late tonight gathering resources. You are indeed fortunate. I encountered a green insurance card door yesterday, and despite today's encounter, neither yielded a recipe. This is disastrous. Brother, don't fret. Perhaps tomorrow will bring better fortune. Yet, tomorrow marks the end of the novice period, and the situation remains uncertain. We can only hope for the best. Finally home. Shortly thereafter, Yunxian returned to the shelter territory, flanked protectively by 5 robots. His fear of the night had significantly diminished. Monsters? Let them experience the robots' warm hospitality. Of course, Yunxian remained cautiously optimistic. Better safe than sorry. Within the shelter territory, there was little to address. All necessary matters had been settled in the mining area. Workbench, small refining furnace, power station, and trade. Old Wong, I'm back home. Yunxian casually messaged Old Wong. This afternoon, Old Wong had earned quite a fortune selling exoskeleton armor, enough to support 4 individuals. However, only the first 2 managed to secure rewards in the top 10, while the latter 2, due to the late hour, could only settle for rewards within the top 100. Yunxian and Oppo's share of the bonus amounted to merely 7 items. All safe at home. I'll transfer the items to you. Old Wong replied casually upon confirming Yunxian's safe return. Yunxian opted for shelter furniture and territory items. He decided to leave the resource sites for the organization, even if he was indifferent. It remained a significant favor to them. After all, the total mining value of resource sites usually exceeds that of the other 2 categories, except for a few exceptions. The former offers long-term value and yield, while the latter provides short-term gains. Moreover, the offered resource sites were still large-scale, comprising uninteresting mountains, water bodies, and forests. Just a large resource site of around 10,000 in size. He hoped the other party could unveil medium or even small resource sites from the silver-level rewards, as those would represent a concentrated value. For instance, if a small uranium mine appeared, Yunxian would undoubtedly seize it. Simultaneously, the desire for base furniture and territory items was also driven by practicality, for upgrading required a significant survival value. This was one of Yunxian's reasons for his selections. An exceptional quality silver-level base or territory item provides merely 500 survival points, leaving a considerable gap to the required 100,000 for an upgrade. Although one could also upgrade via items, it remains a personal favor. Congratulations on upgrading to a silver shelter, Yunxian remarked, admiring the silver shelter insignia next to Old Wong's avatar. Ah, the shelter is rather bare, clean, merely seeking the space for the treasury and trading account. As I manage resources, with increased trading volume, an upgrade has become essential, Old Wang explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As his trading volume with Yunxian grew, so did the resources exchanged and their value, rendering the previous wooden hut inadequate. The war zone also suggested he upgrade to a silver shelter during trading for precautionary measures. Doing so would facilitate transactions and ensure security. After all, a silver shelter inherently possesses superior defensive capabilities compared to a wooden hut. In the event of a security mishap during trading, it would significantly impact both parties involved. Naturally, the rewards from Old Wang's upgrade would be distributed as part of the agreed dividends. Silver-level rewards, such as large resource sites, might be allocated to members of the black iron level and resource-scarce, yet seemingly safe areas nearby. Chapter 88. Renovating one's own home. All right, Old Wang. I will first tend to my own abode. By the way, here are 10 crystal cores. Yunxian skillfully bid farewell to Old Wang, presenting the 10 cores he had collected along with a few from his territory. The customary exchange of crystal cores between the two had always been in multiples of 10. As smaller transactions complicate the calculation of future dividends, Yunxian was also averse to the notion of meager, trickling returns. Hence, they had mutually agreed that trades would occur in sets of 10, which proved to be straightforward and efficient. Very well, I accept this. You may continue with your tasks. Old Wang's eyes sparkled with delight as he cheerfully received the crystal cores, refraining from questioning how Yunxian had acquired such a bounty, although he had a hunch. Lighting must be arranged. It is rather dark. Yunxian immersed himself in examining the items available in the trading market. He aimed to illuminate his base thoroughly. For the nighttime no longer instilled fear in him. He was no longer isolated. His territory was now fortified with 36 robots standing like sentinels. These 36 robots were presently being evenly dispatched to the medium-sized fuel station to replenish their energy. They stood in a flawlessly aligned row, exuding an impressive aura of deterrence and an overwhelming sense of security. 40 energy per hour for a fine incandescent lamp, illuminating an area of 100 square meters. Only 40 material blocks. Yunxian noted that the survival value of the incandescent lamp was 400, clearly categorizing it as a black iron grade item. It was barely fitting for his refuge, thus he purchased a set of 100, expending 4,000 white material blocks. Having encountered numerous crafting recipes, Yunxian surmised that the materials required for this lamp were likely within the realm of 1 unit of glass and 1 unit of metal. However, the current market for these lamps was not thriving, primarily because few dared to illuminate their shelters at night. This apprehension was understandable, as the darkness concealed lurking monsters. No one would risk attracting attention by boldly lighting up their refuge in the dead of night. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Though the dimness of the shelter was somewhat inconvenient, it was bearable. Naturally, despite the reluctance of many to turn on their lights, those who had reached the black iron-grade shelters began to furnish their spaces with lighting and similar amenities, striving to enhance the survival value of their territories. After all, upgrading a shelter required a significant amount of survival value. Every little enhancement counted. Yunxian's impeccably clean and bright refuge was a rarity. Most survivors cluttered their shelters with every available white furniture item from the market, filling their spaces to the brim. These white furniture pieces primarily served to incrementally boost the survival value of the shelter. Yunxian's ambitions extended to acquiring basic home improvement items such as wiring. The utility of these items was straightforward. Aside from providing a modest survival value to the shelter, their main function was to influence the speed of energy transmission. The higher the quality of the wiring, the greater the energy it could support. Generally, low-grade wires sufficed for common energy-consuming devices like furniture, while high-grade wires were reserved for specialized applications. For instance, when his robots needed rapid recharging. The quality of the wiring would also play a role alongside the stored energy in the power station. Of course, wiring could be combined and used in parallel. During high-speed energy transmission for the robots, multiple wires could be connected without significantly affecting the outcome. This further contributed to the demand for high-quality wiring. Yunxian procured the only 2 sets of superior quality wiring available in the market, noting their survival value reached an impressive 600, categorizing them as black iron-grade items. He speculated that the sellers were likely frustrated to be dealing in such subpar items as wiring, which seemed somewhat trivial in use. Nevertheless, they were unyielding in their pricing, asking for 100 white material blocks per unit. Yunxian felt a twinge of regret at the cost. Having completed his shopping for basic home improvement items, Yunxian proceeded to arrange the 7 items gifted by Old Wang, 3 base furnishings and 4 territorial props. These included a dual massage chair, blue, a spectrometer lamp, blue, a central air conditioning unit, blue, 2 medium-sized fuel stations, blue, a small radar-based station, blue, and an electromagnetic cannon tower, blue. Each item was placed meticulously in appropriate locations. Without a doubt, Yunxian took the greatest satisfaction from acquiring the 2 medium-sized fuel stations. While the other items were commendable, they were not the means to sustain his livelihood. His entire refuge depended on the power generated by those stations. Chapter 89. The unconventional spectrometer lamp. Having organized everything and powered up the base equipment required for the connection to the electric station, Yunxian reclined leisurely in a luxurious double massage chair. Ah, the bliss! As he settled into the chair, it activated in real time, swiftly whisking away his fatigue. This sleek, silver-hued chair, reminiscent of a compact double bed, could intelligently adjust its angle for optimal comfort. Double massage chair, blue survival value 1500. Power consumption 1000 energy hour. When used by 2, mental recovery effect 60, stamina recovery speed 60, drug efficacy 60. Description: a massage chair ideally suited for dual use. When utilized by a single individual, the benefits are halved. Observing the unsurprising attribute interface, Yunxian expressed a resigned yet calm acceptance. A half effect is still an effect. He could manage with that. He then retrieved some juice from his backpack, sipping it while relishing the chair's services and directing his focus towards the holographic interface. His territory had welcomed 2 new medium-sized furnace electric stations, doubling its energy output. Content: Yunxian promptly assigned these installations wood and other materials for combustion. After completing these tasks, he eagerly turned his attention to the array of new items displayed on the holographic interface. Spectrometer lamp, survival value 1500, energy consumption 2000 energy hour. Illumination range 100 square meters. Green light, healing effect 50. Red light, stamina recovery 50. Blue light, mental recovery effect 50. Purple light, item durability restoration 100 hour. Yellow light, item production speed 100. Description: only one spectrum can be utilized at a time, granting its respective effects. Goodness, this device is rather impressive. Yunxian's interest was piqued by the unique attributes of the spectrometer lamp. If he understood correctly, this device could potentially stack its effects with other items. Unlike the double massage chair, which could not be placed on a double bed, limiting their combined effects to one at a time, the spectrometer lamp's ability to enhance the effects of other furniture made it truly remarkable. Delighted with the features of the spectrometer lamp, Yunxian promptly positioned it near the workbench, illuminating 3 workstations with yellow light, instantly boosting their production speed by 100. He then gazed expectantly at the remaining items, hoping they might offer him a delightful surprise, especially considering they were exchanged for substantial resource deposits. Central air conditioning, blue survival value 1500. Maximum energy consumption 10,000 energy hour, temperature control range 10 to 40, coverage area 10,000 cubic meters. Air circulation efficiency 50, air purification 50. Description: an efficient large-scale air temperature control device, significantly mitigating the impact of extreme weather, to be used exclusively within shelter bases. Small radar-based station, blue survival value 1500. Maximum energy consumption 10,000 energy hour. Maximum detection range 300 kilometers. Detection precision 1 centimeter. Description: after activation, it enables precise long-distance detection of unobstructed targets and energy fluctuations, suitable for monitoring aerial targets, large ground targets, and strong energy fluctuations. Exclusively usable within the territory. Electromagnetic cannon, blue survival value 1500. Capacity 10 million energy, standby power consumption 100 energy hour. Adjustable attack consumption 1000 to 10,000 energy per shot. Adjustable attack frequency 1 to 10 shots second. Magazine capacity 10,000 metal blocks. Effective attack range 3,000 meters. Description: a territorial defense device utilizing electromagnetic technology, consuming vast amounts of energy to launch metal blocks as projectiles. Perhaps its excessive energy consumption is not a drawback? Not bad, not bad. Yunxian regarded the information of the 3 items on the holographic interface with satisfaction. They would undoubtedly be beneficial for himself and the anticipated environment ahead. The temperature had been steadily decreasing over the past 3 days. Most survivors believed that a bitter winter awaited, diligently preparing in various ways. For instance, many sought to upgrade their shelters to bronze level, enhancing both protection and survival rates. thereby improving their cold resistance. Survivors unable to elevate their shelters to bronze level were currently opting to stockpile food that could replenish their hunger and thirst. After all, such provisions were akin to hard currency, allowing them to exchange wood and stone for food and revert to their original resources when needed. Chapter 90. What a spectacular shot! The attributes of the central air conditioning unit are rather ordinary, yet its duration of use might surpass that of other tools. After all, it is an air conditioner. In a backdrop where extreme weather events may occur, the temperature regulation feature proves to be remarkably advantageous during specific times. Moreover, it influences a considerable space, equivalent to a two-story shelter. The attributes and introduction of the small radar base are also quite impressive. Yun Xian, with an insatiable curiosity, attempted to operate it on the holographic interface. The specific functions mentioned in the attributes must be thoroughly tested to ensure reliability. As the small radar base was powered on, the long-forgotten map feature on Yun Xian and Oppo's holographic interface seemed to awaken. The radar illuminated a map with a radius of 300 kilometers in a straightforward manner. The terrain, environment, and sources of energy fluctuations were laid bare, revealing a wealth of information. So, it appears that your territorial tool can enhance the function of the dimensional wristband? Yun Xian thought, as the map, akin to a previously ignorant darkness, was suddenly illuminated by the light of civilization. This unexpected revelation was indeed a delightful surprise. Could this be considered a discovery of a hidden function of the territorial tool to supplement or strengthen a specific feature of the dimensional wristband? Yun Xian then recalled that household items like radios could also enhance or supplement some functions of the dimensional wristband. For instance, a radio could receive signals, and with the assistance of a signal-based station, it could facilitate unlimited voice communication with other survivors within a certain range, even allowing for the option to share personal locations. Finally, a map. Yun Xian thought, unable to contain his excitement. The significance of information is self-evident. Even if the information on this map is merely a rough approximation and lacks the precision of close-range detection, it suffices to locate resource sites, formidable monsters, and certain anomalous areas. This realization rendered his previous plan to deploy drones for exploration obsolete. There was no longer any need. While drones could be utilized to search for other survivors, there existed far superior methods. For instance, he could distribute a few inexpensive radios specifically designed for locating individuals within the scene channel, prompting others to reveal their locations directly. As for whether there were any audacious individuals in the scene who might attempt to deceive him, Yun Xian had considered it but remained unperturbed. After all, everyone existed within the same scene map. If they were alive, they would eventually encounter one another. The scene map was finite. Although his signal range did not encompass the entire map, it was close enough. Under his watchful gaze, while he might tolerate others exploiting him, would they dare to exploit him? Haha, I shall certainly show them why the monkey's backside is so red. Upon observing the final information on the electromagnetic cannon, a playful expression crept onto Yun Xian's face. The electromagnetic cannon. What an impressive piece of machinery. Its attack power is formidable, but its energy consumption is utterly astronomical. 1 second could consume up to 10,000 units of energy. If his memory served him correctly, that was equivalent to the energy output of a small fuel-powered power station in 1 hour. No wonder such high-grade wiring was required. It was reserved for this type of equipment. Noticing the somewhat dismissive description at the end, Yun Xian struggled to maintain his composure. Oh my, one can indulge so much yet still have the audacity to complain. Whether a mule or a horse, let us take it for a walk. Slightly disgruntled, Yun Xian allocated 20,000 units of energy from the power station to the electromagnetic cannon, preparing to witness its capabilities. With the command issued, a sleek, black, technologically advanced metal turret within the territory began to power up. The electromagnetic cannon required metal blocks in addition to energy for its attacks. Fortunately, there were no grade restrictions for these metal blocks, so Yun Xian naturally opted for the cheapest white metal blocks to fill it. The ammunition chamber could accommodate a maximum of 10,000 units of metal blocks, but Yun Xian only loaded 1,000 rounds. Any more would be unnecessary. Unlike a cannon, while he did not need to worry about the ammunition issue, the energy consumption was substantial. In comparing the two, each had its pros and cons. Once the electromagnetic cannon was prepared, it could swiftly initiate an attack. Like the black iron-grade automated defense machine gun, The electromagnetic cannon also possessed built-in detection capabilities and supported intelligent automation. The black barrel of the cannon, under Yun Xian's direction, silently rotated, seeking a target. The silence was commendable. He decided to initiate a test attack using 1,000 units of energy. With a sharp sound, a brilliant blue light erupted from the black turret. As the metal block transformed into a luminous blue sphere, swiftly trailing a fine blue beam into the distance. The holographic display on the dimensional wristband almost simultaneously recorded the shooting video transmitted from the turret. The projectile formed from the metal block shot forth like a laser. And while Yun Xian had no precise reference, he instinctively felt it was remarkably swift and powerful. Yun Xian's thoughts surged as he experimented with different energy levels, 2,000, 5,000, and 10,000 units for comparison. Each attack produced blue beams that grew progressively thicker. As the Black Knight descended once more, the final shot, consuming 10,000 units of energy, was fired directly into the night sky. The projectile carved a blue beam through the darkness, illuminating the night sky momentarily with a fleeting glimmer. What a spectacular shot! Yun Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the power of the electromagnetic cannon. Chapter 91. As darkness falls, lights ignite. The familiar cloak of night descended with reckless abandon, as if shrouding the eyes of all survivors in a thick veil of darkness. Yun Xian gazed into the inky void. Where closing his eyes rendered little difference, the only glimmer of hope appeared on the blue holographic interface before him, a faint and fragile beacon of light. He had not anticipated how swiftly time had passed, prompting him to hasten the installation of incandescent bulbs on the holographic interface. The gamified model of the base's three-dimensional spatial structure unfurled before him. Yun Xian merely needed to select locations within the base for the placement of the bulbs. Incandescent bulbs, classified as furniture, could be positioned solely within the confines of the base, and could not be placed independently within the territory. To install bulbs in the territory, auxiliary items such as street lamps were required. Yun Xian relinquished any notions of exploiting bugs, diligently positioning the incandescent bulbs on the ceilings of each floor of the base. After distributing 100 bulbs across 4 levels, the next task was to connect the wiring. Within the base and territory, a single unit of wiring could connect to any energy device interface. Yun Xian merely utilized standard wiring for these bulbs, as their energy consumption was modest, negating the need for high-grade wiring. Ordinary wires were connected directly from the power station's output interface to the bulbs. He noted that the number of output interfaces at the power station was limited. Considerable capacity had already been consumed by the small refining furnaces, and connecting these 100 bulbs would further strain resources. It soon dawned on him that the function of the green sockets was to address this issue. Purchasing 10 black iron-grade sockets, priced at 100 white plastic blocks each, would provide additional public interfaces. Each black iron-grade socket could offer 100 public interfaces. After a flurry of activity, the lights throughout the base were finally installed. Upon switching them on, Yun Xian's thoughts surged uncontrollably. The entire 4-story base illuminated at his command. The upper 2 levels cast beams of light through thick glass, casting an ethereal glow over the territory, allowing for barely discernible visibility. Within the base, Yun Xian felt an inexplicable fondness for the brightness. Light was commonplace during the day, yet in the impenetrable darkness of night, it became a cherished indulgence. He remained vigilant regarding the potential emergence of hostile creatures in the night. A glance at the real-time mini-maps supported by the radar base revealed no immediate threats nearby. He recalled that any significant anomalies would trigger alerts from the radar base. Yun Xian promptly redirected his focus to the 4 robots stationed at the Crimson Mining Zone. With the signal base established, he could maintain regular contact with the robots while remaining within the confines of the base. Indeed, it was quite convenient. The 4 robots stood at the entrance of the mining road, remaining in standby mode, preserving only their infrared thermal detection capabilities. Thus, the visual feed shared by the Mantis robots was limited to thermal imaging, which was somewhat murky but sufficient for general observation. Yun Xian's task was merely to monitor the overall situation regarding any creatures, and he paid little mind to the image quality. After a brief wait, there were no signs of creatures respawning at the gathering point before the robots. He continued to wait. No movement. After several minutes, the absence of any creature activity prompted Yun Xian to reassess his time management. He issued an alert command to his array of intelligent devices and shifted his attention elsewhere. He had confidence in the intelligence of the silver-grade robots. Apart from their inability to perform certain functions, they were quite competent as autonomous combat units. Yun Xian's thoughts drifted away from the anomalies of the night as he observed the mantis robots being crafted on the workbench, a fleeting expression of pressure crossing his face. Currently, his household was overrun with energy-consuming entities, each resembling a half-grown child clamoring for sustenance, especially after recently acquiring an electromagnetic cannon capable of dominating numerous robots. What a stark contrast. This newly affluent landlord was already exhibiting signs of potential financial strain. Moreover, he could now only rely on the small refining furnaces to generate income. The exoskeleton armor produced by the black iron-grade workbench would be exchanged for crystal cores from Old Wang. The silver-grade workbench was tirelessly crafting mantis robots, akin to a frantic effort to turn scrap into profit. Due to the overwhelming number of robots, Yun Xian decided to refrain from further supplementing energy to the power station. The energy output was insufficient. After all, he needed to allocate necessary energy to prioritize the small refining furnaces for material processing. Throughout the afternoon, the small refining furnaces gradually produced nearly 300 units, with 15 of them being blue. Supported by the signal base, Yun Xian was able to allocate time for placing the small refining furnaces and replenishing materials during his outings. Thus, over the course of the afternoon, the number of small refining furnaces increased from 80 to over 360, yielding a profit exceeding 400,000 white material blocks. Most of this profit was reinvested into 2 fuel power stations, one large and one small. Throughout the afternoon, the 2 fuel power stations consumed nearly 360 million units of wood. Had it not been for the previous accumulation of nearly 100,000 green material blocks, the production at the 3 workbenches would have needed to pause intermittently. After all, the small refining furnaces, exoskeleton armor, and robots were continuously in production, with hourly resource consumption reaching nearly 70,000 white material blocks. This figure was not to be underestimated. Yun Xian's remaining assets now dwindled to only 120,000 white material blocks. However, the pressing issue was that the territory had gained 2 additional medium fuel power stations since the afternoon. To sustain normal output from all fuel power stations, an hourly wood consumption of 160 million units was required, totaling approximately 160,000 white material blocks. Coupled with the 3 workbenches' hourly consumption of about 70,000 white material blocks, the overall resource requirement for the base's production reached 230,000 white material blocks per hour. Yet, the current scale of small refining furnaces theoretically could only yield a profit of nearly 130,000 white material blocks per hour, leaving a deficit of 100,000 white material blocks. The economic balance was skewed. The landlord's stockpile was rapidly depleting. Yun Xian scratched his head, contemplating this projected outcome. His household's finances could only sustain full capacity for a little over an hour. After that, he would need to curtail expenses, such as halting operations at the fuel power stations. He was reluctant to cease power generation, as energy was an essential resource, especially with so many entities in his household relying on it. Chapter 92. Even the landlord's family faces a shortage of grain. Observing that the balance of income and expenditure could only be maintained for a little over an hour, Yun Xian could not help but reveal a hint of incredulity on his face. He had not anticipated that he would soon be unable to support these territorial props. This predicament was, of course, linked to his own plans. After all, he did not intend to sell the mantis robots in bulk like he had done with the exoskeleton armor. Today, trailing behind 4 mantis robots to scavenge, Yun Xian was acutely aware of their formidable nature. They were indeed a lethal weapon. Given the current strength of individual survivors and the development level of the shelter bases, mantis robots were practically strategic-level armaments. Thus, emotionally, Yun Xian was reluctant to allow other survivors to obtain such strategic robots with ease. It was not that he could not sell them. They simply required a higher price. Yun Xian's anticipated developmental direction henceforth would be that the majority of the robots produced would be utilized for exploring the Crimson Mining Zone. However, it was evident that this endeavor would require an abundance of resources. Even from his current meager assets, he could feel the strain of sustaining such an effort. Consequently, he would have to engage in a frenzied pursuit of wealth. There were 2 methods to generate income: increasing revenue and reducing expenses. With a family that depended heavily on resources, cutting costs was not a viable option. He had to focus on increasing revenue. At present, he had 2 avenues for earning resources. One was refining materials using a small refining furnace, and the other was crafting items for profit. The number of small refining furnaces had become quite substantial, nearing 400, which left Yun Xian feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The operation was exhausting. Previously, he had entertained the idea of creating a multitude of workbenches for crafting items. However, due to time constraints, he had not had the opportunity to implement this. Now, he found the prospect quite appealing. He had calculated the income and expenditure associated with utilizing these workbenches. If he were to use a standard black iron workbench, boasting a 100 increase in crafting speed to produce exoskeleton armor, each workbench could average one set of armor per hour. Based on previous selling prices, this would yield 500 green material blocks, translating to roughly 7,000 white material blocks in profit. The reason for ultimately using white material blocks as the basis for calculation was that, under current circumstances, white material blocks were more suitable as a universal currency in the market. After all, apart from silver-level shelters, all other levels of shelters had an urgent need for white material blocks. In summary, the profits generated by the workbenches were well worth Yun Xian's investment. It was also important to note that workbenches consumed energy, specifically crystal cores. Although few paid attention to this detail, it was undeniable that the materials required to construct workbenches included crystal cores, and the energy contained within these cores was sufficient to keep the workbench operational for an extended period. Compared to the free crafting function of the dimensional bracelet, the energy consumption of the workbench was certainly negligible. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that furniture and territorial props had been included on the list of facilities for the shelter base. Yun Xian could utilize this list to check and operate various base functions. Importantly, as long as the shelter base was not directly destroyed, even if its affiliated props were destroyed, they could be restored by expending resources. For instance, if one of the territorial props, such as the automated defense cannon, were destroyed, he would not need to learn the recipe. He could simply spend an equivalent amount of resources to restore it. Of course, for complex items like small nuclear power plants, if they were to be destroyed, Yun Xian estimated that he would be unable to restore them for a long time. Glancing at the market, Yun Xian, unsurprisingly, did not find any black iron workbenches available. There were a few bronze workbenches, but their numbers were scarce. After all, a workbench, combined with recipes, equated to a printing press. Who would sell a printing press? Survivors who had managed to ascend to black iron level shelters would not be reduced to the point of profiting from selling workbenches. Without the recipes, it was improbable they would even reach the status of black iron shelters. With no black iron workbench available in the market, Yun Xian turned his attention to Old Wang. If his memory served him correctly, many of the bronze and even black iron shelters that had pooled resources for upgrades were essentially hollow shells. Such bases would primarily rely on exploring their surrounding resource sites to gradually accumulate resources, categorizing them as the poorer counterparts among similar bases. Yun Xian held a degree of admiration for this group of individuals. After all, by disregarding integrity, one could quickly lead a comfortable life by defaulting on promised dividends from pooled resources. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times within the initial 3-day novice period. Initially, other survivors might assist in condemning such actions, but over time, they became desensitized. Aside from a few altruistic souls, nearly no one was concerned with this matter anymore. It could only be said that when it comes to matters of life and death, one cannot afford to be too trusting. The official forum merely encouraged cooperation at a small scale for upgrading bronze-level shelters, while aspirations to collaborate on upgrading black iron-level shelters were akin to the nature of illegal fundraising in the previous world. Yun Xian had always held Old Wang and his associates in high regard. They exhibited integrity, moral principles, and ideals. As long as he did not plan to engage with treacherous villains, in this apocalyptic world, he should seek out such individuals, reliable and reassuring companions. There would be no need to worry about encountering ungrateful characters or expend efforts searching for life and death brothers, for most of them would likely be trustworthy. In the realm of card games, this group represented the finest prize pool. Chapter 93. The Deepening Cooperation. Old Wang, are you in a meeting? Yun Xian pondered. Recalling that it was the peak time for Old Wang and his group to convene in the evening, he decided to send a private message. Not at all, kid. What's up? Old Wang's response was prompt, followed by a request for communication directed at Yun Xian. I have a matter that requires your esteemed assistance. My family's funds are insufficient for circulation. I need some black iron-grade workbenches to craft items for profit, Yun Xian stated directly. Aware that old Wang's evening schedule might be tight, and he did not wish to linger unnecessarily. I can purchase or rent them. A standard black iron-grade workbench costs 6,000 white material blocks to buy, and renting it is 1,500 white material blocks per hour, he continued. This figure was not a mere fabrication. The crafting time for a standard black iron workbench is 4 hours, and for Yunxian, the time investment equates to double that of an exoskeleton armor. For Yunxian, the value of creating a standard black iron workbench is nearly equivalent to that of 2 exoskeleton armors, translating to 3,000 green material blocks, or nearly 15,000 white material blocks. This cost is evidently more advantageous than acquiring a black iron workbench outright. In addition to his own circumstances, the value generated by a black iron workbench each hour is quite substantial. Given the right recipes, a standard black iron workbench can yield profits double those of a dimensional bracelet. Earning 1,200 white material blocks per hour from each standard workbench is comfortably achievable. And for gourmet items, it can reach even 1,500 to 2,000 white material blocks. While this profit appears considerable, it pales in comparison to the resources required for upgrading the Silver Refuge. This price is acceptable. I can arrange a batch for you, but it will have to be a rental, not a purchase, unless you exchange it for exoskeleton armor, Old Wang replied, satisfied with the terms. As Yun Xian and Appo's offer was reasonable and spared him the embarrassment of seeking a loan. Maintaining dignity in relationships is best avoided over trivial profits. Otherwise, if the price is too low, he would feel uncomfortable imposing losses on others. He appreciated that Yun Xian has consistently demonstrated a commendable approach, refraining from petty gains. Providing the organization with a few reasonably priced resources could indeed lay the groundwork for deepening cooperation between both parties. Some matters may seem like minor losses on the surface, yet they yield significant potential benefits in the future. In this survival environment, it is simply unfathomable to entrust precious upgrade resources for a silver-grade refuge based solely on trust. Renting is fine, but payment must be settled every 2 hours, with an ideal quantity of around 100 units. You know my family's situation. Our funds are nearly tied up. Yun Xian thought of his own circumstances, his tone revealing a hint of pressure. Regardless, he was certain he would not incur losses, merely a matter of how much profit he could make. As for the exoskeleton armor, he could exchange one for each workbench, but that would require the funds to be freed up first. Yun Xian noted Old Wang's hint and was inclined towards that option. After all, the cost of one exoskeleton armor is merely 200 green material blocks, equating to 1,000 white material blocks. After crafting on someone else's workbench, taking possession of the workbench itself would not result in a loss. Of course, this scenario hinges on the availability of funds. At present, he had little capital to invest. Thus, he needed to focus on generating a return first. All right, I can secure that quantity for you. It won't be any less. Old Wang's tone was resolute. He was confident in bringing business to those impoverished youths. He had no concerns regarding whether Yun Xian had resources for payment. When Yun Xian selected the Manus robot, it was Old Wang who assisted in that choice. He had handled a dozen or so items for Yun Xian's territory and base furniture. He was among the few who understood Yun Xian's assets outside of Yun Xian himself. Furthermore, the unparalleled strength of Yun Xian's refuge base was unquestionable, as was its ability to generate income. The blue crystal cores might take a while longer before trading could resume, Yun Xian further reminded Old Wang. After all, he needed to rotate his funds first. Relying solely on a small refining furnace to sustain his economy was rather precarious. He would have to sell a batch of exoskeleton armors to regain some capital. No worries, our progress in gathering resources is still lagging behind you. I estimate that by the time your 100 workbenches are operational, we may still depend on your support. Old Wang's tone was tinged with embarrassment, as they too were feeling the strain on their finances. In conclusion, survivors who forcibly upgrade their refuges are seldom free from financial stress. All right, I shall await your good news. Yun Xian understood well the substantial benefits that 100 workbenches could generate. The two quickly concluded their communication, and Old Wang hurriedly set off to find assistance. Chapter 94. A significant financial recovery. After concluding the communication, Yun Xian felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. If all 100 black iron workstations could operate, theoretically, they could generate 700,000 white material blocks per hour, not accounting for labor costs. This financial predicament could be resolved in one fell swoop. Such a figure would certainly alleviate Yun Xian's burdens, enabling him to reduce the number of small refining furnaces. Initially, He had intended to retain only the blue small refining furnaces for processing blue material blocks. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, and he found himself with an unexpected influx of energy-consuming entities. Consequently, he had no choice but to repurpose the green refining furnaces he originally intended to sell, redirecting them towards refining green materials. Yun Xian found it rather hard to fathom that an electromagnetic cannon could consume a staggering 100,000 energy per second. An hour's operation would equate to an astounding 360 million energy, roughly the output of 0.36 small nuclear power plants. This figure spurred Yun Xian into action. The incessant resource generation from the 100 ordinary black iron workstations barely sufficed to meet the cannon's fractional demands. He pondered whether other silver-grade defensive apparatuses also exhibited such voracious appetites for resources. If that were the case, it could be said that the sound of cannons heralds a wealth of gold. Indeed, energy would prove to be the lifeblood of the shelter and Oppos base in the future. While Yun Xian fretted over the anticipated energy consumption of the base, he could only hope that others would share his plight. After all, we are all silver shelters. What I have experienced, you shall likely endure as well. With this thought, Yun Xian's spirits lifted considerably. The financial issues, for the time being, could only be addressed in this manner. Moreover, there was currently little consumption, allowing for a period of growth and gradual energy accumulation. Determined not to squander time, Yun Xian resumed monitoring the activity of nocturnal monsters. These creatures, particularly those inhabiting the Crimson Mining Zone, were likely to pose imminent threats in the near future. Common monsters were hardly a concern. Rather, they represented resources. This was precisely the motivation behind his diligent efforts in constructing mantis robots and generating energy. Regardless of whether the approach was passive or active, he needed to resolve the issues surrounding the Crimson Mining Zone. He hoped to address this matter as swiftly as possible, ideally avoiding any delays. At that moment, Yun Xian wondered why, despite having illuminated his territory for such an extended period, no nocturnal monster had ventured forth to confront him. Outside the base, a small radar station diligently updated Yun Xian with real-time map information. Whether due to the novice phase or other factors, he detected no significant disturbances within the radar's range. Even the 4 robots stationed at the entrance of the Crimson Mining Zone exhibited no apparent irregularities. The monsters had yet to respawn. During the novice period of 3 days, it seemed that the night, apart from its profound darkness, offered no surprises. However, with the nightfall still fresh, Yun Xian could only settle into a patient wait. The night lasted 12 hours, mirroring the 12 hours of daylight that the survivors experienced. This duration was lengthy. Perhaps for the monsters, their nocturnal activities were just beginning. To Yun Xian's surprise, Old Wong's speed was remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, Old Wong delivered 100 workstations to him. Little Yun, here are the 100 ordinary black iron workstations, fulfilling their mission splendidly. Old Wong's hearty laughter dispelled much of Yun Xian's earlier frustration. Having a reliable organization truly proved to be advantageous. All right, I will provide you with profits in 2 hours. Yun Xian's spirits soared at the prospect of impending gains, realizing there was no need for undue worry. After expressing his gratitude to Old Wong, he set about arranging the 100 black iron workstations. Having access to a spectrometer lamp furniture, which enhanced production speed, was certainly a boon. Filled with a sense of joy, Yun Xian diligently organized the black iron workstations in a neat and compact manner. After considerable effort, he was able to optimize 50 of them to benefit from the spectrometer lamp's 100 production speed enhancement. Note: workstations cannot be stacked on top of one another, as space becomes limited. Considering that his 3 blue workstations each possessed unique attributes and specific roles, Yun Xian deliberately reserved 3 positions among the black iron workstations for these. As he surveyed the closely packed workstations, reminiscent of a cluster of small refining furnaces, Yun Xian expertly navigated the base interface to commence operations. Due to financial constraints, each black iron workstation could only be assigned to produce 1 set of exoskeleton armor. To accommodate this, he temporarily halted the resource consumption required for the output of 2 medium-sized fuel power stations for 1 hour. Otherwise, the resources would fall short. Chapter 95. The map in hand: the workbench, small refining furnace, trading account, power station, and the map with information about monsters are the focal points of Yun Xian's attention within the base. During his moments of leisure, Yun Xian often finds himself engrossed in the map provided by the small radar base station. The map is expansive, encompassing a circular area with a radius of 300 kilometers. Its vastness rivals that of entire provinces, and indeed, many nations from his past life pale in comparison to its size. The holographic feature provided by the dimensional wristband operates similarly to the map applications he once used, allowing Yun Xian to swiftly familiarize himself with its intricacies. Furthermore, the map boasts a three-dimensional structure, offering a more refined view. However, it does not include the depths of the Earth, focusing instead on the surface and aerial spaces. Yun Xian's interest in the map is primarily directed towards two types of information: resource locations and wild monsters. Resource locations are represented as regions on the map, distinguished by colors that indicate their grade: white, green, blue, purple, etc., signifying the quality of corresponding items. The area of these resource locations is generally proportional to their grade. The larger the area, the higher the grade. Unsurprisingly, upon glancing at the nearby Crimson Mine, Yun Xian noted that it was marked as a purple area. Upon zooming in, he confirmed that this was indeed the sole purple resource location in the vicinity. The map also indicated 3 purple dots, signifying roaming monsters. Roaming monsters are depicted as points on the map and are similarly color-coded according to their grade: white, green, and so forth. These points emphasize the nature of roaming monsters, which are creatures that do not inhabit resource areas. The internal conditions of resource locations remain obscured, akin to a solid-colored cloth laid over the map, concealing all information and circumstances within. Questions such as how many monsters dwell in these areas, what grades they may possess, and what resources are available remain undetectable by the radar. The radar will only indicate that resources are present, but it can detect monsters that exist outside resource regions. These roaming monsters appear as distinct colored points on the map, yet upon entering a resource area, they vanish from view, rendering the radar powerless in this regard. To obtain detailed information about resource locations, one must either investigate personally or deploy intelligent devices for reconnaissance. Tonight, Yun Xian is particularly focused on the roaming monsters near the base and those of higher grades. With the small signal base station, the small radar base station, and the formidable Mantis robot at his disposal, his base has acquired the capability to strike with precision. Given the vastness of resource areas, he cannot manage them all, as they are predominantly monster dens. However, he can exert control over the roaming monsters. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the luminous purple of the Crimson Mine nearby, he dismissed any excessive ambitions. With the purple flag flying high at home, it would be unwise to provoke any unnecessary dangers. What caught Yun Xian and Oppo's attention was that the situation regarding resource areas aligned closely with the descriptions provided by survivors. The map was dotted with numerous small white resource areas, interspersed with a handful of green ones, while the blue resource areas were exceedingly rare. High-grade resource locations are indeed scarce. Observing the 300-kilometer radius map, Yun Xian concluded that it would be prudent to begin gathering nearby survivors. Unlike aiding others, the survivors within this scene are akin to his kin in this world, potentially forming the foundation of his future endeavors. Of course, the term foundation may carry negative connotations. A more suitable label would be employees. Similarly, this scene could represent a key investment opportunity for him, as he could genuinely enforce his will, no escape for those who would defy him. This dynamic ensures that investments are unlikely to go to waste. After all, if one dares to steal from him, he possesses the means to retaliate. Those who flee cannot escape the reach of the temple. It is a matter of ease and control. In contrast, investing in other scenes or regions from a distance often yields little influence, as those individuals would likely disregard his efforts, leaving him with limited recourse to impose any consequences. This reflects the general demeanor of most survivors when they confront others in regional or world channels. A common expression emerges: "Come on, if you dare, come and challenge me." The reality is that they are often powerless to affect one another. In comparison, the atmosphere within the scene's chat is generally more amicable, with hostility noticeably subdued compared to the previous 2 channels. After all, the scene is relatively small, and one might encounter each other at any moment. Chapter 96. Scene Investment Plan. Yun Xian, both emotionally and pragmatically, leans towards investing in the survivors within his entire scene channel. The notion of testing loyalty seems utterly unnecessary. After all, expecting employees to exhibit unwavering loyalty akin to life and death is rather unrealistic. His personal belief is to establish clear regulations from the outset. allowing those survivors to operate within these guidelines. For instance, the amount of resources allotted corresponds directly to the tasks accomplished. Such a relationship is quite satisfactory. In terms of sentiment, it merely serves to reduce administrative costs to some extent. With these thoughts in mind, Yunxian swiftly devised a rough plan during his leisure. His intention is to emulate the organization's approach by cultivating his own grassroots. Unlike the grand ambitions of the organization, Yunxian possesses his own advantages in this domain. In the current climate, while the organization is nurturing its grassroots, their capabilities are somewhat limited. The paramount concern for the organization is to guide infants and toddlers through their initial survival training. This task holds immense significance for the organization, as it is under constant scrutiny. Should they fail to proactively engage in this endeavor, the organization risks disintegration in this precarious environment. Other official organizations, lacking both the capacity and willingness to undertake such responsibilities, have nearly fragmented entirely, leaving behind merely a group of individuals engaged in self-amusement. The Huaxia organization, which can barely sustain itself during the initial 3 days of novice phase, simultaneously directs efforts towards guiding infants while allocating a small portion of resources to establish combat zones, gradually rebuilding its organizational structure. Naturally, this recovery process may take considerable time, as the concepts of nation and ethnicity have effectively dissolved. The territory of the refuge base is still bound as personal, permanent property. The majority of survivors, during the ensuing survival process, will undoubtedly prioritize the protection of their family members and kin. The preceding order has largely shattered, necessitating the establishment of a new order to fill the void. Furthermore, Yunxian believes that silver-level shelters now possess the ability to lead the establishment of a new order within the scene. This capability is not merely a reflection of an individual and Oppo's prowess, but stems from possessing small signal bases, radar stations, satellites, and missiles, tools that are exclusive to silver-level shelters. These assets enable the efficient identification of other survivors, granting genuine strength to establish a viable new order. Conversely, the capabilities provided by black iron-level shelters fall short. Finding other survivors within the scene remains a matter of sheer luck, shrouded in ignorance. The cutting-edge formulas available at silver-level shelters are reminiscent of the pinnacle of technological advancements from the past. Moreover, in certain aspects, the current situation is markedly superior to that of the previous era, particularly in the realms of powered exoskeletons, robots, and drones, which exhibit a significant technological leap. Of course, due to the gamified nature of the environment, the comparative significance between the two is limited, serving merely as a rough reference. In contrast to silver shelters, the technological capabilities provided by black iron-level shelters resemble the advancements witnessed during the World Wars. Thus, the lightweight exoskeleton armor utilized by individual soldiers at the black iron level represents the apex of technological achievement within that tier. Black iron shelters lack the capacity to effectively unite survivors. That responsibility lies with the silver-level shelters. However, exceptions exist, such as in the case of individuals like Old Wang, who, in a clean, resource-deficient silver base, cannot fulfill the role of uniting other personnel within the scene. Yunxian's plan aligns closely with the organization's direction, focusing on nurturing grassroots primarily based on bronze-level shelters, with a few core members from black iron-level shelters. Within this scene, encompassing thousands, owners of black iron-level shelters occupy a leading position, while bronze-level shelters serve as the backbone, with over half of the population residing in survival-level shelters. For Yunxian, upgrading bronze-level shelters entails minimal resources, approximately 700 white material blocks. Presently, he can detect around 300 survivors within the range of a small signal base. To reach the silver-level shelter standard, which enables detection over greater distances and the identification of more survivors, one must either deploy additional small signal bases to illuminate the map or seek larger bases or satellites. Subsequently, Yunxian merely needs to locate other survivors within his signal range, present them with a company contract, and provide resources as an advance on their wages to facilitate their upgrade. Starting from bronze-level shelters, the transition from black iron level is not a significant hurdle. After all, it's merely 300 individuals. Upgrading all 300 to bronze-level shelters would require a total of 210,000 white material blocks, a target he can easily meet. However, the resource consumption for black iron-level shelters is considerably greater necessitating careful consideration of the resources allocated for their upgrades. While loyalty may not be paramount, and he remains indifferent, he cannot afford to nurture ingrates, for such individuals would be more bothersome than beneficial. Thus, Yun Xian is poised to embark on the initial step of his scene investment plan, seeking individuals. Chapter 97. The tremors within the scene. The first step in locating individuals is quite simple. In the scene channel, one merely needs to invite willing survivors to activate their radios. For those without a radio, one can purchase a green bronze level device for approximately 100 white material blocks. This price is largely due to the radio's inability to receive signals, relegating it to a mere decorative item for survivors to utilize for survival value. Subsequently, Yun Xian would check whether the other party falls within the range of his signal base station. If they do, the individual merely needs to activate their radio to reveal their location. Should the radio fall outside the base station's signal range, it can simply be resold, ensuring that the individual wastes neither time nor resources. Yun Xian intends to recruit a batch of contractual employees, who will be provided with resources to upgrade their shelters upon joining. The requirement is straightforward. Once they activate their radios and receive a signal, they must choose to disclose their location. The benefits and conditions are as follows. Click to view. A succinct message was promptly dispatched by Yun Xian to the scene chat channel. In the 9151 scene chat channel, tonight, we finally upgrade to a black iron level shelter. Grateful for the support of all my brothers. The dividends will be provided for those who stay up late tonight. I trust you to handle things well. When you upgrade to a silver shelter next time, I shall continue my support. Stop blabbering. It's still my money. Be wary of scams tonight. The 3-day novice period is nearing its end. Everyone should stock up on food, water, and medicine. Do not invest resources with unfamiliar individuals for dividends. If anyone has a friend list of unorganized members, please share it with us. Any requests for supplies are from non-organizational members. If encountered, please report to official forum number 110. Who is medicine? I'm dying. Have pity on me. I don't want to die yet. This person is a fraud. Do not believe him. He only cries out at night. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Along. Purple highlighted message surged through the chaotic scene chat channel like a colossal crocodile. The myriad of messages within the scene seemed to be choked, abruptly falling silent. The hidden effect of the title. After sending a message in the chat channel, individuals with lower titles cannot send messages for a designated period. The purple title halts messages for 5 minutes within the scene channel, 1 minute in the regional channel, and 10 seconds in the world channel. The blue title corresponds to 1 minute, 20 seconds, and 5 seconds, respectively. What is this? Survivors within the scene quickly recognize the arrival of the message adorned with a purple glow, instinctively checking it. Upon noticing the 3D avatar of the message sender marked with a silver-level shelter insignia and the purple title effect, they gasped in astonishment. The World S number 1 is in our scene. Upon seeing this, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Akin to an explosion of emotion, the World S wealthiest individual is indeed one of their own. Just a little support, and they could soar. As many prepared to shower the sender with compliments, they soon realized that the entire scene channel's communication had been disabled for 5 minutes by the system. This revelation left most in awe, acknowledging that such grandeur was befitting of the top-tier individual. They initially assumed the chat had fallen silent due to the shock of the usual chatterboxes. 5 minutes is ample time for most survivors in the 9151 scene channel to absorb this information. Many began to scrutinize the contractual agreements, particularly the adults who felt a mix of familiarity and novelty in the recruitment process. It was both nostalgic and endearing. Yun Xian's message indicated a recruitment of around 300 individuals, alongside detailed benefits. For instance, they could apply for resources required to upgrade their shelters, and some precious materials would be traded internally, with options for safety assurances available at a cost. Aside from the benefits, the most crucial stipulation was that once Yun Xian invested, the promised dividends as per the contract must not be delayed. Otherwise, he would possess the authority to confiscate their resources. The contract specified that Yun Xian would receive the majority of the dividends, akin to owning shares in the shelters of other survivors. Naturally, Yun Xian bore no responsibility for the management of their shelters. He only collected dividends. Yun Xian's message also subtly conveyed his capability to dispatch robots for locating individuals. He hoped they would not misinterpret his intentions or entertain any unscrupulous thoughts. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to wield his authority to deter any mischief, especially in a world where deceit and treachery ran rampant. Yun Xian established the rules clearly. Even if they were somewhat stringent, it was preferable to leaving them unspoken. For those willing to comply, he would guide them to success. For those unwilling, he kindly requested they refrain from causing disturbances, as he was more than willing to make an example of those who dared to transgress. Governing through rules proved far more efficient than relying solely on personal oversight. His fundamental principle was this: owing money to others is permissible, but owing him is not. Of course, the majority of survivors, who struggled to amass resources even for a bronze-level shelter, were primarily interested in the initial benefits. They still possessed resources to purchase a radio. It is said that upgrading a shelter provides a sense of security far superior to that offered by a modest wooden cabin. This assurance was comforting to them. While some may entertain dubious thoughts, they are not foolish. They understand the wisdom of seeking the strongest allies. Now, with this opportunity before them, failing to seize it would surely lead to regret. Thus, within a matter of minutes, the majority of survivors in the 9151 scene began to fervently tinker with the radios, which had nearly been forgotten as mere furnishings. They bought what needed to be bought, adjusted what required tuning, and whether they could ascend depended on their fortune. Chapter 98. The Turning Gears of Destiny upon sending the message. Yun Xian took note of the 5-minute pause in speaking granted by his title, feeling quite pleased with this feature. Although it may seem rather domineering, it is undeniably practical. After all, even in a chat channel bustling with thousands, a small fraction of participants may unexpectedly drop out. Given this scale, even if each individual has only 10 opportunities to speak per day, the flow of information in the chat channel resembles a flurry of snowflakes, refreshing at an astonishing rate and often chaotic in nature. However, it appears that this dilemma can now be addressed through alternative means. At this moment, Yun Xian fiddled with his 2 radios and a television set. Both the radios and the television are part of the base furniture, interconnected via the dimensional wristband and Oppo's interactive function. The radio enhances and complements the chat channel provided by the dimensional wristband to a certain extent. For instance, through the radio, parties can engage in unrestricted communication on a fixed channel without the limitations imposed by the chat channel, where speaking requires the costly crystal cores that many survivors find exorbitant. The ability for survivors to converse freely enriches the exchange of information significantly, offering a cost-effective alternative to the dimensional wristband. Moreover, the channel feature provided by the radio is noteworthy. When within a signal area, any radio can create new channels akin to establishing a product, allowing others to join. However, there is a limit to the number of channels that can be created. A bronze-level radio allows for 100 channels, while a black iron-level radio and television can accommodate up to 1,000 channels each. The creator of a channel can also apply encryption settings, ensuring that only those who input a password may enter the chat channel, among other features. Evidently, this channel function can be configured to serve as several group chats, greatly facilitating personnel management. Otherwise, communication among such a large number of individuals would become cumbersome in the future. Naturally, the radio, through its interaction with the dimensional wristband, is limited to verbal and textual exchanges. In contrast, the television offers a more comprehensive functionality, encompassing everything the radio provides and much more. Additionally, the visual capabilities of the television are, without a doubt, far superior to those of the radio. These tools, when integrated with the dimensional wristband, present a distinct experience on the holographic interface. The radio conveys only language and text, while the television encompasses language, text, and imagery. Such furniture, like the television, surpasses the dimensional wristband in certain functionalities, optimizing various aspects. For example, when a communication request is made through the dimensional wristband, both parties only see their respective gamified 3D avatars, rendering it impossible to ascertain the actual circumstances of the other. However, utilizing the television's imaging capabilities enables both parties to visually perceive each other's situations, making honest communication not merely a dream. In summary, radios and television serve to enhance and supplement the chat functionalities of the dimensional wristband. Akin to how a radar territory item expands the visual range on the dimensional wristband and Oppo's map. After establishing a chat channel on the television, Yun Xian awaited the arrival of other survivors within the signal range. He glanced around, noting that he was the first to create a chat channel within this area. The newly created chat channel possesses its own ID number and can be annotated with a name. As long as others are within the signal range and access the radio, they will be able to see this chat channel. If, later on, there are many chat channels within the signal area, one can simply search by channel ID or name to locate it. Yunxian casually designated the name Yunxian1 for his chat channel and adjusted the settings to allow entry without a password. Satisfied, he awaited the arrival of others. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, his face alight with eagerness, switched on his radio. When he first acquired it, he had held some hopes, but upon activation, all he encountered was a cacophony of static and a flickering display on the holographic interface. This left him somewhat disheartened, as he had painstakingly scavenged to find this green item, only to discover it of little use. He had refrained from selling it, considering that it could enhance the base's survival value. Now, with the support of his family, he had upgraded to a bronze-level shelter. Yet his family had no surplus resources for further upgrades. Fortunately, the upgrade process yielded a treasure chest, similar to the resource sites others had uncovered. To his delight, he discovered a small bush resource site, of ordinary quality, capable of refreshing a modest quantity of wild fruits and timber each day. Chapter 99. The regular distribution of bases. As the radio crackled to life, a familiar static filled the air, and the holographic interface of the dimensional wristband was veiled in a flurry of white noise. The man's face, once filled with anticipation, now bore an expression of indescribable disappointment. The snowflake screen indicated that fortune had eluded him once again. Just as he lamented his lack of luck, the entire holographic interface shifted unexpectedly, revealing a chat channel reminiscent of server selection screens from games of yore. There was but a single chat channel, Yunxian. The sudden revival of the interface left the man momentarily stunned, and upon glimpsing the name, he was overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement, akin to winning a grand prize. Yes, I won. Haha. The unexpected joy surged through him, and he hurriedly joined the chat channel, his hands trembling with exhilaration. He understood the wisdom of leaning against a sturdy tree for shade. Seizing this opportunity could ensure a stable livelihood for his family, provided no unforeseen calamities arose in the future. My family, we should be able to live well from now on. In this vast environment, a pervasive sense of insecurity plagued most individuals. Even organizations could only manage to guide infants towards survival, leaving other age groups to fend for themselves. Although this state of affairs was rational, it nonetheless instilled immense pressure and even panic among many survivors. The tangible support they once relied upon had vanished, reduced to mere forum interfaces within various chat channels. Moreover, the expansive map of the survival game rendered everyone isolated, with no signs of life within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The darkness of the game further compounded the profound sense of loneliness. Upon entering the chat channel, the man discovered he was the second survivor, aside from Yunxian. As he marveled at his good fortune, he excitedly typed greetings to Yunxian. Is anyone there? Yunxian observed the increase in participants in the chat channel, delighted to see another presence. Unfortunately, since the newcomer was using a radio, he could only see the name, unable to discern the 3D avatar's appearance. The limitations of the radio compared to the dimensional wristband were evident. Hello, welcome to our company family, Yunxian proclaimed, embracing the organizational structure of a company. Henceforth, he would assume the role of chairman and seek to recruit a few more members. Though he had yet to devise a name for the company, it was merely in its nascent stages of conception, and such details could be deferred. I will serve the company diligently. As long as you have the intent, that suffices. Let us await the arrival of others. In less than 5 minutes, the number of participants in the Yunxian iChat channel surged to over 300, closely aligning with Yunxian and Oppo's expectations. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Each new arrival dutifully echoed the greetings of their predecessors, as titles and similar restrictions held no sway in this channel. Yunxian had no choice but to activate a mute setting for all except himself before crafting an announcement. Attention, all members. Please disclose the location information of your radios during this time. I will document it. Although this regulation had been reiterated in the public chat channel, Yunxian felt it prudent to restate it. He then synchronized the disclosed location information of the survivors onto the map provided by the radar base station. The signal range of the small signal and radar bases extended 300 kilometers, perfectly aligned. As for the possibility of survivors encountering one another, Yunxian could only feel remorse for the unfortunate souls who might experience the irony of having full signal in one step and none in the next. Once the location information was synchronized, Yunxian noted that the survivors' positions were represented by newly established yellow dots on the map. Zooming out to the minimum scale, he examined the placement of these dots, discovering that most were situated in desolate regions, bereft of resources. Furthermore, upon magnification, the positions of the survivors formed a strikingly regular equilateral triangle pattern. This phenomenon intrigued Yunxian. The systematic arrangement of survivor bases implied that locating one base nearby would lead to the discovery of others with relative ease. However, upon noticing the dense presence of monstrous resource areas interspersed among the survivors, he felt a twinge of sympathy for those seeking companionship. He surmised that, for the foreseeable future, most survivors would likely only be able to find a few nearby individuals to collaborate with. Before him, the diminished holographic map illustrated a network resembling a honeycomb, constructed from yellow dots. Yet, this honeycomb was incomplete, conspicuously missing a dozen or so expected yellow points. Presumably, these absent points indicated the locations of survivor bases. This realization brought a smile to Yunxian's face. It appeared he would not need to expend effort utilizing high-grade signal bases to locate other survivors. Chapter 100. Superficial Alliance patterns. The process of synchronizing the location information of bases on the dimensional wristband's map resembles the meticulous registration of employees' details. The map clearly delineates the locations of various bases, each marked with the names of their respective owners. Thus, a grand endeavor is about to commence. Yunxian could not help but feel a surge of emotion. However, he noted a discrepancy between the number of exposed bases and the count of individuals in the chat channel. This inconsistency precisely matched the number of missing base locations, which took him by surprise. He understood that some individuals were reluctant to disclose their base locations, as it is natural to harbor suspicion and act with caution. What astonished him was that the headcount was intact. Despite the relative safety of the initial 3 days, many unfortunate souls had still met untimely ends. Clearly, those nearby were thriving. Reflecting on their survival instincts, Yunxian felt a pang of concern. He could not bear the thought of losing laborers far superior to mere automatons. After all, the death of a survivor in his vicinity represented the loss of potential future labor. Adhering to the principle of diplomacy before aggression, Yunxian spoke once more. Only those who reveal their base locations may join my company, and I urge others to join promptly. Once part of the company, I do not expect unwavering loyalty. Such notions are absurd. Our relationship is solely based on mutual benefit. I shall provide a complete set of resources for upgrading to a bronze shelter tonight, comprising 700 white material blocks. The ability to gather resources will significantly enhance post-upgrade. Therefore, I offer this upgrade resource at a daily interest rate of 20 on the principal, with a repayment period not exceeding 7 days. Exceeding this deadline will yield consequences, and I forewarn you not to claim ignorance. Additionally, I will establish 100 encrypted trading spaces and personal accounts for the benefit of my employees. Furthermore, I shall initiate a chip exchange channel. All internal company materials will be exchanged using chips. Next, you are to form chat channels to create 10-person teams. I will attend to other matters and return to inspect later. For now, these 4 tasks are set for this evening. I shall notify you of any further developments. Oh, and remember to keep your radios on standby. They lack offline recording capabilities. After a lengthy discourse, Yunxian finally concluded his address and lifted the mute restriction. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he couldn't help but admire old Wang, who managed a considerable number of individuals with apparent ease while still engaging in casual conversation. Fortunately, he had a trading account that could assist him in certain respects. Upon upgrading the shelter base, not only did the trading account's available trading spaces soar to 5,000, but additional features were also unlocked. The Black Iron level trading account now included auction and chip exchange functionalities. The Silver level trading account further introduced encryption features for trading spaces, alongside enhanced configurability, allowing for designated purchases by specific individuals. In summary, the privacy and operability of the Silver level trading account were significantly improved compared to its predecessors. Considering that these survivors were local, he intended to establish a foundational base here, as no one could ensure the permanence of trading spaces on the dimensional wristband. After all, even simple communication and messaging required crystal cores. Otherwise, he had no intention of engaging in such exhausting endeavors. He sighed, recognizing that the current population was merely over 300 and that it would likely remain stable for an extended period. This afforded him ample time to organize his plans. After all, He was not focused on cultivating blindly loyal followers. Mutual benefit was sufficient, allowing him to conserve energy. His future strategies would primarily rely on intelligent machinery, such as robots. He envisioned these individuals as crops in his field, nurturing them with care, watering them as needed, and ultimately reaping the harvest. Yun Xian would feast while allowing them to savor the broth. Subsequently, he began to experiment within his trading account, creating 100 encrypted trading spaces, secured with the password 9151, and restricting access to only those survivors within the 9151 scenario channel. Survivors from the 9151 scenario could enter the designated password in Yun Xian's personal trading account to view and purchase from these 100 hidden trading spaces. He could effortlessly monitor these transactions from the back end. Moreover, based on market prices, he set the chip exchange rates: 1 white material block for 1 chip, 1 white crystal core for 20 chips, 1 green material block for 5 chips, and 1 green crystal core for 200 chips. The trading account and Oppo's chip exchange system was user-friendly, allowing the account holder to obtain specified materials as needed. As for what chips were, they essentially functioned as a credit-backed digital currency. Without credibility and a convincing display of strength, the chance of a survivor pulling off a scheme of deceit was utterly improbable. Chapter 101. The Trivialities of Night in the chat channel of Yun Xian. As per the boss and Oppo's instructions, we were to form our own 10-member teams. I have created an impressive chat channel and directly invited 9 brothers to join. Everyone swiftly assembled their teams to leave a favorable impression on the boss. Since we were all strangers, we simply joined the chat channel in order and made sure to delete any unnecessary channels. In a short span of time, hundreds of chat channels were established, and over 300 individuals divided themselves into 33 10-member teams within mere minutes. The creators of the surplus channels also willingly followed the suggestions of others to remove their channels. Once the teams were formed, everyone awaited Yun Xian's subsequent arrangements like students preparing for military training. It seemed the boss had gone off to conduct some sales. After a while of fruitless waiting, someone suddenly noticed that Yun Xian was selling white material blocks and exoskeleton armor. The boss has been working hard. Indeed, it was quite a task, and I too wished to contribute my efforts. Yun Xian's inventory was astonishing: 100 sets of exoskeleton armor and 40,000 green material blocks, totaling 400 sets available for purchase. The prices remained stable, just as they had been before last night. Even though Yun Xian was aware that a small number of scalpers were inflating the prices of his goods, he remained unfazed. The trading account of the Black Iron Level Shelter had accumulated some chips, seizing the opportunity for advancement. The organization decided that each war zone would primarily utilize personnel from the Silver and Black Iron Level Shelters to form a logistics department responsible for the circulation of goods and the establishment of chip exchanges. While I understood the need for circulating goods, I questioned whether chip exchanges should be limited. For now, restricting it to each respective war zone would suffice. Too many participants could deplete the meager reserves. Moreover, it is essential to remind survivors to be cautious about investing in chip exchanges, as 9 out of 10 are fraudulent. If we can dissuade even one, it would be a victory. This announcement will take effect after 10 p.m. tonight. And Yun Xian also pinned the feature for chip exchange auctions at the top of the trading account. So, will trading items here now require chips? Survivors quickly noticed the announcement from Yun Xian, and shortly thereafter, the chip exchange feature on his trading account was activated. Chips. Aren't and Oppos. Those only useful for auctions? Yes. I suspect that most of the items from Yun Xian will henceforth only be obtainable through auctions. I saw the official notice warning against participating in chip exchange auctions lightly, as there is a high risk of scams. Indeed, it is wise to bypass any trading accounts that feature chip exchanges. The likelihood of deceit is significant. Do not gamble. As a novice at the survival level, could someone enlighten me on what chips are? When you provide resources to someone and they store them in their trading account, they grant you corresponding credit chips to purchase their goods. In simpler terms, it resembles a pre-sale for real estate. They can spend your money, but do not deliver the promised property. Oh, I see now, thank you. Reclining in a massage chair, Yun Xian had just completed a sale, successfully restoring his economic status. With his health fully replenished, he merely needed to proceed methodically through the night. Xiao Xian, the rewards for upgrading to the silver level. Old Wang sent a message during his leisure time. Due to the impending silver level rewards, Yun Xian would only receive 1.5 items as dividends. After reviewing the options, he disregarded the dual furniture and decisively acquired the medium-sized thermal power station as a territory item. Why not purchase the furniture as well? After all, you hold half equity in it. 3 sets of exoskeleton armor, Old Wong suggested, reasoning that the furniture was of little use and better exchange for resources. All right, the double bed is mine, Yuan Xian agreed, recognizing that a bed would be useful in the future. You've just made quite a profit. I envy you, Old Wong exclaimed. Hee, it's nothing extraordinary. You have a much larger enterprise. Since you no longer lack ordinary resources, consider trading for more production equipment or other rare items. Indeed, I plan to offer some robots, taking advantage of the fact that those individuals currently lack funds, to see if I can procure some valuable silver items they receive as rewards when upgrading their shelters. Initially, Yun Xian had no intention of selling the robots, but he realized that after tomorrow, people would be opening card rooms, potentially acquiring some exceptional silver-grade items. The crux was whether the items would be useful. Exchanging robots for silver items was indeed feasible. At the very least, it would not result in a loss. Ideally, he could exchange them for production equipment, such as signal bases or radar bases. Old Wong, with his discerning eye, provided this valuable suggestion. Chapter 102. The casual conversations of the crowd in pursuit of a fruitful fishing endeavor. Yun Xian had opted to present merely one robot as bait this time. The robot, once displayed, swiftly garnered the attention of numerous survivors. With a survival value soaring to 1,500, it unequivocally represented silver-level combat prowess, featuring agility of 60, durability of 20,000, and an energy reserve of 100,000, consuming 10,000 per hour. Each attribute brazenly showcased its formidable strength, far surpassing the goods currently available in the public trading market for the survivors. Upon witnessing the robot's extravagant specifications, the majority of survivors were visibly envious. However, upon realizing the exorbitant exchange conditions, they could do little but sigh in lamentation. It was a luxury only the affluent could afford to take home. After placing the robot on display, Yun Xian ceased to monitor it. Apart from those in the battle zone, the number of individuals possessing silver-level items was quite limited. His intention was merely to cast a wide net, for one could never predict if fortune might favor another with a random acquisition of something worthwhile. After all, some items were indeed valuable, albeit not particularly suited for their rapidly evolving base at present. Nonetheless, their worth remained indisputable. As night gradually unfolded, those survivors within the signal range, equipped with radios, were not disheartened by Yun Xian's absence. Rather, they engaged in lively discussions. The radio provided a free chat channel, allowing them to converse openly, devoid of the constraints of their cramped surroundings. The boss sure makes money swiftly. I feel rather useless, unable to assist him. One survivor timidly expressed, recognizing his standing as a mere survival-level shelter inhabitant. It seems our proximity to the big shots has led them to invest in us. Another survivor elucidated. Although the method of investment was peculiar, none were averse to accepting such generosity. By this logic, we are all neighbors, one chimed in. Indeed, since the big shots can locate us, it's possible we may meet soon, another survivor remarked, brimming with anticipation. The extreme loneliness of 3 days inevitably sparked a longing for companionship, particularly under the governance of order amidst the desolation. Truly. Have you seen the latest robot our boss showcased? Discounting the price, it's simply magnificent. I would love to take it home and cuddle with it. Another laughed heartily. It's utterly beautiful. You wish to acquire it for free. The functionalities of that robot are indeed impressive. However, now that the boss is aware of our location, will he send a robot to escort me to him? The beginner's period ends tomorrow, and I feel a bit anxious. A timid survivor voiced concerns regarding the safety following the beginner phase, realizing that clinging to the powerful could lead to dire consequences. Setting aside whether a robot could traverse such a distance, the energy consumption alone was considerable. It would be far more practical for the boss to allocate resources for upgrading the shelter instead. Yes, I sense that as the case. The resources required for one person to upgrade to a bronze-level shelter are likely insufficient for a robot-esque journey. Moreover, there are dangers to consider. The wilderness is fraught with hazards. How could a robot possibly retrieve you? It's not as if you could ride it. While some survivors harbored hopes of Yun Xian dispatching a robot for their safety, reassured by the presence of such a formidable guardian, they remained grounded in reality, acknowledging the cost implications of the robot's deployment. Furthermore, the paramount issue of wild creatures could not be overlooked. Thus, they concluded that it would not be feasible for everyone to meet in the near term. the likelihood of encounters would probably be limited to those closest to the boss. I've heard that the distance is actually a protective measure for children, one survivor cryptically stated. Are there children among us survivors? Another queried. Here, apart from names, I can't discern who is male or female. Indeed, we do have children. The quieter members of our group seem to be them, though I have yet to spot any infants. If we don't upgrade to a silver-level shelter, could it mean these children might truly be beyond saving? Not necessarily. If the children's survival levels improve, their attributes would match ours. They're simply less mature in mind, after all. I've heard that even those deemed foolish can regain normalcy upon arrival here. A survivor confidently educated the others, having perused numerous forums over the past 3 days. Though he refrained from disclosing that he had initially sought out specialized forums for entertainment. Thank goodness for the gamified system. Otherwise, children would surely be the first to perish. Someone gently sighed, recognizing the silver lining in their plight. If an organization can support these children through the toughest times, once their minds mature, they could become invaluable assets. By the way, let us be cautious. Not all survivors are necessarily from our homeland. It seems to be random. Surely not. I see predominantly names from our culture. Do you not recall the opportunity to change names? Some may be quite strategic, choosing not to alter theirs, likely saving it for a time of necessity. I suspect the boss hasn't changed his either, retaining his original name. I see now, using the name-changing opportunity to adopt a different identity. Chapter 103. A fortuitous encounter. Yunxian inadvertently caught sight of the group engaged in discussion, and he watched with keen interest for a while. Naturally, he was already aware of the matters they were deliberating. According to the analysis provided by Old Wang and his companions, the population distribution was likely to be evenly divided by age and gender. Among them, there would surely be a probability of the presence of non-Han individuals. To a certain extent, the 300 people in his vicinity were likely to conform to this ratio as well. He himself belonged to the youth demographic. However, aside from considering the influence of infants and toddlers, there was little else to contemplate regarding age distribution. The gender ratio was also unlikely to be imbalanced. As he pondered this, Yunxian suddenly recalled how each individual seemed to undergo a refreshing transformation upon their arrival. This sparked within him an ambiguous thought as to whether this was good news or bad. This survival game had obliterated previous notions of nations and ethnicities. The concept of family had also been dismantled, although most had yet to realize it. Coupled with an unrestricted trading market, the vast distances felt inconsequential. Allowing for the seamless exchange of resources, this further led individuals to subconsciously cling to their original familial concepts. But what would the future hold? With his level now elevated to silver, Yunxian possessed radar and signal bases, granting him the capability to gather nearby survivors. More precisely, it was the existence of these bases that enabled the assembly of survivors in proximity. In this survival game, high-tier items had never imposed restrictions on low-tier survivors. Thus, signal and radar bases could also be established at iron and even bronze-level bases. They could even be deployed in the wilderness. The consequence of this choice was that, once destroyed in the wild, they could not be restored with resources as they could within one's territory. The establishment of connections among survivors would inevitably lead to a complex series of outcomes. However, under the condition of an evenly distributed gender and age ratio among survivors, it was almost certain that former families would now resemble long-distance relationships, often resulting in circumstances where individuals might never reunite in their lifetimes. A significant number of families would likely be physically dismantled and reconfigured. As Yunxian contemplated this, he found himself at a loss for words. The restructuring of families was inconsequential, yet it would likely have a profound impact on countless infants and children. Should the survival game progress in this manner, it would indeed place a metaphorical knife in the hands of the very young. This realization evoked both pity and respect for Old Wang and his companions. As the refuge's level increased, the organization would soon face this issue, and for an extended period, they would find themselves in the roles of both fathers and mothers. After all, since entering the survival game, many parents had neglected their children, treating them as burdens. Furthermore, some individuals, aware that the organization would attend to these matters, deliberately sought to exploit the survival resources meant for children. Old Wang and his companions had noticed numerous such occurrences, but apart from issuing stern verbal reprimands and public announcements, they could only continue silently. Consequently, the organization concocted a particular falsehood to disseminate, asserting with conviction that children had a fortuitous knack for opening boxes, increasing their chances of obtaining valuable items. After all, who could truly predict luck? Regardless, the organization managed to find enough families willing to share tales of their children's serendipitous successes. This promotional announcement, coupled with the occasional involvement of organizational personnel as comedic relief, ultimately led many indifferent parents to view their children in a new light. Yun Xian's perspective aligned closely with the organization's. He too held a favorable view of children. Aside from their immature minds, they possessed virtually no shortcomings. After all, it was highly improbable for an adult at survival level 1 to overpower a child at level 10. If the organization were to guide children through survival, enduring until they matured into a formidable reserve army, it would not be long before they soared to new heights. Chapter 104. The Capital Attracting Power of Chips. 2 hours had elapsed. Upon receiving the dividend notifications, Yun Xian promptly exchanged 300,000 white material blocks with Old Wang, which constituted their agreed-upon share from 2 hours of earnings for 100 black iron-level workbenches. Old Wang, upon witnessing the arrival of resources, was immensely satisfied, despite knowing the price. The 300,000 white material blocks could be redeemed for 60,000 green material blocks, enough to significantly upgrade a silver-level shelter. However, Old Wang lamented that the price of exoskeleton armor, currently set at 1,500 green material blocks, had evidently dropped, as it was based on yesterday's market conditions. With another day of development behind them, more individuals could now afford the price, rendering it comparatively lower. Notably, Old Wang understood the significance of maintaining the price point set by Yun Xian. Recognizing the implicit trust it inspired among many survivors who were eager to exchange their resources for chips, this enthusiasm prompted Yun Xian to abandon his earlier plan of allowing white material blocks to be exchanged for chips at a reduced rate and instead increase the price of blue material blocks, thereby adjusting the chip pricing as well. The new pricing structure was as follows: green material block, 1 chip, white crystal core. For chips, blue material block, 15 chips. Green crystal core, 40 chips. Blue crystal core, 2,000 chips. With the cancellation of white material blocks as a basis for exchange, green material blocks became the standard. Furthermore, Yun Xian deliberately maintained a high price for blue crystal cores, as this strategy benefited him while also providing a rationale to others. Overnight, the auctionable chips at the black iron level caught many survivors off guard, awakening the realization that trust had indeed entered the wasteland and held significant value. Alas, many lamented having discarded their trust too hastily. The complexity of emotions among survivors was palpable. Who could have anticipated that, even in a post-apocalyptic game world, the principles of integrity and trust could command such worth? Intrigued, Yun Xian decided to test the waters for chip exchanges. As the auction for items was set to commence at 10 o'clock, the exact moment he would begin the chip exchanges remained unknown. Wow, the chip exchange is quite vigorous, he mused, observing that he had reserved 1/5 of his 1,000-slot trading space for chip exchanges. Once activated, the slots rapidly filled with crystal cores, green material blocks, and blue material blocks, leaving him pleasantly surprised by the enthusiastic participation of these eager survivors. The essence of chip exchange resembled a clever transaction where he offered his digital currency in the form of chips, and others simply needed to provide the corresponding resources in return. Should other survivors wish to exchange their resources for chips, those resources would accumulate in the trading space. If Yun Xian opted to withdraw resources, they would directly transfer into the vault's 100,000 slot capacity. Should Yun Xian's enterprise falter, all accumulated resources would remain his. The chips acquired by others could only be spent within his domain. If he chose not to sell, they would become utterly worthless. Consequently, the pricing of chips required careful consideration. Observing the influx of resources, Yun Xian, though inexperienced, instinctively understood that chip prices should remain as stable as those of his merchandise, ensuring reliability for participants. At the very least, he could not allow the price of an item to soar from 500 chips one day to 500,000 chips the next. Currently, he had bound his pricing to crystal cores and green material blocks, both of which were considered hard currencies, akin to oil in a previous life. This strategy likely ensured the stability of his chip prices over an extended period. Naturally, he prioritized his own interests as within his framework. He would always remain the principal player. Losses were not an option. The price of chips would inevitably align with market trends, implying that others could potentially exploit this system for financial gain. However, Yun Xian could manage and disable the functionality, allowing others to redeem their chips for resources within the trading space. Additionally, he could impose transaction fees. He decided that a 10 fee would apply during chip exchanges for resources. In summary, the operational flexibility of his personal trading space was considerable. Soon, in accordance with the wishes of the survivors, he secured this batch of resources within the vault and allocated a dedicated 10,000 slots for storing the trading funds of chips. This collection of 1,000 slots comprised nearly 50 green material blocks, approximately 40 white crystal cores, around 10 green crystal cores, alongside a smattering of blue material blocks and blue crystal cores. Conservatively, he had exchanged over 600,000 chips, equating to nearly 600,000 green material blocks. This was truly a lucrative endeavor. Yun Xian swallowed hard at the realization. Understanding why so many preferred financial ventures over traditional industries in his previous life. Who would envy the ability to effortlessly generate wealth with just a few simple actions? Chapter 105. The emergence of banks within a span of 3 days. Yun Xian's trading account garnered the attention of over 1 billion individuals. Yet, only a select few possessed the qualifications to engage in transactions under Yun Xian's account. Due to his remarkable ability to generate wealth, Yun Xian was humorously dubbed the god of wealth by some survivors of the Xian nation. The act of snatching up inexpensive green material blocks from Yun Xian's account became a delightful pastime for many survivors, offering them a chance to test their fortune. Securing a single block could easily lead one to boast within the scene channel, given the odds of approximately 1 in 100,000, truly a testament to luck and serendipity. Simultaneously, the much-discussed Yun Xian account was witnessing events that left numerous survivors envious. The trading space for chips, initially set at 1,000, was filled to capacity, emptied. Filled again, and then emptied once more. Quickly, can someone help this fool calculate just how many resources Xian has amassed? A survivor urgently inquired in the scene channel, having noticed the frequent chip exchanges. Not much, perhaps at least 500,000 green material blocks each time, with the potential to reach 1 million. Upon hearing this, the survivors in the chat could not help but gasp in astonishment. These survivors, seasoned veterans of the trading market, understood the magnitude of such resources. How is it possible that in just 3 days, one can develop so rapidly? Some voiced their skepticism, questioning their own diligent efforts in gathering materials. The level of their shelters could be upgraded instantly, representing a significant enhancement in survival capabilities. While a survival-level shelter could only produce rudimentary wooden and stone items, those with black iron-level shelters were already crafting machine guns, artillery, and even rudimentary automobiles. Some survivors earnestly reminded those bewildered about the importance of shelter levels. Indeed, I've heard that certain black iron-level shelters have mastered the recipes to produce automatic mining machines and other intelligent machinery for logging and mining. Technological recipes are the true engines of productivity. Many survivors agreed, recognizing that the productivity represented by the shelter S level, even at just black iron standards, was sufficient for humanity to establish a firm foothold in the desolate world. On the other hand, it was not only the astute survivors who noted the situation regarding Yun Xian's chips. Numerous official organizations also took notice. "Oh, I am all too familiar with this," they declared. "Let us make arrangements immediately." Soon, a coalition of survivors from black iron and silver-level shelters banded together to establish various nominal official banks, widely announcing their formation on their respective official forums. Official announcements flooded in. "The First United Bank of America has been established today, and we hope all citizens will actively support us. And the First United Bank of Asan has been created today, and we urge all Asan citizens to lend their support." Goodness, why are these official organizations suddenly starting banks? Some survivors questioned with disbelief. In this dire situation, who would exchange chips with you? Hey, my brothers. It seems our Xian Nation and Apos, as official organizations, are lagging behind, although many have spontaneously formed their own banks. Wait, could it be that someone is masquerading as an Asan to blend in? One exclaimed. Let me see. Whoa, this brother S-tone gives him away. Haha. That is hilarious. I haven't even changed my name yet. Should I go for something more imposing? Before long, a multitude of spectators noticed the Xian Nation and Apos' official forum was largely silent, continuing to uphold a mantra of vigilance against scams, remaining steadfast like a meditative monk. The Xi'an Nation's official forum even issued a specific reminder for survivors to refrain from hastily investing in chip exchanges and to maintain their alertness. The Xi'an Nation's stance amused many survivors, who flocked to the forum to cheerfully ask when their official organizations would establish banks, vowing their support, perhaps acting on prior instructions. Several forum administrators patiently explained that the officials had no such plans at present, as chips were meant for purchasing goods, and they lacked sufficient merchandise to sell. This revelation sparked an awakening among many survivors. If there are no goods available, why would you sell your chips? Some irritable survivors, with nothing better to do, gleefully dragged others to criticize other official organizations. Naturally, the peculiar situation of Yuan Xian's empty shelves was instinctively excluded from their discussions. Chapter 106. Are black iron resources abundant? Once the chips began to be exchanged, Yuan Xian no longer had to fret over his sales. After all, apart from inexpensive items like material blocks, most would be auctioned off. As for the auction prices, Yuan Xian decided he would not concern himself with that either. Let them bid as they pleased. His items had yet to be crafted, yet the money had already been sent, akin to the principle of pre-selling real estate. Observing the vast array of resources obtained from a full 10,000 chips, green material blocks valued at over 6 million, he could not help but lick his lips, unable to contain his excitement. However, his rational mind quelled his greed, and he chose not to reopen the chip exchange. 6 million green material blocks would take him a considerable amount of time to sell. He knew better than to exchange further, lest it dampen others' purchasing spirits and, in turn, affect the credibility of the chips. To maintain the credibility of the chips, Yuan Xian decided to appease the populace by listing 2 robots for auction, purchased with chips. He extended the auction duration to 5 a.m. the following morning, granting other survivors ample time to gather funds or seek loans. The opportunity to acquire robots with green material blocks ignited enthusiasm among many. Even the most oblivious understood that this would be the lowest price for robots in the future, given the scarcity of resources in hand. Even the prominent figures from silver-level shelters were scrambling to upgrade, piecing together resources from various official organizations, desperate to elevate their status. Unless they sold off their silver-level upgrade rewards, they would have to spend the next day scouring for materials, particularly to recover their investments. A foreign survivor from a recently upgraded silver shelter gazed intently, aware that their official organization had worked tirelessly to elevate black iron-level survivors. However, they also had to share the profits with the officials, despite the organization's tarnished reputation among its previous constituents. Yet, the once mighty official organization was no longer capable of significant mobilization, having squandered its credibility. The free citizens, once respectful, now expressed their disdain with a touch of irony. Reflecting on the individual who had amassed over 6 million worth of green material blocks through the chip function, envy and astonishment shone in his eyes. This bounty could easily cultivate 60 to 70 silver-level shelters. The stark disparity in wealth ignited resentment towards the powers behind him. They were but a swarm of insects, responsible for the discontent of the free citizens. Otherwise, he would have been among those profiting from this venture. Oh, these wretched fools! How dare they? The more he pondered, the more his dissatisfaction and ambition swelled like froth. Since these insects remained oblivious to the shifting tides, failing to lead the free citizens, they audaciously attempted to command him. A silver-level shelter. Times had changed. With his substantial wealth, Yuan Xian was no longer hesitant to expend resources. The power output of the power station was maximized. The robots charged to full capacity. As for the electromagnetic cannon, the primary energy consumer in the territory, he opted to keep his distance. Subsequently, Yuan Xian gestured grandly, preparing a wave of resources to nourish the over 300 employees within the television. Most were from survival-level shelters. He couldn't let others think he was incapable of providing for them. He opened a communication channel. First, he activated the mute function. Next, he distributed upgrade resources. Making sure the rules were clear, a 20 profit share of the principal daily. They were instructed to proceed to his private trading account and enter 9151 to claim their materials. The trading time for the private account was set so that both parties would confirm for a full minute before transactions could proceed. Such direct transactions could not be completed instantly upon clicking confirm. A minimum of 5 seconds was required for the transaction to be officially validated. Otherwise, if both parties could finalize the trade with a mere click, it would devolve into a contest of speed and integrity. After 5 or 6 minutes, the complete resources for 330 black iron-level shelters were dispatched, valued at just under 60,000 green material blocks. A trivial matter. Yun Xian believed that none among his employees were foolish enough to neglect repaying him. After all, the resources from the upgrade reward chest could be sold at a hefty price, easily covering the costs of the upgrades. Moreover, a daily interest of 20 was hardly exorbitant. Chapter 107. The night deepens as concerns regarding resources have temporarily subsided for Yun Xian. He need not worry for the time being. Other matters, particularly those pertaining to monsters, have also shown no significant changes. It seems that during the initial 3 days of the novice period, the entire monster population remains rather docile. Subsequently, with his hands freed, Yun Xian embarks on a mission to phase out outdated production capabilities and introduce advanced ones. The small bronze-grade refining furnaces have become a source of disdain for him, their excessive quantity rendering them more of a nuisance than a benefit, thus significantly diminishing their productive value. Naturally, he proceeds with his prior plan to gradually eliminate them. Currently, the most suitable equipment for large-scale introduction remains the ordinary black iron-grade workbenches, as exoskeleton armor continues to be a rare asset for most black iron-grade survivors. The number of silver-grade shelters has sharply declined due to the increased difficulty of upgrades, making them as rare as phoenix feathers. To establish a silver-grade shelter, one must possess a cohesive organization of at least 100 black iron-grade survivors to sustain it. Thus, his primary clientele still comprises a multitude of black iron-grade survivors. As for the coveted silver-grade workbenches that Yun Xian covets, the survivors from other silver-grade shelters have yet to produce any, rendering them currently unavailable for lease. Perhaps among those fortunate enough to upgrade to silver-grade, someone may randomly receive a workbench as a reward. With substantial funds at his disposal, Yun Xian engages in a standard buyout transaction with Old Wang's organization, securing 300 black iron-grade workbenches for the price of 360,000 green material blocks. In return, Old Wang graciously offers Yun Xian the rights to sell 5 of their region and Oppos as high-quality black iron-grade military supplies at an internal discounted price. The prices of military supplies from the war zone are indeed about half of the market rate, making Yun Xian feel slightly awkward about the generous terms. However, Old Wang dismisses his concerns, noting that it is merely a 5 allocation, and they have multiple war zones to manage. Once this collaboration is established, it proves invaluable for Yun Xian in stabilizing and securing the price of his commodities. His trading account also requires some mid-tier items to maintain appearances, while simultaneously depleting some of the survivors and Oppos resources. He certainly cannot afford to waste precious production lines on such low-profit items. His future plans are quite clear. He aims to invest in the survivors within his own territory, envisaging the entire area as a future production base, wherein he serves as the focal point and the other survivors as supporting participants in a regional community of shared interests. After all, with the entire scene under his watchful eye, it inherently offers a sense of safety and peace of mind. Should any disruptions arise in online transactions among survivors, he can rely on the support of those within his domain to maintain stability within the scene and to quell any unrest. He merely needs to wield power and control energy resources. As for the economy, the total number of survivors, which is less than 10,000, pales in comparison to his own resources. Moving forward, he only needs to outline a preliminary plan for the entire scene based on this overarching vision. He has also contemplated designing a management model for his employees. However, given the current lack of conditions for effective oversight and regulation of nearby survivors, Yun Xian has reluctantly decided to abandon this idea after much consideration. The subsequent days for Yun Xian became monotonous, as he tirelessly engaged in the production of workbenches, listing items, collecting blue material blocks, allocating energy, and surveying the conditions outside. During this time, he utilized 3 robots to acquire 3 medium-sized thermal power stations and purchased 3 electromagnetic artillery platforms from other silver-grade survivors for around 20,000 green material blocks. The surprisingly low price of the electromagnetic artillery platforms caught him off guard. Evidently, the sellers, despite recognizing their immense power, were likely deterred by their energy consumption. After all, with such resources, it would be more prudent to establish black iron-grade defensive structures, such as automated defense cannons, and procure ammunition sufficient for his needs. Thanks to the 5 military supply rights granted by Old Wang, Yun Xian's automated defense cannons also incorporate some standard ammunition, allowing them to function adequately. The final night of the novice period unfolded unexpectedly without major incidents. with no notable disturbances from outdoor monsters. As the night wore on, Yunxian pondered the forthcoming day, realizing that he would only know the true situation at dawn. Finally, he gazed at the yard filled with recharged Mantis robots and 4 electromagnetic artillery platforms. Feeling a sense of reassurance before retiring for the night passed rather uneventfully, leading many of the Night Watch survivors to lose interest and seize the opportunity to catch up on sleep while the darkness lingered. Chapter 108. The conclusion of the novice period. As the clock approached 6, the night enveloped the world in an inky darkness, subtly exuding an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. This inexplicable change in the desolate landscape abruptly roused many slumbering survivors, filling them with trepidation. Numerous survivors flocked to various chat channels, seeking to unravel the mystery behind this unsettling ambience. What is it about this tranquil night that feels so foreboding? One survivor mused, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, akin to the moments before a torrential downpour when the heavens seem unable to contain their deluge. I can't end oppose. Shake the feeling that something ominous lurks beyond the end of our 3-day novice period. Another survivor replied, worry etched across their face. The sudden oppressive atmosphere served as a harbinger, constricting the chests of countless individuals. At any rate, I've done my best, one survivor remarked nonchalantly, having elevated their family to a bronze-level shelter within the 3 days. If danger truly approaches, there's little I can do. This survivor adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the inexplicable shift in atmosphere, seemingly unfazed. Why overthink it? There and amp, oppose, no immediate threat. So I'll leave it to fate and do what I can. Suddenly, a jolt of anxiety surged through Yun Xian as he awoke to the stifling atmosphere. His brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth is happening? He wondered, glancing at the crimson minefield and the radar station's map information, yet finding no anomalies. Not a monster? He pondered, perplexed further as the monster zone showed no signs of disturbance. Casting his gaze into the pitch-black night, Yun Xian felt a tightening in his chest, as though the sky itself were about to collapse. Could it be a change in the celestial phenomena? He speculated, grappling with the enigma that the night concealed. However, this oppressive atmosphere did not bear the hallmark of a terrifying monster's arrival. The stifling ambience persisted until a survivor noted a gradual drop in temperature. Soon, the majority of survivors observed this phenomenon, the decreasing temperature becoming palpably evident. Perhaps due to their survival levels and the nature of their shelters, most survivors did not exhibit heightened sensitivity to the temperature shift, relying instead on the holographic interface provided by their dimensional wristbands to monitor the changes. As the minutes dragged on, the clock struck 6. A chime resonated through the air. Ding! The novice period has concluded. This announcement from the celestial system sent a shiver down the spines of many survivors. The novice period had officially ended. Subsequently, a special world mail materialized before each survivor's holographic interface. World mail. The 3-day novice period has concluded, and the protective benefits granted by the celestial system will gradually dissipate. 1. Resource refresh rates and drop probabilities will return to normal. The durability of insurance card doors will revert to 10 times that of the novice period, with green card doors refreshing every 7 days, blue card doors every 15 days, purple card doors every 30 days, and golden card doors every 100 days. Moreover, the items that appear upon refreshing card doors will possess only a 50% chance of being consistent with those in the shelter. Current shelter item drop rate, 50%. Previous item drop rate, 50%. 2. Monster drops. Defeated monsters will no longer yield finished products. 3. Restoration of trading costs. When utilizing the trading channel, a single unit of space for selling an item will require energy. The buyer does not need to expend additional energy. If both parties are in the same scene, a single unit space trade will consume 100 points of energy. If both parties are in the same area but different scenes, it will consume 1,000 points. And if both are in the same world but across regions, it will consume 10,000 points. 4. Natural disasters. Prolonged natural disasters will periodically besiege the wasteland. Cold waves, blizzards, freezing rain, and polar nights. These unusual weather patterns will significantly impact the survival environment of survivors. All survivors are advised to seek pertinent information and prepare adequately. 5. Street marauders. Wandering aberrant creatures and monsters may randomly damage shelters each day, so remember to repair them promptly. You wouldn't want to wake up one day to find your home gone, would you? 6. Monster enmity. Be cautious not to slay too many monsters during the day. as the scent of their demise will likely attract their wrath at night, potentially provoking powerful monsters and a surge of creatures. 7. Upgrading shelters. Enhancing shelters will also draw the attention of formidable monsters, significantly increasing the likelihood of attacks by hordes led by these beasts during the night. It is advisable to prepare thoroughly before upgrading your shelter to avert unforeseen calamities. 8. Civilizational relics. Artifacts from the civilization that preceded the wasteland. Each relic embodies a fragment of a civilization and Oppos's memory, possessing immense cultural value and representing a sliver of continuity. Allowing for the acquisition of civilization points to unlock unique traits. 9. Pollution. A lurking cause behind the collapse of the previous civilization. Strive to resolve these issues, or you too may be dragged into darkness. A concluding note of gratitude. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all readers for your support. This work was hastily initiated and undoubtedly harbors numerous flaws, such as a lack of depth in the plot and insufficient constraints on the protagonist's power. I would like to especially thank those readers who pointed out these issues. Reflecting on my journey in writing this novel, I confess that I, too, am an avid reader of survival novels, a loyal fan of the genre. I share the same frustrations with plots and tropes that readers often dislike. After immersing myself in countless survival narratives, I pondered, why not try crafting my own? Perhaps I could deftly sidestep the evident pitfalls. Coupled with my fondness for wasteland-themed games like Civilization Restart and Tomorrow's Aftermath, which I fervently played late into the night, though I can no longer do so, I set out to write a survival novel set in a desolate world. In a moment of impulsiveness, I began writing, drawing simplistic inspiration from various games, only to realize later that these rudimentary concepts contributed to my eventual narrative collapse. With the mindset of a novice, I had no aspirations for acclaim. I merely sought to hone my craft. I imposed upon myself a principle: to avoid glaring pitfalls and to ensure the protagonist's intelligence remained intact. Yet, in the throes of writing, various complications arose that I, as a novice author, struggled to manage. For instance, the data issues inherent in survival narratives are notoriously precarious. As long as the protagonist does not diminish in intelligence or act foolishly, their progress will naturally accelerate. A common scenario involves the protagonist profiting immensely from exceptional recipes, accruing resources effortlessly. While this is reasonable, I could not suppress their trading endeavors, for to do so would undermine their intelligence, a promise I could not break. Thus, trading became their means of exponential growth and assets. Furthermore, I granted the protagonist numerous advantages. Without the ability to restrain their intelligence, they soared effortlessly. The resulting data explosion led to an unprecedented accumulation of wealth, devoid of any ceiling. Oh dear, it feels as though everything is unraveling. I had begun to sense this burgeoning issue, yet the world's design left me without a patch to seamlessly rein in the protagonist. Thus, I was left to silently endure the turmoil, unable to articulate my struggles. As the intricate web of data interwove, I felt increasingly ensnared in a narrative that became progressively more unwieldy. As I continued to write, weariness enveloped me, and I felt a profound sense of regret towards my readers, chastising myself for the drivel I had produced. How could such a scant number of words unravel so easily? This was far from the vision I had conjured in my mind. With the onset of the new semester, my readership dwindled drastically, causing me to witness a disheartening sea of green in my data, which plunged me into a state of self-doubt and extinguished the fervor I once held for writing. Although I endeavored to regain my momentum, my inherent laziness ultimately led to a complete cessation of updates. From both the perspective of a reader and an author, I am acutely aware of the numerous shortcomings within this work. However, altering the course of a large ship proves to be a formidable challenge. When I sought to make adjustments, I was often left feeling at a loss for where to begin. The flaws in the narrative setup failed to adequately constrain the protagonist, leaving me with the impression that a complete overhaul was the only solution. While I could muster the resolve to write through the difficulties, I found it disheartening to merely prolong the narrative without substance. This would only serve to torment both myself and my readers, compelling me to discontinue the work. In moments of reflection, I contemplated the myriad issues plaguing this book, as well as the suggestions from readers, and I resolved to embark on a new project. However, various factors delayed this endeavor, for which I sincerely apologize to those readers who awaited my next steps. I am truly grateful to all my readers. The initial reception of this book was relatively promising, garnering a few tens of thousands of views, which astonished and unnerved me, given my expectations. As a novice in this realm, I struggled to navigate the currents of readership. Unfortunately, following my debut, the academic calendar commenced, leading to a sharp decline in engagement, compounded by other circumstances that left me disinclined to continue writing. The abrupt halt of this story weighs heavily on my conscience, and I extend my heartfelt apologies to the supporters who have stood by me.